Steph Curry downtown again.
And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader.
You know, they're saying on the streets that Christian McCaffrey may be back for the 49ers soon. I say that's a distant second to the news that Rod Brooks is back in the studio next to me, baby. CMC number 2, Rod Brooks number 1. Brooksy!
I have a feeling you're the only person who slots the two of us in that order. I appreciate it.
No, I'm going Brooksy 1, CMC 2. First of all, you're proven. You're on the playing field right now. We still got to wait on CMC. You're also showing up more than the New York Yankees. Like the Yankees, like Brooksy. Hey, did the Yankees show at the World Series? No. Did Brooksy show at KNBR? Yes. So, yes.
It's our fault for relying on New York teams because we started with the Mets. It's our fault for relying on New York teams to provide us happiness because we wanted the Mets to beat the Dodgers to keep them out of the World Series.
New York was supposed to be the city of champions, Broadway, Canyon of Heroes, Broadway, Joe DiMaggio. Come on, man.
That's New York just pumping themselves
Joe
up,
Namath,
which is what New Yorkers do best.
Yeah.
We wanted New York teams to provide us happiness where when you look at New York sports history over the last 10, 15, 20 years, they haven't won anything of substance at all. It's our fault for expecting the Yankees to beat the Dodgers to make us happy.
I like it. Shout out the New York Knicks and their decades of futility. But anyway, I just want to reset it all, guys. If you are a regular listener, first of all, great to see you. Good morning. We're on YouTube. We're on Twitch. We're on your radio. And Marcus Boucher, the Waterboy, the young kid, the kid out of Homestead High, the kid out of Sonoma State, near you. He, of course, is on the trip of a lifetime back to New York City for his first ever trip to Yankee Stadium. He's a lifelong Yankee fan. His dad raised him as such. His dad is a lifelong Yankee fan. They're taking a father-son trip back to the World Series.
Beautiful.
And that's what they're getting. Can I riff right away? Because we compared Marcus bringing his dad to the final scene of Field of Dreams. So do I riff that this morning they wake up in their hotel room and he says, "Hey, Dad, do you want to see a sweep?"
You know, this is how villains in superhero movies are made, where you're a lifelong Yankee fan. You get this bonding moment with your father. You fly all the way across the country at a fairly moderate to great expense to go see your New York Yankees. You've never seen them before at Yankee Stadium. You go to see them win a championship. You bring your father, and if I'm not mistaken, his brother comes along.
That is correct, yes.
To go all the way to New York, spend all that money to see them get swept by the Dodgers. That's how villains are made in superhero movies. He's going to walk out of New Yankee Stadium, get on that 7 train to go back to Manhattan, and he's going to start a life of crime.
That is awesome. I freaking love it. This origin story of the villain. So I'm not totally boned up on my superheroes, but that's it. Did like Spider-Man start that way, or Superman, or...
I mean, he's going to turn into like a Batman villain.
Batman. What's Batman's backstory? I don't know it.
He saw his parents get shot.
Okay,
and he's like, now I have to exact revenge on anyone I think is doing the city wrong. That's what's going to happen with Waterboy. He's going to come back here, and it's going to be a problem in this studio.
I'm Waterboy. No, man. So listen, it's tough. Listen, I told him I'm a bigger Yankee fan than he is. Rod, I am way too old, and I have way too many life responsibilities, children, wives, mortgages, dogs.
Wives,
community.
Plural? Hold up now.
Shut up, BYU. Go Cougars.
Oh, no. Man, I just got here. Only 5 minutes. Don't do that.
I have way too many things in my life that I shouldn't be this emotionally invested. Like, what happened in my maturation process? It obviously stalled somewhere at age 11 or 12 because I hate the Dodgers and I just really want to see them lose.
Yeah.
And I'm so frustrated by all this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the whole point of sports, right? Is to have childish allegiances, not to be like, hey, it doesn't, there's always people who come to me and they're like, I'll tell you a funny story, quick digression. It has to do with the Santa Rosa Press Democrat, also near you. And I was working there as a call-in shift guy, and it was 1993, and the Giants were locked in an incredible pennant race with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
And it was down to the final weekend, with the Braves, but they were at Dodger Stadium for the final weekend. Yep. And on that Friday night, Barry Bonds hit 2 jacks. I think 2 3-run bombs. I think it was just incredible. And my colleague, Robert Rubino, who was 20 years my senior, so he was in his 40s at the time. He was in front of the TV going bananas. Yes! Yes! And one of the news editors walked by, and he looked at him. He goes, you're a grown man. He goes, this game has no bearing on your life or anything that you do in your life. He goes, you realize how ridiculous this is? And there was this long pause, and Robert said to him, he said, hey, pal, you don't go around bursting my bubbles, I won't go around bursting yours, all right? Deal. I was like, unbelievable comeback, dude. Unbelievable comeback. You don't go around bursting my bubbles, I won't go around bursting yours. So that's a long way of saying, just let me be a child in this. Let me hate the Dodgers. Yeah. Let me just enjoy this theater. Yeah. And so I'm all invested in that. And look what it got me. Look what it got me. The verge of a sweep, like humiliating sweep, Dodger glory, just everything bad, Rod. Everything bad.
My hatred of the Cowboys is not performative. It is real. It is personal. It is from my childhood. It is due to family, having Cowboy fans in my family. My hatred of the Dodgers is not performative. I'm not doing it for you. I'm not doing it for the audience. I haven't been doing that since I've been living here for the past 28 years. And you folks have been kind enough to listen to me talk about your teams. It comes from 1981. It comes from, God rest his soul, Fernando Valenzuela and that 81 Dodger team keeping my Astros out of the playoffs, out of the NLCS. I've hated the Dodgers since then. I will continue to hate the Dodgers. So I'm like you. I'm like Waterboy. I'm like a gang of Giants fans here and around the world who want the Yankees to beat the Dodgers. We became Yankee fans not because we care about the Yankees, not because we want them to get their 28th World Championship. We wanted them to do what the Mets couldn't do, and unfortunately what the Giants haven't been able to do, which is beat the new evil empire. Yeah. And the Yankees are going out like Willie Lump Lump in front of everybody. Can y'all please stop swinging for the fences?
Oh, my God.
Put the ball in play.
I thought to me, it's like the uniform in the stadium is supposed to mean something. Like you wearing the pinstripes, you're supposed to be, and they are just absolutely shrinking. So this has happened 3 times in their history. They've been swept 3 times in a World Series. Most recently, 1976. You may be a tad young. That's early days for me. I kind of came online right around then. I remember the images on my TV, and the Reds swept them in 76. The Dodgers got them in 63 with Koufax swept them. And in 1922, our Giants swept them. Woohoo! 102 years ago. We're still
hang on to it, baby.
Toasting that one. But, I mean, it's just filled with drama. Aaron Judge's incredible story. I don't know how New York's going to treat him after this. They're already saying...
Do you know what they're going to do?
Well, they just
they're
bury
going to boo him.
They're going to bury him?
Yeah. That's what they do.
He's their captain. He's their MVP. He's
it's
their
subversion from within.
Yeah.
But that's the thing about them. When you don't perform up to their standards, they don't care who you are. Man. They are going to let you have it.
Man. He wasn't getting booed last night, but I don't know what's going to happen tonight.
Not yet.
By the way, do you think the whole thing turned on the Fat Joe performance?
Hey, man.
Were you tuned in at 5 o'clock?
No, I saw it, and the New York took another L. All right, Fat Joe, really? That's the best you could do?
Sure.
LL Cool J was on the Manning cast. LL Cool J doing Mama Said Knock You Out would have been far superior to Fat Joe out there Fat Joeing.
Oh, man. I saw a couple great lines on Twitter. Because Fat Joe got buried by social media yesterday. It said, this Fat Joe performance has big Dodgers in 4 energy, somebody said. Another guy said in the 3rd inning when the Dodgers went ahead 3-0, he goes, man, it's so quiet in here. You'd think it was a Fat Joe performance, he said. So anyway, a little gallows humor. So anyway, well, listen, Brooksy, it's great to have you. So Brooks will be here.
So good to be here.
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and next Monday, bro.
Yes, sir.
And next Monday. So no Niner game to talk about, but we do have Niners to talk about. I did open with that McCaffrey news. We have Warriors to talk about. They're back at it tonight and already in a little bit of a, I don't want to call it a mini crisis on October 29, but already you got no Steph on the court tonight, so we'll see how they react to that.
No Steph is a crisis.
Yeah, and no Steph tonight or tomorrow night. Yeah. And the Pelicans, by the way, are not bad. They won 49 games last night. They got Zion, they got Brandon Ingram, they got CJ McCollum. They're looking in to come in here and beat up the the Curryless Warriors tonight. And, of course, we have baseball on the verge of history tonight. But mostly we got Brooksy. We got young Tony behind the glass. He is, of course, going to give us the guest list on the other side. But we'll get all settled. Welcome, Brooksy. Great to see you, brother. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have another new contest on the morning show. The San Francisco 49ers have a rich history full of defining moments. This bye week, Levi's is looking to create a special moment for the 49ers faithful. As the official apparel partner of the Red and Gold, Levi's is offering 2 tickets into the Levi's 501 Club and 2 field passes for the November 17th game against Seattle. So how do you qualify? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It is all courtesy of Levi's, the official style partner of the San Francisco 49ers. Suit up and make game day legendary. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
One out, the 1-2. Swing and a ball driven right field, way back, and forget it. It's gone. Freddie Freeman has homered for the third straight game in this World Series and now 5 consecutive World Series games. Freeman does the job, a 2-run homer, and the Dodgers strike first with what else? The long ball. And it's 2-zip LA.
Oh, if only Brooksy had the booking power to get LL Cool J out to Yankee Stadium last night, you would have heard this. Instead, you heard Fat Joe, and then you heard Freddie Freeman going yard in the first inning. Wow, you want to talk about ripping the guts out of a stadium right out of the gate, 15 pitches in. Clark Schmidt not up to it. Walks Ohtani on 4 pitches. Kids, no walks. No walks,
You want
kids.
the guy with one shoulder on 4 pitches.
Exactly.
What are you doing?
That voice you hear is Rod Brooks. Brooksy is in as Waterboy is on the trip of a lifetime. Question mark. We think. Brooksy with an incredible riff. This is how super villains, this is how villains are born. Somebody sent in a Baseball Furies from the Warriors and said, this is a look at Waterboy tonight after the game. Very funny. So it was great to have Rod in. He'll be here all week. It'll be Murph and Brooks, Brooks and Murph, you name it. Brian and Rod University, whatever you want to call it. It's great to have him. I just saw Brooksy on my TV Sunday night at the Niner game down there,
man.
Which we'll get into in just
sir.
a little bit. But just to wrap up that rejoin there. So Freddie Freeman all poised to win World Series MVP. I don't think there's any question, right? I mean, the swing of the bat. And it's funny, getting back to the swing of the bat Friday night, which we talked about even on Monday, because we joke about Friday night is where sports talk radio goes to die, because we sign off Friday at 10 a.m., Brooksy, and we don't come in until Monday at 6. Something happens on Friday night, forget it.
Right.
It's ancient
Especially,
history.
during football season.
It's freaking Roman Empire ancient history, dude. But that was so big, we had to talk about it on Monday. And if you think about it, that the parallels to Gibson, which I take issue with, Eckersley, Nestor Cortez, not comparable.
Mm-hmm.
Kirk Gibson's only at bat of the series. The guy was literally should not have been on the postseason roster. It was an incredible moment. That said, when he hit that home run, the Dodgers didn't look back. They wound up winning the World Series. I think they swept him, right? 1980, or the A's get one. I forget. Was that 1980? Was that a 5-game series or a 4-game series? I'll look it up. But either way, they stormed to the World Series. The point is that series can be won on things like that. And now, as you look back on it, the Yankees were so gutted because they haven't shown any life since that swing.
Well, here's the parallel between what the Dodgers did in '88 and what they are poised to do here in 2024. And I don't even think it's the Gibson and Freeman home run parallel, although you can draw that.
It was 5, by the way.
That '88 Dodger team had the pitching to match that '88 A's team. This 2024 Dodger team has the pitching to absolutely stifle, and they've done it through 3 games, and they're probably going to end up doing it tonight, minimum or maximum, I think, 5 games if the Yankees get it tonight. The Dodgers pitching has been outstanding.
Which is actually nuts because going into the October, the worry was they had no pitching.
Right.
Because Jack Flaherty was a big question mark.
But that was the thing. Once they got the Flaherty
was a
win,
big question mark, and Buehler was a question mark.
But once they got the Flaherty win, they knew they were playing with house money. And Yamamoto, even during the postseason, you can see, this is why they got this guy. Buehler last night, that dude's too good for him not to, in a big moment, as he did last night, look like Walker Buehler. So, to start, yes, the home run gets the grand slam by Freeman gets all the headlines, but it's the pitching that keeps him in that game. It keeps him competitive, and it's also the pitching decision mistakes made by Aaron Boone.
Yeah.
Why are you taking out Garrett Cole?
Yeah.
Why are you throwing in Nestor Cortez, who has not pitched in a month? And you could see that Freddie Freeman was starting to get going. But to me, I think the parallel between the two World Series that the Dodgers, one they did win and one that they're unfortunately going to win here in a few days, if not today or tonight, pitching, man, pitching. And they're making a Yankees lineup that is dangerous. They're making those dudes look bad.
You know what's funny? You say dangerous, but now that I've actually sat down and watched the Yankees here, dude, other than Soto, Judge, and Stanton, and maybe Chisholm, that's an empty lineup. Like that lineup ain't that good.
Rizzo's the only guy giving them competitive at bats.
I just read their bottom 4 hitters are 6 for 43, bro. And by the way, Walker Buehler is a guy who's like got little mini Bumgarner thing going here in the World Series. You know, now he's pitched in 3 World Series games. He's gone 7, 6, and 5. So that's 18 innings. He's allowed 1 run.
That's impressive.
He's one of the, he's like got a little Bumgarner in him where he's like in October he's at his best, and he was a question mark going in, but he stood up, and Flaherty was a question mark, but he stood up, and then Yamamoto. The other part I would say about this is if they do indeed close it out tonight, which they're in all likelihood, I saw that. So you guys know obviously the 04 Red Sox, but that was not a World Series. So there's been 40 teams down 0-3, and 39 of them have lost the series. Only one has come back. It was the 04 Red Sox, and it was not in the series. It was in the ALCS.
You'll never see it again.
No.
It'll never happen again.
Okay, interesting.
It'll never happen again.
The other thing I would say is that I was trying to say about the finishing off a sweep here. Anyway, I lost my train of thought. Point being is that the Dodgers were down 2-1 to the San Diego Padres, and the Padres had Game 4 at home, and the Dodgers were going with a bullpen game. That's the moment in the season. There always comes a moment in your season when you're it's like the Giants were down 0-2 to the Reds in 2012, and there was that moment. But I look back now and I think, man, the Friars, talk about Mama said knock you out, the Friars could have knocked them out.
I'm glad you brought up the Padres because they're the ones to blame, okay? We blame the Yankees for what they are doing and what's going to happen to them tonight or possibly in Game 5, yes. But it should have never gotten to this point. Do we go back and blame the Mets for not getting the job done? They're the Mets. The Mets have been a joke, with the exception of 1969 and 1986, the Mets have been a running joke in the United States of America. It was crazy to expect for them to beat the Dodgers. The team that is to blame is the San Diego Padres. You had one job. You were up. Y'all were feeling good, snatching home runs, messing with the crowd, Tatis strutting around. All that was great. All that was gravy. And we up here in Northern California like, okay, Padres, we banging with you. Let's come together and let's get rid of the evil empire. Giants couldn't do it. Got their own sort of set of issues that I'm sure we'll get into. But Padres, we're rooting for you. You were up in the series, and you swallowed the olive. San Diego, the San Diego Padres Baseball Club. Where's my camera? Look at it. The San Diego Padres Baseball Club. You are responsible for the Dodgers winning a legitimate World Series for the first time since Ronald Reagan was alive and president. You, San Diego, are the reason that America is sad.
That's it. I can't drop the freaking mic there. Hey, Young Tone, you got to get. I don't have my soundboard. You got to give some applause on that there. Yeah, thank you very much. And at home in Game 4, and the Dodgers had a bullpen game going in Game 4. I'm wondering, do you get into the beyond the playing field? Was it the Padre strutting and cockiness and way, way, way grandiose theatrics that might have stirred the Dodgers? That might have somehow said, blank this.
Okay, I think that there's something to that, but I think the Padres thought this is going to be easy. And we know this, whether it's your team that is trying to win a championship or you're just an observer. The hardest thing to do in sports is get that closeout game.
Yeah.
Well, it is incredibly difficult to get that closeout game, and speaking specifically in basketball and hockey and baseball, because that closeout game, that's the one, and the psychological trick is, yes, it's pressure on the team that is poised to get closed out, because one game, your season's gone. Yes, there's the pressure. But really, when you think about it, the pressure's on the team that actually has to get the 27 outs. Yeah. And the Padres could not handle that pressure. They thought it was easy, and they found out that it wasn't. And that's why Marcus Boucher is going to watch the Yankees lose, and the Dodgers are going to be world champions, and he's going to come back here, possibly after committing several murders in the greater New York area.
I love it. The villain origin story. The only thing I'll say, and I've used this as a youth sports coach when we've been in an elimination situation, is I've always told them the pressures on the other team. And I show them the Kevin Millar video, which is, by the way, the Netflix documentary is out right now. We'll have Howard Bryan on this week. Howard produced it, wrote it, directed it, the whole thing. And it's in Millar's brilliant move. When they're down 3-0, the legendary line he says to Dan Shawn, he says, "Don't let us win tonight. Don't let us win tonight." And it's all of a sudden he flipped the script on the Yankees. Like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Well, because if we win tonight, then we got Petey in Game 5.
Yep.
And we got Schill in Game 6. And all of a sudden, like, the Yankees are like, wait, what do you mean don't let you win tonight?
The hardest thing to do in sports is to get that closeout.
It's a brilliant move to flip the script. So, and the stat I was going to say before I lost my mind was it is the 23rd best of 7 World Series with a team taking a 3-0 lead. 19 of them ended in sweeps, and only 3 of them went to 5 games, and that hasn't happened since 1970 when the Reds won Game 4 against the Orioles before the Orioles closed them out in Game 5 in 1970. So, in other words, the odds are overwhelmingly that the Yankees are a dead team walking tonight, and the Dodgers are ready to pop champagnes in the Bronx. And by the way, I got to say, and I'm no bigger fan of Frank Sinatra in this world than me. I'm a PhD in Sinatra. I live with him. I don't want to hear him after a loss. The game ends. I'm like, no, start spreading the news. I'm like, what news? That you're down 0-3? Don't
We're
spread
on the
freaking
brink of
news.
elimination.
I know, exactly, dude.
$300 million payroll, and we don't have any pitchers.
Did the Giants only play Tony Bennett after wins, right? They only play Tony Bennett, I Left My Heart after wins, right? I think. That's my understanding. You know, as I'm trudging out, I think they only play him after wins. Anyway, point is that you should only play Sinatra after wins. All right, let's get the guest list from Young Tony on a Tuesday, 10/29/24, October 29, 2024. Halloween Thursday. Where are you going as, Brooksy? You're going as an early morning radio host?
I'm going as a father of 2.
There you go. Good morning, Young Tone. How are you, brother?
Good morning, boys.
How's your Monday?
It was fantastic.
Play golf?
I did not. I actually watched the first half of the Niners game because I didn't get to watch the entire game on Sunday night.
What does a bad half? What'd you think?
Not ideal.
Yeah.
Not good.
We'll talk to Brooksy about that on the other side. I had the Jock Blog actually early. Mari wanted me to get it in for October for the October impressions. So how about that? That's how big the Jock Blog is. So I wound up writing about us coming to the break. And I was like, you know what? I said, I think the Niners need a break from us, and we need a break from the Niners. So I said, and we're allowed to say something toxic about the Niners during this break, because if we do, and they accuse us of it, we can say, we were on a break. Right? Can I get that from my friends, people?
Is that how it works?
Young Tone?
No, it's fair. 100%.
Do you know the Ross?
I understand that reference.
Yes. Do you understand?
No idea.
So what we always play with, so Young Tony is so young. He's so young, bro. It's great working with him because I'm seeing the world through the eyes of a Gen Z baby, right? And so he doesn't. Like I just said, we were on a break. He doesn't. So there's today. We already have Young Tony in the book. It was a legendary in Friends. Ross, played by what's his name, David Schwimmer.
Yes,
is dating the lovely Rachel, Jennifer Aniston, right? And then they have a little problem, and they have a break. They decide to take a break, and Ross during the break winds up hooking up with a young lady. Winds up, doing the thing. She finds out about it, and she starts unloading on him, and he keeps saying, we were on a break. It became a very funny line that he would repeat when he was up against the wall. He kept saying, we were on a break. So that's the Niners right now, buddy.
Fair. You can also add Willie Lump Lump to that list. Rod dropped that today. I have no idea what that is.
Yeah, but when you find out, you're going to be significantly cooler.
Love it.
Maybe cooler than Ross on a break. All right, buddy, what do we got today?
Coming up on the show this morning, we are going to talk to Mike Krukow at 7:30. The big hit is going to be at 7:50. Cooler content at 8:30. The great Mike Silver at 8:50. And then our 49ers player of the week. Drum roll, please. Dominic Pooney, ladies and gentlemen. Pooney's bringing the Monsoony.
I understand he's a pretty good talker, too.
9:35 this morning.
Looking forward to it. And so you mentioned the Niners. You watched the first half. You mentioned Dom Pooney. And we have our guy who was on the field at Levi's Stadium on Sunday nights. Let's talk about that.
Yes, sir.
Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Pooney's bringing the Monsoony, bro. He's going to rain on a lot of parades this year.
Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
But it was Kittle, it was Garendo, it was Brock Smarts, and his legs that ran the 49ers. They outscored Dallas 21-0 in the third quarter to get this game.
And defense was dominant in the third quarter, and it wasn't until the fourth quarter and the two touchdowns, both on some form of a busted coverage, that Dallas was able to get it into the end zone.
Gun is gone. 49ers win it by a score of 30-24.
There it is. Greg Pop on the final call. 49ers 30, Dallas Cowboys 24. They get the win. They go into the break 4-4. And like I said, it's good for all of us. It's good for them to take a break from each other. It's good for them to take a break from us. It's good for us to take a break from them. There's been a lot of frustration. There's been a lot of growling and gurring, and there's been a lot of finger pointing.
Injury.
There's been a ton of injuries, and even through last night, or even through Sunday night when Jordan Mason went down. That leads us to the possibility of injuries turning their way when they come back. Kyle Shanahan actually had this to say yesterday about Christian McCaffrey, who my attitude, Rod, before we get this, and by the way, that's Rod Brooks. That's Rod Brooks. despite the fact that his lifelong pal, Creative Tony, did not make him a special rejoin, which I'm about to text Creative Tony about right now. Would have taken him 2 seconds.
The first friend I made when I moved here.
Number one?
The first friend. First person I met when I walked into the KNBR studios.
What was your download? Coming from Houston, Texas, and Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And then you meet maybe the ultimate, like, Bay Area, flaky, hippie, hairy toad, flip-flop, Grateful Dead, fish guy.
What a wonderful person from a wonderful family.
Oh, without question. And I would rank several of his family members ahead of him.
You just nailed every single personality trait he possesses.
You must have been like, where am I? Like, what planet am I on?
You know what I thought immediately? Man, he's really young to be that bald.
All time. Cue ball lost it early.
Anywho.
It's part of his sexiness, though.
Yes.
Chicks like it.
Yes.
They do. So, you know what's funny? There is a subset of ladies out there who like the bald guy. Well, I mean, listen, there's any number of sexy bald guys.
I'm not ready to find out who those ladies are.
There are ladies who like the bald. 808 KNBR if you're a lady who likes the bald guy. Or if you're a man who likes the bald guy. Hey, we take them all here. So anyway, that is Rod Brooks talking about it. So you were there Sunday night, and then Kyle Shanahan did his media on Monday. This is before they have one more meeting today, and then they break for 5 days. They're going to have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Go do what they need to do. What do you go fishing? What do you go to Cancun? I don't know what you do. What do you do if you're an NFL player with 5 days off? You go home to your mom and dad, or I don't know. But God bless them. They got 5 beautiful days to go do whatever the heck they want to do. And here's what Kyle Shanahan said. Upon return, this is what could happen.
It depends how this week goes. I mean, he's had no setbacks, so it looks like we're on track. But he's going to hit it hard this week while we're gone and kind of simulate some practice stuff for himself. And as long as it all goes good, hopefully we'll get him back in practice next week.
How about that? Talking about Christian McCaffrey, getting him back at practice. There have been no setbacks. It has been officially, now it's October 29, guys. We kind of heard about this late July, early August. Let's just call it late July for math purposes, because then we can say 3 full months that you've been without Christian McCaffrey in your life. Now, my thing is, like, I'm so worried about Achilles tendonitis. I'm like still concerned, like, can he be a guy in the NFL, which requires the utmost of your physicality, play and play after play after play after play. Like, this ain't just a 1 week deal. They're going to need him now from November 10, hopefully into late January, right? I mean, I don't know if they got a Super Bowl run in them. Probably not. But it would be a nice year if they could make the playoffs at least. That, to me, is like the goal right now. Win the West, get a home playoff game, see what happens.
Right.
So your reaction to this news that Christian McCaffrey is going to go through a simulated practice this week instead of a bye week. He's not going to go to Hawaii. He's not going to go to the Bahamas. He's going to go through a simulated practice this week and try to join the team on Monday. Your reaction?
It's great news. It is fantastic news, and it is news that is going to reverberate through not just the Niners locker room, not just the Bay Area. It's going to reverberate through the NFC West, which is very gettable because every single team, including the Niners, are flawed. And I think if Christian McCaffrey is able to play immediately at a high level and sustain that from now until, let's say, Thanksgiving into December, when real football is played because you're jockeying for the playoffs, then McCaffrey's addition is going to reverberate. He tried to say in English at 6:38 in the morning. It's going to reverberate through the NFL. I'm with you, though, Murph, in terms of, and this is just me, I'm glad he's coming back. I don't think he's going to have a problem being Christian McCaffrey. Mm-hmm. The worry for me is, and this is just me worrying, man, is that Achilles going to go?
Yeah.
It's like an earthquake.
Yeah.
Is it going to happen now?
I hate to even put it out in the universe.
No. Knock on whatever this is. But this is what we're dealing with.
I know.
This is what he's dealing with. I don't believe he's going to have any setbacks. I don't believe it's going to be a pain issue. It's going to be an issue of how long is that Achilles tendon going to hold up. If it holds up, that's a problem for everybody else in the NFC, everybody else in the NFL. Christian McCaffrey coming back is going to make everybody's job so much easier. Brock Purdy has been slinging the ball down the field all season long. You know, his depth of target, his air yards, all of those stats have been absolutely just eye-popping because he doesn't have McCaffrey to throw those checkdowns to. They throw those quick hitters, and McCaffrey makes a whole chunk of yardage with his talent and getting that yak yardage. The reason that teams like Kansas City, the ones that can, the reason teams are manning up the Niners on the outside and bringing those crazy exotic blitzes, because they know they don't have to worry about Christian McCaffrey getting that ball quickly and then him making them pay. The reason the Niners are facing teams, the Cowboys are too stupid and didn't have the talent, are facing teams that will not play the Niners in zone, which we know Brock Purdy eats up zone defenses. The reason they don't do that is because McCaffrey's not there. You bring in McCaffrey, all of a sudden now, you're going to see some zone because you have to have, at minimum, 2 sets of eyes on him. If you're smart, you're going to have more. You getting those zone looks, that's easier for Purdy. All of a sudden now, short passes, you rely more on the running game. That makes his job easier. Things start to open up in the middle where the Niners feast. We saw that against the Cowboys because they lit the Niners, specifically George Kittle, have the middle. Now, hey, that rhymed. Now the Niners look like they looked last year.
Yeah.
Which is a team where they can get anything they want offensively, and haven't even mentioned the red zone, where the Niners have gotten good over the last couple of weeks in the red zone, mainly due to George Kittle, mainly due to them running the ball better. But now you get McCaffrey in the red zone. He solves so many things that have been problematic for the Niners here in the first 8 games of the season, for them to scuffle to get to 4-4. Now you bring him back.
Ooh,
come on, man.
Perfectly broken down. I concur with everything you said. It's like a magic wand. It really is.
Yeah.
It's a couple of reactions. One, I'm with you, though. I hate to even put this in the universe. I just worry about that's a very fragile part of the human body.
That's just what we're dealing with, or what he's dealing with.
There's nothing we can do.
Right.
You're just going to go play and see what happens.
Right.
You can't worry about it. He's got to go forth, go onward into the breach, all that stuff.
If you're scared,
the
get a
other thing
dog.
that's amazing is that you're so right about everything he does for the Niners. That's why he was the NFL Offensive Player of the Year. Arguably their most valuable player, which is hilarious. And this is something Marcus has brought up a lot. How is he like the 7th highest paid guy on the team? It's like, how is he not getting Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott money? He should be getting $60 million a year. He's that valuable to the team. But it's just the way it is, man. The structure, the hierarchy of quarterbacks versus running backs and the pay structure. But you know what I keep thinking about is he's so important. He's so good. I have that joke about like people. I have my running jokes on this show because, you do this thing every day. You fall back into certain bits. People say, like, how did the Warriors do last night? I always say, I don't know how they shoot from 3. That's really, honestly, all it comes down to.
Absolutely.
Like, they didn't shoot well from 3 Sunday night against the Clippers. That's why they lost. They shot well from 3 against Utah and Portland. That's why they won.
Funny how that works.
My other thing about the Niners is they're like, hey, how are the Niners going to do this Sunday? I always say to people, I don't know, is McCaffrey playing?
There you go.
That's my only question. The last 3 years since he got here, people are like, what do you think about the Niners this week? I'm like, I don't know, is McCaffrey playing? And they say, yeah. I'm like, I like their chances. So that's been my attitude about it for the last 3 years. And then the first 8 games of this season, they go, what do you think about the Niners this Sunday? I go, is McCaffrey playing? They say no. I go, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, he's that important to the team. So, and what I'm just kind of chuckling as I listen to you break down why he is so important to him. I'm kind of amazed they got to a bowl in 2019 without McCaffrey. I can't even remember the Niners without McCaffrey. They had Jimmy G and no McCaffrey, and they got to a bowl. Whoa, that you kind of blow your mind when you think about that. I mean, it was Raheem Mostert. I mean, Raheem was like the dream, man, and it was young Debo. Debo was a rookie. They didn't have Ayuk yet. They traded for Emmanuel Sanders.
But you know what they had, though?
They had a defense.
A defense.
Yeah, they had defense.
That defense was so good. We talked about it on the pregame show, over the last couple of weeks and the postgame show on NBC Sports Bay Area, that, the Niners have been in this position before, where they were, a game under 500 early, or, they were 3-4 and then they needed to get to 500 before they got on a roll where they won 9 games in a row, or they went 7-2 over the last couple of years. Like, yeah. Because they had a defense that was dominant. That was the tip of the spear. Last year, when McCaffrey and that offense was really in full bloom, that was the first year of this Shanahan era where the offense was the tip of the spear. This year, because you've had injuries on both sides of the ball, specifically McCaffrey and kind of the McCaffrey of the defense and Dre Greenlaw and other injuries, that both have struggled. They've both been to blame. They've also both had a hand in those 4 wins, along with those 4 losses. So not that the Niners are still trying to figure out their identity, but they're still trying to get back to a point where they're healthy on one side of the ball to where that side can lead.
Okay, hold that thought. We'll carry that on to the other side. Plus, we got to get into Steph Curry's injury and the Warriors. The Warriors are at home tonight. In fact, Tolbert and Copes will be live from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City outside of Chase Center. How about that? You walk by, get a pop, and go sit down and chop it up with
Tommy is
TNC.
still getting y'all to have him work and drink beer at the same time.
Brooksy, look when we go to our break. Look at the Chiron on the YouTube and the Twitch. It says it has their beer tour coming up. Young Tone, I don't know if you can get that up there right now. You'll see it on the commercial break. When you go to commercial break, it has their beer. They have another beer, so they'll be at Harmonic tonight. And then are they this Friday yet another one? Or is that coming up next Friday? They're doing beer tours, bro. Dude, Tolbert is.
He got it figured out,
He's
man.
a king. He's a king.
Got it figured. The rest of us, we're just like,
Pay me to drink beer and talk sports.
tell us
Pay
your
me.
secret, man. How do you do it?
Also, Kyle Shanahan joins Colbert and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon. So it's early. We're going to have John Lynch tomorrow because of the bye week. So Shanahan's doing early because of the bye week, and then Lynch is doing tomorrow because of the bye week. All right, we'll carry this. 808 KNBR is a phone number. You guys, a reaction to the McCaffrey takes from Rod there, and, of course, what they can do going forward, and also the Steph Curry discussion coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680. Brooksy's here on The Sports Leader. Bright and early on a Tuesday, we have Steve Moskowitz on the line. He's my tax attorney. Steve, you want to talk to the people about what to do if they have unfiled tax returns. Good morning.
Good morning. And, people think they're all alone. So many times people say to me, Steve, have you ever done a case like this before? And the answer is yes. Literally thousands and thousands. It's a real common situation. People don't file returns. The number one reason people don't file returns is they don't have the money to pay them. So they make a mistake. They don't file the returns. Or they don't have their records. No problem with that either. We can get all your records. We can make a deal for you if you can't pay. If you say your accounting is really non-existent, that's okay. We have a bookkeeping department. If you've done it, but it's not so hot, that's okay. We can clean it up. The bottom line is there's no good excuse for not filing. And the IRS hired all these new IRS agents to come chasing after you. You don't want them knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Talk to us. We have a free consultation. And the only thing you have to do is say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
That's the deal. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Rod Brooks is here. Waterboy Marcus Boucher is on his trip of a lifetime. We're joking about, we have to hit the gallows humor. Marcus would appreciate it. He and his dad are on the trip of a lifetime, and his brother. They're on a trip of a lifetime to go see their beloved Yankees at Yankee Stadium for the very first time ever. It's like this huge emotional trip. We're joking. It's like Field of Dreams, except for in this Field of Dreams, Marcus wakes up and says, "Hey, Dad, do you want to see a sweep?" So, Marcus, go get him, buddy. At least go to John's on Bleecker, get some pizza. Go to Walensky's Grill tonight, get a late-night burger. Enjoy the fruits of Manhattan. The greatest, the most exciting city in the world, Brooksy. And by the way, speaking of Manhattan, before we get back to the Niners real quick, Fat Joe, I just want to talk.
I'm sorry, but
okay, so
we all saw it.
If anybody missed it, I don't know, maybe you were busy, but at 5:08 at first pitch, all of a sudden they said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the Bronx Bomber himself, please welcome Fat Joe."
But can I just say something? Been a hip-hop head my entire life.
Okay.
I've never heard anyone refer to Fat Joe as the Bronx Bomber.
Okay.
I've heard them refer to him as Fat Joe.
Okay.
I've heard them refer to him as Joey Crack. Okay. I've never, ever heard anyone refer to him as the Bronx Bomber.
So that was Paul Olden, who took over for Bob Shepard on the PA system. So anyway, here comes Fat Joe, and then here come the jokes. Okay, so I don't know. I don't really have a take on Fat Joe. Young Tony, hop on the mic here for a second. Is Fat Joe the rapper that Marcus quotes yesterday's price is not today's price? Is that Fat Joe?
Isn't that Pusha T?
No, that's Fat Joe.
He
didn't do it in a song. He did it in, it was a TikTok video or something.
Okay, so Marcus uses, whenever we're talking about contracts, we're talking about Blake Snell and stuff, and we're talking about signing guys, Marcus always says, well, like Fat Joe says, yesterday's price is
yesterday's price
that's Fat Joe.
Is not today's price.
It's a great line.
And then it goes right over to. So anyway, I didn't have a take on Fat Joe going in. I was like, okay, whatever. But let me tell you what, Twitter had takes. Oh my God. First of all, don't show your face unless you're the biggest star in the world, unless you're Kendrick. I bet even Drake would get killed if he went out there and did something right. I don't know if it's
Drake right now would get killed just walking down the street.
By the way, has he just laid? Is he just laid low?
Yes, and that's the smartest thing for him to do since he got buried.
Yeah, it's it. Yeah. And by the way,
hang on in Canada, buddy. Hang out in America's attic. No one wants to see you right now.
America's hat. You were listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Yeah. Anyway, I just needed to talk about it because the reaction was so incredible. He came out and did that. Nothing can stop me. I'm all the way up, right? I don't know how you feel about that song. Yeah. He also ad-libbed a few things. This is for Thurman Munson. This is for Mickey Mantle and all this. This is for Derek Jeter. I didn't have an opinion on it. I was like, whatever. Dude, people were crushing him. I saw two tweets that were worth revisiting. One said, this Fat Joe performance has big Dodgers in 4 energy, which I really like. The other one was when the Dodgers scored to go ahead 3-0 in the third inning. Somebody tweeted and said, man, I haven't heard the stadium this quiet since Fat Joe was performing.
There were a lot of confused Yankee fans who I can only assume don't live in New York, definitely don't, in New York City, definitely don't live in the Bronx. They all came from Westchester or Connecticut, and they're like, why is this guy on top of the mound? Who is this guy?
Yeah, he walks on top of the mound, too.
Yeah. There was a lot of confused faces.
Fat Joe has lost serious weight,
He's not as fat. He's on that Ozempic.
If you're going to be Fat Joe, shouldn't you stay fat?
Oh, he used to be real fat.
Okay,
but now he realized.
Did you ride with Fat Joe back in the day?
He was cool. I never had a problem with Fat Joe. But, yeah, that just – and here's the problem, though. compared to, and you hate to give them credit because they're the Dodgers, but compared to Cube coming out
that's what it was.
at Dodger Stadium this past weekend,
everybody was saying.
It just, nothing, particularly Fat Joe, was going to compare Cube rocking the house at Dodger Stadium. What was it, Saturday?
Okay, yeah, exactly. 925 says Eminem calls Fat Joe the Bronx Bomber in the Lean Back song.
Okay.
4 and 5 says it was Flat Joe. It says should have been Jada Kiss. Ice Cube already killed the whole New York with Just Bow Down. Yeah,
Jada. But trust me, Major League Baseball does not want Jadakiss with a live microphone
well, he started with Fat Joe dropped an F-bomb right out of the gate, and they bleeped it too.
Kiss would have done a whole lot worse.
And then one more before we get back to the Niners and Curry here and all this is 5-1. I have to read this one. It's fun. This is what makes me laugh about it, listeners. This is the kind of conversation we have. 510 says, good morning, guys. I was driving, but bald men are very handsome. They usually have an extra layer of confidence like my boyfriend. I thought that was a very interesting take. I'm confident enough to strut in here bald. The same texter then immediately says, side note, why does the defense take their foot off the gas at the end of games? This is very frustrating. I love this text. My boyfriend's sexy because he's bald and confident. And why is the defense taking their foot off the gas at the end of games? That's a classic KNBR text right there. Rod, why do they take their foot? We talked about this yesterday with Tim Ryan. What is it about finishing games? What is, and it's an ethereal thing. I talk about this. I always go back to my youth sport because my CYOB coaching and my Little League Baseball coaching means so much to the Niners. I get it. But there is certain things that you look at it, and I try to teach kids how to win. My high school basketball coach was huge on learning
it's a learned
how
behavior.
to win. And
Absolutely.
his biggest thing is we've put the knife in. Now we have to twist it, which is a little violent with the imagery. But it's okay. And he used to we would be up 8, stomping his foot, spittle flying, eyes bugging out of his head. And he would be screaming, twist it! Twist it! We'd be like, okay, I guess we got to press. We better dive for that loose ball because coach says we got to twist it.
I didn't have a problem with the metaphor, but when you scream, twist the knife.
I know, dude.
Yeah, I'm happy you survived that, coach.
It was so good.
Anyway, as
he
you were
still
saying.
listens, by the way. He's probably going to text in shortly. But anyway, the point is, you guys, you and Carlos and Dante and the whole crew, you guys talk about this every week.
Here's the thing, and it goes right into what you're saying. Closing out games. Winning is a learned behavior. Mm-hmm. And to win, you have to close out games. But think about where the Niners are because of injury and also because of this most recent draft class, which Dominic Pooney is a part of, and Pooney will join us at 9:35. Niners have a lot of young guys on their defense. And young guys, not that they don't know how to win, but they can be mistake-prone at times that are important. And if you go back because I would think the caller's talking about the Cowboys game specifically and what we saw late in the fourth quarter, and there were some mistakes made on offense too. Like you got 2nd and 2, run the ball, okay? That drove us crazy watching that. But speaking of the defense, there was that one play where CeeDee Lamb was wide open. You basically had 4 or 5 guys in the middle of the back of that Niner defense, literally going the opposite way of where CeeDee Lamb was going, and as I see the end zone in my mind's eye, to the upper left corner of the end zone. I think that is the biggest issue right now, is that Renardo Green and Malik Mustafa, and I'm just shouting out the young guys, Sam Okwuonu and Evan Anderson, and I'm probably missing a couple other young guys. But these young guys, part of the reason why the Niners have been able to get to 4-4 and why they are trending upward. But with those young guys playing big minutes in big situations, you are going to have some mistakes. And I think that has been, to me, that was the specific issue against the Cowboys. It's something they have to clean up going forward, because when you see a better team than the Cowboys, because the Cowboys stink, when you see better teams than the Cowboys, like Arizona, all of a sudden you start making mistakes.
Well, the second half of the schedule is loaded. I mean, Tampa Bay right away is a good team.
Right away. Green Bay.
And Baker slings it, too.
Hey, Green Bay.
At Green Bay is gnarly.
If you have not watched the Green Bay
Buffalo.
Packers, the way they run the ball with the guys they have to run the ball, like what that cat is doing coming off that Shanahan family coaching tree, what LaFleur is doing looks a whole lot like a Shanahan-coached offensive team where they run the ball. So they are going to start to see much better teams than the Cowboys, than the Seahawks, even better than the Cardinals. you keep making these mistakes in the third and fourth quarter, you're going to end up losing these games.
I don't expect the 49ers to win. My whole thing is, and Brooksy, I've been talking about this since, I'm a big believer in the Super Bowl hangover. I've seen it. I've covered, the NFL. I've seen teams that lose in playoffs. It's hard to get back on the horse, and it is. And the Niners have gotten back on the horse so many times admirably.
The physical and the mental
exactly.
aspect of getting back on the horse.
It is. And people say, why not the Chiefs? I'm like, it's a big difference between winning a bowl and losing a bowl. All
First
right, buddy?
off, why not the Chiefs?
Yeah, Pat Mahomes.
Pat Mahomes the second.
Pat Mahomes.
Right? That's the great non-equalizer.
So I realistically, I have the Niners 10-7. You can lose 3 games, and I expect them to lose in Green Bay and Buffalo. To me, there's 4 huge hurdles in the second half of the season. At Tampa Bay is a big hurdle, although they have scuffled a little bit of late. But trust me, I have Baker in my fantasy team. Dude, he slings it all game. In the fourth quarter, he's still slinging it.
But
so
he'll sling it into a mistake, and the Niners have been very good at picking off passes and creating
I'd like to get that one, but at Green Bay, at Buffalo, and don't forget the Detroit Lions are coming here on second to last week of the season.
Hey.
So I'm saying of those 4 games, you got to win one of those games. One of those. Tampa Bay, Green Bay, Buffalo, Detroit. Now, maybe Detroit will have everything clinched, and they'll be resting everybody at that point. Then you got to just handle your business against Chicago at home, Seattle at home, the Rams at home, Miami at home, and then at Arizona. I was telling Marcus yesterday, I think my call right now is everything's going to come down to at Arizona week 17 or week 18.
I guess
it is. I think it might be them and the Cardinals, or it might be them and they're going to have to win at Arizona week 18.
Seahawks can't stop the run.
Yeah.
They can't stop the run. They got smacked in the face again by Buffalo. Seattle, again, like the Niners, like Arizona, like the Rams, they're a flawed team. But their flaw is one that is crippling and fatal. But man, let me tell you something.
Go.
That Lions outfit.
Yeah. I know.
Yo, man.
Yeah.
Did you see what they did last week? Yeah. Where you hang up, what was it, 50-some-odd points?
50 plus on, was it Jacksonville or was it Houston?
No, it was Tennessee.
Tennessee.
And
then the week before, what they did to Dallas.
They are just
47-9. So I think they've gone 47-52 in back-to-back weeks.
With ruthless efficiency on the ground. Jared Goff only threw for 85 yards. He had 3 touchdowns and they won 52-14. Now the Titans are tanking, but come on, man.
But when you've been around the league long enough to know when a team's time has come, and they're a classic example of last year. This is what you see in the NBA a lot. Teams that are on the rise, like the Warriors, and they get knocked out by the Clippers, and then they're ready to go. Like the Lions last year getting knocked out by the Niners was perfect for their progression. Now they're ready to go.
But let's bring it full circle, talking about the Niners. Detroit has to learn how to win.
Yeah.
They have to learn how to close out, because what was their problem last year? Yeah. Specifically in the NFC Championship game against the Niners. They couldn't close it out in the second half.
Well, Dan Campbell played a role in that.
Well, no, absolutely. Yeah. When I talk about a team not winning is a learned behavior, learning how to close games out is something you have to do to be a winner. I'm not just talking about the players. I'm talking about everybody.
Yeah.
Did they learn their lesson last year? We're only going to find that out when they get back into a pressure winner-take-all situation. So we don't know. But clearly what happened to them last year left a mark, because the Lions are just, it is mean what they're doing to certain teams.
I have to say, we're talking about teams we hate, Dodgers, Cowboys. We've been laughing about, and we could do that today, by the way, our rankings of who you hate more, as the Dodgers are 1 win away from a World Series, which we'll talk about with Mike Krukow at 7:30, by the way, is the Lions. I have no hate. Who wouldn't root? The Lions and the Cleveland Browns, and the Browns right now with the whole Deshaun Watson thing have no sympathy.
Browns be Browning.
Right, but I would talk about there's 2. I talk to my kids about sports and try to explain what the world was like back in the day, and so they know the Houston Texans have never won a Super Bowl. The Tennessee Titans have never won. Well, actually, they have Tennessee. The Titans lost to the Rams
by 1 yard.
By 1 yard, yeah. But I'm saying teams that have never won a bowl. But there's 2 historic teams that have won a bowl. It's the Lions and the Browns. Like the Seahawks have never. No, the Seahawks have. I'm sorry. I'm confusing them with the Mariners. My bad. But anyway, the Lions and the Browns are 2 legendary franchises that have never won a bowl. And I'm like, the Lions, I would openly be rooting for the Lions to win a bowl.
You know when you're going to hate the Lions? When they beat the Niners on the way to this.
This is true.
To this Super Bowl that has not happened.
This is true. The Niners could easily win the West and be the 4 seed with a 10-7 or maybe even a 9-8 record that wins the West.
I think it's going to take 10.
Okay, but they will probably be the 4 seed. Yes. Maybe they beat the South winner. I don't know. Maybe they're the 3 seed. So they're not going to get a bye. is what I'm saying.
No.
The bye only goes to the one
Top
seed,
two.
right?
But to the first one, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
The baseball is the top two. And so they'll have a home playoff game, and then they'll have to go on the road, probably to Detroit. And then you're like, okay, here we go.
And then in this hypothetical
then you'll hate 'em.
situation, the Lions will beat the Niners, exacting revenge for the NFC Championship game, and you and the entire Murphy clan will have a burning hatred of the Detroit Lions for the first time ever.
Did not have that on the bingo card. Hate the Lions, man. I go back to 1983 when the Lions could have beat the Niners in the playoffs, but Eddie Murray was his name, missed a very makeable field goal. It was like 40, 41 yards, something like that. But young Tony, back in the day, kickers would miss 40-yarders. I would say, I've said this before through the years, one of the biggest changes in my sports fan life is NFL kicking efficiency. Like nowadays, young Tone, a 50-yarder back when Rod and I were growing up, you called the neighbors. If somebody made a 50-yarder, you called your grandparents. Dude, nowadays, if a guy misses a 50-yarder, you're pissed. Like, dude, what are you doing? Kicking has gotten
And the
insane.
uprights used to be wider.
It's insane.
Now they're narrower, and they're talking about bringing them in more.
Evolution in kicking is insane. You're routinely banging home 54-yarders. Routinely.
Here's what's funny.
Dude, that used to be like you wrote a book report on that if somebody made a 54-yarder.
I can guarantee you there are more than a handful of Niner fans listening right now going, why can't we get one of those uber-efficient kickers?
Wait, he might be back in Tampa Bay. Jake Moody. Yeah. Carlson, other than the kickoffs, in one PAT, he made.
Why is it so hard to kick the ball out of bounds?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Why is it?
Wait, you talking about on a kickoff?
On kickoffs. Why is it? I mean, out of the end zone. Pardon me. Don't want to kick out of bounds.
Yeah.
Why is it so hard to kick the ball at the back of the end zone?
I guess it takes a leg strength they don't have, man. I guess. I don't know, man. There's got to be somebody out there walking the streets.
And
go find some guy from an MLS camp who's cut. He can kick it out.
I know it's easy for all of us to sit here and say, kickers, you have one job. I'm not the type of football fan where we go, well, kickers are not football players. They put on the helmet. They're athletes. You run across a kicker and a punter, it'll be one of the best athletes you've ever encountered. All right? So I don't dismiss them that way. But I do say this. I understand that kicking field goals not as difficult as it used to be. It's difficult. But just kicking the ball as far as you can, and you get the advantage of if you kick it deep into the end zone or out of the back of the end zone, they don't return. How is that not a skill that is honed as sharply as kicking a field goal from 50-plus yards?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It blows me away.
I'm with you 1,000%, man. Okay, hey, real quick, I got to honor some of these Golden State Lumber building material texts that are really funny. 415 says, yesterday's price is not today's price, is from Fat Joe as a next day response to when Jada Kiss and the Locks destroyed Dipset in a versus battle at the Garden. I didn't know any of that stuff.
Do you need me to translate that for you, Murph?
Yes, you did, dude. I'm too busy playing Echo and the Bunnymen. 925 says, Fat Joe, Gangstar Who Got Guns is a banger. He also might be the only performer left in New York without Diddy charges to hide from.
I was not expecting a Diddy reference at 7:10 in the morning.
925 says, is it okay to root for a Dodger sweep if it means free agency starts sooner? No. We can delay free agency.
Where's the camera?
Dude,
no.
This is the mic drop, 760. Hey, was that Fat Joe or Giancarlo Stanton trying to score from second last night?
I blame the third base coach. You need base runners. What are you doing?
707 says 49ers don't have that ruthless aggression needed to close games. 916 says high school girls basketball coaches know how to step on your throat. They'll press up 80. That's pretty good. I like that. Very funny. 925 says, we didn't see Yadam all game, especially on Lamb. Then all of a sudden, 6 minutes left in the game, crunch time, you see our worst corner lined up in front of Lamb. Facepalm emoji. 408 says, Jed does not want to play KC this year and go to 5-4. 707 says, the Niners will best Tampa. Their top two receivers are out, and Baker will make mistakes. And 707 says, speaking of kickers, why can't the punter kick the extra points or field goals or kickoff? I don't know. I don't have these answers. All right, guys, that was fun to go over that. Let's get ready for Mike Krukow at 7:30 by reviewing last night and how we are mentally, emotionally with this Dodger thing. Brooksy comes in saying he hates the Cowboys. I come in saying I hate the Dodgers. Who do you hate more? Maybe we could have a race on that. Get ready for Mike Krukow at 7:30 on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, Provident Credit Union. Time to score big with your savings. Let's make some money with checking out pick-a-term certificates from Provident Credit Union. You can lock in a fantastic 4.25% annual percentage yield with a pick-a-term certificate. So whether you choose a 3-month or a 6-month term, this limited time offer is ideal for hitting your short-term savings goals. So grow your savings and earn a guaranteed rate for the term of the certificate. Earn 4.25% today with a Provident Credit Union pick-a-term certificate. You need help getting started? Provident team can walk you through the process and make your savings journey simple and successful. Visit providentcu.org or stop by your local branch. Hey, don't sit on the sidelines. Maximize your savings now and watch your money grow. This rate is effective as of October 7, 2024. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalties may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Discover the best in retail and business banking right here in your community. Learn more at providentcu.org.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This is KNBR. And this is Murph and Marcus on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader.
The 2-2. Swing and a bouncer up the middle to his left. Edmund gloves, spins, throws, got him at first, and that's the ball game. And the Dodgers take game 3. 4-2 the final, and they are one win away from taking the 2024 World Series.
Damn it. Man, what a tough situation with the Dodgers 1 win away from ruining my Fall Classic, ruining your Fall Classic, and ruining the Fall Classic of the man sitting next to me, Rod Brooks, who's in for the man whose Fall Classic will really be ruined, Marcus Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy, who, on the trip of a lifetime, God bless him, called up his dad, who's a lifelong Yankee fan, the man who made him a Yankee fan, and said, Dad, I'm taking you to the series. They're going with his brother. It's like this huge trip. They flew yesterday. We're so excited for them. And like we said in the Field of Dreams scene, Marcus wakes up this morning and says, Dad, do you want to see a sweep?
And to reiterate, this is all the fault of one club.
Yeah.
Not the Yankees.
No.
Not the Mets.
No.
It's all the fault of the San Diego Padres.
I like this. Padres catching strays right here at 7:19 in the morning.
Where's the lie?
Well, they were up 2-1 and had game 4 at home.
Where's
and the Dodgers
the
were throwing with a
lie?
bullpen game in game 4. And they were too busy strutting around and freaking peacocking.
Thinking everything is Gucci. This is easy.
It's all done. It's all taken care of. You got to close them out. Got to close them out the way Buster Posey's ruthless Giants would close you
If
out.
the Padres were a real, serious baseball team, we would not be having the conversation we're having right now.
Nope, and they are not. They Padre'd. You know what I mean? Like kind of like maybe the Detroit Lions will eventually lion.
In college football, we call it Clemsoning.
Well,
yes.
Although I watched Clemson win the Natty down at Levi's.
They still Clemson. They're still Clemson.
No, you know what it is? It's right. I hate to do this to my new friends who I have a very complex relationship right across the Bay Bridge. They call it typical whenever they do that. The Miami game when they're up 35-10 and they lose after the game day and all that stuff.
I'm not trying to get on the bad side of the algorithm, but all you got to do is just look at the details.
I have a very complex relationship with Cal. As a UCLA Bruin, I like to needle them. They like to get enraged and call me the little bro. And I say, well, you know, we can talk about championships or we can talk about little bro. Of course, I'm not saying anything these days. It's been a long time. It's been since 1998 that UCLA ever did anything in football. Actually, our basketball team's stacked this year, but that's a digression. Well, that leads us to one of the topics that we were talking about around the office of like, what a week, because the Cowboys came to town and inspired a whole wave of emotion, seeing Jerry Jones in his box, seeing the stupid star, seeing people in the Bay Area be Cowboys fans. It's like, wait, what are you doing, man? Then at the same time, you flip over on your other channel and there's the Dodgers. We're like, literally, is this the week of hate in the Bay Area life? And hate, I say this, of course, in a sports fan way. We're not preaching hate in life or society. So stop with the texts. Don't be sensitive. We're talking about sports hate.
That's what you're saying. I hate the Cowboys. I don't want them to win nothing. I don't want their fans to feel any happiness ever at all.
Simple question to you right now. Who do you hate more, Rod Brooks?
The Cowboys.
Cowboys. Okay.
Cowboys. And the Dodgers are right behind them, and there is not a lot of separation from my hatred of the Cowboys and the hatred of the Dodgers. But my hatred of the Cowboys is organic. It is on a molecular level. This goes all the way back to my childhood. This goes back to me.
But you were a
growing
Houston
up.
Oilers fan,
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah.
Absolutely.
So the Cowboys in their different conference.
Well, but see, here's the problem, is seeing people in my family that I had respect for become Cowboy fans because they were winning. And the Oilers were terrible.
Yeah.
And I, as a youngster, could not wrap my head around it. How do you abandon your team for another team simply because they're winning?
Yeah.
I didn't understand it then, and I don't understand it now.
Well, that's where there are Cowboy fans in my life. I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, well, the Niners were bad. And I'm like, well, so what? You ride with them. You got to ride. And you got to be loyal to the soil,
if
baby.
you don't want to watch or support a bad team, that's your right. I'm not the type of person that says, well, if your team is bad, then you have to stick with them. Hey, man, this is entertainment. If you want to go elsewhere, that's fine. But to then find a team that is winning and go, well, I'm a fan of them now. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, to me, this is me, the whole essence of being a sports fan is like loyalty. And that the only way you can enjoy, like the reason why in 2010 I had that insane tight microphone. I narrated the final outs of 2010, and we used to play it and laugh because I was like crying on the microphone, is because I went through the lifetime of waiting for it. I didn't just hop over to the freaking whoever it was. The 01 Diamondbacks didn't become my team. The 86 Mets didn't become my team or whatever. I'm just saying you got to ride it. At least that's my philosophy. That's why you look at people who say, oh, the Cowboys were winning. I'm with them too. But the Dodgers for me are number one without question. To be totally honest with you, Rod, if I had to pick like the teams and the things I hate the most, Mount Hatemore, that's what I like to call it. You know who's on there that we haven't even mentioned?
Trademark of the Marcus Show.
This would be one
KNBR.
that you might not be able to relate to. USC.
Oh, I can relate to that.
Oh, bro, they might be above everything.
I can relate to
They
that.
might be above ahead of the Dodgers.
You
can relate to it?
Your USC is my Alabama.
Okay. Do you hate Alabama?
Oh, my God. Do I hate Alabama?
Are they on your Mount Hatemore?
Yeah, absolutely they are.
So it's Cowboys, Alabama.
Cowboys, Dodgers, Alabama, Texas A&M.
A&M catching strays.
Absolutely.
What have they ever won?
Towel waving nothing, and I want it to stay that way. Towel waving, mouth breathing morons. It's a cult. Do you
I
know?
actually saw Barry Switzer had a line once about A&M that made me laugh. He's like, the worst part are programs that strut around like they've won something when they never have won something. They go, who do you mean? He goes, Texas A&M.
A&M.
Is what he says.
Yeah. Just because you got money don't mean you got class and championships.
Oh, man. I'm trying to think of my fourth. So it's USC, the Dodgers, the Cow. And you know what it is? It's you know, and I don't know how you feel about this, bro, but I am, and forever have been, a Golden State Warrior fan. And when I was a kid, and I went to UCLA in the 80s, guess who was playing down the street and winning championship after championship? I freaking hate the Lakers. I hate them. I hate them. So it's USC, Dodgers, Cowboys, Lakers.
If I could add an extra head to our Mount Hatemore, because Mount Rushmore has four, it'd be the Lakers.
Really?
Absolutely.
Not like the Celtics?
Nah, because Rockets, Lakers.
What did the Rockets, Lakers.
Now, we got them in 81 in that miniseries. Got them in 86. That was 86.
I remember when I was a kid, Ralph Sampson made one that bounced on the rim.
But, I mean, again, it's just L.A. in general. Like, that's the thing. I knew I had a home here in the Bay Area because my hatred of L.A. sports, particularly and specifically because the Raiders back in L.A. and the Rams didn't matter to me, but specifically and particularly the Dodgers and the Lakers, I knew that I could find a home here because I was amongst like-minded people. Because just like the Cowboys, just like A&M, I don't want the Dodgers, even though it's going to happen, and it's the Padres' fault, I don't want the Dodgers and the Lakers and their fans to feel any happiness at all. And what was great, and this is probably going to come to an end because of what the Yankees cannot do and what the Padres allowed to happen, is that you could say to Dodger fans, that championship in 2020 didn't count.
Same to the Lakers in that 2020.
You know where I'm going?
Both of those
don't
were
count.
Just pathetic.
Mickey Mouse.
Don't even
garbage.
Copes had the best line. He was on our show at the time because the fans were like, "Oh, what would you say if the Giants were winning it, or if the I'd be?" And Copes goes, we'd throw it on the pile. He said, "We throw it on the pile." That was a great line by
We just added to the collection.
But I mean, they can't just throw it like put it, hang it in the bathroom. You know what I mean? Hang it in the bathroom.
Use it as a doorstop.
But yeah, no, and my line on the Dodgers that's always been, and the one I've always lorded over the Dodger fans, because 2020 does not count. It's like, hey, bro, because they'd be like, oh, what if the Giants ever won? Then we won 3, and it was like, boom, and they hated that. Oh, that's why I think, actually, no joke, the reason we see the blue invasion in San Francisco is a reaction to 10, 12, and 14, is that they just couldn't handle the fact that we finally found the promised land. And now they invade us, which is crazy, but I was just say, hey, man, try winning one since the Berlin Wall fell. All right, bro? Try winning one since
I think I said it earlier. When they won in 88, Ronald Reagan was alive and president. That's why. The problem
Come
with
on, Yankees, let's pull it off tonight, baby. Let's go.
They're not.
Come on, Marcus.
The problem with the Freddie Freeman Grand Slam is that they now have a modern high-definition highlight to show forever. Because it got to a point with high-definition and now 4K television, you couldn't show the Kirk Gibson home run because it would make your television start to bleed, right?
That's funny.
You just, like, the technology was dead, so you couldn't show the Kirk Gibson home run. Now they have an updated version that we're going to see for the next 35 years.
This has been very tough for me, man. It's been very, very, very tough for me. Marcus thinks like he's the I told him, I said, I might be a bigger Yankee fan than you, bro. And I'm finding things out about myself that I'm not so sure I like. Like, I really hate the Dodgers, and I hate their fans. I hate their culture. I think the reason why I feel this way, even after 3, 10, 12, and 14, should have sated me forever. But it's been the invasion of the park for the last 10 years. The way I can't even go to my own park. It's why Matt Mayoka and I had that moment on the radio when we talked about this. Matty was on doing his weekly hit. Matty and I are in a season ticket group together and have been since 2000. And we were talking about our draft and how we actually avoid Dodger games now because we can't stand the blue. This was the moment right here. Yeah.
I hate the Dodgers so much I can't even stand to watch.
Maddie. People love, like I said, they call it the Murph ladder. Maddie. I'm like, I can't go. So anyway.
Well, but they did, Dodger fans, the same thing to the Yankees in the regular season.
Yes,
Remember
they did. Yes,
so
they did.
That's their thing. That's what they do. And listen, that's a thing in sports now.
Yeah.
And it's a variety of reasons. It's easier to travel now. It's easier to go to the places you can buy tickets online, but also because season tickets are so expensive, a lot of season ticket holders will gladly sell their tickets to opposing fans so they can recoup the cost of selling tickets. So it doesn't bother me all that much. I get it. I understand it. That doesn't mean it's great, but I understand the reasoning behind it. That's just the way it works. They know, Dodger fans, that 2020 World Series was garbage. Yeah. They absolutely know. Yeah. And the fact that they're going to get a legitimate one, first one since 1988, just the Padres.
Not yet.
The Padres.
Game 4.
I mean, come on, man.
Tonight.
Let's keep it real.
I know.
Let's keep it real.
We'll continue this on the big hit at 7:50. Mike Kruko's next. Rod Brooks is in for Marcus, who's in the Bronx. Oh, poor Marcus. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, a lot to get to with Mike every Tuesday and Thursday. He's sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. Mike, I wanted to talk about the heartwarming sight of you and Dwayne watching a game together at your home in Northern Nevada, the Reno area. That was great, except for since we've done that. The Dodgers are on the brink of a World Series, so we got to talk about that too. But also, I got to tell you, Rod Brooks is in today. Marcus is back in New York with his dad and his brother going to the game tonight. So, a lot to get to, Mike, but you got Brooksy, you got me. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, good. Brooksy, welcome to the show, man.
Always good to talk to you, my friend.
Well, I don't know if you're enjoying this series because
I'm not. Well, a question I have had bouncing around my head since last night watching the game, watching a lot of swing and miss from those Yankee bats. Is this good Dodgers pitching or bad Yankees approach offensively?
No, I think it's good Dodger pitching. I think they've been spot on. You go back to the Yamamoto game. In the first inning, he came out, and he was kind of getting pinched. But you looked at what this guy was doing with the breaking ball and with all of his stuff. I mean, they were just perfect pitches. Perfect pitches. And so the point being, he came out of the chute, and he was locked in. And you really can't say that about any of the Yankee pitchers. I mean, Garrett Cole may be the exception, but basically everybody who's taken the ball for the Dodgers has come out. And they've been on board. I mean, it's just, and I think one of the things that really makes a team great and play great is when the pitching trusts the defense and the offense. You know, when you're a pitcher and you're out there and you have confidence in your offense, you feel like if you make a mistake, that they're going to pick you up, and that certainly has been the case with the Dodgers. Yankees pitchers don't feel that way. They're nibbling. I mean, last night they walked 3 of the leadoff hitters in the first 4 innings, and you're watching Schmidt. You know, he was just nibbling. I mean, he's a young pitcher. He was staring down Mark Carlson, the umpire, on pitches that weren't strikes, and there was just a lot of pressing, a lot of anxiety in that Yankee lineup and then their pitching staff. So I'm not seeing any part of the Yankees game that matches up with the Dodgers game. And I think, you know, the biggest thing is that, you know, the Dodgers' confidence on the mound it's off the charts. And so I think it has been the good Dodger pitching that has been causing all the strikeouts. You know, they're not getting help with the umpires. Umpires, for the most part, have been pretty tight in these first 3 games. So guys on the mound, they haven't been getting many gifts. They've had to earn them. And the Dodgers, they're just rolling. I don't see any way how this game gets back to, or this series gets back to LA.
Man, oh man, so many things to talk about, Mike. But before we lose the thread, we have to talk about Friday night and Freddie Freeman. You know, I know it was 3 nights ago or 4 nights ago, but just, you know, we're all baseball fans. You're a big leaguer. You've been through it all. I don't know. I mean, they compare it to Gibson. I see Dennis Eckersley. Johnny Shea got a hold of Dennis Eckersley. He's like, no, it's not the same. I mean, Gibson had won it bad. He had broken everything, and Eckersley was Mariano Rivera on steroids. So it's not the same, but it is pretty darn epic. First walk-off Grand Slam in the history of the World Series. I just loved what you thought about it. And was Dwayne there for that one? Were you guys watching that one together? And I'd love your breakdown of how that happened. Does Boone deserve blame, or is Freeman just an all-time icon? What do you think, Mike?
Well, he's establishing himself as an all-time icon, that's for sure. That's swinging the bat and what he's done in this series. I mean, he's had 3 home runs. Type was here, and we were all. I mean, there's a bunch watching the game, and everybody was anticipating that Freeman was going to do what he did, and I think everybody in that ballpark was anticipating that Freeman was going to do what he did. I mean, that's the cool thing, and it's just that you could feel it about to happen, and it was, you know, I really don't have a horse in the show. I mean, I want to see 7 games, which we certainly are not going to see. But that swing of the bat from Freeman was amazing. That game was amazing. And I thought, okay, yeehaw, daddy, here we go. This is going to be a good series. And it just hasn't been. But that swing of the bat right there just gave the Dodgers that feeling of invincibility, which is so important, especially in a short series. But that's one of that. You're watching history. Historically, that's one of the greatest moments ever. A Grand Slam walk-off? Come on. And we were all in awe of it is really the best way to sum it up from our group.
Man, Mike, I mean, we talked about them for a long time, and I'm reading Bill Plaschke in the LA Times saying they're getting ready for their parade and all this stuff. But what's been brought up by some of the Dodger writers is they're saying, man, Padres were way better than this Yankee team, and even the Mets I mean, is it true that maybe the Yankees, by playing the Royals and the Guardians, are sort of being exposed as just not that good, and that maybe the Dodgers' toughest series was the Padres series?
Well, I agree. I mean, the Padres played them tough. They had them down 2-1, and then that was it. After that, they couldn't pee a drop. They couldn't score a run. I mean, it's almost like the switch got flipped, and this Dodger team began to take off, and that's been the case. And I don't think that any team in the American League has matched up to the Padres or even to the Phillies or even to the Mets. I just think this has been one of the postseasons where you could say that the National League was dominant in like about four teams deep into the playoffs. I just haven't seen it from the American League.
Mike Krukow joining us here on KNBR, the sports leader. How do you feel about bullpen games in the World Series?
I don't like them. I mean, I like the fact that, Cole went into the seventh inning. I mean, I like that. I thought that was fantastic. And that's what I want to see. But, that's a pretty biased opinion. I mean, I'm an old starter. I think that and we've talked about this many times, I think that the starting pitcher position has been diluted. And their expectations have been just lowered to the fourth inning. You go 4 innings now, you're a hero. And I just don't agree with that. But if you're winning games and you have a dominant bullpen, remember, this was the talk all year long that the Dodgers didn't have a good bullpen. Their bullpen has been unbelievable. And you tip your cap to that. And if you're Dave Roberts, he's played it perfectly. He has manipulated their bullpen perfectly. Mm-hmm. He has managed this World Series and this playoff month beautifully. Mm-hmm. And he really, I think this is finally the year that he gets his credit, because he's been a great manager for a long time, and he's doing it now in this series for sure.
He really is, and he's a former Giant, and he's a really likable guy, unfortunately, for those of us that don't want to see the Dodgers do their thing. Other storylines from this, Mike, is Aaron Judge. I mean, there's obviously one of the great players in the recent history of the game, and man, oh man, it is bad. And, it makes you think about, who else had a hard time in the postseason for a long time was Barry Bonds. And I'm just wondering your thoughts. I mean, is it mental? Is it physical? He's chasing. He's not patient. He's striking out a lot. He's feeling, I don't know. Are you seeing a guy feel the heat of the World Series in New York and maybe the entire postseason too?
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. And, but what I do see from him mechanically is he's got one of the biggest uppercuts I've ever seen. Yeah. I mean, it's almost like he's trying to hit pop-ups in the infield. As a coach during infield, that's how dramatic his uppercut is right now, which really limits him to one part of the strike zone, and that's down. And if you're going to be that way, you got to stay in the strike zone. You can't chase. And I think the fact that he is chasing and he's so one-dimensional with the zone that he can cover has everything to do with him pressing.
Yeah.
Right now, his uppercut is so dramatic that you don't have to, you're throwing high fastballs by him, and they don't have to be high velocity. 94-mile-an-hour fastballs he can't get to. And so, I mean, he's until he raises that back shoulder and levels out that swing a little bit, I don't see things changing. And it's really agonizing for me. I mean, because I really am rooting for the guy. And I think, most people are. He's such a good guy. And he's such a catalyst to that team. And with him being null and void in his productivity, it's affecting the mindset of everybody else in that lineup. They're all pressing because of what he's not been able to do.
And it's wild to see a guy who's going to be the league MVP, in essence, get himself out, Mike, with the approach he has at the plate. And that young fella that you met that I brought to the booth, and you and Dwayne were so nice to talk to, my son, I got him sitting down. We're watching baseball. He's pitching now, just finished up fall ball. And I'm sitting at him on the couch, and I'm saying, why is Aaron Judge not changing his approach? We all understand who he is, but putting the ball in play, getting on base, trying something different, to me, seems like the way to go. And that's why I asked you the question earlier, is this good Dodger pitching or bad Yankee approach? And I'm thinking specifically of Judge. Is it just it's who he is, and he'll eventually figure it out? He caught one off the end of the bat that traveled far, so maybe he's starting to get into that zone. But does he need to try something a little bit different just so he's not getting himself out in these situations?
Oh yeah, he definitely needs to try something different. He needs to try and level the swing out. I mean, right now he's really got one zone that he can catch right now, and that's an off-speed pitch, middle in, down around the knees. Every other part of the strike zone, he is not in great balance to cover. And that, I mean, as you start to climb up above the belt, he's defenseless. But the problem is, when you are in his shoes and the world is really on your shoulders, certainly your organization and all the family of the Yankee base, the fan base, you're feeling the responsibility to perform. And when that happens, it's hard to maintain a thought. You're so freaked out between the ears that every time you go up there and you fail, it's another layer of negativity, and it's suppressive. You can't even breathe. It's awful, and it's what's happened to him. And it really, it's very difficult to sort through this pressure to find something that will work. Because guess what? He's hearing it everywhere he goes. Mm-hmm. He's hearing it from the bellman out front of the hotel. He's hearing it from the cab drivers. He's hearing it from every fan with a remedy to try and get right. And you know what? He's listening to him. And the farther you go into the rabbit hole, the harder it is to find something that is absolutely relevant to your swing, to your abilities. And you get that screw you mindset back. And he's just it's awful to watch right now.
I mean, Mike, I just quickly looked at Barry Bonds' postseason. Did you know that he had over 100 plate appearances before the 2002 World Series? He only had one home run. He had a horrific time in October until 2002 when he went bananas and would have been World Series MVP. So there is precedent to this of big stars feeling the heat in that. So last couple ones for you, Mike, before I let you go. One, just the Luis Rojas send of Giancarlo Stanton last night. Your thoughts? I mean, Stanton looked so banged up coming around third. That was a tough moment.
That was an absolutely perfect play, a perfect throw. I thought off the crack of the bat, it was going to be a no-brainer score. But, I mean, here's a guy who's got bad knees, and, I don't know how much speed he's got left. But the throw was so absolutely spot-on perfect. It was just another tip-of-the-cap moment. And the Dodgers are playing such great baseball right now. Every part of their game is really, really good. And, when you have a play like that in a 3-0 ball game, and it really was the one moment where the Yankees could look to get back into the game early, and you shut it down, that is such an unbelievable momentum builder. And you saw the reaction from everybody's face.
Yeah.
You saw Mookie Betts come across the field and high five. You saw the look on Buehler's face. I mean, it just completely it lit up the Dodger dugout. I mean, it was an unbelievable play, and that's one we'll see 20 years from now. That's how good that play was. The thing they're doing right now is good, and I don't even see the Yankees getting back in and winning a game today. I think it's going to be a sweep.
Man, oh man, crazy time. And then finally, just how was it with Dwayne? You guys had never watched a game together on the couch outside of broadcasting each other. Everybody was heartwarmed by Cole posted the pictures. How was it?
Oh my God, it was so much fun. We laughed so hard, and everything. You get old ball players together, and all of a sudden, something on you see on TV reminds you of a story, and then it reminds you of a story. And there's we don't have any buffers. The stories go, they're live, and guess the only buffer you have is if you have your 4-year-old granddaughter in the room. But I mean, that's about it. So we were laughing and remembering, and it was just so much fun. And it came out of the blue. He just called me up. He goes, "Hey, I want to watch some ball games with you guys. I'm coming up," and it was just unbelievable. And it was just, it's just such a hug out moment because, we've been so blessed in our career to have some longevity to it. And now, I mean, we don't know what's in store. We don't. And we don't take one day for granted. We really don't. And it's the beauty of our relationship and our situation. And we certainly took advantage of those 2 games together. And everybody there, Jennifer and all the kids and the grandchildren, it was off the charts fun. And the food was good.
There you go.
Oh, man, that's a perfect way to end it, Mike. So great stuff. Hey, watch it. It could be our last baseball game of the year tonight. We'll see. But we'll talk to you Thursday. Thanks for the chat.
That a bit.
Mike Kruko, sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealer. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan. Find savings on every model. That's awesome. Those two guys watching those games together. By the way, Kyle Shanahan joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon. Everything's early this week because of the bye week. Kyle goes today. We're going to have John Lynch tomorrow. And then they all scatter. God bless them. And Tolbert and Copes, by the way, will be live from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City outside Chase Center for Warriors Pelicans tonight. So stop by, have a pop, and chop it up with the boys. But we're going to chop it up with the big hit. We're going to carry that Mount Hatemore thread because the Dodgers are one win away from a World Series.
It's the Padres' fault.
And Rod has rants, and I have rants, and the Cowboys were in town 2 days ago, so we'll get back to some good old-fashioned hate next on The Sports Leader. What's the Chappelle thing?
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have a new contest. The San Francisco 49ers have a rich history full of defining moments, and this bye week, Levi's is looking to create a special moment for the 49ers faithful. Now, as the official apparel partner of the Red and Gold, Levi's is going to offer 2 tickets into the Levi's 501 Club and 2 field passes for the November 17th game against Seattle. So how do you qualify? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away and these field passes away in the 8 a.m. hour this morning. So when you hear the cue to call in the 8 a.m. hour, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. It is all courtesy of Levi's, the official style partner of the San Francisco 49ers. Suit up and make game day legendary. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
Hey, it's Bigelow Tea time. Every season is Bigelow Tea season. Even the Dodgers are going to close out a World Series. It's Bigelow Tea season. All right? We got the sports equinox yesterday. We had 4 going at once, which meant just grab a mug of Bigelow Tea and enjoy. That's what we do here at the Leader. We have it here in our break room. We have all the different flavor options, English breakfast, chamomile, shout out Gwen Stefani, and, of course, cranberry, whatever you want. Just pat around the office with a soothing cup of Bigelow Tea. It's perfect for those of us who make our living behind a microphone. So why don't you do this? Grab a mug full of your favorite Bigelow tea and tea proudly.
I'm just sipping on chamomile.
Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hold it now.
This is the Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
The 2-2. Swing and a bouncer up the middle to his left. Edman gloves, spins, throws, got him at first, and that's the ball game. And the Dodgers take game 3. 4-2 the final, and they are one win away from taking the 2024 World Series.
I hate you. I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts. I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you. Oh, man. Hate.
Young Tony, the rejoin of the week right there on the Big Hit. By the way, Rod Brooks is in today. Brooksy, what's up, man, on the Uma guest line? Yes.
Let me go ahead and put to rest a rumor. I know that's started right now after what you just heard. That was not me at Levi's this past Sunday walking up to Cowboy fans telling them how much I hate them. That was not me.
That's our big hit for today. You know we always do, right in the primo commute hour, kids going to school, y'all going, our big hit, our big story of the day. And it's the Dodgers on the verge of a World Series, man, and it's just inspiring all this bile and rage and venom and bitterness from all of us. So we decided to just embrace it. And with the Cowboys here just 2 days ago, we were like, wait, didn't we just feel this about the Cowboys? So we're making our Mount Hate-Mores. Hate, Young Tony, our Mount Hate-Mores, as Dave Chappelle would tell you on the Chappelle Show right here.
You and nobody else but you. Oh, man. Hate.
On this Hate-More, you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Before we get into it, an 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to chime in. And 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Hearing that they play Sinatra, New York, even after losses, which I have a problem with. I've heard people say, no, it's great. It's a tradition. I'm like, no, it's not. When you're down 3-0 to the Dodgers, it's not great to hear Sinatra start spreading the news. We're getting swept today. It's like, do you realize if the Dodgers do what we all expect them to do tonight, which is to finally just snuff out the dying corpse of the New York Yankees, literally the last out's going to be made, and we're going to hear freaking Sinatra
here's
while the Dodgers are jumping around the field.
The problem is, and again, I was stressed because it's true, the Padres allowed this to happen. They had the Dodgers in the square. They were ready to put them away, but they couldn't put them away. Yeah. We are supposed to be enjoying the Yankees losing this World Series because while we hate the Dodgers, we ain't got no love for the Yankees around these parts either. And I will say, as an Astros fan, Yankees could never beat the Astros.
Well,
and by the way, neither could the Dodgers.
See your boy Cashman still taking shots at you guys.
I don't care. So
what would you say if I was out of town and Marcus was sitting in this chair? You guys might come to physical blows over the 2017.
Get your weight up and don't get swept. That's what I tell you. $300 million plus in payroll apparently don't win you what it should win you, and it doesn't get you enough starting pitching.
He's talking 2017 cheating. He says Altuve wore a buzzer.
And so what? You think that makes me feel bad? It don't, and I guarantee you, it don't make me feel as bad as watching your team get swept if you travel all the way across the country. So if you want to bring that weak stuff into the paint, I can deal with it. But we're supposed to be enjoying watching this iteration of the New York Yankees not win their 28th World Championship. Yeah. We're supposed to be enjoying the Yankees. We should be having a good old laugh about the Yankees being down 3-0 in the World Series, but we can't enjoy it. You know why? Because it's the damn Dodgers that are doing the 3-0-ing.
And we earlier this morning, Rod had a strong rant. Actually, he was looking right at the camera, blaming the Padres.
It's
because
the Padres'
they were up 2-1 on the Dodgers and had them at home game 4, and the Dodgers are going with a bullpen game. Now, maybe they thought there was all the strutting, all the bat flips,
That's
all
exactly
the
what they thought.
They thought it was over.
They thought it was
Dodgers,
sweet.
I got to tell you this. The one thing I will grant Dodger fans before we get into Mount Hate-More.
Whoa, what?
They're playing some baseball, man.
Okay,
like
yes, because that's their job.
Like Tommy Edman, you heard that last out? Like he had a play last night on that force hour where he was able to toe tap the bag on a high throw.
Listen, I understand I'm a guest here.
Teoscar Hernandez throw home.
I understand I'm a guest here.
Yeah.
Okay? And you my man like $100,000. But I am not about to sit in this room and have you give the Dodgers credit for doing their damn jobs. Stop.
What are the Yankees doing? They're not playing ball.
They're not doing anything. And we should be enjoying that. But if you are a true hater, and I am a big-time hater,
yeah.
All right? If you are a true hater, you don't want your opponent and their fans to feel good about anything.
Yeah.
So I'm not trying to hear nothing about the Dodgers playing good baseball.
You don't want to hear that. Somebody said you got to be at least gracious as a sportsman and congratulate the Dodgers.
Says who?
Says some of the texters. That says some of the texters.
Ain't no rules to this.
There's no rules to this.
What are you talking about?
There's no rules to this. So Mount Hatemore, the Dodgers for me. I mean, like I told you, I said this earlier. I'll say it again. I'm at a stage in my life where I should not be feeling this way. I'm of a certain age. I have a wife. I have 2 kids. I have a mortgage. I have 2 dogs. I got things to do. I got errands to take care of. I got things I got to run. I got to fix my deck. I got to get some new patio furniture. I got things I got to work on. I shouldn't be expending this much energy. What is it? What is the flaw in my brain and my soul? Am I just a small person? Is that it? I hate the Dodgers. I don't want to see them win the Dodgers. I don't want to see them win the World Series.
Murph,
I'm upset about it.
I don't like this version of you, man. I'm just going to say it right now on a radio station that has 50,000 watts of broadcasting power. I don't like who you are right now, dog, because I don't know why you're psychoanalyzing this. I don't know why you're making yourself feel bad about hating something that is eminently hateable, like good things for the Dodgers.
Yeah, okay.
Okay?
See, they're my therapy, buddy.
I'm here for you, dog.
Yeah, you're my therapy.
Because I'm not going to let my homie
You're
go
gonna let
out
me
like
be me.
this where you're just like, I'm a grown man. I got responsibilities. I got children. I got a woman who loves me. You earned that stuff. That's all great. That's a part of being a man. That's a part of being an adult. That's a part of being a San Francisco sports fan. And you know what else is a part of that? Hating the Dodgers uncut.
Okay.
Hating the Dodgers without reservation.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'm not going to let you sit here and say, why am I wasting my time on hating them? Because they're the Dodgers. They're hateable. Don't. I'm not going to let you do this to yourself.
You're so good. Are you so good that you charge 50 minutes for an hour? Because the one time I did do therapy, they're like, hey, your hour's up. I'm like, wait, it's 50 minutes. They're like, did you know that, therapist? Young Tony, did you know this? You go to therapy at 50 minutes, they're like, yeah, your hour's up. I'm like, wait a minute. We only hear 50 minutes.
But buddy,
it's quite a scam. You therapists, you guys got a scam going.
I'm giving you free game because you're my guy.
Okay, so he's not free 15 minutes. He's giving me free.
Free game.
Yeah. Okay, so I have to make my Matt Hatemore. What about the fact that, so for mine, obviously the Dodgers are on it. We just talked about the Cowboys being here Sunday. To be honest, the Cowboys are so toothless these days. Like, if you talked to me in 1994, the Cowboys are no threat right now. They aren't, but still, let's put them on there for old time's sake. I got to put, honestly, USC might be ahead of the Dodgers for me. USC might be ahead of the Dodgers. And then I grew up a Warriors fan. I was hopeful. I remember the 75 championship. And then I lived through the 80s in LA when the Lakers were in my face. I rooted for the Celtics. I rooted for the Pistons. I rooted for the Bulls. I rooted for every team against the Lakers. So the Lakers would be my fourth. So I'm going USC, Dodgers, Lakers, Cowboys. It's my Mount Hatemore. Young Tony, can I get some hate? Please, right there.
Hate.
On my hate.
Hate.
What about you, buddy? What's your Mount Hatemore?
Cowboys, Dodgers, the Alabama Crimson Tide, and the Texas A&M Aggies.
Texas A&M?
Absolutely. I don't want them
not an NBA
to win
team that
nothing. The Lakers, but again, you only get 4 spots on Mount Rushmore.
Yeah, the Lakers, A&M's ahead of the Lakers.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Just because and again, I'm in my feelings because of what happened this past Saturday. But yeah, it could change depending on the season. But right now, it's always going to be Cowboys, Dodgers. Always going to be Cowboys, Dodgers.
Well, so I told this story yesterday. I had these 13-year-old kids on Sunday. I was doing the scorekeeping at a 13-year-old fall ball game. We were just casually hanging out, waiting for the game ahead of us to finish.
Sure.
And I was like, hey, what'd you guys think? Because of the Freddie Freeman game. I said, what'd you guys think of that Freeman thing? They're like, yeah, man, go Dodgers. I was like, wait, whoa, what? They go, oh, yeah, I hate the Yankees. I'm like, whoa, no, it's not allowed in this turf or this territory. You just can't. I brought this up with John Joe. This is the problem with the suburbs. So many of these families move in from the east. But I asked John Joe Curley, who grew up in, well, he says the Sunset, but really it was West Portal. He's a freaking 1%er. He doesn't want to admit it. Because West Portal and Sunset, two different neighborhoods.
Why are you putting all this man's business out on the street right now?
That's what we do.
You are lashing
I put
out.
my business. Look at me. I lashed out at 13-year-olds. But I asked him, I said, did you ever see Dodger fans in the Sunset? He said, never. Like, that's true. Like, San Francisco, I did the Italian Athletic Club cornhole thing the other day. There wasn't a Dodger fan in sight. We were right there at the Italian Athletic Club in North Beach. It's when you get out to the burbs and these families move from the East Coast. They're like, yeah, well, my dad's from Boston. We hate the Yankees. I'm like, so? I mean, you're in San Francisco now. I hate the Dodgers. Yeah, my dad's from Baltimore. We hate the Yankees. Well, so? You hate the Dodgers now. You got to. In 8th grade, we had the Dodgers played the Astros, and you guys got them in 1980.
In 1980.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Art Howe, baby.
81 was a different story.
You got them in 80, and that was when Dusty Baker thinks they should have started Fernando over Dave Goltz. Yeah. And they started. Anyway, we had a substitute teacher that day in 8th grade. I'll never forget it. He was a guy from New York, and he brought in a TV for us to watch because it was a day game, the one-game playoff between the Astros and the Dodgers. And we go, wow, we get to watch this game? He goes, absolutely, kids. He goes, if I'm substitute teaching today, you guys are watching this game. We go, well, who are you rooting for? He goes, what, are you kidding me? He goes, there's one rule in life, kids. I still remember this, 8th grade. This guy, he was a New Yorker. He was a substitute teacher. He goes, one rule in life, kids, ABD. We go, what's that? He goes, anybody but the Dodgers. That's what he said. I learned that in 8th grade.
Hey, man, we don't teach up the youngsters like we used to.
You got to preach hate. So I'll tell you another story. So I think I told this last week. I saw him at a USC-UCLA game in OOs, and SC this is the Pete Carroll years.
Oh, the worst.
They were rolling us.
The worst.
And we were so bad in the fourth quarter. I went out to a tailgate. We left. We went to a tailgate in the fourth quarter, and you know who walked by? Terry Donahue. Now save it, Niner fans. I know he was a bad Niner GM, bad fit, the whole deal. I get it. Rest in peace. We lost Terry. He's no longer with
UCLA, great.
And the press box at the Rose Bowl, and he was a dynamite UCLA. He won 3 Rose Bowls, the whole deal. And he stopped by the tailgate. We said, Terry, what's going on, man? He goes, you know what? He goes, they're not preaching enough hate. He goes, they're not preaching. He goes, those kids out there don't hate SC enough. I was like, damn, listen to Terry. So it's true. You got to preach hate, young Tone. You got to preach hate. You got to go ahead.
Hate.
Your point, though, about the Cowboys, and I think there's a younger generation of Niner fans who they obviously appreciate the Niners' recent success over the Cowboys, 4 in a row, 2 this past regular seasons, and the 2 games in the playoffs. But the Cowboy-Niner rivalry isn't as hot as it was back in the 80s, back in the 90s. But because the Niners have won those 2 playoff games and have embarrassed the Cowboys in the 4 games that the Niners have won in a row, there is a small section of young Niner fans who don't realize how big Niner Cowboy used to be. And that's great because the Niners' success against the Cowboys over these last 4 games, that rivalry has kind of, I don't want to say the shine has come off of it, but Seahawks situation is a bigger situation.
I might say,
I think the Green Bay situation coming up is going to be a bigger situation.
To be honest, the Seahawks situation reminded me. Now, that was very personal because of Pete Carroll chomping the gum. So Pete Carroll's on my triumvirate of Mount Hatemore. He went to my rival high school, Redwood. I'm Tam High.
Right.
Proud Tam High Indian. We hated Redwood. We hated him. As the kids chant today, Deadwood. Then he went to USC. Then he coached USC. I'm like, bro, that's like my all-time hate. Then he's a Seahawks coach. He's like my triple threat of hate. Redwood, USC,
it would be hilarious
Seattle.
If his entire professional coaching career outside of when he was with the
He was a Niners
D
coordinator, actually, and I covered them.
When he was with the Patriots.
And he was you know what's funny? He was the 95 D coordinator, and I enjoyed covering him. He's actually a really enjoyable guy. You just don't want him wearing the wrong colors.
What if his entire West Coast coaching decision-making process was all based on just ticking you off?
Well, it's true. It's true, except for 95 when he was here.
Why are you taking this USC job? Simply to get at Brian Murphy.
And then they rolled, too. And I'll never forget, one of the worst, but we had Will Ferrell in studio years ago. Will Ferrell came in studio, and he's a USC Trojan.
Yeah.
And, I told him, I said, I'm a Bruin. And that year they had beaten us 50-0. 50-0. And I said, hey, man, I still remember, because we ripped off 8 straight over them in the 90s. I said, I still remember the 8 straight. He goes, yeah, I remember 50-0. That's what he said to me, right in my face. Like, ouch, man, that hurt. 408 says, one of the worst things is the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. One of the worst things about this Dodgers World Series is how many young, impressionable kids like my own are watching this crap saying, what's so bad about the Dodgers? They're a good team. So there's these kids, I don't get it. Don't they understand that the Giants and the Dodgers have been fighting for the same thing for over 100 years? They're in the same division. They used to be in the same league. They're neighbors. And when you're a neighbor fighting for the same thing, there's competition and there's rivalry and there's juice. So kids, it's not good that the Dodgers are good because that prevents you from being good. So kids, hate the Dodgers.
But
it's okay.
You know what it is, though? And it's different. I'm not saying it's bad, but it's different. Young sports fans now more root for players than they do teams.
Is it video games?
Video games, fantasy sports.
Fantasy.
But
fantasy.
Things change, and I get that. I'm not averse to change at all. Again, I'm not saying that this is a bad thing. It's just a part of the sports fan zeitgeist, if you will. It's particularly in the NBA. Young sports fans root for players. Football is a little bit different, but you still have the fantasy aspect, because you're gambling on it, you root for the players because it enriches your pocket.
Mm-hmm.
But really, they don't really just bang with teams on a molecular level like we used to.
Yeah.
It's about players. Man. And again, I don't think it's a bad thing. That's not how I get down. That's not how I'm trying to raise mine. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, 415 with a great text. He goes, this is the reason the 49ers can't beat the Chiefs. They admire them too much.
No, what? That didn't make sense. What is that?
They don't hate the Chiefs enough. There's a lot of like, hey, these guys are great. They don't hate the Chiefs enough. They got to go into that Chiefs game like the Niners went into the 94 NFC Championship, like pregame fights.
Wait. So the texter is saying the Niners players admire the Chiefs?
Yeah, there's too much There's too much good vibe there. Yeah. No, I concur with 4 and 5.
Really?
They don't hate the Chiefs enough.
And that's why they don't beat them?
We'll carry this on to the other side.
It's got nothing to do with Patrick Mahomes
well, there's
and
that
Chris
too.
Jones?
There's that too. 415. We'll carry this on to the other side. You guys are calling in. We see the calls. 808 KNBR is a phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber Building Materials text line. The Cowboys on Sunday and the Dodgers in our life has inspired our Mount Hate more. Preach hate. And by the way,
hate.
People, we're talking sports hate, guys. This is the fun part about sports hate. No, nobody's talking about doing stuff in your life. Talking about sports hate. This is the fun stuff, guys. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Hate.
I don't like who you are right now, dog.
It's Halloween week, which means Amici's East Coast Pizzeria is the perfect answer for your Halloween activities. A real challenge to get a meal into your kids before they head out or they come back. That's where Amici's helps out, okay? First of all, Amici's, we know what we're doing. We've been making and delivering great food to the Bay Area for more than 35 years, now in Oakland and Hayward, too. So why not make Amici's part of your Halloween festivities? Go to Amici's.com, choose your favorite thin crust, New York style pizzas, pastas, salads, and flame roasted chicken wings. Maybe you're that house that's hosting. Get a big bin of those wings. All right. And order early to guarantee your ideal delivery or pickup time. Another idea for the Halloween situation is the half baked. So when you get them half baked, then the kids finally come home. You're like, okay, now we can have less than 5 minutes. You take that thing out of the oven. Ooh, and it's crisp and warm and cheese is bubbling. I do love the half baked. So simple. When you want the perfect, ready when they want it, Halloween meal for your family, Amici's delivers.
I just want some pizza.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We have another new contest on the morning show. The San Francisco 49ers have a rich history full of defining moments. And this bye week, Levi's is looking to create a special moment for the 49ers faithful. As the official apparel partner of the Red and Gold, Levi's is offering 2 tickets into the Levi's 501 Club and 2 field passes for their next home game for November 17th against Seattle. So how do you qualify? You got to stay tuned. We are going to give these tickets away in the 8 a.m. hour. In this hour this morning, we will give these tickets away, these field passes away as well. So when you hear the cue to call, be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR, and you will win. This is all courtesy of Levi's, the official style partner of the San Francisco 49ers. Suit up and make game day legendary. You can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. And Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Cortez delivers. Freeman hits the ball to right field. She is gone! Gibby, meet Freddie. Game 1 of the World Series.
Hey. Young Tony behind the glass. Look what he's doing. Poke. He's poking.
You back that up with I Love LA?
Yeah. You know what the sad part is? I actually like Randy Newman. It's kind of a ditty, isn't it? It's kind of a little toe tap. As Jim Harbaugh used to say, yeah, it's a real toe tapper. It's kind of funny lyrics, too. Look at these women. Ain't like them nothing nowhere.
Look at that bum over there. He's down on his knees.
No, riding down
he's not a
Imperial
bum.
Highway. It's pretty funny. Here it is. See?
Yeah, I hate it.
It's a toe tapper.
No.
Look at that mountain. Here it is. Look at the bum.
No. First off, he's unhoused. He's not a bum.
Look at these women. And like I'm nowhere.
Nowhere.
And Randy Newman's not an objectively handsome man.
Randy Newman is from New Orleans, Louisiana. Why is he waxing poetic about Los Angeles, California?
That's why he's so talented, huh?
Oh, yeah. No, Randy Newman is
New Orleans.
musical genius, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But this is...
Young Tony, would you know You've Got a Friend in Me from Toy Story?
Oh, of course.
Well, that's Randy Newman.
A friend in me.
That's Randy Newman. And it was, I tell you what, when Freeman hit the granny and like the first thing you heard was this song over the crowd,
Yeah,
I was like,
I hate it.
I'm like, they're having a moment, man. They're having a freaking moment down there.
I don't like it.
All right, Young Tony's poking us.
Why is it still
Poking us.
playing?
Let's go out to 808 KNBR, Jason and Maryland. By the way, 8:30 cooler content. We always have the fun stuff from the internet. 8:50 Mike Silver. And then our 49er player of the week, who we don't hate, we love, Dominic Pooney.
Yeah, man.
The 49ers O-line rookie star. So Jason is calling in from Maryland, where they're calling it the Hail Maryland, the Jaden Daniels pass. The Hail Maryland. You hear that one?
That was a hell of a pass.
Hey, Jason, you calling in from Maryland? From what state is Maryland? Is it the lobster state? What are you?
Blue crabs.
Blue crabs.
Blue crabs all day. Yeah, definitely. I'm on the Eastern Shore of Maryland, so I'm out there. Been a fan ever since Montana and Young. Man, this whole Mount Rushmore hate just got me triggered because man, Mahomes right now. Oh man. He could be his own Mount Rushmore hate for me right now with these Chiefs. Like, I just can't.
Just four Mahomes heads up there. That's it.
Oh my God!
What about Travis? What about Travis Kelce, Andy Reid, and Chris Jones to wrap it up? How's that?
Oh, definitely. I can't even buy Cheerios anymore because I got Travis Kelce staring at me on a box. That I'm like, look, I got to find out a new cereal to buy right now.
Well, it's true. Jason, I don't think, do Niner fans hate the Chiefs as much as they hate the Seahawks and the Cowboys?
Well, the Seahawks definitely with Pete Carroll were up there for me, when Sherman was, chomping his gums with, and all that stuff. But Sherman turned the corner for me. I'm a Sherman fan now, but the Chiefs right now, and the sidebar is Brady. It's not about you anymore, buddy. That's all I got to say. Brady, it's not about you anymore.
Hey,
These commercials with you, oh my God.
I know. I got you. Where he's like, they doubt me. By the way, Jason, I do got to have to note, my brother-in-law has a spot out on the Eastern Shore. That's pretty cool. I took that Oxford Talbot ferry. Ferry? You anywhere near that?
Oh, yeah, like St. Michael's area, out there. Yeah, it's beautiful. Beautiful area out there. We go out there every once in a while, and, man, it's a beautiful area. That's cool.
All right, Jason, you're the best, man. Thanks for calling. Got a call from Maryland. We don't get calls from Maryland too often.
I do think...
Remember crab cakes and football.
That's what Maryland is known for.
Right, Young Tone? You know that?
Absolutely.
You know that, Young Tone? Wedding Crashers?
I've seen a couple pieces.
It's Bradley Cooper, right? Who says that?
There's a much better and funnier line in Wedding Crashers that everyone knows that I will not do here on the radio. Anywho.
Paulie used to have that on a soundboard, by the way.
I do think that Kansas City has replaced Seattle on that Niner fan Mount Rushmore of teams you strongly dislike. Well, no, but here's why.
Go ahead.
Because the Niners have gotten the better of the Seahawks as of late, and they have not played games of consequence as of late. Now they've had some big playoff games over the years. It's the longer of the two rivalries. It is more personal because they're in the same division. But I think the top, sort of tier. What makes a rivalry is when one team keeps another team from winning something of significance. And the Seahawks, unfortunately, used to do that to the Niners. Yes. And then the Niners got over on them. And now the Seahawks are, even in the Niners' current state, the Seahawks are behind the Niners. Kansas City, there's nothing more important and of consequence in the NFL and professional sports than the Super Bowl. And this is recent. We're not talking about 15 years ago. We're not talking 1994. We're talking less than a year ago.
Yeah,
We're talking less than 3 years ago with the first Super Bowl between the two.
By the way, that's Rod Brooks. He's in, as Marcus is in New York. As we said, so sad. The Field of Dreams trips with his dad, not necessarily turning out the way anybody wanted, but hopefully they can get a win tonight. Rod's here all week. It's great to have Brooksy in. By the way, this is a great text from the 415. Joel from San Mateo. Saturday was my 80th birthday. Joel, happy birthday.
Mazel tov.
Listen to what he says. I had a party at a very nice restaurant, and everyone wanted me to say something. So I stood up and said, I only have two things to say. I made it to 80 and F the Dodgers. Yeah, Joel from San Mateo.
See,
how good is that?
That's what you should aspire to be.
That's why
I was giving you tough love early, and you're like, I'm a grown man. I got
appreciated
kids.
it, though.
Why am I hating the Dodgers? No, you should aspire to become You should aspire to become an octogenarian that still has enough vinegar in your system to go, I hate the Dodgers.
See, this is why you're here, buddy. This is why you're here.
This
is why you're Brooksy. This is why you're Brooksy. And you look great in a suit on Sundays. 415 says, I absolutely agree with Brooksy. Kansas City is now the football objective of Niner hate. Seattle and Dallas are now just sad memories of themselves here. 510 says, well, the Yankees are doomed and the Dodgers will win it again next year when Ohtani is pitching again and they sign Soto. Kill me now. You guys think Soto's going to leave the Dodgers? I mean, the Yankees, pardon me? I don't know about that.
I mean, if he does, it'd be nice if he were in a Giants uniform.
408 says...
Buster.
I know. Well, where is Buster?
Make it happen.
408 says 100% Kansas City's the new lead dog for hatred. Seahawks never ripped Super Bowl from our hands. Kansas City, no doubt. 650 says rivalry isn't fun anymore because the Giants aren't challenging the Dodgers in any way now or in the near future. 107 was meaningless. It's hard to teach hate when our lack of success makes it just sound bitter. Well, no, 650, that was my entire... So I grew up, I came online in the mid-'70s, and the Dodgers were rolling. They were in the World Series in 74, in 77, in 78, in 81. And the Giants were they were terrible. So was I bitter and small? Yeah, of course. That's the whole deal. So, I mean, that's the deal.
Yeah. That's the...
Yeah, but and by the way, everybody, could we just say, I'm just going to address this, even though Brooks would say don't address it. We're talking about sports hate, everybody. And somebody said people are taking this way too seriously. We're not talking about the world and real stuff. We're talking about sports.
No, we're talking about sports because we don't want to talk about the world and real sports.
Somebody actually said a good line. They said the fun thing about sports hate is that you can get it out and then you can be a decent person in the world.
Yes.
That's the idea, right? Rick is in Highway 17 checking in on this whole topic. Rick on beautiful Highway 7. Keep both hands on the wheel, Rick, please. Good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, guys. Great show so far. Thanks for taking my call. Just my quick take is that I think competition in today's youth athletics is taught differently now. Everybody gets a trophy for participating. First place, fourth place, it doesn't matter. You're all a winner. So with that, how can you cheer for someone to lose? It's like an oxymoron. I get it. You guys are right. There's no hate anywhere anymore. It just makes sense. It's like a contradiction.
I mean, Rick, I will say this. I think at the high school level, you get a little bit of it. But you are right. I'll tell you this. I'll tell you a funny story, Rick. So in our town, so I sent our kids to elementary school, and I would pick them up, and I would see this big sign in front of the school, and it would say, be kinder than necessary. And they kept saying, and so I was like, okay, all right. Then I started coaching basketball, Rick. And I started talking to them about what they have to do to get a rebound and down. And then I was like, wait a minute. You guys are being taught to be kinder than necessary. That's not going to get me a rebound, Rick. I need a rebound, right?
That's exactly right. Exactly right. So by high school level, they're older now. You're right.
Yeah. But K through 8, it's hard to teach them to dislike something, to want to beat somebody to a loose ball.
Parents to get all mad.
You got to beat them to a loose ball.
I'm with you guys.
All right, Rick.
So by the way, fight on. Go Dodgers. Go Niners.
Rick.
He just pulled the okie doke on you.
Give me Dave Chappelle right now for Rick. Give me Dave Chappelle. Give me Dave Chappelle.
He played the long game.
I hate you. I don't even know you, and I hate your guts.
Oh, man.
I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and nobody else but you.
As a platinum hater, I have to give old boy credit because he played that one real nice. He was complimentary. He made great points, and then right at the end, that's when he decided to drop the bomb. You can hate and respect at the same time. I respect you, brother.
Tip your cap.
Don't let me catch you in these streets.
Tip your cap. All right. So many texts pouring in on this. But we got to get out. We got to get going here. All right, he got me. Hey, but that's part of the rivalry, right? He wanted to get that in because he hates UCLA and the Giants, right? So that's good. That's good. All right, Matt, what do we have? Cooler content, Mike Silver come up. Thanks, everybody, for a fun big hit. We all enjoyed it on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Except you, the last caller.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the Cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, fun stuff. Everybody got the Mount Hatemore. A lot of people reacting to Rick the Caller. Some guy said, Mount Hatemore, I hate Rick the Caller. That's what 408 says. Very funny. So, okay, some fun stuff to get to. Number one, Tolbert and Copes have TV color analyst for the Pelicans, Antonio Daniels, this afternoon at 3:50. It gets you ready for the Warriors and the Pelicans. Mike Silver joins us at 8:50 talking Niners. Rod Brooks is in for Marcus, who's going to Game 4 tonight. Oh, my God. Look for him down the right field line doing the roll call. Somebody was cranking on. Somebody wrote in and said they're upset at the Yankee fans doing the roll call when Freeman's hitting the bomb. They're like, lock in, man. Stop with your stupid roll call.
That's what they do.
And finally, the promotion that you heard young Tony tease is live right now. 2 tickets to the 501 Club Niners Seahawks. If you want to get into Mount Hatemore, the Seahawks, November 17 at Levi Stadium. So that's just a couple weeks away. And we're going caller number 10 right now, 415-896-KNBR. So you're looking to get 2 tickets into the Levi's 501 Club, field passes for the November 17th game. And, of course, that's when you call right now. And this is courtesy of Levi's, the official style partner of the San Francisco 49ers. Suit up in Levi's and make game day legendary. All right, Levi's is the official apparel partner of the red and gold and providing these tickets right now. Once again, a Niners Seattle, 2 501 Club seats and field passes. Okay, cooler content. So what we do, Rod, is we always there's always stuff out there, man. Because nowadays on the interwebs, people are putting stuff up, and we need to get to it. It's kind of fun, man. So we'll start with, what do you want to start with? The Commander fans. So for some reason, Fox 5 Washington was interviewing a Commanders fan during the last play. Mm-hmm. And the guy was like, hey, man, we gave it a good chance. And then the play happens right behind him. So here it is right here. Check it out.
I feel as though it was a good game because it was close. I feel as though we won, for real. We What I say? We won! What I say? We won! We won!
There it is.
I saw that video yesterday. I didn't know we were going to play it today. And the audio is just as funny as the video because he goes and the people around him go crazy, as you could hear. I love that my man was counting a moral victory, right? Because you hear him say, we're losing. It was a good game, but I feel like we won. He was literally counting a moral victory as the Washington Commanders got themselves an actual miracle victory.
I don't know, man. It's kind of fun seeing the Commanders out there. It really is. Other fun stuff going on is, we haven't played this. I want to get to this. Draymond Green getting that tech in game 1. He hasn't got one since. Now, he's doing his new podcast with Baron Davis. How about that? Go Bruins. That's for Rick, Highway 17. Draymond Green and Baron Davis. So Draymond riffing on his technical fouls. Can he control himself this year?
That tech was some bullshit, bro.
Draymond Green is activated.
Listen, I was bantering back and forth with Tyler Ford. I got nothing but love and respect for Tyler. Trey Maddox comes and stands next to me at the free throw line. And he like, Draymond, what's up, man? Tell me what's wrong. And I'm like, Trey, that's not a foul, man. I got the same right to that ball that he got. I also didn't make any contact with him. It's not a foul. But Draymond, you dove. I said, yeah, but I can dive for the ball.
For sure.
Steve Kerr called the timeout. Draymond, all right, I know. I said, Coach, that's bullshit, man. He come and talk to me and give me a text. He's like, I watched it. I know it's bullshit. We need you. I'm like, no, I'm here. I'm fine. All right, he started drawing up the play. I'm cool.
Done. Some people probably got like an over and under. Oh, you gonna get your first seconds.
I wonder was that a Vegas line?
But I blame the ref for that. You should get your money back because it sounded like he was gaslighting.
It was for sure, but it's cool. I'm gonna have less than 10 technical fouls this year. I might even make a decision and keep it even less than 8.
How about that? He just called his shot. Less than 10.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Right now, I'm taking the over.
I'm absolutely hammering the over. What you talking about?
You're hammering it.
But the ref, if Draymond is to be believed, and I will take him at his word. I saw the game. I don't remember that specific interaction. Referees, umpires should walk away from situations. You do not need to follow a player to engage in any discussion. You definitely don't need to follow a player to antagonize. Once the call is made, you stand on that call and you walk away.
Are you a ref/ump blamer in general as a sports fan? Or it's because there's kind of a couple ways to look at it. Like, I try to never, I'm always like, you got to just play the game. I'm a believer, and this could be totally wrong, that cosmically it all evens out in the long run. That could be wrong. Now, you used to work with a partner here who was a ref hater. Your university partner was a big-time ref hater, and he thought the refs controlled a lot of the games.
Well, because the team was bad.
Yeah, right.
He didn't want to talk about how bad the team was.
He talked about refs way more than the team. We're talking about Fitz, of course, and we'll talk to Fitz about this to his face, not talking behind his back. But I've always been like, just play the game. You can't worry about the refs. Some people are like, no, refs control everything. No. Umps control everything.
Here's my thing, is that you get the call wrong, and there's clear evidence you got the call wrong. That's a problem.
Yeah. There's nothing you can do.
But as far as like teams winning and losing because the refs have it out for them, or because the refs have some sort of bias, no, I don't buy that. Now, because I'm a big believer in, and I'm going to screw this saying up, but I don't say that something is being done maliciously or they're trying to screw you when you can just basically boil it down to flat out incompetence. Human beings who are in control in terms of being umpires and referees do make mistakes. But the ones that continue to make the same mistakes, or the ones that continue to antagonize players and almost bait them into technicals, those are the ones that need to go.
Okay, so there are certain problem refs, but in general, I'm like, you can't worry about it. You got to overcome it. Or, like, for example, the Wilmer Flores check swing that ended Game 5 of the 2021 series. We came in the next morning, and we were like bereft. We didn't know what to say. I said this, and Copes wound up cutting it. It's become our life philosophy on this show, Rod. This is what I said. There's just times in life now you're gonna get boned. That was it. That was it.
But see,
that's it. You just got to roll with it.
Here's the deal.
Yeah.
I have gone through my life successfully without getting boned, and I want to keep it that way. And that was a
Your teams have never been boned?
That was a horrible. I'm speaking for myself.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, of course. Ron Brooks has never been boned.
That was a horrible call.
Yes.
And there's an easy fix to that call, and it drives me crazy that Major League Baseball is still allowing umpires to use their judgment on something that you can have a clear and obvious threshold of whether it was a check swing or not.
This morning on my Yahoo Sports newsletter, Major League Baseball has announced they are testing a new check swing challenge system in the Arizona Fall League that uses the same Hawkeye technology that allows robo-umps to call balls and strikes.
Thank you.
So they are going to check it out and see how it goes. We could have a check swing challenge system.
We should have had that years ago.
John Miller will freak. If you listen to John Miller all the time, and I do, I listen to every Giants game, he'll always get, and when they do a check swing, he goes, there is nothing in the rule books about check swing.
And there should be something, and there should be a rule.
Yeah.
Take out the judgment part of this equation for the umpires and give them a hard and fast, it's a check swing or it's not a check swing.
Yeah. So okay, moving on. We got to get to some more sound. I wanted to get to this because the Cowboys, Trayvon Diggs, is doing the Edge podcast with Micah Parsons. Dude, he's out here saying that the Niners are just doing it better than the Cowboys on the coaching side. Listen to this. Trayvon Diggs yesterday on the podcast.
Yeah, that Shanahan offense, what just makes it so challenging? Obviously missing McCaffrey, Ayuk, Debo was able to play a little bit, and obviously the running back situation, both teams facing injuries, but what makes the offense able to adjust and make it so unique?
I feel like it was their coach. They had great coaching, just adjusting to the things that we were running. Like, it felt like everything that they called was just a counter to what we were in, and it was just like we was SOL. So, they got good players. Debo had a great game. Kittle, Hall of Fame wide receiver. Purdy's over here doing this thing as well. So, they got pieces. They got the right pieces. So they was executing.
So the first one was Micah. The second one was Trayvon Diggs. Dude, he's just saying that Shanahan was out here outfoxing Mike Zimmer.
So
how about that?
Two things here. We were talking earlier about how it's just different now, how young folks, kids specifically, view sports and they root more for players than teams. And I'm not making a value judgment on that. That's just the way it is. It's wild that two players, one of them who played in the game, Micah Parsons, the first voice you heard, did not because he's injured, but two players on a team that just got their asses kicked for the fourth consecutive time by their biggest rival, the Niners beating the Cowboys 4 consecutive times, would do a podcast 36 hours after said ass kicking. And in that podcast, they will go into great detail about how the opposition kicked their ass and compliment the players and the coach that did the ass kicking.
I don't see Joe and Dwight doing this.
That is
exactly.
Crazy.
Well, there's more.
But here's what.
It's part two.
Please give me some more of this.
Here's Trayvon Diggs and Micah Parsons breaking down the difference between the first half and the second half. First half, Cowboys are winning 10-6. Then they give up 21 straight.
What happened in the first half that kind of shifted in the second half, that kind of third quarter to separate the game? What was the differences out there?
I think we went into the game like with the right mindset as far as like the wanting to win and everybody doing their part, doing their job. I feel like we had a good first half. Like, our calls was good. We were stopping the run. We was flying to the ball. We was just doing everything that we can, making sure they wasn't punching it in. And then halftime came, and I feel like they made some adjustments. They made some adjustments that we didn't adjust to, and they started calling stuff that, was beating our coverages, and, we just didn't make the proper adjustments. And, I feel like the second half, they jumped out on us fast.
How about that? Mike McCarthy, bro. Are you going to show your face at work?
Yo, dog, this is wild. This is the new way things are done by modern athletes. I'm not here to say it's good. I'm not here to say it's bad. I just find it fascinating. But most importantly, I love the fact that this is a Dallas Cowboy player taking a very public you-know-what on his coach.
Yeah.
This could not happen to a better group of people.
Imagine Niners are doing this right now. Yeah, man.
Oh, my God.
We just got smoked in the second half. Our coaches got outfoxed.
Yo, man, could you imagine? Debo's got to do podcasts. Could you imagine Debo when Niners were really going through it a few weeks ago, getting on this podcast and basically saying Kyle Shanahan is getting out coached?
Yeah, I mean, this is great. Dude,
wild.
Jerry Jones said 2 weeks ago we have bad concepts and bad plays. I mean, man, oh man.
But that's the thing, though. They're only doing what the man in charge is doing.
Right.
They feel emboldened to take a dump on Mike McCarthy.
So dysfunctional. It's so beautiful.
So dumpable, but they're doing it because the man who signs the checks is doing it. They are so bad. They are so dysfunctional, and I absolutely love it.
You're here for it.
Remember how much fun it was when the Dodgers were owned by Frank McCourt? And we all knew that was bad and they were never going to win anything. Do you remember how great that felt because they were so dysfunctional?
Yes.
God, I miss those days.
I know, right? Last one, get us ready for Mike Silver. On the other side is Adam Schefter on ESPN talking about Christian McCaffrey. Guys, here it is.
Here, as of right now, might be the first positive Christian McCaffrey injury update of the entire season. Yep, here we go. Ready? So far, he has not had any setbacks during his recovery. I don't want to jinx this, right? Knock on wood. I don't want to jinx this, but he has not had any setbacks. And he has looked strong. And right now, he's poised to get back, I think, after their bye and play against the Buccaneers.
Wow. Christian McCaffrey back against the Bucs.
Here we go.
Because they showed him on the side.
Now, again, hold on. We thought he was going to play in the opener.
Sure.
No. And then all of a sudden, that Friday before, setback. But I think we could say it this way. Right now, he is tracking to play against the Buccaneers.
Okay, man. We mentioned it earlier today. Shanahan said it, but that was on the Pat McAfee show, obviously, and that sounds pretty darn good. Stuff we'll talk about with Mike Silver.
Yes, sir.
From The Athletic. Rod Brooks is in. Marcus is in New York, hoping to avoid a sweep. And Silver's next on The Sports Leader. Underdog Fantasy, the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. Young Tony did recently, and hey, it's the pick'em game. You can win up to 1,000 times your money. So what you just choose is higher or lower on player stats, and they got all your favorite stuff. So do you think Shohei Ohtani will homer tonight? You can say yes, that's higher. You get extra money for that, or lower. No, you get a little bit money. You can pair things up. You take two different. Luis Hill of the Yankees is pitching tonight. 3.5 strikeouts. You want the higher, you want the lower. This is how you do it. And then you can do a minimum of 2 and then enjoy the action tonight. So Underdog puts the power to cash out in your hands. You can either keep riding with your entry or tap the Win Now button to cash out whenever you want. Using Underdog is very, very easy. I can tell you that for sure. And I recently started playing, and it's been fun. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but it's always fun. And do it responsibly, please. We're all being responsible about our behavior. So this season, Underdog is a promo or a bonus over every single game. Download the app, sign up with the promo code Murphy, and deposit now to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash. Once again, that's promo code Murphy. You must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply, and if you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. faithful, it's time to get serious with Silver.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
It's KNBR's 49ers insider and The Athletic's national columnist Mike Silver talking Niners ball with Murph and Marcus on KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, a couple things. One, Rod Brooks is in. Marcus is in New York with his dad and his brother going to Game 4 of the World Series. And number two, we had to do this for Mike because he was affected like so many in the Bay Area when the man who wrote this, well, actually Robert Hunter wrote it, right? Was it a co-writing, Mike? Was it Lesh and Hunter co? Right?
Yeah. The way it worked with Jerry, usually with Hunter, but sometimes Phil, they would kind of conceptually tell him what they were thinking about and do the music, and Hunter would do the words, or vice versa. Sometimes it would be words first, but this was inspired by Phil's father dying of prostate cancer and what he was going through. So Hunter obviously lyrically took it to a different dimension. But we thank Phil for an incredible run of incredible music, and Box of Rain, one of the great songs of all time. Thank you for playing it. Hi, Rod.
Mike. Such a short time to be here, such a long time to be gone. Is that the line? Is that right?
Such a long, long time to be gone and a short time to be there.
Yeah, that's it. There it is, man.
Poetry right
there.
Yeah,
there it is. So, but you're right, what you said, an incredible run. And that's all you can ask. If you put in the incredible run, then you just salute, man. Because we all go to the same place.
And the whole, there are a lot of things about the Grateful Dead that are, lasting and iconic, but the whole, musical journey and improvisation and playing off of, of each other, and, Jerry's brilliance being offset by, a different way of playing the bass that had ever existed. So just that alone is such a big part of it. And it's really, this is a Bay Area, it's shared with the world forever, but this is a Bay Area icon, one of the all-time great Bay Area icons. So we thank Phil for everything. It sucks. And, here we are.
Well said, buddy. Well said. So we wanted to do that. We wanted to get that out there, make sure everybody knew, and salute. So we did, and now we get to the football with Mike Silver, who, of course, the national columnist for The Athletic, and his new book, The Why is Everything, out there about the new generation of coaches, the Shanahans and the McVays. Go check it out. Mike's always entertaining as heck. Okay, I know you wrote about the Cowboys for The Athletic, but I want to start with the Niners. So, beating the Cowboys, going into the bye, and getting Christian McCaffrey back, supposedly, is it arrow up, green lights ahead for the San Francisco 49ers after a very frustrating first half?
Well, they're tied for first place, so that's good. And because of the NFC West, it's going to, the threshold for saying it's over is really high, right? Like they could have lost to the Cowboys. That would have been a really bad joke, worse than the Rams and Cardinals, but you'd still go, well, they're a game out. So because of that, the threshold's high. They've done it enough in recent years that you can see it happening on paper, right? Like they were 3-5 in 2021, 3-4 in 2022. They lost the 3 in a row to go to 5-3 last year. And McCaffrey would obviously go a long way. Greenlaw eventually, they hope. So on paper, you could go, that's happening. On the other hand, the schedule's not going to be super easy in coming up. At Tampa's not a walkover, and then Seattle at home, you figure that's okay, but then it's at Green Bay, at Buffalo, and, some other tough games. So, the idea for them is to be like 2021, be so good once they do get into the playoffs that they're capable of going on the road and winning games potentially. And, McCaffrey coming back and being healthy and looking like McCaffrey would change a lot of things.
Mike, I got to tell you, I thought the season for the Niners was on the brink at halftime, and it was because of Brock Purdy's play. In the first half, even on passes he completed, I think of one to Kittle, I think of one to Debo, they were not as accurate as they needed to be and as accurate as we had seen him before. And on passes, he missed. And at times missed badly. And that would have been 6 quarters. That was 6 quarters of less than stellar Brock Purdy football going back to the Kansas City game. But Kansas City, all right, that's a really good team with a really good defense that gives him and that offensive line all sorts of problems. Cowboys don't have that, yet Brock Purdy didn't look good. Now, we got it together in the second half, and the Niners won. But at that point, the game was in the balance. Cowboys could have won it. The season was in the balance because if they lose, even Christian McCaffrey coming back wouldn't have been able to get the stench of that Cowboys loss off of them. What did you make of the Brock Purdy transformation at halftime, and was it as important as I saw it that he had to have that good game going forward because it was looking like he was regressing against a defense that shouldn't have given him that much trouble?
Well, I just think we're spoiled, and for perspective's sake, there was a quarterback who I guess got to put on a uniform as the emergency quarterback on the other sideline who probably won't start another game in the NFL, and that's Trey Lance, who's a good kid, smart kid, does everything the right way. And I don't know if you guys recall this, but the 49ers traded 3 first-round picks to position themselves to draft him.
I'd heard,
and he
yes.
You might have heard. So he was going to be the quarterback of the future, and that he will be nobody's quarterback of the future most likely, and that sucks because he's a good kid and does everything right. So Brock Purdy, who was supposed to be a practice squad guy of somebody's future at best, is now on the verge of being one of the best players in the league for a long, long time, and has had a mostly upward trajectory from the time he got thrown in and then had to start a game against Tom Brady, and you know all that. So I just think, like most young quarterbacks, even when they're really good, there's choppiness. And, we're seeing, I think Anthony Richardson's going to get benched, it looks like, by the Colts. Bryce Young, it didn't work out. We've seen so many instances where they either have fits and starts or it doesn't work out, or they're really good like C.J. Stroud, but maybe there's some bad games in there that we're not paying as close attention to. So I've just been more surprised that with Purdy we haven't had more moments like that. And, he's not great every game and he's not great every pass, but for the most part, he's seeing it. He's going through his progressions. He's crazy accurate. He's moving. And we also kind of underplay, I know I do, because I have to remind myself, like, he was down 24-7 at halftime in the NFC Championship game and won. That's unusual. That's special at any age. So I think they're going to be okay. And it's not all, he's not going to, I don't think he should be trying to overextend to carry them, but there are going to be times where he probably has to, and he probably does.
I want to circle back to McCaffrey, Mike Silver of The Athletic, joining us on the UMA guest line. You are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. And just, Achilles scares me. It does. And none of us is a doctor, nor do we play one on TV. We're not Marcus Welby. We're not Clooney in ER. But, I don't know.
We're not even Marcus Boucher today.
He's in the Bronx trying to avoid a sweep. But I'm fearful, like, oh, man, like Drake Greenlaw goes down with an Achilles, et cetera. But the Niners say, no setbacks, et cetera. I'm just wondering, like, are you on pins and needles for the guy because it is a violent sport and Achilles are tender? Or after this much time off, because it full system go, and what Rod was saying eloquently in the 6 a.m. hour, just the gigantic difference he will make in this offense. Like, is it the key that's going to unlock everything?
Yeah, without being a doctor, I am nervous. I think back to like Richard Sherman's last season in Seattle, where we kept hearing Achilles tendonitis, sore Achilles, and then in one of those nationally televised big games, it popped and it sucked. You're like, oh man. So yeah, I don't understand it enough medically, but I do understand this. If you ever hear, like, if someone says, hey, and you're like, hey, how's everything going medically? And they're like, well, I just left the continent for treatment. Like, it's usually not a great conversation. Like, it's not usually, and I'm talking about specifically leaving the United States. Like, there's some countries where, you leave the country because it's just better. But, like, our medical situation here is pretty progressive and pretty good. So it's usually not like a great combo. Like, oh yeah, I just went over to Germany for some cool treatment. It's like, yee. So, I don't know the specifics of that, and I don't know, if this means like, okay, it could still pop, but I think they're doing it the right way. They're trying to ramp it up, and then go. And I'm sure Christian McCaffrey, as hyper competitive as he is, and as dedicated as he is doing everything he can to get back on the field. So I think at some point you try, and it could look amazing, and then we have an event. But that you reference Greenlaw. I mean, Dre Greenlaw was flying around looking like the best player on the field at the Super Bowl, and then he went to run on the field for a punt, or after a punt, and it popped. So let's just all think good thoughts. I've been telling myself that in general, because I don't know if you guys know this, but it's a really important time.
Yes, I've heard. Trade deadline in the NFL next week. Are you of the mind that the Niners need to acquire someone at the deadline, and what position do you think they should focus on?
They are focused on interior defensive line. Javon Hargrave going down left them light in that area. Ideally, you'd love to have someone who could help the pass rush push, but if nothing else, to solidify the run defense. The wide nine scheme in general is vulnerable to the run, especially on the inside. When you have Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw, that can mitigate that a lot, but it's still been somewhat of a weakness. So I think they're looking at defensive tackle. I think receiver remains intriguing, with Ayuk out, although Pearsall, ideally, a first-round pick who is now back, which is amazing, gives you some pop there. And Jennings ideally comes back, and you can say, well, we got Pearsall, Debo, Jennings, Conley, but I think if there were a receiver at the right price, they'd listen there. And look, they're going to look anywhere. And, last year they got two edge rushers. Didn't work out great, but they got Randy Gregory and Chase Young. Obviously McCaffrey the year before that. But I think defensive tackle is the most glaring thing they need to shore up, and I do know they're looking.
Mike Silver here from The Athletic. He's national columnist now. You chose to write about the Cowboys. Mike, did you hear Trayvon Diggs and Micah Parsons basically calling out their coaches on a podcast yesterday saying, yeah, man, we got out, they had too many schemes for us. They countered everything we did. You had Jerry saying bad concepts and bad plays. Dude, I mean, it's like they still get so much attention, and yet they've done so little to deserve it. But is this just a toxic fire, a garbage dump fire that was not going to go away soon, and McCarthy's days are numbered?
Yeah, probably. I mean, they went 12-5 each of the last three regular seasons quietly, so it's not like they've been a bad team. They just, the playoffs have gone bad, especially last year where they got just, boat raced at home by the Packers. But, I mean, Jerry talked about being all in the offseason, and then they didn't have a very good offseason. Like the 49ers, they let contract disputes go long and were hamstrung somewhat by that, and eventually paid Dak and CeeDee Lamb, but not Parsons yet, who is now understandably not rushing back from an injury. I have no idea if he would play if he was already paid or not. But if I'm Michael Parsons, I'm like, dude, make sure you're healthy before you play. So, they're not, the roster isn't amazing. There is a lot of noise. That's part of the Cowboy thing. And in fairness to Mike McCarthy, Jerry did kind of crap on his plays on the radio, but CeeDee Lamb was wide open in the end zone twice, which is interesting, right? He's by far their best receiver. And I asked Dak Prescott after the game, hey, was that just CD doing something special? Was that a breakdown, or was he schemed open? And he said he was schemed open on both those plays. So I'm like, well, those plays seem good, I don't know. It's a hard place to have it not go well, or when expectations are high. And there does seem to be a lot of drama, that some of which they bring on themselves, some of which they don't. And by the way, Trayvon Diggs, of all people, that's the guy who came out
Right.
of the locker room in uniform to get mad at a Dallas TV reporter about a tweet. And then when the Dallas TV reporter at the end said, we keep talking about this, said, talk about D's nuts, which I think was a reference to his cousin D, the way in parlance. So nice look by Trayvon Diggs there. One thing that happened that I wrote about, which is, not really the Cowboys' fault, I would say, is that Jerry Jones and his family were rolling into Levi's in a 3 SUV entourage, and they cleared the first one, which Jerry and his wife Jean were in, and it rolled through, and they were under the impression that I think all 3 cars had been cleared, and somebody hit a button, and those crazy barriers that popped up onto the second car, and definitely impaired the car from entering, probably destroyed the car. Charlotte Jones, his daughter, has now a cracked rib. She told me she's channeling her inner Jason Witten because she did stay and watch the game. Jerry Jr., his son, I believe, was concussed. So that's not good. So people in charge of the barriers, like, hey, if our security's at stake and you're stopping a terrorist, then by all means do what you got to do. But if it's the visiting owner's family, think twice before you hit that button.
If that is not a metaphor for the current state of the Cowboys, then I don't know what a metaphor is, and I know what a metaphor is. Mike Silver of The Athletic joining us here on KNBR, the sports leader, hanging out with my friends who are reporters like you and Murph. I know you guys love a good story. Is there a better story in the NFL right now than what's happening with the Washington Commanders?
Oh, that's so cool. The fans have been through so much. The people in that building have been through so much. And by so much, I mean Dan Snyder's ownership. So they have better owners now, by far, way better. They have Bob Myers there. They have Adam Peters, so some familiar local faces. Dan Quinn, one of the most positive people in football coaching ever. Just a good vibe of positivity every day. And they went and got Jaden Daniels, who appears to be the real deal. And with all that, Murph, you talk about particles. Imagine the particles connected to the fool number 29 on the Bears, who we've now seen on video, decided as the Hail Mary snap was going on that he'd spend the first few seconds yapping it up with the fans. That was like Trayvon Diggs, but worse, right?
Way worse.
And then eventually, it's like at the end, it's like, man, I should get back at this play. And instead of like covering the guy that he was supposed to alone behind the play, he goes running in and pops the ball up so that guy can catch it. So, the particles are aligning to make up for a ruinous ownership reign and the stench of that.
By the way, looking up Tyreek Stevenson, no surprise he went to high school in Miami and played for the Hurricanes. He had that had a Miami Hurricane vibe to it.
Here's what's funny, though.
I don't know. The Miami Hurricanes have produced some of the greatest, most resilient, valiant players that I've ever covered, and Murph, as you know, I can't say anything.
I know you're a Luther guy. I know.
Here's what's funny.
I can't say anything. My team was up.
Oh, I got you. Yeah. Well, also, did you ever
25 on a big? Yeah,
yes,
the Hurricanes kind of could say whatever they want to be.
Here's what's funny: if he would have stayed in that corner of the end zone and kept taunting the fans, he would have never been in the position to be the guy.
The ball might have gone down.
The ball to the waiting commander receiver in the back of the end zone. He should have just committed to the bit.
Yeah, we're better with 10 than we are with 11.
Right, no joke.
He should have gone into the stands.
All right, bro. I've wrestled in my brain we should just let you go. Discretion is the better part of valor. I probably shouldn't ask this. Young Tony's going to freak out. And you can choose to pass on it. Did you want to say anything about Bosa and the Kaepernick and NFL possibly fining somebody? I don't know. Is there a fine? You can avoid it.
I already slipped it in. I thought we got away with it with the important time comment.
Oh,
is that what you were referring to?
That, dude.
Wait,
you went over my head on that.
Really?
That was a deep pull because that's what Bosa said after the game. He said, "I don't want to talk about it." but this is an important
You didn't know
time.
that's what he was referring to.
I didn't know that Mike's. No, dude, that went over my head.
Murph's got a lot in this plate.
I thought. Well, I'm trying to read my legal disclaimer and all that stuff. But I thought you were just riffing on the joke of like everything in the NFL is so important. I thought that's what you were riffing on. I thought it was like, oh, you were like, guys, it's the NFL. It's very important. I got you.
I would say this.
Okay.
First of all, horning in on like some teammates' interview on national TV is kind of weird. Now he's one of the best players in the league, but it's like if you do that to be like George Kittle's the man, then like it's kind of cool. If it's like I'm gonna do my own statement and blow up your interview, like less cool. By the way, there's a backup lineman who posted something.
Yeah, John
similar to
Feliciano.
that.
Yes, correct.
Yeah, I would say it's a lot easier to pull this off if you're like one of the best players in the league than if you're like some journeyman lineman who is best known for throwing a teammate under the bus after the Super Bowl publicly, like vaya con Dios, dude. Listen, there is an absolute contradiction between the way Kaepernick was, robbed of his career and vilified by so many, for a legitimate political protest and drawing attention to something to really, scary thing in society. And it's also weird to like go blow up an interview and get on national TV, but then when you're asked about it, be like, it's kind of like the person on the playground when we were growing up, Murph, with like the nose rings and the purple hair, and then you like are looking at, and they're like, "Why are you looking at me? Stop looking at me!" Like you dyed your hair purple and put nose rings, and you clearly want to be looked at. So, that's kind of weird. Listen. You obviously, I strongly disagree. I would just say, if you find him, you martyr him, and these, the people that he seems to support love to be martyred. So part of me wants it to just go away.
Right. Yeah.
And I do agree with Nick Bosa that it's a very important time. It's important that we reject overt racism in our society and disrespectful and horrible, portrayal of all sorts of people. And it's important that we uphold democracy and the things that have made our country, special and different for all these years, and reject, attempts to subvert it. So it is a very important time.
Important. That's the word. You can go now.
What
Thank
do you know,
for being
buddy?
Mikey.
Stick to sports,
Thank you
Silver.
Thank you for being Mikey. And next time I'll be a little sharper and I'll pick up on your stuff. All right, bud.
No, you've got a lot on your plate, man.
He really does. He really does.
You should see what's in front of me, man. It's not. I did hear you say it, and I thought you were just riffing on like the NFL. It's so important. Yeah. All right, buddy. You're great. We'll talk later. Keep reading Mike at The Athletic. Everybody go buy his book, The Why is Everything, a story of football, rivalry, and revolution. Buy it now. Be good, Mike.
Thanks, guys.
Mike Silver, Dom Pooney joins us at 9:35, our 49er Player of the Week on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
With the 49ers bye week upon us, we have a slight change in schedule. Kyle Shanahan is going to join Tobin and Copes at 4:50 this afternoon. Also, shout out the guys. They're going to be live from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, right outside Chase Center. So come on out, grab a beer, and say hi. You can hear Shanahan in person live, the interview with them in person live, on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. His helmet is off.
Here we go, baby. Niners on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And his mic is on.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Marcus.
Sorry I stole your sackaroonie, buddy. But hey, there'll be more.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
NFC champion, San Francisco's 49ers select Dominique Pooney, guard from Kansas.
Pooney's bringing the monsoony, bro. He's going to rain on a lot of parades this year.
Dominique Pooney. He's a right guard, rookie, third-round pick from Kansas. He's a day-one starter. He's played every damn snap, okay? He's dominant in the run blocking, and guess how many pass pressures he's let up? Guess how many?
You tell us.
You tell us. 0.
Do you think he's Italian?
Huh? Yeah.
Do you think he's Italian?
Dominique Pooney.
That's Chad Ochocinco. And of course, you heard Tim Ryan, and you heard him getting drafted, and now he's our Player of the Week. Yeah, sneaking in a few minutes early. We appreciate the time. It is time to have our 49er Player of the Week, which is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So, Dominic, I've never had the pleasure to meet you. My name is Brian Murphy. I host the KNBR Morning Show here in San Francisco on the Niner flagship. Been doing it for a long time. My partner here, Rod Brooks, is who you see on TV on NBC Sports Bay Area on Sundays. It's Murph and Brooks. And we got you as our Player of the Week. Welcome to the show, Dom. Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. Did you hear that little intro? Did you hear that Chad Ochocinco thing where you thought you were Italian?
Yeah, I did hear that.
What was your reaction to guys joking in the locker room about it?
Oh, yeah. My friends, they all called me and texted me. We all thought it was pretty funny.
Because truly you are of Polynesian descent, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, very good. Yeah,
just the farthest thing from Italian you could get on this planet.
Because you actually have a cousin in the league. Is that right? I was looking at your bio, AJ
Epinesa. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So that's pretty cool, man. That's pretty cool. Well, listen, let's get into it, man. On the UMA guest line, you are our Player of the Week, and obviously congrats on the win Sunday over Dallas on Sunday Night Football. That was very exciting. I mean, just for fun, just kind of shooting the breeze before we get into the football, what's a bye week looking like for a rookie? Do you get away? Like, is something exciting going to go down? What are you going to do to relax and heal up?
I'm actually headed home tonight, back to St. Louis. We get from today to we got to be back Sunday, and then we'll have a little practice on Monday. But yeah, we get the whole time off. This is like the first time for me because in college you don't really get a true bye week to just leave. So I'm excited to go home and see the family for sure.
And obviously they'll be excited to see you after your rookie season or in the middle of your rookie season. And, you know, you are just a massive part of what the Niners are doing offensively to be able to come in and play right guard in a plug-and-play situation. Your talent obviously is the main reason you've been in this position. But can we just drill down on how you've been able to come from Kansas, start in the NFL as an offensive tackle, and put up some numbers that are quite frankly amazing in terms of not allowing pressures, not allowing sacks, and things of that nature?
You said just talk about the transition?
Yeah, just have you been able to come from college into the pros and be better than you were in college, which was already pretty damn good?
So honestly, it was just really OTAs was just really nailing the playbook and just learning as much as I could, and just kind of learning the technique. And then when I went home for those 40 days, it was just really just trying to hammer the technique by myself and then just keep learning the playbook. Honestly, the more I got, like when I went home those 40 days, the playbook just started to make sense a little bit. And then when I came back, there were a few injuries on the O-line, so I was able to actually get some reps with the ones. And I just think having reps with vets like Jake Brendel and Cole McKivitz, just playing next to them, all the tips they've given me, and Coach Furster, he's done a great job coaching me. Yeah, I'm just soaking everything up, just trying to learn as much as I can. I think just because they have so much more experience than me, I'm more than willing to learn, listen to anything they have to say. So I credit really everybody else that's helped me.
So without giving away any trade secrets, what does the Shanahan family run game playbook look like for an offensive lineman?
It's different because you're paying attention to wide receivers, assignments, tight end. Because in college, for me, it was always just like the O-line. Like we were kind of in our box. And then when you get here, you got to really know what everyone's doing. The running back, what is the running back, wide receiver, tight ends, assignments? How are they going to affect the angle on the play? And it's just there's so many different things that go into it. I don't have nearly enough time to go get into it, but it's a lot. But it's really fun because once you learn it, it kind of just really improves your IQ of the game and kind of takes it to another level.
Well, obviously, Dominic Pooney is the voice you hear on the Uma guest line. He's just really stepped in beautifully, and also reporters have complimented him for his demeanor in the locker room, handles the media nicely, and is a good talker, and it's a real compliment to how he was raised as a player. But you mentioned veterans on the line, and Jake Brendel and McKivitz are your neighbors. I get it. But I do need to know the Trent Williams influence, even though he's 3 to your left. He's in your O-line room every day, and he's obviously one of the greatest O-linemen in the history of the league. When you tell your friends and family about what you're learning from Trent Williams or what Trent Williams is, how he's influencing you, how's the answer?
It's honestly unbelievable. He just, I do think he's the greatest of all time, first of all. So just to have him in the room, his presence, it's amazing. Just watching him work every day, it's just great. And just kind of the person he is, too. A lot of superstars wouldn't be so, like, he's just a real cool dude, like, just deep down. So, yeah, he's helped me a lot. I always I'll tell some stories to my family and friends just from what I've heard. He's got a lot of them, 15 years in the league, so I'm still learning too. But no, it's amazing. Any tips and tricks he's giving me, I'm definitely listening because, like I said, I think he's the greatest to do it.
He's unbelievable. There's going to be a time, because, Dom, you're going to play a long, long time in this league, and then he's going to go off into the sunset. You're going to tell people that you played with Trent Williams. Right? You'll have Trent Williams stories, Dom.
Oh, yeah. No, I'll talk about this for a long time.
Dominic Pooney. We had George Kittle on a couple weeks ago. We have a soundbite from George where NFL Films a couple years ago, he was screaming, "Run it again, run it again." It's like when he's fired up, when he's blocking, and he loves it. So we just, Rod just asked you about the Shanahan run game and all that. Do you get that vibe, too, from Kittle, like the joy and adrenaline of running the ball as a 49er offense? And do you want to start screaming, "Run it again," like George Kittle yells?
Oh, yeah. You probably won't hear me screaming that, but it's in my head for sure. I think any O-lineman wants to run the ball. And George, he's awesome because he does get it done in the run game. He's probably the best to do it in the run game in the league. He really he came in the huddle last game, and he said, let's just keep running the ball. He came to me before the game. He's like, we need to run the ball. So, yeah, he's all about it, and I love it.
We had Isaac Garindo on the postgame show when we were on the field after the game on Sunday, and we gave him an opportunity to shout out you guys on the offensive line, and he did that. So now I want to flip it. Now that we're talking to you, Dominic Pooney, here on the radio, I want to give you a chance to shout out Isaac Garindo and the job he did, because it was those two big runs in the second half that got you guys going in the run game, and y'all kept it up. But just the job Garindo has done coming in for Mason, and when Mason was healthy, the job he's done holding down the run game while you guys wait for McCaffrey.
Yeah, no, Isaac has done a phenomenal job, and just it's kind of cool because we came in together in the same rookie class, so we developed a good relationship. We're good friends too, so I'm real happy to see him doing well. I do think he's just given a small sample size of what he can really be. I think he's just starting to figure it out in the run game or in the offense, and he had that big run against Seattle. I think that was kind of his first league moment where he was like, all right, now I can play. So I think he's freed up a little bit more now. And no, he did a hell of a job in the game, and I think he's only going to get better. We love blocking for him though.
I'm not remembering the details in full, but there was one of the runs in the second half on Sunday where he found that lane. It was off the backside of one of you guys on the offensive line. I think it might have been Jake Brendel, but he came off of Jake Brendel's backside, and that hole just opened up, and bam, he ran right through it. And you could see every time he gets the ball, he gets more and more confidence as he understands the run game and how you guys are doing your job and where he as the back fits into that, because a couple of weeks ago he wasn't necessarily finding those creases that you guys were opening up.
Yeah, no. Like I said, I think the more reps he gets and the more he learns the offense, the more opportunity someone gets, you either rise or fall, and I think he's rising right now. I think he will even ask the O-line questions too, just what he thinks he needs to do better. And anytime you got and I know I'm a rookie, but anytime you got a young guy asking questions like that to guys who aren't even in your position group is really cool. So you can tell he cares a lot, and like I said, I think he's only going to get better.
We're talking to Dominic Pooney, the 49ers rookie lineman, and you mentioned the rookies. We need to talk about this. So old heads like me, 1986, Bill Walsh had what was considered one of the greatest drafts in Niner history. Charles Haley and Tom Rathman and John Taylor and that crew all won Super Bowls. You guys, obviously you're not there yet, but dude, this rookie class is something else. And it's Ricky Pearsall, Renardo Green, Dominic Pooney, Malik Mustafa, Isaac Garindo, Jacob Cowing, on and on, Jarrett Kingston, Tatum Bethune. Do you guys have like a secret handshake? Do you guys have a bond? Do you guys understand that this is unusual, that this many rookies are contributing this fast?
I think it's unusual for a team like this because there is so much talent on this team. But also we've had injuries, and the young guys have stepped up, I will say. I think we take pride in it because at the same time they're investing a lot in us. So I think we're just trying to pay it back as much as possible. And yeah, no, I didn't expect this whole rookie class to be kind of playing like we are right now. But I love it because I think all of us will only get better too.
Well, there's clearly a nucleus here that's going to go forward with a young quarterback too. And we do have to ask you about Ricky Pearsall as you're a rookie and you guys have a bond that you come in together. And then what happened on Labor Day weekend, we all know. And then to go through that journey with him and see him back on the field, I don't know, can you speak as a friend, as a teammate to the emotion of that moment?
It's something I've never experienced before. Obviously, it's something he's never experienced before. But it's really just kind of opens your eyes to the realness of life. I think the way he's handled it, the way he's came back, the way he's fought, it's amazing. It's a testament to his character. And even like today, or not even today, like just in practices, his confidence, he's really good at just getting people around him like going too. He comes up to me, he's like, yeah, this is only the beginning. Like I'm gonna keep getting better. I can't wait to keep playing. And just when someone goes through something like that, like something super traumatic, and then comes back saying stuff like that, like how could you not be like rooting for that guy? You know what I'm saying? So we love him. I'm super proud of him. I just really hope he just keeps continuing to rise. Like I said, his character is amazing. he's obviously an amazing player. So, yeah, super happy for him.
No, that's a great heartfelt testimony right there. It's just really, and you're putting it into perspective, and it furthers that bond between those rookies, too. So, Dom, we've asked you to talk about pretty much everybody but yourself. Trent Williams, George Kittle, everybody. I want to hear a little bit, just before we let you go, about your life in growing up outside of St. Louis, right? I understand.
Yep.
So football, was it always football for you? I know you come from a very athletic family. Both your parents were college athletes. We mentioned your cousin. I think your siblings are all athletes, too. Tell us about Dom Pooney growing up. Like, where was it? How far from St. Louis? Was it a Cardinal baseball fan? What was it like growing up?
So, yeah, I was really 20 minutes outside of St. Louis called St. Charles, Missouri. So, I was actually a St. Louis Rams fan growing up until they left. Right. Then I didn't really have a team anymore. I was a Cardinals fan. I've kind of gotten away from baseball. I'm a Blues fan. Okay. So when they make the playoffs, I'm really excited about it. Sports has really been my whole life. Like I said, my dad and my mom, they played sports. My brothers and sister. So they really kind of set the foundation for me. And I really just kind of followed their path. And I think when you're the youngest and you have so many people to look up to, they make it really easy because they tell you their mistakes and they tell you what worked out for them, and you kind of they make it easy for you.
And you're a Steph Curry fan too.
Yeah.
Super, yeah.
I mean, just shout it out. I saw the video last week. You got some teammates that have some real questionable thoughts on life, like putting ketchup on eggs and mac and cheese. But you had the number one, the smartest point of view about Steph Curry. And if you don't mind just telling folks what you think of Steph Curry.
No, yeah, I think he's the greatest player of all time. Just based off the fact that his size, and it's just that's not what you would think of. Like when you think of the greatest player, you think of somebody who looks like LeBron or looks like Giannis or Michael Jordan. Like he's 6'3". I don't know how much he weighs, but just to have him on the court, like I've heard other superstars talk about like his presence and like his gravity, and it's just crazy because someone like that, he changed the game for a lot of undersized people, and not only in basketball. I think a lot of different sports. People realize like there's other ways around being good at something than just looking like being a freak. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I think he's done a lot for a lot of athletes.
Oh man, the more time you spend in the Bay Area, realize this guy is once in a century athlete in terms of what he does on the court and how he handles himself off the court too. He's unbelievable. You need to come up in the offseason and catch some games courtside at Chase Center because you'll just be in awe of this guy, man.
I went to a preseason game. It was the Lakers Warriors.
Nice. Yep. Well, befriend Raymond. If Raymond Ritter's listening, he's the Warriors' outstanding PR guy. He'll take care of you, and he's the guy to get to know. And Dominic, I know you got to go. But the one thing we didn't ask you about, we asked you about yourself. Is your quarterback. I mean, come on. You and he are theoretically going to be chasing championships for the next several years. This guy's story is unbelievable. What's it like being in the huddle with Brock Purdy, watching him handle a little bit of adversity, watching him lead touchdown drives? What's he like as a teammate, friend, and huddle leader?
He's a super great teammate. He's genuine. Like I remember it was the Jets game. He just kept coming up to me. He's like, "Hey man, I got your back. We got your back." Like I think he said it's like 5 or 6 times, and I was like, "Man, like he does not have to be telling me this, but that's just the type of guy he is." He's super aware of everything that's going on. Great leader in the huddle, great leader outside. Like it ain't just about football off the field. Like he'll talk about anything. So no, I love Brock. Everything he does is just spot on. He works super hard, and he's a great guy to look up to.
And that's just even a Big 12 rivalry, right? Kansas, Iowa State. You guys are good.
Yeah. So I never played against him. So I mean,
so you're good.
It's fine.
You're good. Well, listen. Here's the biggest thing: the game's not too big for you. It's not moving too fast, and that's a gift. Whether it's credit to your family, credit to you. Congratulations! It seems like the future is limitless and bright. So congratulations on your rookie season so far. Enjoy your trip home. Maybe catch a Blues game. I don't know. And are they playing at home? Do you know?
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, if they are, I'm definitely going.
You got to go catch some pucks and then just come on back and get ready for a fun second half. Thanks for coming on KNBR with Murph and Brooks, and have a great week.
Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you guys
too.
There he is, Dominic Pooney, as advertised.
Could you imagine?
Has his act together.
What if he took up hockey instead of football?
Oh, we should have asked him that. That was the old Tom and Ralph thing. They used to talk about how a sumo wrestler should be a goalie.
Sumo
well, that's Rod Brooks. It's great to have him. Listen, Marcus is in the Bronx trying to avoid a sweep. We got Brooksy in here breaking it down. We'll finish up on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, we got our program director in here clogging up the works here. Get out, Holler. Get out. We're doing radio. Holler. I
used to beat that dude up just for fun. Now apparently he runs this place.
Well, you're not getting paid unless he says so. By the way, you getting paid for this, by the way? That's Brooksy, by the way. That's Rod Brooks. Only on the nifty 1050.
I'm paying to be here.
This guy goes back to the 1990s with Cue Ball and the crew. DC and Paulie from the Picks.
That's right.
By the way, Dom Pooney was sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. We want to thank Dom for hopping on, being our player of the week. He's turned into just a guy right away that's going to be one of those guys that you talk to. You know, when I was a beat writer, Rod, and it was pretty much you knew you got to go O-line. They're the best talkers on the team, always. And that goes back to even when I was covering high school football.
Always.
I'd be covering high school football, and I would have to talk to some players after game, like, give me the O-lineman.
When I did sidelines for the Raiders and the Niners, the O-linemen were the dudes that I not necessarily hung out with, but they were the guys I went to get on the record and off the record
Steve
stuff.
Wisniewski? Kevin Gogan?
My guy, my true guy, and I could say this right now, is Jeremy Newberry was my dude on the Raiders that I could go to.
Go Cal.
And now I'm blanking on his name.
Tackle Bob Gallery?
No, left tackle. Robert Gallery, he was a good one.
Not Wisniewski?
But with the Niners. My goodness, I'm blanking on his name.
The Niners?
You can tell I don't get up at 4 o'clock in the morning on the regular
tackle.
now.
Joe Staley?
Joe Staley was my guy.
Well, yeah.
He was my guy that I could go to anytime to find out what the true pulse of the team was. Those are the guys I watched warm up. They are the center and the heartbeat, literally the center, but they are the heartbeat of the team.
Yeah, and they got to be smart, and so they know how to handle themselves. They're great. And Pooney's like the next in a great tradition.
I don't know how much you pay attention to Pro Football Focus, because I think some of their stuff can be good. Some of the stuff can be But these numbers are undeniable. Dominic Pooney, 289 pass blocking opportunities through these 8 games here going into the bye.
Mm-hmm.
He's allowed 0 sacks. But 0 sacks means he's allowed 0 quarterback hits. Rookie, okay?
This is the NFL.
289 snaps.
This is not the USFL.
Just went up against Chris Jones last week. 289 snaps, 0 sacks allowed by Dominic Pooney. That's amazing.
Unbelievable. Well, listen, I do want to, I know we only have a couple minutes here, and something we can pick up the rest of the week because the Niners are on a bye, so we'll have some fun, catching up and shooting the breeze and trying to avoid talking about the Dodgers winning the World Series. Warriors tonight, which we'll talk about tomorrow. We'll have Mark Spears on, and we'll see what the Warriors do without Curry. By the way, no DeAnthony Melton either tonight, and Wiggins is questionable,
too. I was about to say that,
The vaunted depth is being questioned already. But this draft class, we're going to need to talk about this in the coming days. I want to talk about this. I got 2 different ways to look at it. One, comparing it to the great draft classes of the past. And I told you the old heads, Young Tone, 1986, decades before you ever were a glint in your parents' eyes. Your parents were probably in high school in 1986. It was one of the great drafts in Niner history. Charles Haley, Tom Rathman, John Taylor. It was unbelievable. And people considered it the masterclass. I'm wondering, we're not there because you got to win Super Bowls.
Exactly.
And those guys won Super Bowls. But this draft class right now is looking to be one of the best they've had in a long, long, long time. The other one I was going to ask you about is how you're feeling. Because Mike Sando brought this up in his column a couple weeks ago, the Trey Lance trade and how much that's affecting the Niners now, losing those 3 first-round draft picks and where we're feeling that absence now. So just a couple, listen, I know, just want to throw that out there for everybody's head, planning your homework assignment for the coming week, as it were. But anyway, the point is, the reason I'm thinking about it is because this draft class is crazy, right? And the Pearsall stuff's up. Pearsall's almost obtaining, I don't want to say he's not he's like a leader.
Well, he's
as
getting,
a rookie.
What he's getting is cult hero status amongst the fans
and in the locker room.
And in the locker room, you asked the question brilliantly, and Dominic Pooney gave us some insight. It's a bond that is being forged, and he is the reason for it. And thank goodness there's a reason to celebrate Ricky Pearsall being not only able to play football but being alive, instead of it being a bond that's forged because you lost a teammate before he even actually played a game, and you're bonding because of sadness. When he scores a touchdown at Levi's, and I thought he was going on that 39-yard run, I thought it was going to happen.
Yeah.
Oh man, I thought it was going to happen.
Oh.
When he scores a touchdown at Levi's, Ricky Pearsall, that place is going to come apart at the seams.
Well, hopefully, maybe in a playoff game.
I hope his first touchdown is at some point here in the regular season before the playoffs.
Maybe Seattle. And speaking of Seattle, congrats to Minna and Hayward, who won our tickets, our Levi's 501 Club tickets and field passes. We'll do it again tomorrow. All right, we'll hand it over on the other side. What did young Tony learn today? A little Warrior preview, and hand it over to Papa and Lund. Brooksy in for Boucher. Good luck, Marcus, tonight. Hey, Dad, you want to see a sweep? On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Bigelow Tea season. Bigelow Tea season is every season. We had the Sports Equinox yesterday, so you're like, hey, it's hockey, it's basketball, it's football, it's baseball. I'm like, yeah, and Bigelow Tea. Because Bigelow is the #1 tea in the Bay Area. We have it right here in KNBR in the break room. I was just in the break room. There it was. Bigelow Tea to soothe you, get you ready for your life behind the microphone. Who wouldn't have a cup of Bigelow Tea? It keeps me going, keeps you going. So I would say this to you, as a group, as a family, as a KNBR listener family, why don't we all grab our mug full of Bigelow Tea and tea.
I'm just sipping on chamomile. From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Face off, controlled by the Sharks. Cranlin shoots. That deflects up high, and they score! Alexander Wenberg! The Sharks with an incredible comeback, and they win their first game of the year. It's a miracle in Utah.
Hey, a miracle in Utah. The Sharks got to win. We play that because of Dom Pooney was saying he's a St. Louis Blues fan. And we're like, oh, hockey, we didn't mention the Sharks. Getting their first win. Oh, by the way, here's last night's performer on the Yankee Stadium turf. Young Tone doing that. So congrats to the Sharks getting that win. They end. Did you know they were the first team in NHL history to have back-to-back seasons that started winless through the first 9 games? So I don't know where's Brooksy. And by the way, that's Rod Brooks. That's not Marcus. Marcus is in the Bronx. He's going to Game 4 tonight with his dad and his bro. We're looking to avoid a sweep. So Brooksy's here all week and through Monday, which is great. Rod, you got a ton of love on the text line, by the way.
Thank you, folks.
Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line has a strong approval rating for Brooksy. Where are you with the Sharks?
Wait until they hear my hockey talk.
No, I know you with me.
No disrespect, but
Tim Kuhn had the line. He was the great Chronicle columnist who's now become an ESPN writer. He had this line, Young Tone, about when the Sun Belt. It really happened in the '90s when like Tampa got a team, Miami got a team, Phoenix got a team,
Atlanta got a team.
Atlanta had one for a while back to the Jim Craig days. But anyway, he said, "Here's how to know if your market should have hockey. On January 1st, go outside and turn on your garden hose. Come back in an hour. If it's still liquid, you shouldn't have hockey." All right? So I've always gone by that.
I just didn't grow up playing it.
Listen,
that's the thing for me.
I
is
agree. You and I are in the same boat.
But sports I played, I have a better understanding of, and I just have more of a kind of a deeper almost molecular appreciation for it. Hockey, I just didn't play.
Houston does not have a hockey team.
No, not yet. But I didn't grow up playing it, didn't grow up watching it, so it didn't.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
I have great admiration for it. I love the culture. Like, my old partner was a huge hockey guy, and I would love to hear his stories. Mark Cannizzaro, the New York Post, all these guys have hockey stories. I admire the hell out of the culture. Overnight Dave has a ton of hockey stories. I love hearing the stories, and I like it. Gordie Howe and Gretzky and Messier and all that stuff. It's just that I can't speak authoritatively on the subject.
Wild that they are wildly underrated as athletes. I think they are, in my estimation, the best athletes on the planet. I really do. Yes.
They're up there. Yeah, they're up there.
Yeah.
They're up there.
Hand-eye coordination, toughness, ice, skating forward, backwards, speed, quickness. Come on, man.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Come on, man.
Hey, I'll say that even for the refs. You go to a hockey game, the refs are out there keeping up and down.
They have to.
So, fun stuff, man.
Unlike in the NFL where refs are wildly out of shape. And
what did young Tony learn today?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now. Okay.
Okay, so it's, of course, sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. So here's the deal. Young Tony had 2 incidents today. Young Tony, you want to tell us, hop on the mic. Do you have a preference which one you want to go first? Or
let's go with the we're on a break.
Okay, so here's the deal. I was talking about, I jock blogged early in the week, so I have to write once a week for the website.
Man, you have to say that a lot slower than you normally do. I'm just saying.
I jock blogged early this week, and I wrote about the Niners saying, man, you know what? Maybe it's good that we've hit the bye week because we've been flummoxed and frustrated by the Niners, and they're flummoxed and frustrated by us. And I was like, maybe it's time for everybody to have a break. They have a break, we have a break, and it's good. And I said, and if anything bad happens during the break, we can just go Ross Geller and say, we were on a break, right? And I was like, ha, is this my stupid little joke? And Tony's like, huh? So, Friends, where were you with Friends, buddy? Were you a PhD, high school grad?
I was more of a Martin guy.
Okay. No Friends at all?
Nah, it was all right.
All right.
Didn't do it for me.
All right. So,
but I know it.
It was, I think you could say, what was it? In the last 30 years, by ratings, probably one of those popular sitcoms.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I'm an outlier for sure.
So Ross and Rachel were the big, they have David Schwimmer and Jennifer Aniston. And so they were together. And then they took a break. And then he hooked up with another girl. And then she found out. And she would always bring it up. And he would say, we were on a break. Like this, Tony, like this.
She wants me to take responsibility for everything that went wrong in our relationship. I mean, she goes on for 5 pages about how I was unfaithful to her. We were on a break!
There it is. There it is. Because he would say that. It became a running joke through the episodes, through the years. By the way, somewhere, your friend and mine, Paulie Mack, just got puked in a bag. He was not a fan of Schwimmer's Ross Geller. He would come out openly anti-Ross.
It was so wildly unrealistic that he would be able to get a woman as incredibly good looking as Rachel.
Now we agree. Maybe we'll do Willie Lump Lump tomorrow. We'll do Willie Lump Lump tomorrow. So, Brooksy, great having you, bud.
That's my contribution
There's
today.
Johnny
Willie Lump
Lund.
Lump. That's all you get.
It's time to get Johnny Lund here. We got to stick around. A high school news class is coming to visit today.
Oh, I can't be around high schoolers.
Shout out to TAM News. No, you got to go. Time for a Change, sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. When it's time for a change, get yours at Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service and help fight breast cancer now through October. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I don't like who you are right now, dog.
You got to preach hate.
By the way, fight on. Go Dodgers. Go Niners.
Oh.
Hey.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Here, as of right now, might be the first positive Christian McCaffrey injury update of the entire season. Yep, here we go. Ready? So far, he has not had any setbacks during his recovery. I don't want to jinx this, right? Knock on wood. I don't want to jinx this, but he has not had any setbacks. And he has looked strong. And right now, he's poised to get back, I think, after their bye and play against the Buccaneers.
Wow. Christian McCaffrey back against the Bucs.
Here we go.
Because they showed him on the side.
Now, again, hold on. We thought he was going to play in the opener.
Sure.
And then all of a sudden, that Friday before, setback. But I think we could say it this way. Right now, he is tracking to play against the Buccaneers.
Sorry, I'm fraternizing. Rod Brooks was here. So I was fraternizing.
Take all the time you want, John. Talk to Rod. Don't talk on the 50,000-watt blowtorch.
All of a sudden, they're giving me
the
looks
Bay
in
Area
there.
is waiting for you, and you're just convincing
music's
with Rod.
going on, but I haven't seen Rod in a while. It's like, Rod, what's going on?
Text him after he leaves the studio.
By the way, I got to say,
Rod.
Before I say anything about Niners stuff, Warriors stuff, World Series stuff,
a lot of stuff,
football,
John.
the Equinox, all that Chevy and stuff, technology and stuff, your hair looks marvelous.
No hat today. No hat today.
What? No. Oh, you're doing interviews today.
I have 4 different color Yankee hats. I have a blue one. I have a gold one.
Which is
I
your
have a
good
red
luck
one,
hat.
which matches my 49ers sweater. I have a green one. I have all different colors.
There's my
but
cords.
until they actually, about as many as cords you have, spaghetti cords, until they actually win a baseball game in this World Series, and it's not over. You have to play the games out, the season's out, and series out. They got to start hitting right now. Dodgers are going bullpen game. I don't think they're going to bring Garrett Cole back on short rest. But, the old days, it was 1-4-7 for number one. He's clearly their number one. Clark Schmidt did not have it last night. Al Leiter's son didn't have it.
Yeesh.
Nobody had it. Nasty Nestor and Aaron Judge. Somebody needs a butt opener. I got a bottle opener in my bag, John, but we need a butt opener. Wonder if we can get that in the Castro to unlock him because he is gripping so badly right now. He is gripping. So Marcus is there. We may get Marcus to call us from the big ballpark in the Bronx, but
no, he wasn't at the game last night, right?
I don't think he was there last night. So I think he will turn it all around when he shows up. But I do have tickets for games 6 and 7. So,
I thought of you last night
and what that ensures last night's victory for the Dodgers is that the Yankees will not be able to win this series in 6. So if there is a game 6, and right now that is up in the air, but these series flip, and obviously Doc Roberts in the Dodger dugout knows it as well as anybody with the Yankees and Red Sox, and they came back in the ALDS in 2003. How about them chanting? I knew they wouldn't go beat LA.
Yeah, that's
they went Dodgers suck. And then they went Poppy on the pregame show with David Ortiz
that was
there.
Funny.
Poppy sucks. But anyway, I don't think I'm not wearing the hat because the hair looks good. I got to do John Lynch today. So John's a little cleaner than Kyle. Kyle's right off the practice field.
So you can have a hat on in that interview.
Yeah, well, you're out there watching practice. There's no practice to watch except for CMC.
we got an update there, too.
Yeah.
Right. Good news.
It's the same update from yesterday. I've been telling you for a while. He's moving around. He's running. He's going to... We'll see, and I think they're doing it the right way as far as ramping them back up. But in any event, that was the rumor monger from yesterday with McAfee. So they report what they're told. But anyway, I got to get a little more cleaned up to do a bye week, kind of a state of the franchise mid-season, kind of a
is that what you're doing with John?
Self-scout. I got to leave you at around 12:30. Tried to do the interview at 2, but John said, you really want to hang with John Lund and not me? Which John are you loyal to? Which John
JL?
Which John L do you want? So
that's an easy
you know
call.
what though? We got Marcus Thompson. You and Marcus can handle.
Yeah, Marcus
invite Rod back in since you're so wanting to catch up with Rod.
I hadn't
so
seen
I'll leave
Rod.
you. I'll leave you for maybe
him.
20 minutes, 25 minutes, somewhere.
We have Marcus, and he's got actually 2 pieces up. He's got a Niners piece, and he's got the piece
one on Brock and one on Steph's ankle.
So we can discuss both those things. So we got 12:30 for Marcus Thompson. Dante Whitner in about 45 minutes. So we'll do that for you as well. Pop is looking great down at Levi's in our special studio, which, just so you know, I tried to find a vacuum around there. That place has seen better days.
It looks a lot cleaner than the last time I was
you know what? You know what? Maybe because I left the door open and left a note on the door. I said, if someone will vacuum this place, that would be dandy.
Well, I don't know about a vacuum.
Oh, it didn't do that?
No.
I didn't do that?
I think I have a Roomba in the trunk. Maybe I could bring that in. What I was hoping for, because last week when I came in, there were candy wrappers all over the floor.
Yeah.
We are 2 days away from Halloween.
Yeah, that's
any Reese's Pieces anywhere around here at all?
Oh, yeah, I didn't see any Reese's Pieces, although, is this to be totally off topic for just 1 second, is this the month, there's got to be analytics for this, that we gain the most weight? Because everywhere you go, like you go to the dry cleaners, you go anywhere you go.
Candy.
Yeah, there's pumpkin candy in the pumpkin, and you reach your hand in there.
I think it's more the holidays. I think it's Thanksgiving.
Oh,
well, this is Halloween, but it's Thanksgiving all the way into Christmas.
That's true. You just don't even step on a scale for about 8 weeks, and then January comes, you're like, oh.
My friend Colvin Marshall informs me they're called butt plugs. Yeah, I did know that. I don't think I have those in my bag. Anybody got those for Aaron Judge? Aaron Judge, he has that look in his eye. Poor, somebody help that. I mean, the season that he had, it's unbelievable how good he was in the regular season and the way they're pitching him. He got hit by a pitch earlier, and he just doesn't look like the same guy. He's got to come out of it. I did think the one fly ball to Teoscar was nutted better. I know John Sterling thought it was as well. He got it off the end of the bat. But he didn't even barrel it, but he finally hit one. And then Shohei, if this was the regular season, he would undeniably be on the IL. That shoulder, he can't swing right now. He doesn't look like himself. So the two best players on the planet are struggling here in the World Series. And meanwhile, can anybody get Freddie Freeman out or keep him in the yard? What's going on here?
All right, we hate the Dodgers. That's established. But 5 straight World Series games, the home run.
The last 2 in Atlanta.
Right. I mean, that's ridiculous.
And not just a home run. He went walk-off grand slam in game 1. And I saw John Chase piece with, it wasn't quite Gibby and Eck, but no. Almost to the minute where it happened. It was pretty amazing the way he did it, the way he held his bat up. And then he hit another bomb. And then last night, that short porch in right field. I mean, the Yankee big hitters, and Soto can reach it, obviously, but the Yankees got right-handed pull hitters in Giancarlo and Aaron Judge, and they do shoot the ball the other way to the jet stream in right center, the short porch, but they're not going to get swept. We don't want the LA Dodgers to win this World Series. Even if the Yankees win the night tomorrow night, John, and there's a game 6, I go to Dodger Stadium Friday night, there's a chance the Dodgers win the World Series that night for the first time with actual fans in the stands since 1988. Where'd they clinch? 88, they clinched in Oakland.
Yeah.
Right, I remember, the Yankees did not play well in that series. I was actually at that series. That was the one where Earl Hershiser was singing hymns on the dugout bench, and he was just great. Where'd they clinch the 81 World Series?
I can't.
That must have been. Oh, that was at Yankee Stadium, I think. I think it was. Anyway, when was the last time they won a World Series at Dodger Stadium? Well, we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah.
They may win one tonight at Yankee Stadium.
Right. You know the numbers. I mean, what is it? The only team to come back in playoff history of 3-0 is the Red Sox.
Well, they just one game at a time. Just flip this. Just. I mean, are the Yankees that inferior to them? I mean, is San Diego a better team the way they played them?
This is all San Diego's fault. You know that, right? I mean,
what'd you want them to do?
They had
it was 2 games to 1.
You're one. You're
at
one
least
game
they
away.
got there.
You're at
least they got there. Yeah, blame it on them.
Yeah, that's why I'm blaming it on because it's clearly. And by the way, is it Billy? I think it is Billy who doesn't believe in pressure or pressure players.
Yeah.
I mean, it's clearly Aaron Judge is just by the moment. He's just not getting.
He doesn't believe in runners in scoring position, Stat. But the Dodgers aren't hitting it with runners in scoring position. They're just hitting bombs.
Right.
Up and down the lineup, they are hitting home runs.
Yeah.
In any event,
it's we just have to. The only thing I thought of last night was like you have tickets to 6 and 7. I'm like, man, that's a bummer. What happens to those if you don't use them? What happens?
They refund me my money.
Okay.
The LA Dodgers do.
Okay, that's good.
Don't they?
Yeah,
I think the
so.
Guggenheims have enough. They should refund my money.
I was thinking as I was watching that game and like 4-0
I'm
felt
waiting
like
for the refund to come right now, thinking we're not going to have a game 6 at Dodger Stadium. We're going to win it right there in the Bronx.
All right, we got a ton going on today. Give us your thoughts. We are always wide open for your thoughts. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and call-in line is the same at 415-808-KNBR. Whatever you have time for. If you want to sit on the line, very cool. If you want to shoot us a text, that is great too. 415-808-5627. Leading with some baseball. We got a ton to get to today. The Warriors have those back-to-backs against New Orleans. Steph is going to miss those. How big of a deal is that? Marcus Thompson has written about it. He's going to join me at 12:30 when you pop out to talk to John Lynch. And we have a ton of stuff to go over with the 49ers at the break. The NFC West, what the other teams are all about, the midway point of the season. We always do this. So we'll get into all those things, plus more Brock talk as he was, for a minute, the national media loved him, and now they're back on his back about the contract and all those kind of things. We have a lot to get to. We'll do it all next. It's Pop and Lund. Thanks for hanging out on a Tuesday, only here on the Sports Leader.
from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers rookie guard Dominic Pooney. He joined Murph and Rod Brooks this morning with Waterboy being out. They discuss what it's like to play along Trent Williams, what he's learned this season. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Pooney's bringing the monsoony, bro. He's going to...
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Here, as of right now, might be the first positive Christian McCaffrey injury update of the entire season. Yep, here we go. Ready? So far, he has not had any setbacks during his recovery. I don't want to jinx this, right? Knock on wood. I don't want to jinx this, but he has not had any setbacks. And he has looked strong. And right now, he's poised to get back, I think, after their bye and play against the Buccaneers.
Wow. Christian McCaffrey back against the Bucs.
Here we go.
Because they showed him on the side.
Now, again, hold on. We thought he was going to play in the opener.
Sure.
No. And then all of a sudden, that Friday before, setback. But I think we could say it this way. Right now, he is tracking to play against the Buccaneers.
Bang, baby!
Okay, that's not breaking news, and I know we played that to start the show, but my headphones were off because I was talking to Rod. So let's be professional.
You want to hear
now.
the rumor monger again?
No, I want to bring it up because he's on a weekly show now, and he has to bring stuff up. But I mean, we've known that for a long time. So let's just we just wanted to.
And
play
Kyle
it.
Shanahan made that clear.
Yeah, so we know
a better source on McCaffrey's return. Let's go to Kyle Shanahan and not the rumor monger.
Exactly.
Who did write a book with Mike Shanahan, though.
Yeah,
he's
absolutely
tight with the Shanahan.
Yeah, he is. So let's, we're just playing that, but we knew that premise. So CMC likely to play versus the Bucs unless there is some sort of a setback. You have said, you're more of an insider. You're down there. You have said he looks good, right? He's working.
He's
no
working.
Setbacks.
He's been for a while. He had to ramp up his speed. And we'll get an update from John today. And I know Kyle's going on with Tolbert and Copes, and John's going on with Murph and Marcus or Rod, whoever's. I think it's going to be Rod tomorrow. Marcus is going to be at Yankee Stadium, and the Yankees get back into the series 3-1 with a win tonight. So we'll see. I mean, so the team's getting away, and they had all kinds of stuff yesterday, including a team picture, and today they got all logistical stuff. They actually have to do those videos like we have to do with HR and our company with the NFL. I like to see the players.
Oh, they
down
do?
and that, something like that. But then they're going to get the afternoon off, and then, Kyle will read them. Be smart when you're away.
As he jets off to Mexico, right?
No, he'll be here. They're going to work all the way.
Okay.
I don't think he's going. He may go to Cabo. He ducks out a little bit because, his mom and dad have a place there. But anyway, he's got, he can go and work anywhere, but he can get a head start on Tampa, obviously, and then self-scout, just look at the team offensively and defensively. I mean, they're averaging a little over 26 points a game, 26.3, which is 8th in the NFL. They move the ball well, both on the ground and in the air. The red zone, and they've had better red zone efforts. The game on Sunday night against Dallas was better than the Seattle game. But overall, they got to improve there. And we've talked about, McCaffrey being an impact player there. So as we look at them coming back off the bye, and historically, they have played their best football post-bye, at least the last couple of years, and that's coaching, and they just get better. They've made some additions, and the trade deadline could aid that as well this year. John's made a trade every year except for 2018. Sometimes he's trading people away like Quan Alexander, legendary deal that was. And then he makes a trade to get Emmanuel Sanders, or he makes a deal to get, well, Jimmy was different. Jimmy was at the deadline, but it was for the future. And then obviously, the pickups he's made here and there along the way, getting last year a whole new defensive line. What's he looking at? There's some reports that Kyle likes Deontay Johnson, the wide receiver, which is interesting. We saw him in Pittsburgh, and he's a really crafty route runner, good, separator and catcher at 107 catch year in 2021. I remember when Pittsburgh got rid of him was after our game when Ayuk went in there opening day last year, and they just, ran 19 structure full, and Ayuk blocked everybody in black and gold, and Tomlin kind of got frustrated with his own team's blocking and wide receivers, and they got rid of Deontay Johnson middle of that year. So I kind of took it as though maybe not a physically tough guy, but Kyle does like him, and he is a separator. I mean, he's kind of in the Ricky Pearsall mold a little bit, but a veteran player. He's had some big years. So would they be in the market for a wide receiver? I mean, Debo's injuries out there as well, the rib, the oblique, but I think you'd get Juwan Jennings back. So coming off the bye, I think you're looking at getting McCaffrey back, getting Juwan Jennings back on defense. Yatura Gross-Matos could come back that first game or shortly after, and then Dre Greenlaw a week to week after that, and then they get the kicker back. And they did a good job. Matthew Wright did a good job. We didn't talk about special teams. I texted Bones Fossil to come on yesterday, and he ghosted me. The Dallas did not have a great game on special teams. How many penalties they have on teams, and they missed one. C.J. Goodwin ran into Jacob Cowing. Mm-hmm. It should have been fair catch interference on that one. They missed one, but I think Bones was trying to get extra tricky with aligning C.J. Goodwin behind. They got a penalty on the first play of the game. So they are going to get Jake Moody back. Wisnowski's back. I think has got to get better. He had a great punt when he put it down on the goal line, and Ronnie Bell downed it. But anyway, so I think they're trending in the right direction. They'd rather be 6-2 than 4-4, but they got there. The whole division is 4-4, and they do historically play their best football after the bye, and they are getting, I thought, the best football player in the league last year, the offensive player of the year, Christian McCaffrey, back. Question is, what version of McCaffrey are you getting back? How much can you use him? He's going to have to build back up to get on the field, and then I think build back up once he is back.
So, we'll get into this coming up next at the bottom of the hour, a little bit more about the trade deadline, because I did a little bit of digging today. But when I look at, you just mentioned wide receiver. When I look at the weapons now, assuming CMC is fairly healthy, and I do think that the running backs, both Garendo and especially Mason, have earned some sort of a role. And also, I would be careful with Christian McCaffrey until I was 110% sure, which doesn't exist, that he was going to be healthy. So I'd like to take a little off his plate. But I was thinking, okay, CMC, Kittle, Debo, Pearsall, Jennings, Mason, Garendo. To me, with Brock, that's a 30-point-a-game team. That's more weapons. I mean, Dallas would absolutely. That would be in their dreams. They would have those kind of weapons. They have basically CeeDee Lamb and nothing. So all the guys that I just mentioned, plus Brock, and hopefully an improving offensive line. Dominic Pooney was on the morning show. He's really good, and Trent's rounding into shape and everything. And hopefully, they get healthier and are good up front. But that's 30 points a game. When I flip it to the other side, I think to myself, defensive tackle, a linebacker, veteran safety, an adult in the room back there maybe. I don't know what to do with Ward. We can get into that conversation. If you think, okay, Renardo Green can do this, we're weak at another position. We're not going to re-sign him anyway. Kind of what Farhan did a couple of years ago. You take from one, but you give to another. I see issues at every level of the defense, and offensively, when CMC comes back, I see a 30-point-per-game team. So I would focus. And I know Deontay is out there, Deontay Johnson, and there's a number of receivers you can probably go out and get. But I think they need, if not one, maybe even two guys defensively.
I think the way to look at it is you got two injuries here where guys are not coming back. Brandon Ayuk's not coming back. He tore his ACL and his MCL, and there's other stuff going on. I'm just hoping he comes back for training camp next year and starts the season on time next year. You've lost your ex-wide receiver. The whole conversation we had in the offseason about signing him. He is your ex. He lines up by himself, up on the line of scrimmage. They can grab him. They can double him there. I mean, he does move and play other positions, but he's your best X. Jennings can play some X. I always give Chris Conley the benefit of the doubt because I see him and I think he can play X. He has played X. He can play all of them, but he's not Ayuk. He's not going to separate like Ayuk. So I would think they would be in the market for a pure X wide receiver, which Deontay Johnson is not. Deontay Johnson is more of a Z, a flanker or a slot. And I'm generalizing. They bunch them and they put them all together. You can line them all up. They do view Ricky more of an X than Ricky's not a big-bodied guy. An X to me is Michael Irvin. It's 3rd and 5. You got to throw it on the backside. You got to pick up a slant, and it's just one-on-one. You got to win inside. There's not a lot of tricking people here. I mean, Michael was one of the great, X wide receivers in history, but a Mike Evans, big body guy. So who's out there? There was a report today that Kyle likes Deontay Johnson. That kind of interests me because I'm always trying to wonder what kind of receiver does Kyle like? Coming out of the draft, he didn't like Jerry Jeudy. He didn't like the pretty route runners. He wants guys that are going to block in there. Is Deontay Johnson a blocker? Is he?
He's not big.
He's not big, and I think he had a reputation for Pittsburgh of being a bit of a prima donna, a guy that when he was the guy getting the call in the route as the primary, ran the route well, but if he didn't, he'd Randy Moss it or CeeDee Lamb it. So we'll see what they do there, but Ayuk's not coming back. So to me, that's the void, and you got a lot of other people in the wide receiver room. They keep getting hurt, though. Deebo Samuel's just always got something going on, and Deebo runs hard and recklessly, and he's a tackle breaker, so you have to factor in he's going to be out a little bit. Hopefully Jennings, his finger will heal up, and he'll get over the ribs, and he'll come back and play. And then on defense, Javon Hargrave's not coming back. The Gravedigger's out the year. Maybe he comes back if you go to the championship game or the Super Bowl, but those are huge maybes. He's got a partially torn tricep. So to me, it's more interior. Gross Matos can play on the outside. Okawano now can play outside of the inside, and so can Yator. I think they need an edgy guy anyway, just to complement Nick. I think Leonard Floyd's been good in flashes, but he wears down. He's a smaller body, does not set the edge in the run game. So just when I'm looking at it, on a wide receiver and a pure X, big-bodied wide receiver, maybe it's Kendrick Bourne. Maybe you bring KB back. I haven't seen him in New England, just watching a little bit, but when we played him, he was still on the PUP list off last year's ACL, but he and Kyle are tight. And Kendrick Bourne was the guy around here, the X, before, Jawan Jennings got here, and he was the OG as far as those X's. So that would be the one thing. The wide receiver, have to be a specific kind of wide receiver, more of a blocking wide receiver who could also separate and run routes and beat man, which they're lacking in Ayuk's loss, and then Hargrave. You need a run stuffer inside. You need a guy on the edge. So you may see him go with a D tackle and a DN, John, because, the Gravedigger's not coming back. And are they getting enough just splash off the edge? I think if you left Okawano out there, he could be that edge guy. That guy's a tremendous athlete. What a jumper he is. He is explosive. But they're moving him inside and using him like a Menahue and Arden Key. Maybe we can get Arden Key back. I don't know. So anyway, it's a week from the day. It's going to be a big day and a big week for Kyle. That's why, and John, that's why this bye week is kind of weird. Last year they had the bye, and then right that first Tuesday off the bye was the trade deadline. And then you get all the business done, and then you go away. Open up the door for Chase, let him work out with Nick, and the coaches are here for John. Does he get a bye, or does he have to stay here and work because his bye week is the week of the trading deadline?
All right, Christian McCaffrey going to be coming back. That is good for the offense. What do they need if you're looking at the 49ers right now? Defense, offense, specific positions. What do you think, and how much will CMC just help solve the offensive issues? So we'll get into that conversation. You can jump in, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll do it next. And then Dante Whitner, our good friend, is going to join us at 10:50 to decipher and look ahead, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, it's Greg Pop here. I got a question for you. What if you could be debt-free by this January? I'm talking about all that high-interest debt, pay off all your credit cards, your car loans, consolidate everything into one lower payment. If you are ready to stop stressing over bills, you need to call Loan Pronto. Pronto! Call them right now with rates at their lowest in 2 years. This is the perfect chance to use your home's equity and save big going into the new year. Loan Pronto's got rates with APRs in the low fives, and they're getting homeowners hundreds of thousands out of their home's equity. Homeowners who do this with Loan Pronto can save on average, or are saving on average, $150 a month. So Loan Pronto offers a ton of options, including total refis or their express equity lines of credit. So call now, get a free rate quote in just minutes, no hard credit pull and no upfront fees. Call today, and you won't have to make a house payment until 2025. LoanPronto.com, 415-808-5721. That's LoanPronto.com, free rate quote now, 415-808-5721.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund, on a Tuesday. We appreciate you hanging out. At 10:50, we'll talk to Dante Whitner. So in about 15 minutes, do not miss that. Dante is always great breaking it down on both sides of the ball, and he's going to join us in 15 to take a look back at not only this game, but where the 49ers are at this point and looking ahead to the post-bye second half of the season. Now, I don't mean to bring logic into what we were just talking about, which is the trade deadline, but we are coming close. Like I said, it's a week. So I don't know how many teams are going to either change their mind based on a win like the Rams did, I think, last week, or a loss or whatever. But I know this. If teams are being true to themselves, there are 10 teams that are truly out of it. Carolina 1-7, New Orleans 2-6, Giants 2-6, Cleveland 2-6, Vegas 2-6, Jags 2-6, New England 2-6, Jets 2-6, Tennessee 1-6, and Miami 2-5. So that right now, that's the pool you have to choose from. For example, the only reason I bring that up is because when we talked defensive tackles, and we talked to Mike Silver about this last week, he brought up the name Buckner from the Colts. Brought up the name DJ Jones with Denver. Problem with Denver is they're 5-3. So I don't see Sean Payton saying, yeah, we're 5-3, let's get rid of DJ Jones. He's in the last year of his deal, and that's really another obstacle for the 49ers. Could they take on more salary? They could, but their preference probably is not give up a whole lot, get a guy in the last year of his deal for a rental, because next year you're going to have to pay Demo and you're going to have to pay Brock, obviously, is the big one. And so they probably don't want to bring on more salary. So it's kind of a complicated situation. So the names at defensive tackle, Simmons, Buckner, DJ Jones, Godshaw, the run stuffer from the Patriots. On the edge, we've heard names like Zadarius Smith, Clowney, Preston Smith. At linebacker, I heard an interesting name this morning, kid out of Utah that was with the Jags, off to a really hot start when he got drafted in 22 and has kind of fallen out of favor, Devin Lloyd, who, again, that's a long-term thing potentially, seeing how Greenlaw comes back. The one name, and I don't know that this is their top need, but it would almost, I'm not going to say it's a McCaffrey addition, but somebody that would really change your defense, I believe. And I don't know that they would do it in division, just like I don't think that the Rams would ever have traded the 49ers Cooper Kupp, and the Cardinals are 4-4, so maybe they're just going to be buyers, period. But like Budda Baker's a guy where if he was ever available, I know that safety's not their top need, but that's a defensive game changer, right? I mean, that's the kind of guy I'd be trying to get.
Yeah, I actually thought that they would trade him, Monty Ossenford. He has to be traded a few years ago.
Right.
They did rework his contract, but he's not making top-of-the-market safety money. He's an active player. And we just played him a couple of weeks ago, so I studied him and watched every single game. I think he's missing a lot. He sees it and he comes, but he's gotten a little older. He's had some injuries. And I know everybody here loves him. George Kittle loves Budda Baker. There's been some titanic matchups with them. I just see him as a descending player. And I think the real issue, and we'll talk to Dante about it, is I think they're young at safety, but Malik Mustafa's playing his ass off. I think, looking back at it, and I watched the game again back last night, the play that he made in the back of the end zone of that big tight end, and they were going at him. I thought they were going to go to CeeDee Lamb in the red zone against Charvarius, but they went to Spain Ford, Brevin Spain Ford, this undrafted rookie tight end from Minnesota, a 6'6" guy trying to take advantage of Malik's undersized, like Budda Baker and Earl Thomas or Dante Whitner. We'll talk to Dante about it at 10:50, and he just got in there. It's the way he broke the ball up. He played through his hands. The ball hit the target. Spain Ford touched the ball, and Malik came up behind it cleanly and just raked right through his hands and got the ball out. And then in the very next play, he's in on a tackle to make them kick a field goal with Renardo Green. So I think he's a player. I want him to stay on the field more. I think the tipping point's going to be at safety. If Talanoa Hufanga pushes to get back on the field with a cast on his broken wrist with the torn ligaments, right now Jair Brown's playing great. whether he's playing deep middle in the pick he had against Dak, whether you're blitzing him off the edge, inserting him into the pass rush, whether he's coming up and playing as a run player. Jair Brown's not coming off the field. I'm not taking Malik Mustafa off the field. I don't know what they're going to do with Talanoa. So I like Budda Baker. I just think he's a descending player who's going to want his contract completely restructured. I don't see a fit with him here. Although everybody loves him here, and anybody been playing the guy for years and years. I think they like what they have at safety with Malik Mustafa, the rookie, and also Jair Brown. And then I think the real tough call is going to be with Talanoa. If he pushes to get on the field, do you play him over those two young guys, or do you try to get three safeties on the field? I'm not taking either one of those guys off the field.
Yeah, I was just thinking, the adult in the room, the more leadership. I think there's just something missing defensively. There's a lot of people on the text line saying Jeffrey Simmons. I love Simmons.
They're not trading him.
Yeah, and it sounds like they're not. There is a relationship there, and Tennessee is clearly out of it, and they've already traded a couple of guys, but it sounds like Simmons, in their mind, is a keeper, so I don't know.
How about Calais Campbell?
Yeah, that's a name that I've heard.
That guy's a pro.
And he's absolutely a leader. I just think, for some reason, I just think the defense right now is kind of and they need some juice. And it's not that I don't think that, player X from a certain team wouldn't be a bad addition, whomever they decide, but I'm trying to think of impact. Like I looked, Buda's in the last year of his deal. I'm trying to find guys, Buckner would be awesome, but I don't see them spending that kind of money, and he's still got years left on the deal. They've got to get a deal, and this is where I think the toughest part comes in. I think they got to get an expiring deal because you don't want to they've got the most cap space in the NFL, but they're doing it so they can carry it over for next year and sign Demo and sign Brock. I don't think they want to bleed any money, maybe a little, but not much money into next year, and that's where the tough part comes in is you want an impact player who's got an expiring contract you can make a deal that you don't have to give up too much, and that's hard.
Which leads to the, and we've seen teams, I mentioned the Quan Alexander deal that the 49ers made. And Quan was coming off an injury, as I recall, and they didn't get a lot back for him. But they had Fred. Trey Greenlaw was developing into a star, and they had Azeez Al-Shire. I mean, think about that, how good of a player Azeez is now. They had all three.
Right.
I mean, that was a great linebacking core. And then, so now it's the depth is in the cornerback room. And we'll ask Dante this as well. And Charvarius, Kyle did say, he came off the field for 4 snaps. And I was wondering, what's going on here? Ike Adams playing at one corner. On the other corner, it was Renardo Green, the rookie, and they put Demo in the slot. And this was after the game before against Kansas City when they introduced the starters. They didn't introduce Charvarius Ward. They introduced Isaac Yiadom. I think it was just an oversight. He wound up playing the whole game. But there had been a lot of rumblings from Mike Silver and others about Charvarius being made available. I think he has played his best 2 games of the year have been his last 2. After missing the Seattle game on the Thursday night, he wasn't right. And then coming off the mini bye, he recovered to make the good pass break up on Travis Kelce when Kelce got behind him. I thought they were targeting him a little bit early in the game on Sunday night with CD lining up on his side. He kept going that way. And the 49ers don't move their corners. At least they haven't this year so far. Sometimes with Charvarius they have, but they are not this year. And he's always on the offensive right, and Renardo or Ike Yiadom are on the offensive left outside, and Demo's in the slot. And so they know where they're going to be, and they kept lining up CeeDee Lamb on the offensive right against Charvarius. And he had a big first quarter and first half, and then he exploded in the second half, and those weren't Charvarius' fault. But a lot of times teams tell you what they think about your players, and you got to assess that, like where are they going there? And they were attacking, Devondre Campbell all year. Devondre played great on Sunday night. By far his best game as a Niner. His first quarter, he was on fire. Covering, he had 7 tackles in the game. Maybe he's figuring out the system. So they have a lot invested in him. So I think hopefully D gets through concussion protocol, then Dre's going to come back at some point. You may want linebacker depth there. But I think the one thing to look at is, with an eye towards next year, do they feel comfortable enough with Ike Yiadom, Renardo Green, Darrell Luter Jr., Rock Yassin to make Charvarius Ward available? And the one thing is that teams like to bring back their own. Like Kendrick Bourne is a Niner. He fits here. You got to fit in here. That's why Kyle likes him. And then DeForest Buckner's been here. He fits here. He was here before they got here. I just think with Charvarius Ward, with Kansas City, with the injury to Jalen Watson in the outside corner, that's a bad injury. That guy's a good player opposite of Trent McDuffie. They let L'Jarius Sneed go. They tagged him and signed him to Tennessee, John. Would the Chiefs be interested in re-inquiring Charvarius Ward? So I think as you're looking at a week from the day, and it's coming up on Election Day, November the 5th at 1 o'clock, right in the middle of our show, the Niners could certainly be buyers, but would they strategically move some contracts, maybe to do both of what you're talking about? But the thing with Charvarius, the compensatory pick, you have to weigh. If he does leave in free agency, what kind of a compensation pick will you get for him?
They do that formula.
Yeah, and then you have to weigh that versus what are you being offered in trade right now. If it's the same or very close to being the same, then why would you trade him? Why would we trade that guy if you want to win a Super Bowl? He's our starting corner right now. But if you think, well, I can get way more, a day 2 pick, or get a second-round pick for Mooney, man, maybe last year you would have. If we're watching the tape this year, he's not playing as well, but maybe the last 2 games. And then also just what happens around the league. I could see the Niners doing nothing this week. You'd like to have guys in the building when you have the bonus practice on Monday so they can play in Tampa Bay, but certainly you want them in for the installation day on Wednesday, which is the day after the trading deadline. But there's going to be injuries coming up throughout the league and this weekend, or guys get hurt in practice. Stephon Diggs has torn his ACL, and he is out the year in Houston. Wow.
When did that get out?
Just came down. Tom Pelissero a few minutes ago.
See, now that's a team where they've got to go get a receiver, and they're going to be desperate. And if you're a team like Deontay Johnson's value or whomever, you could look at. By the way, a guy that, he makes a lot of money, so I don't know the Niners would have looked at him, but Christian Kirk, he's out for the year now, too.
Good player.
That was a guy that.
I love that guy.
Yeah, people thought he got overpaid when he left Arizona, but he's been very good in Jacksonville. But
he always tormented the Niners.
He just got hurt, and he's out for the year. And see, there's a team, I don't know if, Jacksonville stinks. They would have traded within their division, I think, but they trade him, they probably get something good back, but he's out. So the receiving core, Mike Williams looks washed. So there's not a ton out there, but if you're Houston and you're a team that has Super Bowl aspirations, even in the AFC, that's massive, and you got to go out and find yourself a wide receiver right now. You're going to have to overpay. Like, the leverage is completely against you, and there's a team out there going, okay, we'll dangle you Deontay Johnson. He's not that guy. He's not Diggs, but they got to go find somebody.
No, they got Del Tank. Where's Nico Collins? He on
he's
IR?
Hurt. I don't know if he's on IR, but he's hurt. Yeah, they're desperate.
He's on IR.
Yeah.
And now Stephon Diggs just tore his ACL. He's out this year and maybe the part of next year. They got Robert Woods, who was great when he was healthy, but he tore an ACL. He's not been the same guy. They got Del Tank. That's about all. They got the tight ends. They got Dalton Schultz, and Joe Mixon runs hard. So if you're, and it may be a different type of wide receiver you're looking at than Nick Caserio, but it's also D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Slowick. Bobby runs Kyle's offense in Houston, so to some degree, it would be a similar system, and you may be competing with them to get wide receiver if you want a wide receiver.
You're calling New England about Bourne. They're trying to piece it together right now because they're so injured at receiver, and that you don't want to get in that position because you're totally leveraged in that situation. Just let me go back to Kansas City for a second. Then we got to get to Dante. Do you want to pick? Like, let's say that Ward, okay, you find him expendable and you can make a move. But you're trying to win a Super Bowl. I guess you could get a pick so you could move it somewhere else. That would work. But, man, I almost
what kind of pick are we getting?
Well, exactly. And then that's the compensation.
What's the compensation pick?
But the other side of it is, it's really hard to find player trades, though. Like, I'm looking at Kansas City roster. They're not going to want to trade you anybody.
Leo Chanel.
Yeah.
I want Chanel number 5.
He's really good, but
he's fabulous. They're
I'm giving you Ward. I know that, but I'm giving you Ward.
They are not trading him.
Well, I'm looking at their corners outside of McDuffie, and now that he's down, Watson's down, they're not good. They got trouble.
Jalen Watson was playing well.
Yeah, they got trouble.
No, I want. I take the quarterback. How do you pronounce his name? Mahomes.
Yeah, he's not very good.
I take the backup. I take Carson Wentz.
Isn't he 6 touchdowns, 8 interceptions?
You're going to do it for a draft pick. You're not going to do it. Who are they going to get him off? Mike Pennell? They're not trading Mike Pennell. He starts with Chris Jones, and that's why they're so good at run defense. Realistically, are they trading anybody that they play on offense or defense? Hell no.
Yeah. Didn't he used to be a Niner anyway? Didn't Mike Pennell used to be on? I think
he's a veteran guy. He's been around. He's a good run player. He plays a lot. They put him right next to Chris Jones.
Yeah, I remember him. All right, we'll continue the conversation, and we love doing this with Dante. We'll look back, we'll look ahead, and we got to get a fix for that defense overall so they can be as ferocious as they once were. We'll ask Dante Whitner about it next, only here on the Sports Hitter.
There's a shotgun. They're going to roll Dak to the left, rolling outside the number, sprint left, throws down the sideline, intercepted by Diamador Lenore. Was he in bounds? Yes, he was. Lenore gets Dak again.
We've seen this movie before with Diamador Lenore on the Dallas Cowboys sideline. What a play by him.
Let's talk all things 49ers. Trade deadline coming up. CMC coming back, it looks like, for the Tampa Bay game. What is ahead for the 49ers? And look quickly back at what has been. We love talking to Dante Whitner every week, former badass safety for the 49ers, and you see him before and after all games. Very opinionated, one of our favorites, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm doing pretty good. I'm out here in Miami covering the FIU New Mexico State game tonight, so it's pretty wonderful.
You're everywhere, man. You're bi-coastal. I saw you ever so briefly on Sunday, but I didn't get a chance to go over and give you a hug. You were getting in play, so we come in every week with Chris Collinsworth talking to you. Dante Whitner. Did you see Collinsworth at all? And Rodney Harrison was hanging out in the field pregame like you, a vicious hitting safety, should be a Hall of Famer. Who else did you catch up with? You didn't have time for me, but who else were you?
I saw Patrick Willis. Well, I see Patrick a lot. We talk a lot.
Yeah.
He just texted me and sent me an Instagram message a minute ago when I got on the call. Popped up. Saw Rodney Harrison. Every time I see Rodney, it just amazes me at how big he is, and he played the safety position. No wonder he was so vicious of a player. And his name always, what's the defensive end that played for the Dallas Cowboys and the 49ers?
Charles Haley.
Oh, I'm in Dallas a lot of times, and we work out at the same gym. And I don't know if that guy has them all. Like, he literally doesn't have them all, and he'll tell you, right?
Yeah.
But he was such an awesome player, and he's still ticking today. So, Charles Haley.
Yeah, he's on medication to make sure he keeps them all together, but they don't always stay together.
I got to tell you that one guy, too, was the honorary captain, and what a great guy, and he's underrated, Delaney Walker. What a great guy he is. Did you talk to Delaney at all? Were you friends with Delaney at all?
I didn't see Delaney. A lot of times
awesome.
I don't get a chance to see the guys
you're working.
because – I'm still working, and I don't get a chance to stay out there when they all take the field. But I got to tell you one thing about Delaney. Covering him and Vernon Davis in practice every day made me a lot better coverage safety. And Delaney Walker was a former wide receiver in college and transitioned to that position. And I watched him just grind and work every day on special teams as the blocking tight end. He was faster than people give him credit for. So I truly believe that he deserves to be on. I saw a Hall of Fame ballot that he's on. He really deserves to be on there.
Big numbers he put up.
Yeah.
Speaking of undersized safeties that could play well in coverage, I thought one of the key plays in the game was your guy, Malik Mustafa. Late in the first half, they took a shot in the baseline of the end zone. They tried to get him singled up with Dallas's rookie tight end who wears 89, Brevin Spanford, one-on-one. And Spanford got his hands on the ball in the back of the end zone. A second down would have been a touchdown. And then Malik came in and just played through his hands twice, kept tipping it and ripping it out, and he was able to knock it away. And then he comes up and runs support in the very next play with Renardo Green and makes a play. I know Talanoa wants to come back, and Jair had a prick. I mean, how do you see the safety room? And tell me about the night Malik Mustafa had on Sunday Night Football, Dante.
Well, I saw Hufanga in the elevator, and he had his brace on, and I can't really envision him coming back, playing a position at a high level off an ACL and a wrist and playing at a high level. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. But the way that Malik Mustafa is playing right now is a 60% Hufanga better than a 100% Malik Mustafa with the way he's playing right now? I don't think so. They're still both two talented guys, but on Sunday, he's just taking his game to another level. And it all starts with his eyes, his feet, his ability to break 1/3 the distance. The ball is in the air, and then approach ball carriers with that, that fearless ability to track guys in the alley. And that's what it takes to play the position at a high level. It takes that fearlessness, that contact courage that we talk about a lot of times. He has it, and he has enough to give out. So if he continues to play like that, that's another Dre Greenlaw type of player, impact, physical presence on the defense that offenses really have to account for. And when you're playing in the red zone, everything happens so quickly. And of course, they're going to test the rookie safety. And there's been a number of different times he stepped up and came through with PBUs on tight ends and wide receivers in the end zone. So Malik Mustafa is playing at an unbelievable level right now. And I'm only anticipating that that's going to get better.
It's our guy, Dante Whitner. He's chilling in Miami as we get you ready for a little bye week. And then the 49ers are back at it at Tampa. So just a broad question. You know, they have done this under Kyle Shanahan a lot, where they kind of start to get a little bit healthy. We know who's out, like Brandon Ayuk is out and Hargrave is out. They've got what they've got, and it looks like CMC's coming back. So what is your prognosis? Can they go on another long run like they've done under Shanahan a few times?
Absolutely. That's their identity. That's what their track record shows. And the biggest part that nobody's talking about, we talk about data so often in the game of football and data analytics and all these different things, but Kyle Shanahan is the best at taking the data from the first half of the season, anticipating what you're going to play on defense, and really carving it up. This is why it takes the 49ers to week 7, 8, 9 to really accumulate all that first half data so that he can attack the defenses that he like he wants to. If he played the Minnesota Vikings right now, there would be a different outcome and multiple variations in the way that he attacked that defense, because he has so much data to just stumble through. So that's one of the keys to the second half and them going on the run, is Kyle taking that data and really attacking defenses.
16-2 they are after the bye the last couple of years. A couple of years ago, they had to run the table, and they won their last 10. But 9-0 after the bye that year, and then 7-2 after the bye last season. This also leads to the bye, and you're not going to have any more games played, and we go into a trade deadline. One week from today, Dante, is the trade deadline, November the 5th, Election Day. So the secondary, Renardo Green now is in your nickel. He's starting and playing over Ike Adam. You got Charvarius Ward on one side, and you got Renardo on the other. And then you also have, Demo was playing so well inside. And then you got backup corners like Ike Adam, Rock Yacine's hardly played, Darrell Luter Jr. So the media is speculating out there that the Niners may be buyers, but they may also be sellers. And Charvarius Ward's contract is up after this year. And Kansas City had a bad injury in their secondary with their cornerback Jalen Watson. Would you be comfortable if somebody called and wanted Charvarius Ward to trade him and look at the cornerback room around him and say, I got enough if I do trade the Mooney man?
I don't think I would. There's something to be said about having a veteran presence. And even though he's not playing up to his all-pro level like he was last year, you can only anticipate him getting better and better. That's a position, playing the cornerback position, where you definitely have to have a short memory. Yes, you can have an all-pro year, you can have an all-pro game, but then the games that follow that, you can severely struggle. It only takes a slip, it only takes bad eyes, it only takes bad technique. And I truly believe that Charvarius Ward is still an all-pro corner. He's had some tough plays out there, but when it really comes down to it, and you have to play those Detroit Lions and the Minnesota Vikings again with Justin Jefferson, I don't know if you really want to strictly rely on a bunch of young corners to go out there and get it done. It's one thing to play against the second and third wide receivers of the Dallas Cowboys or, one of these other lower tier teams. But when you start to compete for championships and you get into that divisional playoff, you better have some corners out there that know what's going on. And I think that Charvarius Ward is still a piece to that. And I think that he's going to get better in the second half of the season.
Dante, as you look at it at the trade deadline a week from today, what is their biggest need or biggest needs to you?
The biggest need, I would say, would be another pass rusher, a big plugger on the interior of the defensive line. There's some guys out there that I've been hearing, like DJ Jones, who we've seen in the past, and how he stepped up in big moments in big games and provided run defense value. I think that a lot of people are saying wide receivers, but I think that with Kyle's system and with the wide receiver position and how many movements and shifts and different personnel groups, if you don't have a guy like Emmanuel Sanders or DeAndre Hopkins, a guy who's played in multiple systems that can pick up that communication and the intricacies of that side of the ball, I don't really see somebody coming in and making a great impact. So often we have this perception that you can just make a trade and just fix weaknesses. But these playbooks are so intricate, and there's so many details that can change your position, the communication, and when the live bullets are going in, I don't want to really be relying on a guy that really has 2 weeks or 3 weeks of training in our system when it's 4th and 1, 3rd and 5 in a major playoff game or scenario or moment. So they're going to have to roll with the guys that they have now. They have to play better. There's a certain way that you play each and every offensive and defensive play. There's a right way to do it, and there's a wrong way to do it. And the 49ers have that fix-it button to where they just have to do it the right way more than the opposition like we're accustomed to seeing them do.
Unless you go out and get someone that's been in the system before, and Kendrick Bourne was here, but it was many years ago, but they can get him up, and they do like the way he blocks, and he does fit in with everything you're talking about. Over on the defensive side, Trey Greenlaw's coming back at some point, but it's not going to be the Tampa Bay game. It'll be week to week after that. It may actually even be into December, past Thanksgiving in Green Bay and Buffalo, and maybe later in the year when the Bears come in. Devondre Campbell, I think we all agree, his best game as a Niner on Sunday night. He was flying around, especially in the opening quarter. So what do you think about the linebacker room? You've got D. Winters taking some snaps there. You got Flanagan Fowles, Bethune. Jalen Graham's lurking around the building. Do you believe in Devondre Campbell enough where you'll ride him out until Dre Greenlaw comes back, and then they can make you play in your base and 3 linebackers and need to be on the field even with Trey or possibly D. Winters? So do you think they should be in the market for another linebacker?
I don't think they should be in the market for another linebacker. And when you saw the way that Devondre Campbell played in the first half last week, that's everything that they expected from him through the first 7 weeks of the season. I saw an aggressive linebacker. I saw somebody that was penetrating versus the run. He had multiple times where he ran through on the backside, and that's really what they expect from him. If they didn't really put another linebacker in that role after those struggles in those 3 consecutive games where they were attacking him in coverage and he had a few missed tackles, then I don't really foresee them replacing him now, especially with Dre Greenlaw being so close to his return. But I've always had confidence in Demetrius Flanagan Fowles. I like to see him on the field. He knows exactly where he's supposed to be. He plays at a physical level, and he does so on special teams as well. So if Devondre Campbell struggles, you can put Demetrius Flanagan Fowles, who's returning from an injury. I believe he was out previously when Devondre was going through those struggles. So I think you can plug him. And D. Winters, I like everything I'm seeing from him. The only play I wish he could have back is that sideline run with Mahomes running up the sideline, and I know that he wish he has that back as well. But he's very aggressive. He feels the way that I feel about tackling ball carriers, and that's, I don't want to just tackle you. I want to inflict pain on you. And you can see that in his DNA. So that's what made Dre Greenlaw so special. So I foresee him continuing to get a lot of reps for the 49ers defense.
We always love talking to the hitman, Dante Whitner. It's Pop and Lund here on the Sports Leader. By the way, a little bit of breaking news. Deontay Johnson, who we were talking about, wide receiver, used to be the Steelers, now with the Panthers. He's going to the Ravens. So the trades continue to fly. So Deontay Johnson off the board. Yeah, off the board if you were thinking about him for the 49ers. Speaking of that, Dante, do you think with CMC coming back and you start looking at the weapons now returning, obviously Ayuk's out, but CMC, Kittle, Debo, Pearsall, Jennings, Mason Garendo, I think that's a 30-point-per-game team. Do they need to address the receiver, or are they okay offensively?
No, they don't need to address the receiver. And remember, when Christian McCaffrey returns, now the 49ers having that chess piece and how dominant he is versus linebackers and safeties, you can't play man coverage. So they dictate as to what coverages you can play on first, second down, and third down. And when they get into those type of formations with Christian McCaffrey, that's when you're going to have guys running free through the defense. That's when you're going to be able to work the high-low game, the RPO game, because guys are just going to be selling out versus the run. So I don't think that they need to go out and get another receiver. Ricky Pearsall showed me everything I need to see from him. He separated at a high rate from man coverage. He's shown some tough he made some tough catches over the middle. He showed me even on third down and the way that George Kittle played. And then I think a lot of it needs to go out to Kyle Shanahan for understanding what they were going to do. Mike Zimmer played a lot of zone coverage, previously going into the 49ers game, and he thought that he was going to copy the sauce without having the ingredients. He thought he was going to play man coverage without having man coverage players, and that's why George Kittle, who had 100 yards receiving on Donovan Wilson, exploited that defense. So as long as teams continue to do that without the ingredients, the 49ers should be able to score 30-plus points.
Yeah, that was the key to the second half, was getting George going, Kittle over the middle against number 6, Donovan Wilson, and Isaac Orendo, the way he ran the ball. And Brock just settled down and used his legs. Give me your assessment. We've been chatting here 20 minutes, so we haven't mentioned the quarterback. I think Brock had a poor game against Kansas City. There's no other way to say it, with the 3 interceptions. Probably his worst game in the NFL, along with Baltimore on Christmas night. And then he was off. He was missing throws that he normally makes. The Deebo crossing route on the 4th and 3, put it behind him. He was not having a great first half, and the Niners only had a couple of field goals. And then it all flipped in the second half. He began to run. He was more accurate. He got the ball out on time, just as you assess Brock Purdy. And the Niners are 4-4. They feel like they should be 6-2 at the bye. They're still second in yards per game, 412 a game, Dante, and they got great balance between pass and run, even without McCaffrey. Yet the red zone's been a problem, and they're only 8th in the league in scoring at 26.3 points per game halfway through it. But he's the trigger man. He's the brainiac here, big brain Brock. How do you assess his first half of the year?
Well, grit. I think that when you look at Brock Purdy and what he was able to do and get himself out of a funk in the second half, you only can describe it as grit. And that's what we saw from him last year in the playoffs versus Green Bay. Remember that? Remember in the second half,
totally.
He had to have it in those drives.
Last drive.
He used his legs.
Detroit, too.
Drove them down, and they scored touchdowns. Brock Purdy has this uncanny ability when he's struggling to say, hey, let's just get back to basics. I know what I have to do. I will use my legs at a high level. And there was a play in there where they called a design quarterback run. Fake the screen to the left, fake the screen to the right. He went up the middle for a first down. It's about doing whatever needs to be done in the moment to get the victory. And that's what the great quarterbacks can do. It doesn't matter about stats. That's why Patrick Mahomes is performing right now at, I believe, his greatest level, like Alex Smith said. He doesn't have the weapons, but when it comes down to those moments and getting the W, they both step up. So he has that grit that the 49ers faithful needed to see.
Good stuff, man. Have a great call. By the way, I saw my first bracket college football. I love this 12-team playoff because then your Bucks are still in it, man. If they had lost to Oregon in like old system, but it's going to be cool, isn't it? This playoff.
Yeah, they're in it, but are they in it? Right? They're in it, but are they in it? When I look at the overall scope and the attitude of our defense, I don't know if it comes down to one of those tough games versus Georgia or Texas, and we have to step up and stop the run multiple times. Do we have the guys and the attitude to do that?
I love
That's the question mark.
Good call, man.
I love that. Are they in it or are they in it?
Yeah, like are they in upper echelon, like you said? Are they in
really
Georgia? Are they?
Really in it?
That's a good call.
Yeah, they're in it, but are they really in it? Are they going for the gold, or are they just going for the silver or the bronze?
Right.
And you're in it. You're in South Beach right now. You got to be hitting the Soho Club sometime this week.
No, not today. It's all work today.
All
I'm
today,
going back
okay.
to, I got my boards done. I'm going back to review.
Got it.
I'll be at the stadium 3 hours early.
When's the game?
Get
Get
my whole opening ready and memorized.
Yeah.
And then once after that, it's game time. I'll just flow.
Nice.
When's your game? Thursday or Friday?
It's tonight.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's tonight.
It's tonight.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, 7 p.m. Eastern,
Go to work.
so 4 p.m. for you guys.
We're going to watch
I didn't know it's tonight.
Yeah, he's got to
Yeah,
on a
that's
Tuesday
why
night.
you know they have this mid-season action with Conference USA and MAC. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Goodbye to us. Bye-bye. You got to go study, bro. Sorry,
man.
I didn't mean to take you in a dig.
Absolutely.
All right, man.
Day.
Thanks,
Talk to you
Dante.
guys
You're the
soon.
best.
Kill it tonight.
You got it. He's the best, man.
Game day?
Yeah, some of those conferences, they'll take, if you put them on national TV, like, the MAC and all those things, like he said, man, let's go. I got to watch Dante.
He's busy. He's chatting 20 minutes on 49ers when he's got a game tonight.
He's working. He's like you, man. He's working all the time with that stuff. So very good stuff from Dante. We'll react to some of the things he said there. Plus, we've got a little bit of Warriors news to get to you. The latest on Steph Curry. We didn't do a lot of it yesterday because it was a Monday and we were recapping on Victory Monday. But we got to get into this as they've got back-to-back games against Nolans. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Steve Kerr, your head coach of the Warriors, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss Steph Curry's ankle injury, potential timeline for his return. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
Faithful, filter out the noise, and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. We promised you some Warriors news, but something's come up, and we'll do that at 11:30. Talk about what's coming up for the Warriors in the first few games of the season. But sad news to report, 49ers corner Shavarius Ward, his toddler daughter has passed away. He had a Instagram post and said that his daughter passed away on Monday morning. Wow. So how about that, man?
I honestly did not know. Did she die suddenly? Was she battling something? I don't know. But I know what becoming a father has meant to him. He really has changed a lot. He's embraced religion in his life. He's just a different guy. He went to Africa over the summer and met a lot of interesting people and wound up flying him out here. I think one was going to medical school, and he wound up paying for their trip out here to watch a game. He's just an interesting guy, and I have watched him. He's like an open book. He's just chatty, and he's always out there. And last year he had a great year. This year he hasn't played as well, and I wonder if this has been weighing on him. But he had a major change in his life when he first got here to when he became a dad. And I know what it meant to him to be a father. It changed him, and he embraced religion. He converted, and he's become a different person. I think that's why he became an all-pro second-team player last year. This is wow.
Here's the story on it, and it's been going on since she was born. Her name is Amani Joy Ward. This is per Cam Inman's piece in the Merc. Battled heart issues since birth, had open heart surgery on April 11, 2023, about 6 months after she was born premature with Down syndrome.
Oh, wow.
So she's battled her entire life. This is what Ward put on Instagram. We are heartbroken that our beautiful baby girl, Amani Joy, passed away on Monday morning. She was the blessing we could have asked for. She was the best blessing we could ask for, and her joyous spirit made us smile from ear to ear. She taught us to have patience, trust, and a positive outlook on life. And he's got more on that, but that's on his Instagram. He's got a picture of her as well. So this has been an ongoing situation since she was born. And to just kind of double down on what you said, I remember when we had him on in training camp, and he came down and he was smiling from ear to ear, and we talked to him about it. And we had him on previous years, and he was a little bit different. And he like you said, he looked locked in, mature, excited, happy. And so for this to happen, and again, look, I'm not trying to pry into his private situation, but I can't imagine how it couldn't have an effect on him. And she died yesterday morning.
Wow. I mean, it just my thoughts and prayers go out to him and his family. And I know what becoming a dad meant to him, how it grounded him in so many ways. And I remember when he first got here, we just started chatting a lot. I watched him in Kansas City his whole career, and I just thought he was bigger. He's a good-sized corner. He's 6'1", but he's got long arms, high cut. He just moves so well. And he's just really honest. I mean, he just opens up about everything. He prefers to play pressed man, and playing off a little bit and bail technique was hard for him. And then he's just brutally honest. Remember the interview we had with him in Mexico City after he shut down DeAndre Hopkins, and he went off on him, and D-Hop, he's steroid boy and overrated. And then when I was getting on the bus after the game, he pulled me aside and said, I should have said that. Huh? I got a little too much. But it's real. It's who he is. But there was a major change in him last year. He was just way more grounded. How old was his baby girl, John? When was she born? Because he changed.
She was born in I think late 22. If I'm
right. So going into last year and having that heaviness, I mean, it's so exhilarating to be a father or mother, be a parent, period, and then have the weight of something wrong with the birth and the child's health. It's just, I mean, I can't imagine what he went through, but it did change him. He rose to the moment of whatever was going on in his family. He did not run from it. And you could see it just changed him. He talked about it. There are a lot of times he'd duck out and go home and come back. He had a lot going on off the field. I was unaware of the severity of this. I know, his converting and his religion grounded him a lot. He was a different guy. He was a completely different guy. So we're talking about trading him in a week's time. It's a cold business, professional sports. What other business is this? You can get fired. But, if you get fired, you want to stay somewhere, you stay there. They just tell you, you pick up your belongings, we're moving you. You're going here. And your family has to sign up for that. It's a hard life to do that. They get to choose where they go sometimes, and they get paid well to do it. But There's a trade-off in that. And then, I don't know how this would impact anything. It'd be hard after this loss to move him. And John Lynch is that kind of guy. It's just hard. And he's a good player. But beyond the football side of it, for him to play just about every game, he didn't play in Seattle because he had the knee injury. He played, I remember him in L.A. warming up for that game. And he said, it's a groin, and I don't know if I can go. And he was warming up, but he's looking at me. I watched this whole warm-up in Seattle, and he tried. He just kept slipping, and he just couldn't go with the knee bruise. And then the game in L.A., he did go, but they went at him. If you're a little bit off, they're going to attack you physically. And so this is just, I did not know this was coming. John, I mean, my thoughts and prayers go out to Charvarius and his the mother of the baby and his family. I just know how much this meant to him to be a father. I don't know how you ever recover from the loss of a child. I mean, it's just not natural. It's not a natural course of action to have to bury your child, and at any point in either of your lives, any of your lives, but to do it with a baby involved and a young toddler. Wow, Mooney.
Yeah.
Praying for you, brother.
She's less than 2 years old. And again, I'm reading this out of Cam's piece. It's the first one I saw. I'm sure there's a lot of great pieces by the great people that cover the 49ers. But he was on Eric Armstead's podcast apparently a couple of years ago, and he explained it like this. He said this was Shavarius talking. She was born with 2 holes in her heart. The doctor was like, if the holes close up, she's good. One of them closed, and the other kept expanding and getting bigger the size of a fist. Then she had this surgery, the open heart surgery, about when she was about 6 months old. And so this has been going on for a long time. He does credit his growing bond with his daughter for success last season as a Pro Bowler. So again, this is, who wouldn't be affected by this? I'm not trying to say that this is the reason why he struggled maybe at times this year, but who wouldn't be affected? You just hit it right in the head. We both have children. I mean, can you imagine? I can't. I mean, it's unimaginable. Your mind doesn't even like to go there. So obviously everything goes out, thoughts, prayers, all those things that everybody says. But man, that's just, I don't know how you recover and mentally play at the top level of football. Maybe you can, maybe you can't.
I don't know. And to have this burden for a couple of years, he just spoke. He never mentioned to me anything about her physical shape. He just talked lovingly about being a father and what she meant to him. Maybe it was more of a connection because of her physical limitations and what she endured at birth. So, wow, this is real life. I know, everything is so important in beating the Cowboys and making a trade and this and that, and then, something like this hits you in the face. And the one thing about John Lynch and Kyle, and, John is so much like Bob Myers and Steve Kerr. He's got a heart. He can flip the switch and be that vicious safety, and he can get mad at his football team, but there's no one you'd rather have run your team from a football op standpoint than John for a moment like this. So whatever time Charvarius needs to get over this, you never get over it. He'll carry this to his day. You never get over this, the death of your child. You never want to live to see that. So just praying for you, brother.
Yeah.
You're a good guy. And the pain he is enduring right now is the most severe pain anyone can endure.
49ers released a statement. The 49ers family is devastated by the sudden passing of Sharius Ward's beloved 1-year-old daughter, Amani Joy. Amani truly embodied pure happiness, brought joy to all those around her with her sweet demeanor and contagious laugh. We will continue to grieve with Shavarius and Monique while sending them our love and support during this unimaginable time. That's what the 49ers have released. So, again, his daughter, just about a year and a half, has passed away. So, prayers out to Shavarius Ward. We'll get back to, we were talking about before, the Warriors, their start. They're back at it tonight. We'll get into that next. It's Pop and Lud on the Sports Leader.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Thanks for joining us, Pop and Lund. Very somber news. Shavarius Ward has lost his daughter, Amani Joy. She's been battling a lot of issues for her short life, and so it was announced this morning. And Cam Inman, I was just reading out of his piece. He did a tremendous job in turning this around very quickly. And Cam joins us, courtesy of the Umaga line. Make sure you're following Cam. Does a great job covering the 49ers. Good friend of the show, at Cam Inman, of course, Bay Area News Group. He joins us courtesy of the Umaga line. How are you?
Well, I'm okay, guys. For sure it's been a heartbreaking 24 hours for Travarius Ward and his family and all the 49er family. Just really heartbreaking news for the guy.
Yeah, and you did a great job in the recap of it. I didn't know that she was this sick, and you recapped what has happened in her short life, and you had the piece from him and the Eric Armstead as well. So,
right.
You know, it's hard to say whether this has affected things, but like you said, man, just such a tragic story that we're all parents that his daughter's passed away.
Yeah, I guess I just for listeners' background, I haven't talked to Mooney, and I don't know really what the cause of death was or whether this all of a sudden happened. I just know it happened yesterday. I caught wind of it yesterday. But you know, she was born 2 years ago, premature, and Papa, you probably remember this too, but the Niners were practicing in Colorado Springs preparing to go to Mexico, and he was a late arrival because he wanted to be there for the birth of his daughter. And then miraculously was able, he went and played that game in Mexico City, even though he didn't have the high altitude training.
And shut down DeAndre Hopkins and then chatted about it after the game. I remember that well.
Right. And so I will tell you, over these last 2 years, I mean, I've really enjoyed talking to him about his daughter and just being a dad. And, you know, I'm a father of three. And so when he announced this just a little while ago, I was on the phone with my daughter. And so it really it really hits everybody. And, you know, I hope for the best for him, and I know he really, she was a precious daughter to him and his girlfriend. So.
Yeah, I visited with you on the field Sunday before the game and saw your wife and saw your son, and I know what your family means to you. And for Charvarius, I saw a real change. And now that you mentioned, I do remember him coming to the Colorado Springs to get the altitude before going to Mexico City, later that week. And he just changed when he became a dad, religiously. He's converted. That's more of a part of his life. Were you aware of the situation with his daughter? Was that around the locker room? I'm sure the guys knew. Did you know that his daughter was born with this ailment, this condition?
Yeah, we knew. We understood that she had health issues, and so he opened up. He opened up about it like later last season, but I sat down with him before Father's Day last year because it was going to be his first Father's Day. So we talked about it, whether he wanted to kind of get into it, and he wasn't ready to have that type of interview yet. But I just remember talking to him about it was one of those first child that you have to learn how to fold a stroller and just little funny things like that. And he just, he got giggles out of it and just learning how to be a dad. And then he was getting in the groove of it, and especially this last year. He developed such a better bond with his daughter, and we were talking about he has plans to have a bigger family, and I hope that's still the case and that they get through this because he's a really of all the people in that locker room, a lot of people don't know these guys, and I'm not saying I do, but there's people you connect with in terms of a human level, and to me he's one of the down to earth, really good guys in that locker room.
Cam Inman, good enough to join us as bad news out of 49ers headquarters is Shavarius Ward. His daughter has passed away. It was actually yesterday morning, Amani Joy Ward. And as you point out here, she had open heart surgery on April 11, 2023. 6 months after she was born premature with Down syndrome. And then he detailed it on, as you point out, Eric Armstead's podcast, where basically she had two holes in her heart. One closed up, one kept expanding, and it leads to this day. So, I'm really surprised by the fact that because he said he gained, all this maturity and he played so well because of it and had that Pro Bowl season. it's one thing if you're going through it and she's fine. It's another thing if you're going through it and it's these type of things that she's got to jump the hurdles over. That had to be tough.
Yeah, not only that. I mean, he's had his own, not health issues to that extent, but he's had injuries that he's had to get through. He had the core muscle surgery right after the Super Bowl, and then, he had started every single game for the 49ers, and he had a long consecutive game streak going until he missed that game in Seattle on October 10th when he tried to give it a go in warm-ups on his knee, and he did not play, and then he came back and played against the Chiefs, and he played against the Cowboys, and he played very well in both those games. He did have the PI in the end zone. He was going over the back, blocking the pass out, and he got flagged. So, he's a guy that covets being known as a top-notch NFL cornerback. He's in the last year of his contract. He came on a 3-year deal, and he, by making the Pro Bowl last year and second-team All-Pro, he set himself up for a big payday. He hasn't had an interception yet this year. Diamador Lenore has kind of taken that spotlight, but that happens when you're going opposite a really good cornerback like Mooney Ward is. And so I would imagine, obviously the Niners are on bye this week, so he'll have time with his family, to mourn. And I wonder if, I don't know if he will take a bereavement leave. Obviously, it would be very understandable. But the 49, in terms of the on-field stuff, which seems silly to talk about, but they're pretty well stocked right now with healthy cornerbacks, so that he can take as much time as he needs.
Yeah, I'm embarrassed. John and I were talking earlier before we got this news about trading him.
Yeah.
And his name has been out there. His contract is up. He's not playing as well this year as last year. Last year he was all-pro second team. He led the NFL in pass breakups. He had 5 interceptions, house call, and he also had the groin injury in L.A. against the Rams, which limited them, and he played through that one, but they went at him a little bit. So I feel kind of silly talking about football on, the day after his daughter dies.
Right.
How do you think this impacts? The one thing about John Lynch, he'll make the tough call and do things to help his team, but he has a big heart. If they were ever entertaining
he's
trading
not going
him,
anywhere.
you don't think so either way?
No chance. There's no chance. No, there's no way. This is the on-field stuff. Obviously, he's very productive with that still. But, this is the time where the 49ers would rally around him. They wouldn't part with him. No, not a chance.
Yeah.
I think your final quote here, and it was from NBC Sports Bay Area in an interview that he had done, where he's talking about, and this is why I think it was so good, and this is maybe why he has struggled. And again, I'm speculating purely, but he says, when I'm clear and focused, I'm the best in the league. When you get here and you have other stuff on your mind, it's hard. It's a hard job going against all these great all-pro players. So what he's saying is, obviously, when I'm mentally there off the field, I'm mentally there on the field, and I can't imagine it hasn't affected him all of this lately.
Yeah, we've talked had him at his locker. Was it like last week? And he was so excited to play against the Chiefs, though, because he, obviously played 4 seasons with the Chiefs, and he was expecting them to come after him a lot, and he was so looking forward to making a big time play in that game. And that nobody on the 49ers made enough plays in that game. They lost 28-18. And then he came back pretty well against the Cowboys. Lenore had just an incredible interception on the sideline. So, in the grand scheme of things, this team has been through so much this year. It has been a year unlike any other, starting with the Super Bowl loss, dealing with Ricky Pearsall's shooting and a miraculous recovery. So this team has had enough bonding to get galvanizing moments to bond through, and they have a half a season to go, and they need Charvarius Ward to help them make a run to the playoffs to get back to the Super Bowl. It's something that this team can do, and you just hope that there's no more tragic events along the way.
Well said, brother. I can hear it in your voice. You're a dad, and had a chance to meet your son or see your son again with your wife. This is hard. When you're up against a story like this and you knew some of it, you have to be respectful to the player, obviously. But how do you handle? Because now, you remember, John, Mike Silver had a one-on-one with Charvarius recently, and he had some quotes where he was saying, I'm playing the worst of my life. I'm putting some terrible film out there, and I know why.
And Mike was like, well, why? What's going on? And I saw Mike right after, and he's like, yeah, I'm going to get to the bottom. I mean, what he's saying was my baby girl is not doing well, and my head's not here like anybody else would be. But how do you, as a reporter, and you got to walk in that locker room all the time, and it's not just, fly by and fly in and fly out. How do you handle a story like this where you have some knowledge of it, but you got to be respectful of the humanity of it and be civil?
Well, I wasn't releasing the story until he announced what had taken place, and you have to be respectful and civil about that because it's a loss of life. We don't know these guys, Greg. But you get to know them a little bit, and I've had a lot of talks with him. I just enjoy talking. Travarius Ward likes reading books, and I always said last year, I'm writing a book right now. He's like, oh, really? What's it about? I go, about the 49ers. He's like, no, I don't want to read about the 49ers. I want to read, he reads murder mystery books, and he just gets really in-depth with stuff. I talked to him in the locker room last week about his background, and he's like, I said, hey, where did you go to college? He goes, you don't know where I went to college? Come on, Cam, you should know that. And I think it was Middle Tennessee State, if I'm
ding,
correct.
Ding, 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 ding.
Right? Anyhow, then I said, he's like, you know where I'm from? I go, yeah, you're from Mississippi. He goes, all right, you do know me. So when a story like this hits, it's as a reporter, you have to take your emotions out of it because your job is to report and not necessarily support. And a couple years ago when Greg Clark passed away, that was one of the hardest stories I ever had to do because I got to know Greg personally off the field, and he lived in the East Bay, and I would see him around town. And when he took his own life, that was extremely hard to write. And that's the human element at play here, and it's something that you get through because everybody wants to know about other people. There's a human interest element. You get attached to these players, and they are people too, and so. The Ward family's hurting, and I just recommend everybody have some prayers out to them.
Great job. As always, great writing. We appreciate it. Thank you for jumping on a short notice and giving us the details on this. We appreciate it, and we'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thank you, guys. Take care.
Thank you, Daddy.
That is the best. Cam Inman did a great piece on this, and again, it's a tragic story, but he gets you kind of straight on what's happening. And again, Travarius Ward's daughter, about a year and a half old, has passed away. She was prematurely born, Down syndrome, had to have open heart surgery. In his own words, Travarius Ward, and this is in Cam's piece on Eric Armstead's podcast a little while ago, said she had 2 holes in her heart, one closed up, one expanded. They had to have the surgery, and she's passed away yesterday, yesterday morning, Amani Joy. So prayers out to Travarius Ward and all the 49ers on this whole thing to have that. And like you said, we had him on from training camp, and he was just overjoyed. And a lot of now there's a lot of pictures coming out with what a beautiful girl. And, man, it's just so tragic. Man.
Breaks my heart, man. He's a good guy. He and I, he's one of those guys who talks. He talks during practice. If I'm on his sideline, he's always chatting me up if he's onside or not. There was one play where a guy made a catch. Trent Taylor made a catch in front of him, and he asked me if he caught it, and I gave the catch, and he got so mad. He was like 3 or 4 plays after that. He was out of bounds. He only got 1 foot in. So he's a white-hot competitor. And, what he told Mike Silver, I think it's all coming out now. That's why you got to be careful, and I know his name has been out there. We're not the only ones to bring it up, but these are men. These are dads. These are sons. These are husbands. It's hard, to do what they do in the fishbowl and get criticized and, applauded. It's just such ups and downs in what they do. But at the end of the day, they're just like everybody else, and they've got issues at home, and to have to endure this. And I remember when his daughter was born. Now that Cam refreshes my memory, I remember him getting in there late. Would he play in the game? It was a Monday night game, and then he went out and went at DeAndre Hopkins and followed him around, and he bawled out, and he talked about it. And he's just a great guy. So I something like this and everything this team has been through with Ricky shooting and now, Travarius losing his baby. It's hard. It's hard. And I know the guys in the locker room will have his back. I got your back T-shirt with Johnny Holland and everything he battled with cancer for the last number of years. So probably a bad thing that he's on his bye, actually. He probably wouldn't be able to play this week or maybe even the week after. But you'd like to be around your teammates a little bit because the guys in that room can really lift him up. And I'm sure they had a team picture yesterday. I wonder if he was even here, yesterday and if he's in the building today. But that's, I did not know any of this. I just knew how proud he was to be a father. I didn't know there was physical concerns, and now ultimately lost his baby girl.
Thanks to Cam Inman for that. If you want all the information, again, I'm sure all of the 49ers writers are on it, but we were just quoting from Cam's piece, and we just spoke with him. It's a great piece in the Merc News that he wrote under difficult circumstances, so you can check that out as well. It's Pop and Lund. Get some Warriors news. We got Marcus Thompson coming up at about 12:30. We'll get back at it next, only here on the Sports Center.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Both Wiggs and DeAnthony have just back strains, DeAnthony's definitely out the next two. Wiggs, I would say, is more likely to play one of the next two, but my gut would be that he sits tomorrow and then plays the following day. We'll see. It depends how he feels tomorrow, and then Steph definitely out the next two, and we'll reevaluate on Friday.
All right, that's Steve Kerr yesterday. He joins the boys weekly, Tolbert and Coast. So make sure you know. Just go to KNBR.com, and it can change based on the Warriors' schedule. But here's the deal. So after the win over Portland and Utah, we're like, oh, my God, this team is so deep. How are they going to figure this out? And as we also pointed out to you, that stuff happens, especially with an older team. So Steph is already out with the ankles. As Steve just said, Melton is out, and Wiggs dealing with back issues. We all know how back issues work. One day good, not so much the next day. So they're on TNT tonight, and back-to-back against New Orleans, then at Houston. So some teams are going to be fighting with them in the Western Conference. So they're important games. And look at that. The depth takes care of itself.
Well, I mean, that was the home opener on Sunday night. And we were so locked in on the Niners-Cowboys game. I went back and watched that game this morning. And the Steph Curry injury, they got lucky. And I'll be anxious to see, and we'll talk to Marcus when I go away to talk to John Lynch. You will, John, at 12:30. And the extent of the ankle injury, it looked bad. He had two different ankle injuries, and we talked about it yesterday on the show that, one just up top doing a back cut. He rolled it, and then he went over to the bench, and he tried to work on it, with the band and stretch it out. He knows, but you could see it in his face and his body language. It was not great. Drew wrote Yoder, but he worked on it, but he sat right there. He never got up. And actually, when the next timeout was called, he did jump up and he did walk relatively normal, and he went back into the game. And then he went back in the game for just seconds in the fourth quarter, and setting a baseline screen for Moses Moody, he rolled it again. And Marcus wrote about it. It's what he calls those phantom ankle rolls, where he's not stepping on anybody's foot. He's just rolling it himself. He does have the big braces on his Under Armour shoes, so he knows how to do it. But it's just no structural damage. I know Brandon Payne is happy because we were all bracing that it was going to be bad. So we'll see. I don't know if it's high or low and what the extent of it is, but there's no structural damage. But Steph is going to be out for these two games, and these are back-to-back tonight and tomorrow. DeJounte Murray won't play for them. He fractured a wrist, but they got a lot of guys, obviously. With Zion and C.J. McCollum and Brandon Ingram, they're good. As far as DeAnthony Melton, he was playing like so upright all of Sunday, and he had a lower back strain in the fourth quarter. There was one play where he came off a screen, and Ivica Zubac, the big of the Clippers, just dropped in the lane like they do a lot on that coverage, the drop coverage, and he had a wide open three. And he didn't bend his knees at all. He looked like he was in traction. And when he shot it, it was nowhere near close. It was an air ball. And it was like, what's wrong with DeAnthony Melton? So he's out. So you got to play both of these games without Steph Curry and DeAnthony Melton. And then Andrew Wiggins, who played really well and was a go-to guy repeatedly in the loss against the Clippers on Sunday, had 29 points, shot the ball well, attacked the rim. He's got a problem with back tightness that got worse Sunday night. So it sounds like he's not going to play both games, Wiggs. So tonight, I'm sure TNT's going to be happy. You're not going to have Steph Curry. You're not going to possibly have Andrew Wiggins. And you're not going to have DeAnthony Melton. So what do you have? And then I do worry about Draymond Green. Draymond Green did not play the end of the game Sunday night. Kevon Looney did. And Looney played great. The weight loss, he looks like a different guy. He had a double-double in the game. He's stealing inbounds passes. He's driving the length of the court. It's like, what's up with Looney Tunes? He's going off here. He looks great. But Draymond, when he was on the bench, and they just said, Draymond wasn't having a great game, and he wasn't, but he had 2 big, huge ice packs on each knee. And I do see him, do that. Eric Hausen will give him the ice packs, and then he goes back into the game. But it's not a good look when he's got those 2 huge ice packs. And I thought, is he shutting it down because he can't play, or they just don't want him to play, or they're choosing to play Looney? So going into it tonight, I thought Draymond might not be. He's not going to make both games. What's up with Draymond's knees? I mean, we're 3 games into 82, and you've already got Steph, Andrew Wiggins, DeAnthony Melton, and Melton's an older player. He's not as old as Steph and Dre, but he's not a young guy. And the way he was playing, he wasn't playing well. He wasn't moving at all. And then you got to play, New Orleans back to back. So the game the other night, I think if Steph does not roll the ankle, they come back and win. They had a hard time defending Harden. They could not keep him out of the middle. He just kept breaking down your defense over and over and over again. 23 and 11, Zubats went off. It's all off of Harden. He's playing like Houston Harden all over again. But I thought they had a chance to win the game, and it wasn't quite. Was it 5 minutes with 5 minutes? Yeah, they got back within a point, I think.
Yeah.
So it was another clutch game. These games last year they kept losing. So the reason they were in the play-in and ultimately not in the playoffs last Sunday night, they could not win on their home floor. They were 21-20 at Chase Center. That is unreal. And then they could not win the clutch games, within 5 points, 5 minutes to go, like an overtime game. And a lot of it was Steph, and you didn't play Draymond, whether or not you chose to or not. And then this will have a trickle effect into this game tonight. Play back-to-back. So I don't mean, is Draymond going to be able to play both games? What's going on with his knees, with the ice? He's always iced them. He's an older player, but he had huge ice packs on his knees. So right away, what the hell's the starting lineup? Say Wiggins can't go tonight. You don't have Steph, and we were talking yesterday before I knew about Melton's back. Well, I thought, we'll start Melton or Pajemski, and Melton's out. So you start Pajemski, I would think. If you don't have Wiggins, I think you got to get scoring in the starting lineup. So Buddy Hield, and Buddy, he made one ridiculous 3 where he got fouled off a screen. It was an incredible shot falling into the crowd after he ran down a Trace Jackson Davis block. Looked like, the guy we saw the first 2 games of the year running the floor and energy, and that's the only 3 made all night. He was 1 for 9. He couldn't make a shot, but you need his offense. So right away, minus Steph, Melton, and let's presume Wiggins, based on what Steve said yesterday to Tolbert and Copes, the hell's your starting lineup tonight? You got to start Buddy Hield and Pajemski.
Probably Pods. Yeah, because you got a front court. Your front court's still intact, just your back court's
Yeah, I think you need to maybe break that up. Without Steph Curry, you need shooting on the floor now. So you want to start Pajemski and Buddy Hield, Kuminga, Draymond, and Trace Jackson Davis. They could maybe go that way. I think you go with a whole different flip of the lineup a little bit. Kyle Anderson's got to play. He's got to play more. He's changed his 3. I mean, would you play Kyle Anderson at 5? Maybe against Daniel Tice. I don't know if you do that. Anyway, he's so early. This is the home opener on Sunday night. And they wind up losing. They lose Steph. They lose Wiggins. They lose DeAnthony Melton. They lose the game. And now you got 2 more games back-to-back. And back-to-backs are hard on an older team like this. I don't care if you're traveling or not. TNT's not going to be happy. You're not going to play Steph or Wiggins or probably Melton.
There's nothing they could do, but you're right. And then, these games, I know it's early in the season. There's a lot of time in this whole thing. But, New Orleans is a team that you're probably going to be fighting with. That's just, the next few games, these are teams you're going to be fighting with in the Western Conference, so they're big games. I always see Draymond with the big ice packs. I think that's just what he is. What an age 35 season for Draymond, so he's going to be playing. And here's the thing. So you're missing these guys. I'm only laughing because it was like, we're just like, oh, my God, this depth, and now it's already gone. But, the one guy so far, and I don't know if it's, again, the contract or whatever, Kuminga's got to get it going. And then we saw Buddy Hield, like I said, he hit that 1-3. That was only 3 hit. He went 3 for 14 and 1 of 9 for 8 points in his 28 minutes. So I'm not down on him because the first 2 games he played great, but that's the Buddy Hield thing. That's the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of a thing with Buddy Hield. So now you go from, hey, it'd be great if he has a great game and, he really adds a lot off the bench to now we're relying on you. Now we can't have a 3 for 14, 1 of 9 performance. You've got to emulate Steph the best you can as far as shooting goes. You're not going to emulate all the things he does, but they're going to need two guys, Pods to handle the ball and Hield to shoot. And then now it's like, hey, Kuminga, it would have been nice before. Now we need you. You're going to get a big contract. Now we need you. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, the bottom line is here, they're deep, and that's the strength of the team. But you're looking at quantity over quality.
Right.
And they have quantity. They actually have too much. It's just too hard. The way they and I never get on the Warriors really for the turnovers, because when they're right, and they haven't always been the last few years, but when they pass the ball more than anybody in basketball, and because of that, you're going to turn the ball over, and they make a lot of risky passes. But the passes that they were getting intercepted the last game, or what are you doing? Mm-hmm. Cross court, Draymond, what are you doing? Kevon Looney, somebody come take a dribble handoff from that guy so he doesn't, with the clock ticking down and it's a live grenade and you're yelling butter, he throws another cross court pass and you get that intercepted. It's like, you can't make these passes in the NBA. They're going to get intercepted. So the turnovers it was just the way they did it was not pitching it ahead and making a backdoor cut through a lot of hands and feet and legs, and it's hard. It was just, you can't make that pass. That skip pass cannot be made in the NBA. That's going the other way. You cannot throw that ball. And then they missed free throws. They missed 8 free throws in the game. So 21 turns and 8 free throws missed. And then the Clippers, they don't have Paul George anymore. Kawhi Leonard and playing right now with his knee. So they got a bunch. They got quantity around James Harden. And to some extent, Chris Dunn played well. That guy can guard. Kevin Porter Jr. was breaking you down. The guys they were playing off the bench, Nick Batum, who was standing right there when Steph set the screen on Moses Moody. He's the one he rose up of, from Team France and won the gold medal. They got a lot of Derek Jones Jr. Zubats is a good player. Obviously, Norman Powell. I kind of thought the Warriors are better than the Clippers. What are the Clippers going to be? Post PG, waiting for Kawhi to come. It's going to be Houston Harden breaking you down, and they couldn't keep him out of the middle. So I think a lot of it was, we got quantity on Sunday night, but do we have quality? Now, these guys, would they be in anybody else's rotation? They are who they are. And Buddy Hield is who he is. He's a volume shooter, and he'll shoot it up, and he'll play with a smile on his face, but we'll see ultimately where he goes. But for this game, without Steph and Melton and possibly Andrew Wiggins, and I don't know where Andrew Wiggins got hurt. He looked fine in the game. He was playing great. You're going to have to change your starting lineup dramatically, and then obviously that'll change the bench. I just think that they're I don't know how they practice and put the combinations together. And once you start getting into games in the NBA, it's hard to do a lot of meaningful practice. You kind of have to do it on the floor. It just seems like you got a lot of guys that just showed up and are just figuring out how to play together. And because of that, you're not in the right spot. You're not always cutting well. And you're making these ridiculous cross-court passes that are like, you can't make that pass.
Yeah. It shows it was the worst two teams in the Western Conference because you get really excited about it and you think to yourself, man, these guys have already figured it out. And then, the thing with the Clippers, and I'm sure Steve told them this, they've done this before. They've played a lot without Paul George. They played a lot without Kawhi. So what they do is they just play balls out. They just play really hard. They become a scrappy, different kind of a team. And so that was the team they got. And I don't know if they forgot or did, like you said, they start with the passes and start doing the Harlem Globetrotter stuff. And they get into these things where they're turning the ball over like they were. And they just forget, look. But as far as the depth is concerned, the thing I always thought about them was this is going to take a minute. You have a lot of guys that you're incorporating. You're asking guys to play bigger roles. You're doing all these different things. I thought it was going to take a minute. But I think it was shielded by the fact that Portland and Utah stink. And so they've got to get it together. And now Steph's out. We all know that goes generally.
Well, the depth is a good thing, obviously. You can overwhelm teams in the NBA because of, you're playing New Orleans on back-to-back. So if you can play more guys than they, and you're traveling, and you could come in with a new group, and it's just, it's a little, if you get tired, just tap out, get out of the game, play hard, blow it out, and we'll bring another guy because it's not, who's obviously better. I don't know who your best players are yet. Steph Curry, Andrew Wiggins are your best players. Kuminga can be that. Kuminga's a good player. He's a go-to player. You can isolate him. I think he's got to score.
That's what I'm saying.
You got to isolate him a lot.
You're right. See, right now is when you have these things, and he wanted a 4-year. What's the max?
Yeah,
a 5-2-24. It's like, okay, if the reason why we didn't pay you is because in these situations that we really need you tonight, the next few nights, again, a couple against New Orleans, one against the Rockets, we don't know if you're going to do it. Well, now it's right in front of you. You want that contract? Here's a game that is Exhibit A. Why we need you to step up. Will he do it?
Well, he has the ability. It's a hard league, and they don't. Guys don't always do it every single night. The greats are the greats. LeBron had 11 points last night. It was 3 of 14. It's a hard league, but he has the ability, and they just didn't want to. They didn't have enough data to go on. They want to see him, increase the way he did last year from the year before, and he's still restricted. But tonight's game, I'm hoping Draymond moves well. Those knee ice bags, those are big. You don't see guys icing their knees in the middle of games. Draymond has been doing it the last couple of years, and I see Eric bring him the ice packs. And it's like, what's up with that? He's just wear and tear is going to get to him. He's an older player. All the finals runs 5 years in a row, going to an 8th title finals and winning the title. These are extra years on your career. Like tonight, dealing with Zion Williamson. Who's going to guard him? You would think it'd be Draymond. And Draymond has guarded them, but he's explosive. That he's got the same kind of problem. He can't stay healthy because his body is just so physically big at 284 pounds on that 6'6" frame. But so who do you put on Brandon Ingram? Who do you put on C.J. McCollum? Minus Andrew Wiggins, your number one ball stopper, if he can't play tonight or one of the two, how do you guard C.J. McCollum? So I think for Kuminga, it's not only you got to score tonight, we're minus Steph and Wiggins, but you got to guard tonight. We're minus two-way Wiggs. So I don't even know how you match up with these guys, and they don't have DeJounte Murray. He fractured his wrist opening night, played through it, but they got a big guy. Daniel Tice is not going to score like Zubats, but if you're giving him layups in the dunker around the rim like Harden gives Zubats, he can hurt you, and he'll set a nasty screen. He's a big guy. He's only 6'8", but he plays bigger. Anyway, I just let's not lose both these games to the Pels. Let's say it's going into a back-to-back at home. You think we can take both, but now in light of all the injuries here, no Steph, no DeAnthony Melton, and no Andrew Wiggins. How do you do this? And then you got to go off on a long road trip. It's going to be hard. Those last 3 games on the road trip are really hard. And is Steph going to go on the road with the team? What are they going to say on Friday, John? That ankle injury, we are lucky that there's no structural damage. That looked like potentially here we go again.
Yep. All right, so are you leaving me now?
I can. No, I got another segment in me.
Oh, okay. Just double checking. Don't want to make
probably got to leave it about 12:20.
Okay. All right. We'll put one more together. We'll hit it up a little bit on the 49ers if you've not heard the big topics of the day. And then Marcus Thompson is going to join us at 12:30. Wrote about the Warriors missing Steph, and he's got a Niners piece out there. So he is a multi-dimensional writer. So he'll join us at the bottom of the hour. It's Pop and London here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Mike Silver joined Murph and Rod Brooks this morning. Broke down the 49ers win over the Cowboys and who the Niners should target at the trade deadline. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all of your tax issues, including a big one. What happens when you can't pay your taxes, Steve?
your cause. And, not being able to pay your taxes goes hand in hand with not filing. A lot of people don't file their tax returns because they don't have the money to pay it. They don't know what to do, and they're frustrated. So, folks, if you haven't filed your taxes, no problem. We can file all the old back years. And if you don't have the money to pay them, no problem, because we want to make a sweet deal for you. Or if you don't have your records, no problem again. We'll get all the records the IRS and state has on you. Or what if your records are just in a horrible mess? No problem. We have a whole bookkeeping department to do that for you. Or what if you say, Steve, I keep my own books, but it's not perfect. I had a few questions and it needs to be cleaned up. We even have a cleanup service for your records. The bottom line is there's no good reason to not file the returns. There's a lot of good reasons to let us do it for you before the IRS agent comes calling, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. All you have to do is just call up. We have a free consultation and say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
There you go. Steve, just take care of me. That's all you have to do. Unpaid, unfiled tax returns, you can't pay them. Steve has the answers, but you got to call 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
Your assets with David Hollander, Business and Technology Report. They're Papa and Lon, or Greg and John if you want to get personal. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Afternoon delight time. Thanks for joining us. We only have you for a moment
Feel sad
here.
Leaving you, John.
Before you leave me, and then
Right
Marcus
during
is
afternoon
coming.
delight.
Oh man!
I'll
so
be
is
back.
So is this like you said, like kind of the state of the franchise
Well, no,
conversation?
It's not a state. This is for our NBC game plan. But Kyle, we're not. There's no game to get ready for, so it's not a game plan. So John comes in on Thursdays, and it's a good time because it's at the halfway point of the year almost. He played 8 games. They got 9 more to go. You got to bye. They're 4-4, along with Arizona and Seattle, and the Rams are 3-4. So just to get a state on the team. And then teams typically self-scout during the bye week. They do it every week anyway, but they get into it more. What are we doing? So we'll go through, what's going up with the offense. They're second in the NFL in yards, and they got great balance between run and pass, John, 412 yards a game, but they're 8th in scoring. Is that because of the red zone, obviously? And then we'll get into McCaffrey coming back. And when he does come back, if it is Tampa or whenever, how do you see the running back room, which AP Mason, Isaac Arendo is opening some eyes? Then we'll give him assess what Brock is doing over to the defensive side. And they're giving up almost 23 a game, 17th in the NFL. And again, yards are only 10th, but it ties to special teams, which have not been good. And it's a young secondary. When are we going to get Dre Greenlaw back? And overall on special teams, what he's going to do at the deadline? And why do his Niners seem to play better in the second half post-bye? 16-2 the last couple of years. So we're going to do like a 20-minute interview. So I have about 15 minutes of questions. Do you have anything I should ask from your side of it? What am I missing?
I think that's good. He's always great. He's Mr. Optimism, so I bet he's going to be optimistic. I'm sure you'll ask about trade deadline stuff.
Of course.
And I think that's something. The thing that's great about him is he'll tell you what he can, right? I mean, he'll say, look, and I think the answer that we've become accustomed to when it comes to John is we look into everything, and they really do.
Right.
So, they've always made a trade. I would imagine they're going to make a trade this year, too.
And then if he does want to comment, and maybe we'll turn it on by the time we're done at 2 o'clock on the well, we asked, and we'll see what he wants to say. As the leader of the football team, obviously, and this is where John is just John. A lot like Bob Myers and Steve Kerr, and just a special connectivity with his players. And he's a dad, he's a father, he's a human being. He's a teammate. How do you handle something like what Charvarius Ward's going through?
His daughter passed away at about 18 months, if you didn't hear that earlier. So, all right, enjoy the conversation. Let us know how it goes.
Tell Marcus I say hi. I'll be listening. I'll be listening.
Okay. Marcus Thompson at the bottom of the hour. Papa's going to run off. He's down at Levi's Stadium today, so he can speak to John Lynch, and you'll hear the interview. And then Pop will tell us anything. And again, the really sad news of today is beyond football. Mooney Man Ward, who is in the last year of his contract, who we've talked about as potential trade or something like that because he just hasn't played as well. I think we know why he hasn't played as well. Cam Inman is the one that I've read so far. I'm sure all the other the Matts and everybody does do such a great job in covering the 49ers, and Nick Wagner and everybody down there does such a great job. They'll put out pieces, I'm sure, detailing this, but the one I saw was Cam Inman, and Charvarius Ward's daughter was prematurely born, Down syndrome, had to have open heart surgery at about 6 months. She's passed away at about 18 months, and it's just a horrible situation. And so, look, I'm purely speculating here just because I have kids, and I can't imagine this happening. I can't imagine it not affecting you. We've all had bad things happen in our life, and it's really difficult. Sometimes work is therapeutic. I remember in times of my life it has been, but I can't imagine you can block this out of your mind when you're playing. So Ward hasn't played quite as well as he did last year when he was an All-Pro, when he had 5 interceptions, when he was playing the way he was and locking down one side of the field, and then you got Demo on the other playing really, really well, and we're kind of scratching our head. This, to me, would have to be the reason. So prayers go out to him, and I'm sure Pop will talk to John Lynch, and if he wants to have his opinion known, the 49ers have already released a statement, so we'll get to know a little bit more when he comes back. But we'll talk to Marcus in about 8 minutes. We'll get into a little bit of Warriors. We'll get into a little bit of 49ers, and I think the thing that everybody gets excited about at this point of the season, Pop just talked about it. The 49ers 16-2 over the last 2 years after the bye week. If you're going to have a bye week, this is about the perfect time to have it right in the middle of the season. CMC, according to, and again, on this one, we had the local people. Pop has been all over it. Tim Ryan's been all over it. Matty Miyoko, Matt Barros, all of them. He's gonna come back. CMC for the Tampa game, unless there is some sort of a setback. But to this point, there has been no setbacks. So does that solve everything offensively? I don't think so. But if you look at just purely the weapons that the 49ers have, I'd still put it against, even without Brandon Ayuk, any in the league. Because when Christian McCaffrey comes back, and who knows if he is himself, but I think because they've taken such precautions to make him himself and to wait so long and know that this is a long-term play here, that it's CMC, Kittle, Debo, Pearsall, Jennings, Mason, Garendo fits in there somehow. I mean, that's a 30-point-per-game scoring team. So to me, I know that some people a week from today, when they talk about the trade deadline on November 5th, say, well, you need a receiver. I don't think you do. Deontay Johnson went to the Panthers. I don't think went from the Panthers to the Ravens. I don't think you just make a move to make a move. Hey, Ayuk is out. Well, that's why you drafted Pearsall. You do have Debo. You do have some depth there. I think they're fine. And you bring CMC back. That takes away some of the man stuff that people have been doing. You can't man up. McCaffrey's going to be any safety, linebacker, whatever. So that takes you out of man a lot of the time. And then as far as the defensive side of the ball, that's where I have the issues. The big thing is everybody starts looking at names. But the thing I was looking at this morning was, well, who's out of it? Because there's so many teams at 3-4, 4-3, or there's a team like the Jets where they're 2-6. Are they really going to start taking pieces away from it? I don't know. But the teams who look out of it, and here becomes the problem. There's a few things here, or they make it challenging, is that you've got 10 teams, Carolina 1-7, and then these teams are all 2-6. New Orleans, the Giants, Cleveland, Vegas, the Jags, New England, and the Jets all at 2-6. They should all be sellers. Tennessee's already been a seller at 1-6, and Miami's 2-5. So those 10 teams should come to the reality that they've got to trade. Well, there's 30 teams in the league, so there's 10 that are going to trade with you. And then you're the 49ers going, okay, we've got to pay Brock next year, and we've got to pay Demo next year. We don't want anybody beyond a year, so that maybe takes you, in other words, their contract is gone or done at the end of this year. So you're going to take on anything else? You know, you've got connections all over the league. Jeffrey Simmons is the first name that comes up for me at defensive tackle because I want an impact guy. I mean, you're not going to find Christian McCaffrey like you did 2 years ago, but I want an impact guy. You know, and here's some of the names being thrown around. I think to myself, is player X mediocre player that would be available on a bad team? Name him, whoever. Is that going to be the difference between them winning a Super Bowl and not? No. So why give up an asset for it? You know, the 49ers are so good in the mid-rounds. You look at this year with Pooney in the third round and Malik Mustafa and Isaac Garendo, and they seem to do a really good job, obviously, in the middle rounds, more than they do in the first, although I think Pearsall is going to be a player. Why would I want to give one of those assets away for, that kind of a thing? Now, if you're talking about Jeffrey Simmons, I'm all ears. If you're talking about a real impact player that, you know what, he's beyond this year and we'll just deal with it. I don't know, Buckner, do you think he's that kind of a guy? I mean, Silver mentioned it in a piece last week. If you're talking about somebody like that, okay, I would make an exception on the salary thing. I'd find my way around it. They need a defensive tackle. As far as the other thing that we keep talking about is Dre Greenlaw. He's not as far along as what McCaffrey is. Now we're starting to hear December. I know that Devondre Campbell had a better game last week, but I still don't trust him. I don't trust D. Winters at all. So when you have places that offenses can attack, and linebacker position is one of them, they need another one. They need a Dre Greenlaw-ish player. I keep hearing that Greenlaw's not close, and then when he comes back, it's unrealistic to expect, and Tim Ryan said this the other day, if you don't believe me, it's unrealistic to expect him to be so great so soon. So I think linebacker and defensive tackle are absolutes. I don't think they need help on offense. I just read off the guys. You had CMC. That's enough alone to what they already have, and they're going to get better. But defense, this isn't the same defense it's been. I rarely have confidence. Like last week against Dallas, I've asked this a couple of times in watching the 49ers this year. I've turned to the person next to me at the game and said, do you trust their defense? And every time it's no. So they got it done against Dallas because Dallas doesn't have any weapons. I mean, Dak Prescott didn't play well. They have CeeDee Lamb. That's about it. And so Dallas didn't get done. There was 3:05 on the clock, and Dallas had to go the length of the field to get a touchdown to win the game by 1. And I think it was next to Krug, and I said, do you trust the defense? He said no, but they did get it done. But they need help on defense if they want to go where they want to go. Offensively, I think they're fine. So give me your thoughts, and I don't want just an kind of a guy. I don't think that's the difference between the 49ers winning a Super Bowl or not. So you can agree or disagree. Hit us up, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Let's do a little bit of combo coming up next with Marcus. Got a great piece on the Niners out. He is back and full bore and more, and he's got the piece on Steph. What do they do now? He's going to miss a couple of games, and that depth that we were crowing about in Portland and Utah is all of a sudden depleted a little bit. So let's get an early season report on the Warriors. We'll do it with Marcus coming up next on the air on the Sports Leader.
Now, it's the man who's as good on the mic as he is with the pen. It's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic with Papa and Lund on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Just me. Pop is off talking to John Lynch. Those are the wrong priorities, man. Always the show. John Lynch is always around. No, I'm just kidding. They're doing a little mid-season talk, and we'll hear a couple of things in the 1 o'clock hour of what John shed, plus the sad news that Shorius Ward has lost his young daughter at just 18 months. So he'll get a thought from John on that as well. But we are blessed to have our good friend Marcus Thompson here, and he is back at it, man. You took a little time off, but like now you got a Steph piece up, you got a Brock piece up, man. They're just working you over there, dude.
Yeah, it's that time of year, and, when it's game time, some of us got to show up. You feel me? That's what it is. That's how we do it.
I knew you were going to say that. Let's start with Steph, because everybody, as you said in the piece, it's like, oh, you hear this audible groan anytime Steph goes down, and we're at the game, we're at the Niners game, and we got the double iPads going, and we're watching that game, and you could hear an audible groan in the media area. So like, what do we have to do? Do we have to panic? What are we dealing with here?
Yeah, I think that the time that it's happening is bad. Like, it'd be much better if you got off to a good start. You're like 10-2, and then Steph sprains his ankle, and it's like, all right, give the people a chance. But at this point, there's a great risk to hamper. Not to mention his backup, Anthony Melton, is out, and Wiggins is questionable. So it's like, already the Warriors get to experience the struggle. So I think, at some point on a road trip he joins, as always, Rick Celebrini is going to be careful with it. Mm-hmm. So he's missing his homestand, and, obviously if they steal one of these games, that's like huge for the Warriors. It can also be very galvanizing, right? If they somehow manage to come out of this sitting pretty good, it really goes to show that the depth that they got is real, and the style of play actually is beneficial. Like, it works. And obviously, they can also lose all of these games too. But if they win anything, if they split at home, they go 2 out of 3. If they are competitive and they look good, it actually could be a boost for them going into the rest of the season.
Marcus Thompson is joining us, by the way, at Thompson Scribe. Great pieces up right now. With Brock and with Steph Curry's injury sustained against the Clippers on Sunday. Isn't it funny how things just flip so fast? And I know it was just Portland and Utah, but they blow these teams out. They play all the players. Everything looks good, and then Steph goes down. You lose to the scrappy Clippers, and all of a sudden it's like, damn, what's going on here? I mean, it happens fast, doesn't it?
It was happening before Steph got hurt. It was like, man, they didn't just beat Portland and Utah. They obliterated them. And it's like, wait a second, how good is this team? And then they go play the Clippers, and they're out here getting worked by Derrick Jones Jr., right, in Zubac.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's like, okay, here's Denver or here's Minnesota, right, one of the powerhouses in the West. Here's Oklahoma City. It was like, here's a fellow team that's scrapping for the play-in, and they outplayed the Warriors. To me, it brought up two things. Like, one, they aren't as athletic as they thought they were, right? Like, they are more athletic, but, man, the Clippers look fast. They look strong. They look jumpy. Like, they looked more athletic. And it made the Warriors like, oh, okay, I can see the shortfall. The other thing is they had a rough home schedule last year. And it's like already you starting off struggling at home. Like, can't make threes, jacking a bunch of them up, lots of turnovers, poor defense. Like, what is it about this team at home? They got to figure that out.
Well, that was the first thing I thought of is like, and you knew the Clippers would have come. They played a ton with that. Well, obviously they're playing out without Paul George forever, but with Kawhi, this is the way they do it when those guys don't play. They scrap. And so I don't know that they weren't prepared or whatever the case may be. But another piece that you put up in your latest piece with Steph is the same thing I'm thinking. Okay, Jonathan Kuminga, you didn't get the contract you wanted. One of the reasons you didn't is this very situation where they find themselves, which is they need someone to step up and be that scorer. They need someone to be that guy, and he hasn't been that so far this season. I know it's only 3 games, but isn't this the exact situation that you find yourselves in? And go earn that contract tonight or over the next few nights.
Yeah, especially because, like, the style of play instantly changes without Steph.
Right.
And you could argue, like, Kuminga's being set up to fail. Like, they're putting Draymond, a big man, and Kuminga together. So there's no space for him to drive because there's no shooting. And what he needs to do is, like, he needs to get to the rim. So now you could say, all right, we can rekindle this whole thing and play a lineup and a style of play that's more fit for Kuminga. So now he should be able to produce. It would make sense now if he went out and played big. He's got freedom. He just needs to dominate, man. Like, you want reportedly $200 million, you can't be a situational dominant. You got to be able to impose your will, and I think that's what they need him to do. And I actually think he can if he just has the right mindset. Stop taking so many threes and say, I'm getting to the rim at all costs. I got blonde hair. Nobody's stopping me. Let's go.
Well, that's when he was rolling. It was like he was taking the mid-range. He was moving the ball. It was all coming naturally to him. It feels like, hey, I worked on my three all off season, so I got to show you all that I can shoot the three. It's like, no, man,
what it is.
Just play your game, right? And when they come, they come, but just hit them.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah. That's exactly what it was. It was like, man, let me show you how I've been working on the three. And look, it's a good strategy because he needs it, right? He needs people to not sag off of him. Because that's all you got to do is he sag off and play the drive. And he's not like that. He's not like Kyrie where he's getting to the rim no matter what. Like, he needs a lane. He needs an advantage. So he's trying to hit these early threes so they can say, oh, he can shoot now and get up on him and he can counter. But yeah, I'm with you. Like, yeah, chill out with that. Go back to how you used to do it. The mid-range. What's wrong with the mid-range? There's nothing wrong with the mid-range.
I know.
Look at all these old players still playing, hitting the mid-range. Like, that's what you do. Go to the mid-range, buddy.
It'll open it up, man. That's what it is. So all season long, everybody's loving Buddy the first two games, especially the Portland game. He's scoring 22 in less than 15 minutes. And I can't help it. I know we're going to do this all season long. I'm going to watch a Clay game, then a Buddy game, and a Clay game, and a Buddy game until Clay's off to a nice start. And he's loving it with Luka. He's hitting threes, 22, 19, and 18 points. Is this going to be an all-season thing, like Buddy versus Clay, in the minds of the fans?
I don't know. I think people are pretty clear on who's better. I mean, it's Klay Thompson, right? Like, it's a tough. I think if he's just good, that's what they want, right? If he gives you, like, reliable three-point shooting, like, that's good. And, he's been better than what he looked like in Philadelphia. Philadelphia looked like he might be done.
Right.
But the way he's moving, he's active, he's hustling on defense, he's running off screens. So he's definitely still young, right? He's definitely still got some juice in them legs. To me, the most impressive part was that he got up 14 shots. Guys like that, when they come in, they tend to get a little shook, and you don't take the shots. But Buddy was like, I'm missing, but I'm still chucking, right? And that's the kind of spirit you got to have. Like, you got to be willing to take 14 shots when you're cold. That's Klay Thompson, right? Klay Thompson, like, I don't care. The next one's going in. Yep. And it's that kind of mindset is what they need from Buddy. They don't need him to become a streaking violent who's scared to shoot. They need him to say, all right, the next one is going in no matter what. And he seems to have that kind of moxie. I don't think he'll be 3 for 14 forever. I don't think he's going to shoot 50% now. Let's cut all that out. But I don't think he'll be a bad shooter. He's a legit shooter from three.
All right, so tonight, what is it, Pods and Buddy to start? Or how do you think it goes?
Yeah, I think if Melton is out, you got to start Pods. And I think they go small. The real question is, if you're playing Wiggins and Kuminga together, like, what do you do? And does Draymond play center? Like, that's the question. And so far, they've not wanted to play Draymond at center. But with no Steph, I don't know that you can afford to just put dudes out there who can't shoot, right? So you might have to go small just to force the kind of style you want to play. So if you got Wiggins and Kuminga together, then it's Draymond. Like, now it's got to be Pods and Buddy. Because if you put Looney in there or you put, Trace Jackson-Davis in there, you've got 3 non-shooters. And you're hoping – and the other 2 shooters is either Wiggins and Pods or Wiggins and Hield. So Wiggins is making shots. I just don't know that opponents are saying we got to cover Wiggins and it doesn't open up the lane. So to me, I feel like they got to go small. Wiggins, Pods, Hield, Kuminga, and then have Draymond play center. Like, that's how they got to open it up, I think.
Yeah. I know Wiggs may not play tonight, and we're only 3 games into this thing, but because of the way he started, do we learn anything from that, or it's way too early?
Nah, it's too early. Like, the issue with Wiggins isn't his production. Even last year, he played well. His problem lately has become being on the court. And, sometimes we could want too much from Wiggins, like go out and get 25, but if he's rebounding, if he's defending, opposing point guards, if he's hitting open shots, that's what you want from Wiggins. But more important than anything is they need him to play 75 games, right?
Yep.
Not 50. So if he can stay on the court, he's a net positive. If he can't, then it doesn't matter how good he's playing.
Warriors tonight against the Pelicans on TNT. Your Brock Purdy piece. Brock Purdy was a game when the 49ers needed him most against the Cowboys. It seems to me he gets off to this start, and he's moving around, and he's running around, and everybody is singing his praises. Oh, he's going to get that contract. And he struggles a little bit with not guys around him, and then the national media goes right back to this stuff. I even read a piece over the weekend that said some GM said that he's a high-end backup. It's like nobody sways more than what Purdy does, man. It just seems like no matter what, the guy can't win,
I mean, they could beat him, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's the thing. Like, he just beat Dak. And that was one of them games where it was the quarterback that was better was going to win the game.
Yep.
Like, it was there to be taken, and Purdy made the plays. My thing with Purdy is, like, I got it for the first couple of years where it's like he's just like, oh, shucks, there's so much talent. I'm just trying to get to him the ball. But really the truth is in NFL, your quarterback can't be that. Not anymore. Like the Trent Dilfer days are over, right, where it's like, all right, great defense, run the ball. Nobody wins that way. And you certainly aren't beating Patrick Mahomes that way. And I think Purdy is good. Like, I think people are wilding if they think he's a high-level backup.
Right.
Like, Purdy's got some moxie to him. He can make some throws. He can't make all the throws, but he can make some. But that dude is a gamer. Like, he knows how to win. And I do think sometimes, like, he feels like this young kind of figure where he doesn't have the authority to impose. Like, he's got this super demanding head coach who wants the offense run the way he wants. But, like, when Purdy gets desperate and he's like, man, I don't care, I'm trying to win, he actually ends up being pretty good. So, to me, I feel like the growth of Purdy is just taking that mindset perennially. Like, I don't know how many times he tells Kyle, I don't want to run that. But I want him to get to the point where he's like, nah, Kyle, this is what we're doing, right? I know what you said, but I'm out here and I feel it, and I know what I got going. So, to me, like, that's the Purdy I think that can win at the highest level, because in the end, like, you go into Detroit, you go into Kansas City, you're in the Super Bowl, which is where they're at. And that's the thing for them, right? Nobody cares about beating the Rams in the first round.
Nobody cares if
you got to win those games.
Right.
You got to win those games. And for those games, you need Purdy to be a baller, right? Like, that's what you need him to be. You don't need him to be a guy like, oh, let's just make sure we get into McCaffrey. Like, that works. But sometimes you gotta just make something happen. And to me, like, he made it happen that game. And Kyle Shanahan don't call a scramble. That's not Shanahan. You know what I'm saying? That's not a play call. That wasn't George Kittle breaking tackles. A lot of that stuff was about Purdy saying, we're just gonna win this game. I'm not gonna let my team lose because I didn't play well. And when he reaches that level, I think we will no longer be talking about him as a backup of any kind. Like, that dude is a baller. He's a gamer.
Well, I mean, I think you bring up a hell of a point, because in any sport, any professional sport, okay, you draw it up one way. Most of the time, it doesn't work that way. They're going to do this. We're going to do that. It's like, no, man, especially at that position, you've got to be able to make plays, think on your feet. Late in the game, he was running more because, he had to get the first downs. And as far as the weapons thing is concerned, I think that's getting thrown out the window this year, because Mahomes, you're talking about Mahomes making the plays the right time, which his numbers against the 49ers were not good. On the season, he's 8 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. Well, he lost Tyreek Hill. He lost his top 2 receivers this year. He lost his top running back. Kelsey isn't what he was. So he's making plays when it matters, but it's not like he's dominating games from, the whistle to the end of the game. That's not happening.
Nah, and they're like undefeated because of his mastery of that, right?
At the right moment, which is what, it's at the right moment, like you're talking about.
I feel like Purdy's, like, when all is said and done, when he's like, because, he's still very young, he's still growing, and he's got a lot of experience in a short time, so it feels like he's producing a little bit faster, but he's still growing. And at the peak of whoever Purdy is, I think it's more likely his greatness is going to be that part of the game than it is going to be like what Jaden McDaniel can do, right? Like he's going to be a quarterback that's a gamer, that's know what the defense is doing because he's seen it before, that knows how to protect the ball, make a play. Like, to me, that's like the Purdy that's elite. And you know, I think he's developing it. That's the point. Like, you don't get this overnight. Patrick Mahomes didn't just get this. Like, he's been through he's played a lot of football. He watching football. He's got a great coach. And to me, this is the maturation of Brock Purdy. And if he's going to be the quarterback of the future for whatever price, like, that's who he needs to be. And I feel like he can do that. So it's good to see him produce that in those moments where they need it.
Marcus Thompson, he's the best at Thompson Scribe. He's got a great piece out on Brock right now and on Steph's latest injury and what the Warriors do from there. Awesome, man. Appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Tell Papa if he chooses John Lynch over me one more time.
I know.
I'm going to tell him he was right.
All right, bro. We'll see you soon.
All right.
You're the best.
Peace out.
That's Marcus Thompson at Thompson Scribe in The Athletic. He's back at it, man, just cranking it out. And like I said, it's got a couple of great pieces. All right, we got your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear right now, coming up in 10 on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49ers rookie guard Dominic Pooney, he joined Murph and Rod Brooks this morning with Waterboy being out. They discussed what it's like to play along Trent Williams, what he's learned this season. Check out that podcast and more. KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Pooney's bringing the monsoony, bro. He's going to...
now. Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Why would you eat them?
I probably, I don't care if he's not listening. He had to have done it 50 times. Every kid does. It's every kid.
I do it now, but I don't eat them.
No, I don't eat them.
No, I mean, a lot of times, and I wonder, do you ingest ayahuasca in the nasal cavity? Is it nose rod? There's other things I'd put up my nose than that.
I love that when he leaves, we play out of context. That was when we were talking about Aaron Rodgers. And he picked it, and even if it came up empty, he put it in his mouth. Now, whereas the other day, was it TNT or ESPN or somebody, they did Clay dirty. They go over to the sideline, they're talking about Clay, and then he's sitting on the bench, and Clay's digging for gold over there, and then they quickly got the camera off him. But no, I don't think fast enough, but he didn't go to his mouth afterwards. Just, whatever. But anyway, disgusting. All right, it is Pop and Lund, KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Pop is talking with John Lynch, so he should be back soon. But we'll do the foreplay here, and then maybe about 1:15, we'll get John's thoughts on some of the things that are going on with the 49ers in the second half of the season, and we'll get into that conversation. But let's start. By the way, great stuff today. You're going to be intrigued by this. Dominic Pooney asked about the rookie class, which we will get into that conversation. He was on with the morning show this morning. Adam Schefter, and it just gives us a reason to talk about Christian McCaffrey coming back. Steve Kerr, who's handling the point guard duties without Steph Curry. And then we have, I don't know if you're a bettor or not, but we're going to try to set an over-under on Draymond Green technical fouls, because on his own podcast, which now features former Warrior Baron Davis, he put up a number himself, and I just don't think it's going to fly. But maybe he is determined to not get so many technical fouls. He's already got the one, of course, that he got in the Portland game, so we'll get into that conversation as well. But let's start with this. Here's Dominic Pooney, which, by the way, very mature rookie. Rookie guard for the 49ers was on with the morning show this morning and talks about the rookie class.
I think it's unusual for a team like this because there is so much talent on this team. But also we've had injuries, and the young guys have stepped up, I will say. I think we take pride in it because at the same time they're investing a lot in us. So I think we're just trying to pay it back as much as possible. And yeah, no, I didn't expect this whole rookie class to be kind of playing like we are right now, but I love it because I think all of us will only get better too.
All right, before we move on, who does he sound like? It's driving me absolutely crazy. 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. You can hit me up on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Who does Dominic Pooney sound like? Because it's a prominent voice, and I've heard it. We interviewed him on Sunday after the game, and I'm like, and usually it comes to you like, oh yeah, it's this guy or that guy. And for a minute I was thinking like it had hints of Obama. It almost sounds like a whiskey or a beer, hints of this, hints of that. Like it's got a little Obama in it, but then it's got, I can't pinpoint it. But he sounds like somebody prominent. I know it. And it's driving me crazy. So if you could help me, 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Maybe you need to play another one if you have extra time in the foreplay today. But it's driving me crazy because I can't think of who his voice reminds me of, but it's somebody. All right, this is not anything that Adam Schefter is breaking. And you've heard my semi-rant on this, that he's not really the newsbreaker during the season. I mean, during trade deadline day, a week from today, he's going to be the guy to watch. But during the season, he goes on the Pat McAfee show every week. And a lot of times when SportsCenter would have Schefter on, it was for a specific reason. So there would be breaking or someone would be hurt or whatever. He'd have inside news. When he goes on McAfee, it's just kind of a general conversation. So I feel like he just thinks he has to throw things out there. This has been known locally for a long time that Christian McCaffrey was targeting the Tampa game, but this just gives us a reason to talk about it. Here's Schefter this morning.
Here, as of right now, might be the first positive Christian McCaffrey injury update of the entire season. Yep, here we go. Ready? So far, he has not had any setbacks during his recovery. I don't want to jinx this, right? Knock on wood. I don't want to jinx this, but he has not had any setbacks. And he has looked strong, and right now, he's poised to get back, I think, after their bye and play against the Buccaneers.
Wow. Christian McCaffrey back against the Bucs. Here we go. Because they showed him on the side.
Now, again, hold on. We thought he was going to play in the opener. Sure. No. And then all of a sudden, that Friday before, setback. But I think we could say it this way. Right now, he is tracking to play against the Buccaneers.
All right, so give us your thoughts on that. Because to me, he's not going to solve everything, because I think there's maybe a little bit of a misconception out there that says, well, when McCaffrey comes back, that's it. We're back. And I think offensively you could make that statement, because everybody thinks, oh, well, we need a receiver they need a receiver to make up for the loss of Brandon Ayuk. I don't think they do. I think that Ricky Pearsall is supposed to be that player, and I don't know that there's another receiver that's obtainable that is going to be better than the potential that Ricky Pearsall has. Because remember, if you bring in another receiver, and Deontay Johnson got traded today to the Ravens from Carolina, I'm saying to myself, okay, who's available? And remember, I said this a little bit earlier, the available means they're out of it, which I counted 10 teams, a bunch of 2-6s, a Tennessee that's got to win, Carolina that's got to win, the Raiders, the Jets, the Browns, all these teams that are 2-6. They've got to believe at this point that they're out of it. And remember, the person you have to convince that you're out of it with a lot of these teams is the owner. And so, like, the Jets are 2-6, but do you think Woody Johnson is going to bring back Hassan Reddick and pay all this money to old Aaron Rodgers and say, yep, we're out of it at 2-6? They're going to keep trying to go. I don't think they're trading anybody. So you have to convince the owner that you're out of it, that you've spent all this money this year and all this, and now you're going to tell your fan base, sorry, we suck, we're trading guys. Now, some teams are obvious. So that's the first hurdle to get over, to convince all the owners of these bad teams that they're out of it. And there's about 10 right now. Now, we've got a week, so it could change in this next week. And then the second part of it, the big hurdle you've got to jump, is that the 49ers want a contract that expires after this year, for the most part. Now, if you can get a Jeffrey Simmons at defensive tackle, if you can get maybe Buckner back reasonably, something like that, okay, they would probably take on additional years and just figure it out later. But most guys, you want to have a contract now like DJ Jones, but the Broncos are 5-3. So everybody's talking DJ Jones, defensive tackle, used to play here, perfect fit. Broncos are 5-3. Are they going to trade him? Probably not. So that's why it's so difficult to trade. I'm not taking John Lynch or anybody off the hook. Hey, man, get the job done. You get paid a lot of money. That's a fan viewpoint. Yeah, I don't care what the obstacles are. Get it done. I get it. They're in a championship window, so get it done. But that's obstacle number 2. And then obstacle number 3 is you give them the right compensation. Do the 49ers want to give up? Here's my main thought here is, do you want to give up compensation in which that's really where you succeed in the draft? Okay, you're going to go up a third-round pick. You just got Dominic Pooney in the third round. That's why I'm tying this all together. You just got Dominic Pooney in the third round. Want to give that up? You just got Malik Mustafa in the mid-rounds. Want to give that up? I mean, we know the George Kittles and the Fred Warners and all these guys they get in the mid-rounds. I mean, that just seems to be their specialty. Not to say that Pearsall's not going to work out this year. I think he is. The point is, right now, we all sit here and go, yeah, go get this guy for a third rounder or a fourth rounder or a fifth rounder. Well, that's really where they do a lot of good work. Plus, there's compensation in place. So if you lose Mooney Ward, for example, you get compensation. And we were saying before, would you trade him? Not now. If you didn't hear the tragic news, his daughter's passed away. He's a free agent. There was some talk of he's not playing well. Maybe you move the guy. John Lynch is not moving him. And I'm sure, and Papa's talking to him right now. He's talking to John Lynch right now, and he'll come back. They're not going to move Mooney Ward, not in these circumstances. So, that's out the window. My whole thought on the trade deadline is it's great to talk about. It's fun to talk about. And for every Christian McCaffrey move that you make, which the 49ers did 2 years ago and wouldn't be where they are without him, there's no question about it. And it gives you optimism of the second half of the season to hear Adam Schefter say he's coming back. That's not the norm. Emmanuel Sanders a few years ago, he was okay. Made a few plays. It would have been nice if Jimmy would have hit him. That's what he's most known for, is Jimmy overthrew him in the Super Bowl. You make these moves. Most of them don't work out. Chase Young last year, you're optimistic. Remember when they made that move? Ooh, Chase Young. He was the second overall pick of the draft. He's going to fit. Not when he's jogging against Detroit in the NFC Championship game. So that one didn't work. So we have all these thoughts of grandeur in our head that one guy is going to change it. I don't see a guy, and I just gave you the hurdles to jump. I don't see a guy out there that's obtainable, realistically obtainable, that they could give up and change their season. They're certainly not a Christian McCaffrey, at least not in my mind. Unless you think Jeffrey Simmons all of a sudden makes him that. Maybe he does, but I don't think he's available. So anyway, there's my mini rant, even though we're going to make a big deal of it next week. Don't get me wrong, but rarely does it work out. All right, let's flip some things over to the Warriors. Number 3, the thing you need to hear today. Here's Steve Kerr. We just talked to Marcus Thompson about this. Steph is out for a while. DeAndre Melton is out for a while. What happens with the point guard position with 3 guards out? Here's Steve Kerr yesterday with Tolbert and Copes.
Well, yeah, I mean, Brandon Podziemski will take over a lot of that, the responsibility there. Kyle Anderson is a great point forward, so he'll handle the ball some. Draymond obviously loves handling the ball. So some combination of those guys. We'll need Buddy shooting, Moses is shooting, given all the what we're going to miss with the three guards out. So it's it'll be be interesting, but I'm excited to play these guys because they can play and they've been waiting for their opportunities, and I'm excited to give them those opportunities.
All right, so it's strength in numbers. You're never going to replace Steph. We all know that. Steve mentioned Buddy Hield shooting in the first two games. It was a revelation in the third game. It's why friends of mine around the league have been texting, you just wait, because Buddy Hield goes 3 of 14, 1 of 9, and he generally doesn't do anything else. He's not a big rebounder. He did hustle on defense his first couple of games. When you have to give a guy credit for that, he's probably not a good defender, but he doesn't do a whole lot. So in Steph's presence, he's got to be as much like Steph as he possibly can be, at least from a shooting standpoint. And then my main thing is, okay, Jonathan Kuminga, you wanted one of those 5-year, 224 max contracts, rookie max contracts that 3 or 4 of those, like Cade Cunningham, a few of those guys got. You didn't get it. And the reason you didn't get it was this is your time. The kind of guys who get that are building blocks for a franchise. And some people think he is. I don't personally think he is. I just haven't seen enough. I think the Warriors did the right thing in not giving him the contract. But now's your time. Now's your time to not, and Marcus and I were just talking about this, I don't need you to jack up a bunch of threes to say, look what I did in the offseason. I need you to play within the flow of the game. The mid-range game is your friend. You're really good at it. Get to the rim, draw some fouls, hit those threes when they're there, but don't force them. Be the guy that you're telling us you're going to be. And this is the time to do it. Steph Curry is out. Klay Thompson is not here. Like it's in your hands right now to say, okay, you think I don't deserve that contract? Play with a chip on your shoulder the next few games. This is what I can do when I'm the guy. It's clearly right here. And I don't want to see which we've seen at the beginning. I think he's shooting like 11% or something like that from three. Quit. Don't force it. You're a mid-range guy. You can get to the rim, use your athleticism, but be an all-around player, defender, rebounder, scorer, all those kind of things starting tonight. And you'll get consideration for that contract. But being that, every once in a while scoring 20 and then everybody going, ooh, now's the time because they need you now. All right, one more. Now this is Draymond Green from his podcast with now Baron Davis, and he talks about technical fouls. And I know we've had this conversation 5 million times, it feels like, when it comes to the Warriors. Can Draymond control himself with the technical fouls? Does he need to play with fire all the time? We've had this conversation a million times. But here he is on his podcast giving us an over-under number on his technical fouls this season. He's at 1.
That tech was some bull, bro.
Draymond Green is activated.
Listen, I was bantering back and forth with Tyler Ford. I got nothing but love and respect for Tyler. Trey Maddox comes and stands next to me at the free throw line. And he like, Draymond, what's up, man? Tell me what's wrong. And I'm like, Trey, that's not a foul, man. I got the same right to that ball that he got. I also didn't make any contact with him. It's not a foul. But Draymond, you dove. I said, yeah, but I can dive for the ball.
For sure.
Steve Kerr called the timeout. Draymond, all right, I know. I said, Coach, that's man, he come and talk to me and give me a text. He's like, I watched it. I know it's but we need you. I'm like, no, I'm here. I'm fine. All right, he started drawing up the play. I'm cool.
Done. Some people probably got like an over and under. Oh, you gonna get your first seconds.
I wonder was that a Vegas line?
But I blame the ref for that. You should get your money back because it sounded like he was gaslighting.
It was for sure, but it's cool. I'm gonna have less than 10 technical fouls this year. I might even make a decision and keep it even less than 8.
All right, so that's the part that's interesting is the end of his podcast where he said, I'm going to have less than 10 technical fouls this year, and he said I might even go less than 8. All right, so last year, and Danny just looked this up, he had 13 in 55 games, which I thought it was more, but 13 in 55 games. And for his career, let's call it like the last 4 or 5 years, is this safe to say, Danny, he's between 12 and 16, something like that? Something like right in that range, right?
Yeah, that's a good ballpark. He had 17 the year prior.
Okay.
And then he had 3 straight years of 14.
Okay, so I would set the over-under. He had 3 straight years of 14, so I might set it at 13.5. Something in that range is probably what Vegas would set his technicals at, and he's saying he could go under 10. He's got 1, and I'm assuming he plays more because last year he got more than that in 55 games. So I don't know where people would go with about 13.5. I don't think he can do under 10. Maybe he could. Give us your thoughts.
The big one from last year was 4 ejections.
Yeah, that was huge. Yeah, the 4 ejections. He missed 27 games. And he was over that number last year, right? No, I mean, I know he was over 10. What did he get, 14 last year? Is that what it was? 14?
13.
13. All right, so maybe 13.5, something in that range. Where would you go on that? Probably still over. Anyway, there you go. That is your foreplay. A little bit of Draymond Green there. Steve Kerr talking about the guards without Steph, without DeAnthony Melton. Got a little bit of Dominic Pooney in there talking about the rookie class. And what else do we? Oh, we had Schefter just because we wanted to talk about Christian McCaffrey. Not that Schefter did anything. I see him back. Is he back? We just finished up the floor. How are you? How was it? We're going to have to talk about it
now.
next.
The show.
Oh, yeah.
The show's way better without me. Way better.
Oh, Marcus said that. What did Marcus say about Greg? He said something if he. Hang on, we'll play this.
What did he say? I listened to almost this whole segment. I think John walked in and then we were distracted. The thing with Draymond,
we'll find it.
The thing with Draymond, they suspend on 16.
Yeah, that's the big number.
So if he wants to take 13, 14, 15 and do them each in 15 different games, fine. Do not take a second technical where you get kicked out of a game. And he's trying to. The thing with Trey Maddox was, and that was the play. Buddy Hield made the left-hand layup, then ran back defensively. I was like, wow, Buddy Hield's busting his ass. And then Draymond drove on the floor for the loose ball. But he got one technical. He wouldn't let it go. He kept going. And Trey gave him a tiny tee, and he kept yapping in the lane. A lot of it is just, like in baseball, you don't want to show up the unplayed umpire. If you turn your head back and start yelling at him, they got to run you. If you want to complain, just keep your head towards the pitcher and do it subtly. Everybody knows he's stalking the guy, and it's like, okay, we'll give you 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 20, 30. They're shooting free throws. You're still, I got to tee you now. And then after you get the first one, he still doesn't get back.
That's the thing.
And then Steve had to burn a timeout. So, yeah, to me, he's not learning from when he gets run. You could take one. Barkley would take one right away in the first quarter, then shut his mouth. He didn't want to get run. And this guy, he just keeps going, and he won't back off. He does not have that switch. So 16, they suspend. I think that's the number because he's always walked that technical tightrope every year. So if you want to take 15, do it in 15 separate games when the Warriors are up 20 or down 20. Don't get 2 in one game. That's when 2, they run you. So, and after you take the first one, walk the dog. Just get out of there. Like, just
everybody knows it, too. It drives you crazy.
I mean, don't make the coach call a timeout to do that. And if Steve wants to do that, it's amazing to me. Steph was just, they were all just standing there watching and listening. It's like, here we go again. He keeps talking. He's got to get the second tech. Talk to him after the game. When the game's over, roll by the referee's room, or maybe not. You don't want to get suspended for tackling. He'll be civil because he's got a point to make and he's smart. But make your point, maybe after it cools down a couple of minutes, because you want to make it in the game so they understand. But don't commit 16 and get suspended for future games. And can he not get kicked out of a game this year? And honestly, with those ice packs on his knees, I don't know how many games that guy's going to play this year.
I'm putting him at 13.5. He's not going under 10. If there was a prop line for Draymond Green, 10 technical fouls, I'd take that all day. All day.
Wonder how many he gets in practice.
That would be no fun. All right, we'll find out. I don't want you to give away all the John Lynch secrets, but we'll ask you.
Told me who they're trading for, John.
Oh, very nice. I can't wait for this. We know who the 49ers are trading for. Oh, this is what Marcus said about you when you left. He was upset that you were not on the show.
Tell Papa if he chooses John Lynch over me one more time.
I know.
I'm gonna tell him he was right.
You know who sold us out?
See?
Was I told
Marcus
the Niners because initially it was going to be a 2. I said, can you make it 2:15? And then they said, well, we need you at 1. And then it was 12:30, and then it wound up being 12:45. You know who sold me out was Holder. Holder made a side deal and just traded me off. So
what did Holder get out of it?
He said, sure, take time off, John's fine. I think the research shows the show's better when I'm not here.
I don't know if it shows.
I think you were at your best.
Oh, yeah.
You were at your best. You're kind of like J.P. Mason, Isaac Guerrero. And then I'm not going to put myself in McCaffrey.
Yeah, you just called yourself McCaffrey. You just did it.
I am not CMC.
No,
PA. No, but you can kind of spread your wings. And John and I talked a lot about how they're going to do this.
Right.
And they're out there. They're going to have, you can't. I'm like, you want me to play quarterback and do the stretch handoff to Christian? They can't quite. It's the guys that are on IR and rehab and can stay around. There's rules on this because they got it to CBA. They got to get their bye week. They got to leave. I don't know if they'll have enough to actually simulate, him playing with his teammates, but they're going to do all they can. And then the plan is to get him back on Monday and let him practice.
We got a bunch of old quarterbacks around here. Steve Young's around here. Alex Smith is around
Steve
here.
Bono
Let's
the other
go.
day.
Steve Bono.
Steve was very happy they were dropping back to pass on 1st and 10 and 2nd and 3. He was thrilled with that.
Yeah, I'm sure. All right, we'll get more out of that. We'll do it next. Papa is back. By the way, would Holler get beer out of it or something? How about if you make him available, you get me some beer?
I thought I can't even ask. I can't even ask Holler. They're not going to let previous bosses not let me out to do this interview.
Holler's a good man.
Holler's like, no big deal.
Some scotch.
John can do an hour alone or a half hour. How long was I gone for? 45 minutes? I'm sorry. I listened to everything.
You and I are cut from the same cloth. Hey, can you fill 10 minutes? Yeah, clear my throat in 10 minutes. I mean, let's go. All right, we'll get some thoughts.
I want my touches back.
Yeah, I know. You're getting the ball back. You're back. I see that. All right, we'll do it next. Still here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Steve Kerr, your head coach of the Warriors. He joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday, discussed Steph Curry's ankle injury, potential timeline for his return. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. The Papa and Lund Show now continues on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Pop is back. Had a conversation with John Lynch. When will we see that, by the way?
Day night at 9 o'clock.
Very nice. And I know that Kyle Shanahan, he'll be on with the boys this afternoon at 4:50, so make sure you tune in for that. So we'll have you covered. Anything that you can share?
Yeah, we'll. I'm trying to get the audio turned around, but it probably won't be by the time we're off the air today. We'll get it tomorrow as a little snippet, a preview. But we did address Charvarius Ward and how difficult that was right away. And, we had Cam on. Cam was choking up, and it's hard. John's a father, obviously, and he's going to spend the bye with his kids. I think he's an empty nester, actually, this weekend. His kids are older, but, he's a son. He's a dad. It's hard. So I think he'll get a lot of support from the locker room on this. I know he will. But it was hard. We did address it right away. So maybe we'll get a little bit of that tomorrow. But that was the first thing we talked about.
Yeah, that for those who just tuned in, his young daughter, about 18 months, passed away. She's had health issues ever since she was born, and yesterday morning she passed away. So that's what Charvarius Ward has been dealing with this entire year. So there's statements out, and you can read a lot of the stuff. And we had Cam Inman on, like you said a little bit earlier. He wrote a great piece, kind of chronicling this whole thing. So you can take a look at that for some more of that. Other things that we discussed in the foreplay, we did talk about McCaffrey again. And again, we'll see what happens. It's crazy how the trade deadline works. ESPN has been doing about, and this is no disrespect to Deontay Johnson, but they've done like over an hour on him. I mean, there's like, oh my gosh, trade news.
Well, he could impact. I mean, he's going to Baltimore.
Yeah,
Baltimore's a good team. They got Zay Flowers. They got two tight ends, Isaiah Likely and Mark Andrews. Started off really slowly, John. He did not look like himself, but the last couple of weeks he's becoming that guy again. And Lamar likes to work the middle of the field. He likes to go deep. And he needs guys that can separate for him. And Zay Flowers can separate. He's got to hold the ball. I think his fumble last year in the AFC Championship game going into the goal line, who got him? L'Jarius Sneed, I think, punched it out. That's a championship losing play. But Deontay Johnson, and getting a lot of intel on him. And we read a report, Kyle liked him. He doesn't seem like Kyle Shanahan's kind of wide receiver to me. He's a really good route runner, and he's slippery, and he makes himself available, and he's had some big years where he's had big catch numbers in Pittsburgh, but he's not a big guy. He's not a blocker. But you need a guy that can separate. I think they need more of a bigger X wide receiver with Ayuk being out the year, but we'll see what they do. I think that Jennings will be back for this game in Tampa. He's missed the last couple with a hip, so they're going to get a lot of guys back for this game. But I think the interesting thing is McCaffrey, and we've seen him on the field a little bit working out, and he's trying to get his explosion fully back, but man, he looks good just in and out of cuts. And it's just going to be, every day when he wakes up, does he feel good? Does he have any pain in the Achilles? Is the tendonitis completely out of there? It got into both, but one was worse than the other. So, what would that mean for the 49ers offense and just the overall football team? I mean, you're without the offensive player of the year. And every time we brought up the red zone and third downs have gotten better. That was the story of the game, the way they flipped third down conversions offensively in the second half of the Dallas game. They've got to be better on third down defensively. That's been a problem. But everything has been McCaffrey. McCaffrey will solve everything. Let's see if they can get him back and get him back to where he is. And I think his explosion is in and out. He's just special. The way he catches the ball, the way he hits the hole. And then you've got J.P. Mason. John told me the whole story about drafting Isaac Orendo, which you'll hear in the game plan interview. I mean, what a find that guy's been. To get him in the fourth round, they traded up. They had 173 and 176, went up to 129 to get him. I think it was with Philadelphia who made the trade. And that guy, it's not just the 4.33 speed. He's at a 1.54 10-yard split. And the way he hits the hole is just impressive. So how do you divvy it up when Christian does come back? I mean, he had so many touches last year, catching and running. J.P. Mason has proven that he can do some of it, obviously. And then you got Garendo and Patrick Taylor. I mean, just, interesting to see, when they do get him back, if it's the Tampa game, if they do, he'll start practicing if everything goes well on Monday. Doesn't mean that they open him up and he comes back. It's just they open up the window for him to practice, and then we'll see if they activate him and get him up right away in the first game. But it will be interesting to see, how much they use McCaffrey if they lean on him, because I think they do believe in these young guys. They've proven they have ability.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting because, I don't know that this is accurate. It's just what I have in my head. It's probably not, where Christian McCaffrey comes back, and it's like, are we dealing with a ticking time bomb here with this Achilles? So the less you use him, I mean, you want to have him, but you don't want to overuse him. I mean, is that even remotely correct? Because I would think just logically you just wouldn't want to overuse him. Not that they overused him, but maybe used him to that extent, and for that reason. And then the other reason is, especially Mason, they've proven themselves to have a role.
Yeah, I don't. He's so good, though. I mean, you'd have to give him a series off is what I think you would do. Because you don't want him coming off on third down. You don't want him coming off on fourth down. So you just have to do it kind of the way Dallas did it with Zeke and Dalvin, where you take a series, and those guys don't, they're not the same players anymore. But Christian's almost the damn same age. Ezekiel Elliott and Dalvin Cook are each 29.
It's amazing.
And you just run those guys in the ground. And Christian's had some big touch years like last year. He touched it all the time. So I don't know. I think the key thing is the performance staff just says, he's no longer ours. He's yours. He's Bobby Turner's. Kyle, he's yours. You do what you want with him. But, if he's completely cleared and he can be the McCaffrey that he was last year and all the physical limitations are off from a medical standpoint, then it's up to Kyle to figure out what he wants to do.
All right, we'll give you a little caboose. We've got a couple other stories that we need to keep you up on as well. And then we're losing you off tomorrow, right? You're out Thursday.
No, I'm back tomorrow.
Oh, you are back. Yeah, but then you're out Thursday, right? So tomorrow's our last
Thursday and Friday, and the plan was to go to Game 6 of the World Series.
Oh boy!
But the plan was for the Yankees to be up 3-2.
Yeah,
that is not happening. At the very best, the Dodgers would be up 3-2. So I mean, we don't want them to win the World Series tonight. We don't want them to win the World Series tomorrow night. But I don't want to be there Friday night when they win the World Series at Dodger Stadium and may have to sleep at Chavez Ravine. We did invite Boucher to come on because he's in the Bronx right now.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
What do you mean? Oh, he
said, sorry, brother. Already a few beers and shots deep. So it's probably not the best idea. And he wrote probably not the beat idea.
Yeah. Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
He's fine. That's right, at the parade.
Are you kidding me?
Wasn't he hammered at the parade, Boucher?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, that was the cut right there.
He thought you and I were Murph.
Yeah, he goes, is that Murph?
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
He does his best work.
As do we.
It's Yankee Stadium. That's the vibe I want.
The best shows we've ever done are out on location.
What is with the Yankee fans? I thought they were tough. They're half asleep. As soon as Freeman hit the first home run and made it 2-0, not even Fat Joe could get him going.
That wasn't good.
Ice Cube was way better than Fat. I am disappointed. If you want to be thought of as the bad apple in New York and come into the big ballpark in the Bronx, and we're going to show you all our their Dodger Stadium environment way better. Petco Park environment way better. Just about every Oakland's better. What's going on with Yankee fans? That's why I wanted to talk to Boucher. Are they going to show up tonight, or like their team?
and Aaron Judge.
Well,
Do they all?
That's what they do. Run the bases like drunks.
Yeah, well, the fans are half asleep. I see empty rows right behind
give
home
any
plate.
reason.
This is the damn World Series. You
Yeah.
haven't had one since 2009. What are you doing?
Tight pants didn't give him a chance. I mean, how many did he throw? Like
It don't
5
matter. Create
no-hit
your own
innings or
edge.
something?
Make it daunting.
They
It's
were
New
terrible.
York.
They were terrible.
Don't let the team and the game take you. You take them.
Yeah.
What happened to the Bronx?
And Aaron Judge. He's ruined everything.
I don't care about Aaron Judge. I care about Vinny from Bayonne. Show up, Yankee fans. The hell are you doing? Boucher flew across the country.
Yeah. And he's already in the bag. What is it, 4:30 there?
He's going to fall asleep by
I was just
going to
say, but
8:08 Eastern time.
he better
5:08 our time. Well, Yankee fans, wake the hell up. What are you doing there? Maybe I should go to Yankee Stadium tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe that's what you'll
with
do.
these
I can
people?
see that. All right, little caboose, and something happened today NFL-wise. And I mean, the story, this actually was from Sunday. We didn't get to it yesterday, but I can't believe this happened. So we'll kind of weave that into the caboose, too. It's Pop and Lundell here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Marcus Boucher.
Is he on?
Yeah, he's
Boucher.
Too many drinks, man.
Come on, man. Sober up.
I don't
Go
think
get
I've
a
ever
Coney
used...
Island dog with Joey Chestnut.
I've never
Go
used
to
that
Woody
excuse.
Allen. Get a Woody Allen at the Carnegie. Let's go.
Yeah, that's a poor excuse. You can keep it together. You know, a vision of when you were in elementary school, middle school, whatever, of a cafeteria worker, a cafeteria woman
with the hairnet.
Yeah, with the hairnet, and then
the hairy armpits.
Yeah, then Adam Sandler did the bit. Remember, and it was Chris Farley was dancing around the stage.
Yeah,
you know.
They're making you a sloppy Joe.
Yes,
and all their hairy armpit is falling. All the follicles are falling into your food.
You get the idea.
Yeah, I admit.
So this is the backdrop. So get that in as you're driving down the road. Everybody, get that in your head. And then here's the headline: Florida school cafeteria worker allegedly sent student a photo of her unclothed breast.
Oh, boy.
That's not what I want from the cafeteria lady.
Now, not all of them look like that,
No,
John.
I'm not saying
not
they do.
all of them.
I'm just saying I'm looking at a picture of the...
And how old is the child that she sent that to?
High schooler, under 18. I know that.
Oh, but not like, you said elementary school. I'm thinking like fourth grade.
Yeah, no, it was high school. But her name is Ashley Pierce, 39-year-old cafeteria worker, arrested Monday after an underage student reported her behavior to police. And I'm not going to stereotype anything.
Do you have a picture? Can I see a picture?
Do you want?
Yeah.
I was just going to say I'm not going to show you a picture, but.
Well, I know, but we're on the stream, and it doesn't work without the picture.
Oh,
Let me see.
Let me see if I can get
Square it up. Yeah, come over there. Yeah. Yeah.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw her.
I mean, so that's stereotypical.
I saw her.
Right? Stereotypical. Not nice, but stereotypical.
Let me see her again. She
just shut the
looks
window.
familiar. She looks familiar. What do you want to protect her identity? Is that what we're trying to do?
I mean, was there ever what would I just wonder what would? First of all, how did she get his? There's a lot of things here. I don't know how he got his number. You're in the cafeteria line. She's throwing some lasagna on there. Maybe a green hot dog. You know what? I mean, something. I don't know. Nothing.
Maybe she was serving him a footlong. Speaking of,
I'm just saying, I don't know how the conversation would come up. Can I have your cell phone number? I need to send you something. What is next week? Is next week pizza week, and you want to know if I want pepperoni or sausage?
All right, now you showed me the picture of her. Was that a mugshot?
Yeah, it was a mugshot.
Do we have the picture of what she said him?
No, I don't know.
What she did send it to a male student, right?
No, yes, she sent it to a male student. Like, just what would you ever, She gave him some extra pizza
with a wink. This is where the Papa and Lunch show gets very bipolar. It gets very polarizing.
Yes,
not bipolar, but a lot of people, we love your show. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, anyway.
I was gonna go get lunch after I was done,
I know.
But
sorry, ruined that.
Sorry. No.
All right, how about this? I do have a pizza story, and it's a good one.
All right.
This will bring your appetite back.
Yeah,
Although
New York.
This drug usually doesn't bring an appetite back, I've heard. So this is German police. They busted a pizzeria in Dusseldorf. You ever been to Dusseldorf? Dusseldorf.
Yeah, I've never been there.
Dusseldorf.
Never been to Germany. I have been to Germany, just laying over, I think.
I think that you and I have joked about this kind of thing, but they actually did it. So they busted this pizzeria that also delivered a side order of cocaine when customers asked for item number 40 on the menu.
40?
Yeah, number 40. So if you ask for the Madison Bumgarner, right? If you ask for the Madison Bumgarner or the, however you want to go, 40 on that one, the Gale Sayers.
E40.
E40
40 water. I could see where he probably has something to do with it.
Now, this is the best part. I love these stories because of how they're written. Quote, unquote, that was one of the best-selling pizzas, criminal director Michael Groff von Moltke told reporters in Dusseldorf. He said police first tipped by the suspicious food inspectors in March when drug squad officers began observing the restaurant. They soon discovered the pizza number 40 was very popular. So they go to the apartment.
And on the menu, did it go to 39 and then stop, or was there actually a 40?
No.
What if you went in unknowing and just ordered a 40?
Well, you could order a 40.
What is the 40?
So police, after observing for a while, they buzzed the apartment of the pizzeria manager. This is where it gets really good. The 36-year-old allegedly threw a bag of drugs out of the window which fell right into the arms of the police officers. So they're waiting from below of the apartment. The guy throws the bags out the window, and they go right into the arms. 3.5 pounds of cocaine.
What happened to flushing it down the toilet?
That's what he should have done. Might have gotten clogged, though. 3.5 pounds of coke, 14 ounces of weed, and $290,000 in cash.
What number is the weed? That's the 420?
That's the 420. But damn,
so the 40 is the
I bet he was making
white powder.
I mean, he had 3.5 pounds of coke. I mean, that 40 had to be very popular. What pizza would you like? The 40. And they did number 40. He was probably making a ton out of that place. Man.
Yeah, the number 40, that'll be $1,285. Well, what?
Exactly. If you
What do you got in that? What is it, a meat lovers? What are you putting on that?
Gold on that pizza? I mean, what are you doing here?
I don't know.
Anyway.
Speaking of pizza, I'm going to send Marcus to Original Ray's.
Oh, that's
You think he'll be able to find the Original Ray's?
There's a lot of them,
How many
though.
Original Ray's are
there's
there?
a ton, man.
I'm giving him all the food choices where to go.
There's a ton. All right, let's see.
He's got to sober up. I want to talk to him at 150.
Yeah, let's go.
We need a win tonight. The Dodgers cannot win the World Series tonight.
You don't think so?
No.
Well, they can.
Hey, here's where it's flipping. Bullpen game tonight for the Dodgers. Tomorrow night, Garrett Cole.
I mean, they could. They they stayed in the playoffs with a bullpen game win over the Padres. Padres are up 2
We
games
need
to
a
1
game
at home.
6. We need to take this back to the West Coast.
Blame the Padres. 2 games to 1, and the Dodgers had a bullpen game.
I'm blaming Andrew Friedman and Dave Roberts and
all of those guys.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway.
Oh, we'll see if we can get a hold of him. And I've got one other story that I didn't get to that's football related. I didn't know how I was going to weave it in, but if he doesn't call drunken sucker, then we'll play.
What's the other Trayvon Diggs related?
No, Colts related. They've made a change.
Anthony Richardson.
They made a change at quarterback, and the reason why is I've never seen before. So
you see his completion percentage?
10 of 32. Is that what he was? 10 of 32.
What is he on the year?
Well, he wasn't good at Florida. I mean, these people
He didn't play.
He ran. That's what he did. He was a running.
You know what the whole thing reminds me of? And I did see him on Sunday.
Trey Lance.
This guy.
Yeah.
Remember him?
Yeah. I saw him hug Bosa, I think a couple other guys very briefly. I think we're over that.
Trey-Lo,
it's not
sweet chariot.
All right. We'll do something next. Either that story or maybe we'll get a hold of him, but I don't know. I doubt
Let's
it.
just call him. Let's just call him on the air.
See what happens.
Have Holder call him. Pretend like his boss is calling. You have an
That
HR.
is his boss.
You have an HR video you have to get done in 16 minutes.
Those only come to you. All right, it's Bob and Len, only here on these Sports Leaders.
Marcus Boucher.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Mike Silver joined Murph and Rod Brooks this morning. Broke down the 49ers win over the Cowboys and who the Niners should target at the trade deadline. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Kershaw! The Dodgers!
Boy.
Oh, boy.
I would not put him on the air, John.
Yo, what's going on, man? Is this Murph?
Is that what we're dealing with right there?
That was at the Warriors parade when they won number 4. Remember, we had him on. You know, he was on.
No, that's fine. That's fine. That's good.
It's probably for better all in regards that he does not come on.
Okay. No, that's fair. He's not working. He doesn't know us anything. That's good.
He's like the Yankee bats. He'll be sound asleep by the bottom of the first.
Anthony Richardson is the latest young quarterback to be benched. Like you said, he was 10 of 32 in the loss to the Texans. The thing that's crazy is, so I've never. I don't know. This is the exact reason that they're going to bench him, and then we can get into a conversation of how difficult it is to draft this position and so forth. But so the game's close. They're driving down. It's a third down. It's in the red zone. He asks out of the game. He had just run, and he was tired. And so he taps his helmet and asks out of the game. Have you ever heard of a quarterback who wasn't hurt, just tired, especially in a close game late? First of all, I've never heard of a quarterback tap out of a game unless he was hurt. But just because he was tired, I mean, other positions do that. A receiver will run a deep route or something, tap out. Like a running back will do it after a long run, whatever, but never a quarterback.
I mean, I have heard of Jamarcus Russell never tapped out of a game, although there were several games he could have tapped out.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was a great story with Todd Marinovich Marijuanovic. They were on a flight to New Orleans for a Monday night game, and he was hanging with the flight attendants. And they were drinking on the plane, and they were drinking when they landed and went to Bourbon Street, and he refused to go into the game the next night. So
because he was hungover.
Yeah, I mean, Stabler was hungover every damn game he ever played. A lot of quarterbacks have played, throw it to the middle receiver, hit the middle ball like Mickey Mantle were at, Yankee Stadium tonight. I mean, so that's a different reason. Why was he tired? Was he not getting his sleep at night? The game was an afternoon game. He's a young man. I've never heard of such a thing. Other positions, guys get tired and they come out of the game. They fatigue. They got to go in and get, IVs. And I've never heard it from a quarterback. So what's the follow-up to this?
So
what did he told the world that he was tired, or he just told his coaches?
He said it in the postgame. He said he was asked, why did you leave the game for a play? Were you hurt? And he said, no, I was just tired. So he left the game.
What was the, you'd have to go back and watch the whole game. Was he running around excessively? Was he?
Well, he always does. But, I mean, it was at the end, and it wasn't a particularly long run. It was a run. I mean, he ran it. But
Were they out of timeouts? Could they call a timeout?
No, they weren't out of timeouts. I mean, it was late in the game. I don't care if it was late, early, middle. I've never heard of a quarterback outside of injury saying, I got to leave the game. Like, he just said he was tired. He didn't say he was hurt. He said he was tired.
We've heard of quarterbacks that refuse to go in a game for reasons.
Yeah, like you said.
So, Anthony Richardson's 22 years of age. How old's Joe Flacco?
39.
And is he coming out of games because he's tired?
No.
I mean, they got him off the couch. He should be asleep by 7:30 at night with Nick Bosa. I mean, I don't know. But the bottom line with Anthony Richardson, his completion percentage, last year it was below 60%.
Yeah, and then he got hurt.
Which is not good. He has a few of the throws that he has made this year have been some of the greatest throws you've seen as far as getting it down the field. I mean, obviously Jaden Daniels won on the Hail Mary at the end, was in the air like 65 yards. Richardson's done that. But his completion percentage this year, he is 59 of 133. That is 44.4%. That was bad in any era of football. Before they had the Duke and they put laces on the ball. And, that's substandard. Even going back to Marinovic's days and name it, I mean, they didn't complete 50% always. But 44.4% in the modern game, I mean, guys are completing 74.4%. The Detroit quarterback, Jared Goff, played a whole game and the ball never hit the ground. He was 18 or 19 and 19, whatever he was. I mean, what are they going to do with this guy? Are they looking at a Trey Lance? He did not play enough in college, obviously.
That's the problem.
He was a combine workout wonder. Trey never said, I'm tired. I mean, the work ethic's got. Is he also so tired that he can't work after practice to work on his mechanics? I mean, the bottom line is we're tired. We're tired of you. The whole thing is we're tired and we're fatigued. We're sick and tired of watching you play. 44%, John, 4 touchdowns, 7 picks. And some of the balls he misses, he's hitting guys' feet. They're behind him by 5 yards. I mean, is the guy ever going to be able to figure it out in the NFL?
Well, I mean, he played this way at Florida. I mean, he completed 53.8% of his passes at Florida, didn't play enough. Go back to the whole Mark Sanchez thing or any of these guys, Trey, any of these guys who didn't play enough. But also what it starts to go down to is it's just teams get so desperate they feel like they have to draft at this position. So Bryce Young, this was the 23 draft. Bryce Young was taken at 1. We know where he is. Stroud worked out at 2. Richardson was taken at 4. So 3 of the first 5 picks were quarterbacks, and 2 of the 3 that we're talking about here are not. Well, Young is now starting because Andy Dalton got hurt, but you could say that as of right now, 2 of the 3 are busts, and it's so hard. And then we can go back, and we already know this from the 21 draft, where you start looking at that. And I thought Trevor Lawrence you could put him in the good category, but I don't know if you can even do that. Zach Wilson's on Denver. Trey Lance is on the bench in Dallas. I mean, it is. I know it's hard at the position, but is it just because teams are so desperate? Because there was no way Anthony Richardson, based on his career at Florida, where he was much more of a runner, he's 6'4", like 245, he was a runner at Florida who couldn't throw, and they thought, we'll develop the guy. But then you're so desperate, you throw him in there too early, loses confidence. I mean, like the trade deadline's coming up. Who the hell would trade anything for Anthony Richardson?
No, I'm not. Do you want to change positions? I mean, how do you develop him? He's a great athlete. He went there to combine in Indy, and he blew everybody away. And they just overreach on a quarterback. I mean, the thing is, for a while, and Trey and this guy, they didn't play enough college football. So but now you got guys that are playing 5, 6. This last draft, these guys played. Bo Nix had 61 starts in college. There was one guy after the other, and Drake May, and I know he had some uneven tape this past year, but the year before, North Carolina, he looked really good. J.J. McCarthy's good. He hasn't played a lot. So there's extremes. I think when you get blown away with pure athleticism, it can be tricky at that position. Trey's a great athlete, but is he really? Is his running ability that supreme? But, I mean, the one thing about him, 44.4% is laughable. You can't play. But he is completing 16 yards per completion. So maybe they need to teach him a check down. And, I mean, as good as Josh Allen is now, he was errant when he started, but not 44.4%. That is laughable. And whoever his agent is, don't ever admit stuff like that again. Make something up. My speaker helmet went out. I had to come out. I was having heart palpitations. And you know who else did that? Locally, it was Patrick Bailey. You can't say things like that. You can't say, I'm tired. I'm wearing down. Just don't say it. You can feel it. Tell Dave Greshner, tell your manager, tell the people around you. You get in the weight room, eat more, whatever you got to do. But you tell the media, I'm tired. I'm wearing down. Well, maybe you picked the wrong profession because we play 162 games here. You're going to catch 130, 140, and now 2 years in a row you're wearing down. You just can't. You should always tell the truth. You just can't always be telling the truth. So you can't say things like, I got tired. Because now, and then Sam Darnold, I'm seeing ghosts.
Right.
Well, that was actually that was a mic'd up, though. They just caught him on the sidelines, and he is seeing ghosts.
Yeah, that was.
Speaking of baseball catchers, what's going on tonight here? Are they going to win a game, John?
Well, the odds are not for it. Even to get to, what is it, one time they got to a Game 6 in the World Series.
Austin Wells is catching. Will Smith batting 8th. They've dropped him down. So Luis Gil will pitch for the Yankees. I know Derek Jeter was all over Garrett Cole because in the old days it was 1-4-7.
Right.
They don't do that. But by pitching game, if they win tonight, then he'll pitch Game 5. But then what's his role in Game 7?
Right.
Is he going to pull a Bumgarner coming out of the bullpen in Game 7 if they force a Game 7? And the Dodgers are starting somebody named Kasparis. Who is Ben Kasparis?
The friendly
number
ghost.
78. He is so well known
training.
On the app. They don't even have a pitcher.
That is amazing. The Dodgers have so much confidence. They're just starting.
This is the closeout game of Game 4 of the World Series. They're not going to start Sandy Koufax or Oral Hershiser. They're going, and I think we covered the game pretty well. Who is Ben Kasparis? He has no picture.
That's got to be a first. That has to be a first.
How long will he's a right-hander? He'll be out there for
an inning.
Maybe.
That's it. Just enough to strike out
Aaron Judge and Giancarlo. Pitch around Soto and get out the righties.
All right, but just because you have tickets to 6 and 7, I hope they expand it out. So
we don't want the Dodgers winning the World Series tonight, do we?
All right, thanks to Dante Whitner. Always great to talk to Dante and Marcus Thompson as well. You can head out to KNBR.com and you can check those out. The boys are at the Harmonic, right? They're at the Harmonic today, out there on Warriors ground. So check it out. Tolbert and Copes coming up next from the
Reggie Miller, Harmonic. Kevin Harlan.
Oh, is that what it is?
On the call.
Nice tonight.
Kevin's in town.
Oh, we gotta get hold of him. All right, we're going out to the Harmonic next. Warriors ground with Tolbert and Copes. Only here on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports City, or Cumulus Media Station.
Seeing ghosts.
His love of the game brought him to the Bay.
Blank the Dodgers for life.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Copeland and Copes.
Let's get it on.
Adam Copeland.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland and Adam Copeland with you. Tom Tolbert along shortly here. We are live at Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center, right on the doorstep at Chase Center, by the way. Come on by. They'll be opening up in just a little bit. Come have a beer, grab some snacks, get ready to watch the Dubs take on the New Orleans Pelicans for the first of a 2-game series here at Chase Center, where they'll take on the Pelicans tomorrow night. We get some news in terms of the health of the Warriors. We'll get that to you shortly. And we've got a good guest list for you as Adam and Tim's Bogus Journey, day 16 of 19, rolls on here on Tolbert and Copes. Guest list today, we'll be joined by JT Snow for his weekly conversation at 2:50, while miserably the Dodgers are 1 win away from sweeping the New York Yankees. As if I couldn't hate the Yankees more. I mean, again, I had to choose between Dodgers and Yankees here. Had to choose the Yankees just because it's, again, like Tom said yesterday, in taking the New York Giants last night at +6 against the Steelers. I said, you're rooting for the Giants? Because I'm not rooting for the Giants. I'm rooting against the Steelers. I said, but by way of doing so, you are rooting for the New York Giants, and they did not cover that 6. Dan Jones, tough deal for him last night. Now 0-8 now, they said on Monday Night Football. He's got like 2 wins or 1 win ever in prime time. Anyway, Dodgers on the doorstep of a world championship unless the Yankees pull off something that has never been done in World Series history, coming back down 3-0 to win a World Series. Anyway, we'll talk to JT Snow about that coming up at 2:50. Antonio Daniels, he does color for the New Orleans Pelicans, right? And friend of the show, I would say. Now, I am intrigued because Andrew Wiggins officially ruled out for tonight's game, which means, by the way, you're not going to have Wiggins, you're not going to have Steph, you're not going to have DeAnthony Melton. So we've talked a ton about the depth of this team and where this depth can take the Warriors and how long they'll stick with like a 12-man rotation. John Dickinson told us last Friday when we spoke to him when we were at Harmonic, and he was still in Utah. He said, I think at some point they're going to whittle this thing down. At some point, sort of the cream rises to the top, and it's great to have this much depth early in the season because you'll need this much depth as you get through the season for the Warriors. But a 12-man rotation, not sustainable just in terms of how much guys are going to be playing. Well, we know Steph out for at least these next 2. He'll be reevaluated on Friday before they hit the road for a 5-game road trip, and it's a tough one too. I mean, there's a lot of big games in that road trip. They're going every other day for about a week. So no more back-to-backs on that road trip, but every other day for about a week. Bottom line is they'll have to dip into some of that depth immediately here as they're missing 3 guys, 2 of them starters, and 2 point guards. So we spoke to Steve Kerr yesterday. He talked about how he planned to use the point guard position, said you could see some of Kyle Anderson there running a point forward. You're definitely going to see Podziemski pick up a lot of that slack, he said, so I'd imagine we'll see him in the starting lineup. But Draymond Green, also a guy who can handle the ball. So we'll talk to him, Antonio Daniels, that is, about Andrew Wiggins' exit tonight as well, or him not being out there tonight after a big performance for him on Sunday in that loss to the Clippers as they open their home schedule. But Antonio Daniels, the one who has said to us for years, numerous times, when we talk about Klay Thompson being the Robin to Steph being Batman, and then remember a couple of years ago in the finals, he goes, man, they need Andrew Wiggins to keep being Alfred. I was like, I don't think that's quite on the same level as Batman and Robin. Alfred, the man in the chair, though, for Batman and Robin. And Andrew Wiggins now is going to be the man in the chair next to Steph Curry and DeAnthony Melton, as they're all 3 out for tonight's game, and likely for tomorrow's game, at least as it stands for Melton and for Steph. So those 2 guys going to miss the next 2. And then the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, will join us for his weekly conversation as the Niners enter the bye week 4-4, second place in the NFC West. Kyle will join us at 4:50. Tom had a chance to talk to him a little while ago. I do want to make note of something. We got some really, really sad and tragic, like horribly tragic news earlier today. If you're unaware of it already, I guess it broke earlier this morning or a couple hours ago. The 49ers put out a statement in regards to Charvarius Ward and his 1-year-old daughter, who sadly and tragically passed away. The 49ers are devastated. 49ers family is devastated by the sudden passing of Charvarius Ward's beloved daughter, a 1-year-old daughter, Amani Joy. Amani truly embodied pure happiness and brought joy to all those around her with her sweet demeanor and contagious laugh. We will continue to grieve with Charvarius and Monique while sending them our love and support during this unimaginable time. I don't know what else there is even to say about that, except that, our thoughts are with Charvarius Ward and everybody close to that family, his wife, the 49er family as well. I mean, it's not even something I can fathom. I'm not a father. I don't have kids. I got a niece, but regardless, anybody losing anyone at any point in their life is tragic. But for a 1-year-old to pass away. I can't fathom what it is that he and his wife are going through. So we're thinking about him. I know everybody's thinking about them, and a guy who 49er fans have really come to know and love over the last couple of seasons. So definitely something that will be at the forefront of our minds and hearts over the next week or so as the Niners work their way through the bye week. Again, we are live here at Harmonic Brewing. If you're coming out to Chase Center tonight to watch the Dubs take on the Pelicans, come on by, say what's up, see what's going on. Tom Tolbert will be along shortly. He'll be on the call tonight as well, but it'll be a lot of fun to see the Dubs in action, unfortunately without Steph Curry. By the way, we are going to be here exactly 2 weeks from today on November the 12th. That's when the Dallas Mavericks come to town for the first time. By the way, I saw a highlight reel this weekend and I don't know who found this or cut this together or did this work. It was really, really good, but it also kind of hit home. I told you last week when we saw Klay Thompson make his debut with the Mavericks, and he was ripping down rebounds, knocking down threes. You had Luka at one point do the pass to Klay, and Klay pulls up for the shot, and Luka does the Steph thing where he turned around and stopped watching the ball go in as Klay knocks down a three, and you went, man, it's officially over. Well, somebody had cut together a highlight reel video of a play that I know we'd all become used to, but I don't think I was really aware of how frequently it happened, where Steph will drive up court and he'll do the behind-the-back pass to Klay. The behind-the-back pass to Klay to either finish the layup or in the corner, and Steph's already done it a couple of different times early in this season, and nobody was standing there. He'd already thrown a couple behind his back, and they bounced around, threw it right behind him, out of bounds, and it was a turnover for the Warriors. But there was a video out there from this weekend where somebody had cut together like a highlight reel of like 15 or 20 times where Steph had done that in a fast break, thrown a behind-the-back pass to Klay, and Klay was waiting for him. And then they cut together a bunch of the times already it's happened without Klay being there, and it became a reality. Klay Thompson's not here, and he's looking like he's having a good time. As I said to Tom yesterday, I wish Klay success. I want him to do well in Dallas, just not too well. You don't want the next girlfriend to be better than, or excuse me, if it's you break up with somebody, I want the next boyfriend for my ex to be better than the one that I was. You know what I mean? You got to place yourself higher than them. Bottom line is, Klay Thompson comes to town 2 weeks from today, and we will be back here at Chase Center, right outside of Chase Center at Harmonic Brewing, getting you ready for that one. All right. Tom Tolbert's going to join us momentarily, and we're going to get deep into this thing with the Warriors because the depth tonight going to be put to the test, and again a back-to-back. We'll have to see the same New Orleans team tomorrow. Will Steve Kerr roll with a couple of different lineups in these two games? We'll see what happens tonight, and if they can clean up some of the sloppy play that we saw from them, careless turnovers, lazy turnovers, big mistakes, but where do you get that scoring from? Where does the scoring come from is my big question coming into this one. You're not going to have your starting point guard in Steph or your backup point guard in DeAnthony Melton. Probably Brandon Pajemski out there tonight. We'll see who else Steve Kerr decides to go with. I would be a little bit surprised if Buddy Hield starts unless they really feel like maybe he's a guy who needs to start filling it up for them and make up some of the points that they're going to lose from Steph. You also don't want to lose all potential scoring off the bench for this team, too. So Buddy Hield coming off of a rough night on Sunday, but the first two games of the season, really good for him. We'll talk more about this and how the Warriors try to pick up some of that offense tonight and what changes could happen tomorrow if they don't get that offense tonight. Could you see Buddy Hield step into the starting lineup? We'll get all that stuff to you as we get closer to tip-off. But when we come on back, the Dodgers, unfortunately, one win away from a World Series title. It would be brutal if not only they win it, but they sweep the damn New York Yankees. Are you kidding me? Where the hell's Aaron Judge? Thing is bizarre. And I know they made a little bit of a run for it last night or came back a bit, but it's now been 3 games basically in a row, 2 games in a row where they have not hit. They just have not been able to put it together. The Dodgers pitching was the thing that was supposed to be put to the test throughout this postseason, and really it showed up in spades. Walker Buehler was really sharp for the whole first part of that game last night. I'm pretty surprised the bats have been as quiet as they have for the Yankees. All that time off, though, sometimes, and again, both of these teams had a huge number of days off, but sometimes that rest versus rust thing, especially when your team is rolling in the way the Yankees were, comes into play as you move a little bit later throughout the postseason. Adam Copeland with you here from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. Warriors and the Pelicans coming up a little bit later this evening. Tom Tolbert will join me momentarily. Our thoughts and prayers, seriously, with the family of Charvarius Ward after just tragic news today about the passing of his daughter. We got more to come here from Harmonic Brewing. It's Tolbert and Copes. It's a Tuesday only here on the Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan joins Tom and myself today at 4:50. Listen to the last media appearance before the bye week right here on KNBR, your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons, the sports leader.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
One out, the 1-2. Swing and a ball driven right field, way back, and forget it. It's gone. Freddie Freeman has homered for the third straight game in this World Series, and now 5 consecutive World Series games.
Well, cool, but I think Daniel Murphy homered in more consecutive playoff games for the Mets. Adam Copeland with you outside of Harmonic Brewing. Yeah, anything to cut down the Dodgers. Look, I got nothing. I have nothing. I got to the point last night watching this Dodger game. Yeah, Dodger game. Watching the World Series. I don't even know if I'm going to watch tonight. I think I might just pass. I might pass. Dude, there was a time I'm all baffled by the whole situation. I'm going through these waves of emotions when the Dodgers may win the World Series. When they may win this thing. And you know what's funny is it really was more palatable in 2020 because everything was so weird in 2020. All the championships seem odd. And I think what Dodger fans fail to realize is that when we mock the 2020 World Series title, and their frequent comeback is to calling it a Mickey Mouse championship. Well, didn't everybody have to play 60 games? Yes, everybody had to play 60 games. But the other 100 World Series, you know what I mean? Of all the other World Series, nobody only played 60. Everybody had to play big season. So it's not that we're qualifying or disqualifying that World Championship or lack of a World Championship relative to the other teams that season. We're disqualifying it relative to the other championships that had been won by World Series teams. That all goes away pretty damn fast. And I've already seen. Yeah, I know. Derek's standing right in front of me. He's like, sees me seething. I've already seen like a ton of Giants fans and people on social media and Twitter last night. And I saw it. I got to the point where I was like, I can't even tweet F the Dodgers anymore. I'm just like, I don't even know what to do. Nothing helps. Nothing makes me feel any better. People are starting to put out stuff like, well, if you have to spend $1 billion to go win a title. And my first thought is, I wish my team would spend $1 billion to go win a World Series. We're hating them because we hate them because they're the Dodgers, of course. But the other part is it's like, and Derek was on this with me a couple of weeks ago. Like, if the Dodgers win the World Series, does it apply pressure to the Giants? I was like, does it apply pressure? You got to win anyway. Already, I'm feeling like I need to put some heat on. You know what I mean? I told you last Friday after the Freeman thing, I'm like, hey, Buster Posey, I'm talking to you, just me and you right now on 50,000 watts on the flamethrower. The season might end tonight, and I don't know if I have a general manager yet. I'd just like to know who's going to be making the decision when the offseason starts tomorrow about how we go about this postseason or the offseason and rebuilding what it is. Because if the Dodgers win this thing, that should piss off everybody in the Giants organization. Because basically, since the Giants won their 3, the Dodgers turned around and decided we're not losing a division title again. We're going to go to the playoffs every year. We're going to be World Series contenders every year. And that's how they've gone about building this thing. So I'm not like, well, to this point, I'm resigned to the fate that it's a reality is going to happen here with something in the Dodgers winning a world title that I just was ill-prepared to have to deal with. I really did think, well, at some point they'd flame out. It is really funny, too, that all it took was to not have Clayton Kershaw on the postseason roster for them to just kind of like cruise through pitching-wise. Like, no big deal now is their starting pitcher. Their starting pitching. Tonight they could complete the sweep. Which, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, would be the first time a team swept the World Series since the Giants did in 2012 against the Tigers. Somebody can go back and correct me on that if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty positive nobody has swept the World Series since 2012. And if they do it today, on the anniversary of the day that Madison Bumgarner rolled out of that bullpen for Game 7 in 2014, like I don't need that. I'm watching all my good stuff right now on Twitter, all my Bumgarner memories. Then I look up and here comes Freddie Freeman hitting home runs. I'm a little bit surprised, as high profile as the Yankees are and as powerful as their roster and their lineup has been, that their bats have gone completely silent. Aaron Judge 140 in the postseason. Like, again, this happens with teams that take time off. In baseball, when one team is really hot, I always point out the 2007 American League Championship Series, or even the 2004 American League Championship Series relative to the NLCS, where the Rockies swept the NLCS that year. But the Red Sox had to come back from down 3. Actually, 2007, it was a little bit later. The Red Sox had to come back against the Cleveland Indians at the time, down 3-1. And their opponent, I believe it was the Cardinals, and it just had to kind of like sit and wait for them. It happened in 2004 as well, where the Rockies had to wait 8 days for the Red Sox to come back and beat the Yankees, and the bats just went cold. The difference here is both of these teams had a lot of time off. I think maybe what's more to the point is how much the rest has helped the Dodgers starting pitching, because that was supposed to be the weakest element or the weakest part of this team. They got through 3 games and got victories in all 3 and pulled that one out in the 10th inning in game 1, where the Yankees had to use a whole bunch of their pitching in that game just to get into the 10th and through the 10th inning. And now you look at this, you go, I don't see a scenario where the Yankees can come back. I mean, again, you're not only playing uphill against this this Dodger pitching staff that has thrown exceptionally well since the last series. I mean, going back to where they have 22 straight scoreless or something against the Padres before carrying that in to the LCS against the Mets, and then they shut the Mets down. And their bats, it's really, we talked about whether or not Shohei Ohtani would stay hot, whether or not you could execute against Mookie Betts, 2 of the best 1-2 punches in baseball. And then it's Freddie Freeman. I mean, he's a Hall of Famer in his own right, but a homer in 5 consecutive postseason games is pretty spectacular. As much as it sucks, it's pretty spectacular. Do they win tonight? I mean, I'd like to believe that. And I as a kid, I don't think I ever really cared or thought about postseason sweeps. It's really, really hard to beat a team within the regular season 4 times. Like, you look at a basketball schedule, it's hard to beat a team every time you play them. It's hard to beat a team twice in football in your divisions, why those division games carry so much weight. But in terms of a World Series or a postseason series, it's like both of these teams are 2 of the best in the game, and obviously the 2 best in the game this year. You'd like to believe the Yankees can pull one out today and at least make it a 3-1 series. It'd be nice to get to a Game 5. I'm just not confident. I'm not confident in anything I see. They got 2 hits against Walker Buehler yesterday, who's been as mediocre as could be throughout the postseason and really throughout all of this year. Has never been the same guy since he had that injury a couple of seasons back, and then he came back and immediately got hurt again. He's just not been the same dude, but throughout the postseason, that's what you want to see. Nobody gives a damn about Barry Zito's life of his contract. It's all about that Game 5 in St. Louis that he threw in 2012. That was worth the $126 million that they had to pay for him over the 7 years. I think that win alone was worth it. You win 2 titles in that era. Game 4 gets going tonight at 5 o'clock, 5:08 over on Fox, and we'll have it for you over, I believe, on 810 The Spread. Is it 810 The Spread, or we have it on 1050, Tim? Do you know? Back in the KNBR studios? KNBR 1050 tonight. 1050 you can hear the World Series Game 4 between the Dodgers and the Yankees. I don't even know who this pitcher is the Dodgers are throwing. That's how infuriating this whole thing is about their pitching staff and what they've been able to do. Ben Kasparius is the guy pitching tonight. I got nothing for you. 25 years old. I got this. He's got a 2.16 ERA, 12 strikeouts, and a 1.5 whip in the postseason. The whip's not great, but he's pitching well. Luis Gil going to the hill today for the Yanks. And will they win tonight? I don't know. It's always hard for me to pick one baseball game winner because it's just not how baseball is played. It's a serious sport. I would like to believe the Yankees can come back and win one. I'm just not all that confident in it. The Dodgers have so much momentum now. Down 3-1, if it had been, a 2-1 lead and they fall 3-1, you still believe, all right, let's force a Game 6, and then we can maybe force a Game 7. When you have this little momentum going, this little offense strung together for the Yankees, they've lived and died by the home run. Dodgers, you could say the same thing, too. The Dodgers have executed far better defensively, too. That's sort of the secret sauce here to this postseason. Guys like Tommy Edman who have flared up at shortstop for them. Dodgers needed a shortstop for most of the season. I want to say at one point they went and got Nick Ahmed, who the Giants had previously axed. But Tommy Edman has ended up being a spectacular player for them, an LCS MVP, hit another home run the other day, and has played really, really good shortstop, all things considered, from where his season started and where his career had been headed, because he'd been in St. Louis for some time and had sort of fallen off with the bat and has really kind of turned things around. Only 3 series ever in World Series history have gone to a Game 5 when a team was up 3-0. And it hasn't happened since 1970. So since 1970, teams up 3-0, all the time, just end up finishing the sweep, right? So it happened to the Giants in '89, happened to the Giants over the Tigers in 2012, and I'm sure there's a couple other in there that I was missing. None of those games, or none of those series since 1970, have even gone to a Game 6 after reaching the Game 5. If the Dodgers do win, I don't know, Giants fans, what we can do. I don't know what there is to say. You just keep hating them, but there's no little oh well, it took you $1 billion to do it. I don't really care. I wish my team would build the way that the Dodgers have gone about building. And I know the Giants tried. I know they tried to take Andrew Friedman's guy from the Dodgers and Farhan Zaidi and say, maybe we can create something here. You see this happen across football, right? With guys getting plucked from other coaching staffs, like what D'Amico Ryans has done, going to Houston. You want to try to get some of that Kyle Shanahan sparkle on your roster, your organization. The Jets thought they were going to get it with Robert Saleh, and look at that. Defense was pretty good with Saleh, and it turns out it was all Aaron Rodgers' fault that they were as bad as they are. This happens. Adam Peters goes to Washington, right? Rand Carthon goes to Tennessee. When teams have success, you try to pluck guys from that organization to try to figure it out, what it is that they're doing well and trying to set yourself up for the same future of success. And to this point, to this end, the Giants haven't been able to do that, so they've had to look internally yet again to Buster Posey to now find that guy. And the reason I say the Dodgers win this thing, for me, it's about, hey, what are we doing? I know we're not going to – everybody says, well, I know we're not going to be the billion-dollar team, or I know we're not going to establish things the way the Dodgers have. Buster Posey, in his opening introductory press conference as the president of baseball, said, I don't see why not. I want Buster to have the same mentality he had. The story that Mike Krukow tells regularly on the night the Giants won the World Series in 2010, when Mike Krukow said to Buster, this doesn't happen every year, and Buster said, I don't see why not. That's the logic and that's the mindset Buster Posey's front office has to have. And so, for all we know, he's hired a general manager, and they're waiting to announce that until after the World Series. But I would say screw that. Dodgers better win a World Series. If you got a GM to announce, Buster, let us know who it is. I'm not confident in getting Juan Soto, but I read an article yesterday from John Shea in the Chronicle saying, will the Giants even be in on Juan Soto? There's a belief he wouldn't come here anyway. Or will they just see what happens and try to stay away and let him go do his thing and try to build elsewhere? I say, F that noise, dude. You better have a seat at that table with Juan Soto. You should be sitting there. You should be figuring out what kind of offer it's going to take, and then the organization should cut the check. If he doesn't want to come, he doesn't want to come. You did this with Shohei Ohtani. You were willing to do it with Aaron Judge. You should continue to be willing to do it with the best players in baseball. Yes, you need to build from within. But if you're not at the table for some of these top talented players, look at the top talent that's in the World Series right now. Look at who's winning. Look at what the Dodgers are doing. I don't care that they weren't homegrown. I don't give a damn that they were brought in. Most of the Giants' 2010 team was not homegrown. Key players in the rotation were absolutely. But this is about trying to compete with one of the greatest teams that's ever been assembled, and I hate to have to say that, but it's true. When we look back at this Dodger roster, you look at the Hall of Famers that will have been on this team, Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts, even a guy like Clayton Kershaw. Find other teams in recent memory who have had that many Hall of Famers, and maybe it's more impressive in your mind that the Giants won 3 without having that level of talent. For me now, it's not as cute. I don't care how it happens. It just has to happen, and you got to have a seat at that table. Juan Soto's been one of the only bats and faces to show up throughout the postseason for the Dodgers. And at this juncture, they've got to figure out a way to either get him here or at least have a seat at the table. If he doesn't want to come, so be it. Whatever happens, happens. But to say and suggest that potentially maybe they would just sort of sit on the side and not have a seat at that table or not get into this bidding sweepstakes, that's a complete crock to me. That makes no sense. Giants have their feet to the fire, I think, if the Dodgers win this thing. And it's something we'll have to continue to talk about throughout the postseason. JT Snow is going to join us at 2:50. We are live at Harmonic Brewing. We'll get into some Dubs basketball here momentarily as the Warriors get ready to take on the New Orleans Pelicans this evening at Chase. A back-to-back game. It's a two-game set here. You're getting 2 of your 4 games against the Pelicans out of the way right now, today and tomorrow. Come on by to Harmonic. Grab yourself a pop, grab yourself some snacks, and hang out. World Series Game 5 gets going, or Game 4 gets going at about 5 o'clock, and they'll have it on in here, I'm sure. And then we got a Dubs Hoops game tonight at 7 o'clock. More to come. Tom Tolbert, I assume shortly. I would hope shortly. If not, more of me, John. Plenty more to come. Adam Copeland here from Harmonic Brewing. It's Copes and Copes on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Let's play some basketball! Tolbert and Copes with you from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. Get ready for the Warriors and the Pelicans tonight. New Orleans Pelicans come to town for a couple of games. Warriors, no Melton, no Steph, no Wiggins, no Dawes. No problem, dude. We'll see what happens. Steve Kerr joined us yesterday. Confirmed both Steph and DeAnthony Melton were going to be out the next 2 games. And then Andrew Wiggins, he said, most likely was going to miss tonight and return tomorrow with the back strain. What's going on, dude? How are you?
Good. Just got done with the hit with Kyle. So he'll be on at 4:50.
Yes.
I guess is what it is. So, yeah, I get a chance to hear him. You know, I talked a little bit about the injuries and talked about the possibility. I mean, not a lot, but are they thinking trades possible, not possible, whatever. You know, it was that one I won't make you wait. It was a standard. If we could find something that makes us better. You know, the GM in every sport, or coach in every sport.
Yeah, you know, we're always in it. We're always looking.
We're always looking
to
find
improve.
something that makes us better, then yeah. Bob Meyer's answer, that was just, you know, that's the way you play it, too, at this time of year. So, no, it was good. Just talked about the first half of the season, what his prospects, he thinks his prospects are for the second half of the season. No, it was good. So that'll be on at 4:50, so you could hear the head coach of the Niners then.
And JT Snow coming up in about 15 minutes.
Yeah.
We'll talk some World Series with him. Antonio Daniels at 3:50. Kyle at 4:50.
Sorry I missed your meltdown. Mini meltdown.
I wasn't melting down. I just kind of talked myself into it because we had some Deb stuff we were going to talk about. And Derek's like, why don't you just get into the World Series while we're waiting for Tom? And I was like, okay. And then I started slow, just kind of like agitated and pissed off. Like, I don't want to watch this thing anymore. I don't think I'm going to watch this at all. I think
you probably did it because you didn't want me to get here and go, I love L.A.
God, dude, it's the worst.
It's so funny because I wasn't even like that excited. Again, no, I was excited the Yankees lost. I'm always cool with the Yankees losing.
I'm not pissed at the Yanks.
Fun.
You know what I mean? Now I'm just, I hate it all. I hate it all. I hate all of this, dude.
And could the Yankees, like, if you're a Yankee reliever, how about throw a strike?
How about throw a strike?
Hey, how about not walking the first guy? Like, these is like they're scared to pitch the Dodgers. Like, all of them. Like, I get the top 3 guys, but geez, they're like pitching to all of them like they're Ohtani. Like, they throw the ball over the plate, okay? Make them hit the ball. It's not like the Dodgers were tearing the cover off the ball last night. The first walk of the game, scored. Next walk, scored. The next run that scored was Gavin Lux. How'd he get on? He got hit. Then he stole a base. Then he scored on a single. It's like all the little things. Like the Dodgers have the athleticism. They probably have the better lineup. And you're giving them all the little stuff, too. They're getting all the 90-foot advantages in this series. And then you finally get a hit to score. And Stan's
running like Grandpa Joe, dude.
In quicksand.
You see him?
Yeah, he was in quicksand.
Guy? I'm like, what's he stepping like that for?
I mean, it was a great throw by Hernandez, but still, he got a score on that
it was
one.
Okay.
With 2 outs?
It was an all right throw.
With 2 outs.
Whatever.
I mean, it was, yeah. I'm kind of with you now. Like, usually I would go in there tonight and say, hey, I'm trying to stay away from the score. I want to watch it when I get home. Tonight, I'm like, whatever. If I don't see it, I'll watch it when I get home. If not, I don't really care. It's 3-0. Who cares? Just get it over with now. Move on.
Well, how about this? Here's the note. 24 World Series have resulted in the team being up 3-0. Only 3 of those series have gone to a Game 5. When a team was up 3-0, and that hasn't happened since 1970.
Holy smokes.
None of them have gone to a Game 6.
Wow.
So it's over.
That's amazing.
So it's all over.
It's all.
And as I said to the Giants fans last segment, it's like nothing good. We can't even rip on the Mickey Mouse title anymore. Like all the fun's over. It's all done.
All over.
Remember baseball? That was fun here, right, Giants fans? That was good. That was a fun time.
Yeah, but if you're a Giants fan, you can go, well, since 2010, we still got 3, you got 2.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
One and a third. And
Okay.
you're still going to go 1 1/3. And then the other note here was, and I said this to them before, is to me that's what sparked the fire under the Dodgers. So I was like, dude, the Giants organization needs to look at this and be pissed. They need to be upset about this because Giants won 3, and the Dodgers basically said we're not losing another division title again, like ever. That's the way this is going to go down. So anyway,
well, remember the Dodgers too, and Dodger fans were upset when they didn't sign Stanton.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers were thinking, well, And maybe they were thinking, we want some athletes. That's the way the game's moving now. I mean, you want to get athletic. And I appreciate that the Giants, they tried to get athletic this year. I don't know how well they succeeded. I don't consider them a athletic team per se, but you could see them trying to move in that direction, trying to at least get some athletes on the team, because that's just the way the game is going. I mean, who would have thought a trade for Tommy Edman would pay such huge dividends for the Dodgers, a guy that plays short, plays center, and can hit? Cope's about to flip off the camera. All right, now which way you want? Well, you can.
That's directed at you.
It's YouTube. It's a stream. You
and
can go
Tommy
ahead and do
Edman
it.
and everybody.
Yeah.
Just blank them all.
No worries whatsoever.
The only saving grace that I have in this is at least it's happening in New York. At least they don't get to enjoy it all.
Wow, that's
Giants.
That
one? That's all I got. I'm grasping at nothing, dude. I'm like, what can I say? As I said, I didn't even tweet out F the Dodgers last night because I couldn't even.
Well, look, if you're a Giants fan, it can't hurt if the Dodgers win.
It does.
I don't know if it should. I don't know if it should spur them like they should be spurred enough by look at your record the last few years. That should light the fire under your ass. The record. The fact that you're behind the D-backs and the Padres, that really should light the fire. But if you need a little extra kindling and the Dodgers win it and that gives you the extra kindling, so be it. I mean, it can't hurt to be in the most competitive division in baseball now. This is the most competitive division in baseball without a doubt. And especially if the Giants could actually jump up in it and join the fun, kind of join the party.
It's so funny how little I cared about the D-backs winning the pennant last year. Like, really. Like, in hindsight, I was like, I really didn't even care.
Yeah.
I really didn't care. Just a thought from you on the NBA before we get to JT Snow's going to join us. We'll talk more baseball with him momentarily here. Who's playing the 1 and the 2 tonight? How do you think this goes? They're missing 2 starters and their backup.
I would imagine Pajemski will be the 1.
Yeah.
And then probably Buddy Hield the 2.
You think they'll start Buddy for the scoring?
I would think so. Probably stick with Trace Jackson Davis, Draymond. Maybe stay with Kuminga, although the shooting hasn't been great. Maybe go with Moody, get a little more shooting in there, and bring Kuminga off the bench. Let him kind of be the focal point of the second unit. I'm not really sure because with both guys missing, with one guy, I'd kind of figure if Steph just plug in Pajemski, and then kind of keep the roles the same. But with 2 guys missing, I'm not sure exactly how they're gonna play this because your 1's missing and your 2's missing because they were starting Kuminga at 3. By the way, I don't know if we have time for this. Maybe we do, maybe we don't, because it's really good stuff. Did you see Joe Mazzulla? He must have a radio hit in Boston
Celtics head coach.
every week. Did you see what he said about rule changes?
No.
Oh my gosh! They asked him if you could change rules. Like, what would you do? Don't ruin it for me. Let me give it to you. Let me give it to you. The first one was power plays. Power plays in basketball.
He wants to throw guys in the penalty box
where
when they get a couple
instead of
fouls?
like if it's a take foul, the guy has to stay in the back court for 5 seconds.
No.
And then run into the front court. Like, I have no idea.
Who's this guy?
This guy won a championship last year too.
This guy won an NBA title.
And you don't even think that one's wild? I read that one. The next one blows that one out of the water. He says, "Oh yeah, and why?" He goes, "Why don't we have fighting in the NBA?" He goes, "They have it in the NHL." He goes, "They have bench clearing brawls in baseball. They have balls and bats they can use as weapons."
They don't. Okay, they don't. They don't.
He goes, "Why don't we have fighting? Why don't we bring back fighting back to basketball?
Bring back fighting."
He was like, for entertainment value. I'm like, oh, beautiful. I go, that's incredible. Let's have fighting. First off, Joe, if you followed hockey, there's not as much fighting as there used to be, and you're less likely to get permanent brain damage if the 2 guys that are fighting are on skates and have a lot of pads on, like helmets.
Yeah.
And shoulder pads. Not that shoulder pads help that much, but a lot of you have helmets on. You're gonna get somebody killed out there. You're in sneakers. Your traction's gonna be fine, and you're gonna haul up and hit somebody. I don't know if somebody got to go show him the highlight of Rudy T getting clocked by Kermit Washington. Like, I was like, are you serious? Like, we're looking for more entertainment. We're not looking for people to go to the hospital. Power plays and fighting, let's just call it hockey and be done with it.
This guy didn't play in the league, did he? That's what I'm saying. He's got a lot of
Pretty
ideas.
sure Joe didn't
got a lot of
play in the
ideas
league.
for how guys' bodies are handled for a dude who didn't play pro basketball. This is one of the most out of pocket. It's one of the most out of pocket quotes I've ever heard from a coach. Quote: "The biggest thing that we rob people of from an entertainment standpoint is that you can't fight anymore.
Yeah.
I wish we could bring back fighting. I just don't get why some sports are allowed to clear the benches. We have a ball. The other sports have one of the hardest surfaces and playing instruments in pucks and sticks, and we're not allowed to throw down a little bit." That's his quote.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
Like guys take
That's
sticks and crack
insane.
people over the head. You know what he thinks it is? He thinks it's that scene in Anchorman.
Yeah, he really
where
does.
They
He
like
with, like,
come and they have like tridents and they
Brick killed the guy.
Sticks,
Yeah.
Exactly. They're just
Stabbed the guy in the heart with a trident.
Oh, when I read that, I'm like, what? Like, no way. Though he did
He's
not
holding
say
like that ball and chain, dude. At one point, he's like,
And it
holding-
sounded like
he's got
now,
a mallet.
until I read otherwise, it read, because it always reads this way, but it sounded like he was serious. Like he was serious about this.
I don't think he was
We're gonna
joking,
bring back
yeah.
fighting, man. Like, baseball does it. Hockey does. Look at the surface in hockey.
Has he ever seen
It's
fights
really
in these
hard.
sports? Because he's talking about the fights as
Yeah.
though like they're like lightsaber fighting with the hockey sticks. That's not happening.
You know, they got pucks.
They're not using the pucks.
What do
in
they
any of
take
these
pucks and chuck them at like people's heads as they're running, skating by them?
They got bats and balls in baseball. I'm like, that's not. Nobody uses that.
Yeah,
Unless you're
like-
Juan Marichal. Nobody's
Yeah,
using
what
the
do they
bat,
think? It's
you
Johnny
know?
Rosborough out there? Like,
Exactly.
just, like chucking bats at people? Like, no, that doesn't happen. And in baseball, they fight, and then there's like 500 people there that are pulling people off. But now this guy wants guys to square up and just get after it. And then maybe you can go on a power play. Well, wait a minute. After you go to the hospital for an MRI because your head just got clocked and just got smashed up against the... Like, hardwood isn't hard. It's called hardwood for a reason. If your head hits it, it's going to hurt a lot. Let's just have fun. I can see Joe out there.
By
Like,
the way,
the South
5
is getting in
seconds.
fights. He's like, yeah, get after it. Let's go.
5 seconds has got to be too little for a power play, too. By the way,
That's what I
because
thought.
you can't. By the time you inbound it, like
Well, he said 5 seconds or 3 passes. Wait, dude, what?
that's the dumbest.
What is it, like one alligator?
Yeah.
Like you're at half court, like waiting, 1 pass, 2 pass. Oh, he faked it. Oh, dang it. I got to go back.
You got that
Like,
ref from dodgeball. Who's like dodgeball. You get to stand there until he goes in the
What,
middle.
what
Let you
are
go.
we talking about?
And then you're just standing there like ready to go, like a sprinter. You're just like, who's our guy? Who's our guy in the backcourt?
It's one of the wildest things I've ever heard.
And by the way, what happens if you inbound it and they tip it into the backcourt? Is the power play over? Like if they get on a fast break now, is it over? Can my guy defend?
A lot of questions.
See, I got
A lot of questions.
What we need is a penalty box, Joe.
Yep, yep.
We need another box that Draymond stands in a little shower-looking glass box right next to the court.
Yeah. Well, it's like that glass they put you in game shows where the money swirls around.
He cannot hear inside
How about
the
if
box.
we do that? We put them in the glass, and they got to catch $500 bills
Before they can get back on the
out
court.
of the court.
Yeah, that's
It's
good.
like grabbing bills. That's a 20. Damn, I can't get back out there. what are we doing?
Sounds like something Jackie Moon would have gone with. As
That's
a, as a
exactly
bit.
what Jackie Moon would have done. Maybe he's been watching too much Tropic Thunder. That's amazing.
This is the defending NBA champion.
That's
head coach, by
that's
the way.
a coach of your championship soccer.
Thanks, Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tolbert and Copes with you at Harmonic Brewing. Warriors and the Pelicans tonight. We'll get more into that with Antonio Daniels, who joins us at 3:50. Kyle Shanahan at 4:50. Coming up next, JT Snow. Talk about the worst World Series in history. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Boy, that escalated quickly.
Tolbert and Copes are live from Harmonic today. Come by and say what's up. We're at Thrive City before the Warriors take on the Pelicans. We'll be back in 2 weeks ahead of Klay Thompson's return right here on the Sports Leader.
winter is coming. They say it doesn't snow in San Francisco.
Snow swings, high fly ball to right, hit to the corner, to the wall.
We beg to differ.
It's gone! Oh, no. It's gone! Snow has homered, and we are tied!
Here's Forever Giant JT Snow with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We do it every week with JT Snow throughout the baseball season. Getting you ready for World Series Game 4 today. Dodgers and the Yankees. Yankees going for the swept is what it looks like. JT Snow joins us courtesy of the UMA Guest Line. What's up, JT? How are you, bro?
Not much. What a buzzkill, huh?
Oh, yeah, tell me about it.
Yeah, it's been a bummer.
It's been a I mean, I know Game 1 was honestly, Game 1 might have been one of the best World Series games I can remember. I'd say, like, 2016 Game 7 was awesome. If not for being a Game 1, it could have gone down as one of the best World Series games ever. It was really fun. And the way it ended with the Freddie Freeman walk-off. As a baseball fan, you have to love it. As a Giants fan, I have to hate it. But, yeah, in total, the World Series, it's just been kind of a bummer. You never want to see a sweep.
No, and I think, like you said, the way it started off, like, wow, this is going to be awesome, right? Each game's going to be nail-biter, close, and then, you tip your cap to Freddie Freeman, and he, for those people that don't get to watch him a lot, he's a pretty darn good hitter. Like, he has a pretty good clue at the plate. 5 homers and 5 straight World Series games going back to with the Braves. But he's clutch, man. He's clutch, and he does so many things right at the plate. He's got great hips. He's got great extension with his arms, and and then you just go back and, taking Garrett Cole out with 88 pitches. I might have fought to stay in, but, and they just kind of unraveled. It's just kind of been a bummer of a World Series. I think the one difference I've noticed is that you can pitch to the Yankees lineup, right? Judge is obviously struggling. He's got something like 20 strikeouts and 40-something postseason at-bats this year, and you can pitch to them and you can get the strikeouts. So I think the Dodger hitters are pretty solid, right? They put the ball in play. They have good at-bats. There's no easy. And when you go Ohtani, Betts, and Freeman, that's about 3 of the better ones you're going to get, and probably in the history of, World Series baseball. Going through those 3 guys is pretty tough. So, yeah, it's just I think you can pitch to the Yankees. And Judge, we've seen him just get slidered to death down and away. And I don't know why he doesn't move up on the plate a little bit or move up in the box and try and catch those sliders a little earlier and try to hit a right field. But that's been the biggest thing for me. And the Dodgers catching the ball on defense. Their defense has been great through the course of the full season. But when you get into short season and you see the plays these guys are making, throwing Stanton out last night at the plate, Tommy Evans been great at short. He had a couple plays early in the series where he messed up a little bit, but they're just solid defensively. They play the game the right way. That's is great in right field. So, and going into the series, you think Yankees had the edge pitching over the Dodgers, but it's turned out the other way around. The Dodger pitchers have stepped up big time.
Yeah, the 3 things, JT, that have jumped out to me are the Dodgers' athleticism is really showing against the Yankees. The Yankee bullpen looks like they're afraid to throw strikes. Like they're getting behind everybody. And then not only is the Dodger lineup better, but they're getting all the 90 feet. They're winning all the 90 feet wars. Like they're getting the walks. They're getting the, hit by pitch first base. They're getting the extra base. Like in Game 2 or Game 1, JT, that game could have been over, but Juan Soto throws it into Torres, who kind of like, I don't know. I don't want to say he didn't really respect the hop, but he got by him, and Ohtani went to third, sac fly, 2-2. Now we go to extras, and the Dodgers win. Like, they're winning the big game. They're winning the little game. It's just I know. I was hoping for a classic series too, but it's kind of a bummer.
Yeah, you just see the little things. We talked about it before the series, and the guys that play the game right and guys that get prepared every night during a 162-game season. And these games are obviously bigger, but it's the guys that it's just another game. And I think guys that have had good postseason careers, they treat a game in April and May or August the same as a World Series. They don't get nervous. And it really shows guys that have discipline at the plate, that can play defense. That Game 1, Soto kind of misplayed that ball, and Freeman got a triple.
Yep.
And then the ball that bounced in, the shortstop, either go get it or take it on the big hop. And now the guy's on third with 1 out instead of second with 1 out. Things like that. The Verdugo makes that catch in game 2, goes in the stands, and the runners get to go up 90 feet. That's kind of a weird rule if you stop and think about it. Maybe let a guy – the runners didn't even tag up and go because he got up and threw the ball back in as quick as he could. And then
he was out of play when he threw it back, too. That was pretty funny. He was like standing in the stands when he threw the ball back.
Right. And then they walked Betts. I don't know if you check out Freeman's numbers with bases loaded in his career, he's pretty dangerous. And I know the analytics, that's something you should be looking at. Maybe I would have tried to pitch to Betts. I know it's a left-handed pitcher, but maybe you do the intentional walk, right? Maybe try and get him to fish because that's just a tying run at third base. It wasn't the winning run. So maybe you try and let him get himself out, pop a ball up, hit a ball off the end, but they walk him, and then the guy throws 2 pitches, right? He popped up Ohtani, and then Freeman hits the Cortez those 2 pitches and loses the game. And you got Cortez out there that hasn't pitched in 30-something days. I might have brought in the left-handed to Tim Hill, and he's a tough at-bat off lefties. So there's just been weird things, but the Dodgers have just played better, and they look like the better team overall.
Yep.
Talking to JT Snow, nice enough to join us on the Yuma guest line. It's funny, I was thinking about that same thing. It is a weird rule in that if you take the ball out of stands, even recording it out, everybody gets to move up a base because he made an incredible play, and it's almost like you don't want him to have that drop because then you got to throw another pitch to Ohtani. It's just you're sort of caught between a rock and a hard place. What's also interesting to me is I believe the Giants now have netting all the way up the foul pole lines. So I remember Mike Yastrzemski making a couple catches this year where he went over the railing, but he's caught sort of by the net. Like he can't technically take the ball out of play because the net is there.
Yeah.
The Dodgers have that net end sort of at the end of that camera well there, and so he does go out of play.
Right, that's an interesting point. And I didn't even realize that the guys went up 90 feet till after they said something because they didn't tag.
They didn't change the graphic for a long time. Yeah, they kept it there.
Exactly right. And then I was like, why are they walking Betts on first and second? They're walking the bases loaded, but then I think. And then I watched some of the post game stuff, and I guess that rule's in play in case a guy gets hurt. Right, he catches the ball, goes in, gets hurt, and can't get up and throw. A guy could tag up and just move up 2 or 3 bases. So I think that's why it's in. But yeah, it's kind of and you're right. Some fields have netting all the way down where guys just going to bounce off the net, like arena football, and the other guys are going to go in the stands and they can't make a play. So I think that's something that needs to be looked at.
So does this, I don't want to say light a fire under the Giants, but put extra kindling into the fire? Because the fire should be lit already. All you got to do is look at your record the last few years and look at the fact that the Padres and Diamondbacks have been way better than you the last couple years. If the Dodgers win, does that add any extra fuel to the fire, or should there already be as much fuel as the fire as they need to get out there and make changes during the offseason?
Yeah, I think the fuel's already there because you got the Dodgers, like you said, the Padres and Diamondbacks all ahead of you. And I know the people up here don't want to see the Dodgers win. Everywhere I go, people are rooting for the Yankees, but they're just a better baseball team. They've got better baseball players, and it really, like I said, it really comes out in the postseason. And I think what you need to do is step back and gauge yourself on where you need to get better. I'm talking about the Giants and all the teams because you watch some of these lineups and you be like, okay, we need a guy, taking nothing away from anybody that's on any team right now, but where can we get better? Maybe we need a guy short that can catch the ball every night. Whatever he does offensively helps us. We need a couple more power guys. We need guys that have better at-bats and be able to come through with runners in scoring position, a sac fly, we're even now in the World Series, we're seeing bunts last night, right? I think Will Smith bunted it right back to the pitcher. Mm-hmm. And we're just seeing the little things in baseball come back around. So I think you need to take a step back and say, where can we get better? Because these teams are obviously, they're better, and you watch them in the postseason night in, night out. They're better in a lot of different ways. And that's where any team in baseball, and the Giants included, need to get better. And they need to have better players and guys that can and Ohtani's playing hurt, right? I mean, he's running with his arm in his jersey, and that shows a lot to me. The guy's popped the shoulder out, and he's out there playing, and that says a lot that he's playing injured. And that's what you want from your superstars. And I think the fire should be lit. And these next few months for all these teams, especially the Giants, are going to have to go back to the drawing board and say, where can we get better? Who can we go get? Comes back to player development and bringing up these guys and being able to perform, for 6 months of the year.
He's hitting hurt. He's not playing both sides of the game hurt. He's not playing. Just want to point that out. He's not playing the field.
Yeah, he's hitting and running hurt. That's about it.
Yeah, that's about it. 2 thirds.
He's in the dugout hurt.
Yeah. He walked out to shake his teammates'
hands. He's got to get his coffee with his off hand.
Even you look at that play, a slide. Like we were never taught to slide like that. We were taught to both hands go up in the air, right?
Yeah, right.
Don't throw your arm back like that because that's what happens. And guys are all wearing those mitts now because they slide. Well, we were taught, you slide on the back of your butt and your lower back, and your hands both hands go up. And like on the slip and slide, that's how you slide. Yep. Now guys some of the fundamentals are out the window, and you're seeing a lot of guys get hurt and not do what maybe they should be taught.
That's what I say about Ohtani all the time. He just doesn't have the fundamentals down.
Yeah, you're right.
He doesn't have the fundamentals of the game.
I wouldn't give him that kind of money.
Yeah, like he's not a guy who's going to swipe a bunch of bags. You know what I mean? So he doesn't have the fundamentals.
Just 50 or so.
Yeah, right. JT Snow with us on the UMA guest line. I was going to ask, because John Shea had a piece in the Chronicle yesterday where you watch all the superstar power in the postseason, and going into the offseason and Buster gets hired, I think a lot of us thought, okay, well, maybe you can build this thing differently. Maybe you don't have to be – you're not going to go out and land all these big-time free agents. Then you see, still Juan Soto is going to be a free agent. And John Shea's article was kind of about whether or not the Giants would actually get in on him, or would they say, you know what, forget that. We have other bigger fish to fry and other things that we've got to do to fix this organization. I think you have to be in at that table. I think you have to know what he wants, and I think you have to write the check and let him decide the same way you did with Ohtani. When you look at the power across baseball, you look at the dominance of some of these teams, I really do think this postseason and World Series have told me they have to at least be in on those conversations.
I agree. And ultimately the player's going to, that's the great thing about free agency. The player gets to pick who wants to play because he's gone through the process. But you got to be in. You got to do something. You got to do something to a lot of the big free agents. And just see it's their call. They're going to sit with their family, if they have a family, or their agent. The thing that I've always said about Oracle Park and left-handed hitters is it's not attractive to them because their numbers are going to go down. I don't know if Soto's numbers will go down. If you watch him when he pulls balls, he pulls them in the air, a lot like Barry Bonds used to do. He pulls the ball in the air, so he might be okay in that park. But it's also cold, and guys like to play in warm weather, and the older you get, the warm weather feels better. But I do agree that you got to come to the table somehow, some way. Whether he's using you or plays you, that's for him to decide. But you got to come to the table and make an effort. And Juan Soto on anybody's team is going to make you that much better right away.
What type of player? Because to me, they got to be athletic, right? I need some more athletes on this Giants team. They were trying to do it last year, but didn't quite get there. I would love them to go after Burns and some of the best pitchers out there as well. I don't know how prudent it is to sink a lot of money and a lot of years into free agent pitching. That usually doesn't turn out all that well. Like Sabathia turned out well, Cole's turned out well, but I can give you dozens of pitchers that haven't turned out well. But what type of player would you, without thinking of a player, what kind of player do you want?
Well, you want a guy that can play every day or give you 150 games during a season, and a guy, and I think Buster had this right at his press conference. You need to go after some pitching and defense, and I think you need to have some speed. And I think you need to steal some bases and go after guys that can steal bags, steal second, steal third, score on infield, ground balls or tag up, and guys that can catch the ball. And I think that's so important at this ballpark. I think I'm with you, Tom, on the pitching thing. I think a lot of times it's a lot of years. It's a lot of money for a lot of years, and pitchers are gonna break down.
Yeah.
It's just a fact. But if you can get, you gotta have 3 studs in your rotation. I think during the season, 4th and 5th guy can just give you some innings, pick up some wins here and there. But we saw it with Rodon the other night. He was kind of sailing along, he looked good, and then all of a sudden he just started getting hitting around. And that's the thing with hitters is that second, third time through the lineup, and it's tough. And nowadays it's even tougher because there's so much swing and miss. And I think managers know that, and that's why they're going to the bullpen fast. They want a different look. They want a different arm angle. I think the pitching nowadays, it's just hard to get through, 6 innings, which they should. They should be able to go out and give you 6-7 innings, throw 100, 110 pitches. But to me, in baseball, it always starts on the mound. It'll always start with pitching. It'll always be a good bullpen and a closer. And then for me, it's guys, the 8 guys on defense that can catch the ball every night, stealing out, rob a guy, turn double plays, and then have your lineup be able to put the ball in play and produce and get some contact hitters, get some guys that hit line drives, none of this fly ball and strikeout stuff. Put the ball in play, and I guarantee it'll go a long way.
JT's another voice you hear on the Uma guest line. We do it every week. JT, I don't think this one will still be going when we talk to you. I think if it would have went 7, it wouldn't be going when we talk to you next week. Enjoy the last 3 hours of baseball we get tonight, and we'll talk to you later, bro.
You never know, right? I don't know what this guy pitching for the Dodgers is, but he'll probably go 1, and then maybe if they win, they can get the ball to Garrett Cole tomorrow, and maybe they go back to L.A. So
I never even heard of this guy. I looked at the matchup today. I was like, who the hell is this guy? Who's this pitching for the Dodgers?
I looked him up earlier, and his picture wasn't even on like the ESPN lineup.
No picture.
Yeah, there's no picture. So
Kasperius or something is his name? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Kasparaitis, I don't know.
No idea.
Anyways, yeah, enjoy from 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock, and then we'll see what happens.
Thanks,
all right,
JT.
Talk to you next week, bro.
You got it. All right, guys. Take care. See ya.
Later. Great stuff from JT Snow. Sorry, Tom and I were laughing here at the end of the interview because we're here at Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center, and they've got TVs on. They got MLB Network on or ESPN, whatever we're watching. We have the NHL on ESPN up. And who is it? PK Subban?
It is, yes, correct.
PK Subban's dressed like a mime.
He is dressed like a mime.
Nobody else is in costume at all. I'm like, it's the Tuesday before Halloween. He's wearing a striped black and white shirt, dude. He's sitting there with Steve Levy and what's his name? The all-time great.
Messier.
Messier.
Yeah.
Mark Messier sitting there. I was like, Messier's not in costume and Subban is. And they're like breaking down hockey, all dead serious. And Subban's sitting there with like a beret on and he's got his face painted like a mime. You want to tell him what you said to me, Tom?
I said, you can't do whiteface.
Want to bet? Tolbert and Combs with you live from Harmonic Brewing. We got plenty more to come on a Tuesday. Even though we're out at Harmonic, we had the mail. I was going to say the mail department, the U.S. Postal Service. Yeah, they dropped off the NBA crab bag here at Harmonic, and that's coming your way next on the Sports Leader. Dominic Pooney, the Punisher. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss how he's adjusting to being an NFL pro. You can listen to that podcast, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
wherever you are. We're streaming 24/7 at KNBR.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes, live from Harmonic Brewing. Oh, man. If that could come to air, that would it'd be a hell of a deal. Probably not. I don't know when Tim potted us up. This could be the last show. We got plenty more to come here as we're getting you ready for the Dubs and the New Orleans Pelicans. Antonio Daniels going to join us at 3:50. Don't worry, I already got into the whole bit with Wiggins being out tonight.
Yep.
We probably won't get a Batman Robin Alfred reference from Antonio Daniels.
Probably not.
I wonder if I can bait him into it.
Probably not.
But I could. I'd be like, Steph lost his Robin. Klay Thompson, what's going to happen? But before we get into some of that with Antonio Daniels, and we'll talk more about the NFL coming up as well, Kyle Shanahan joins us at 4:50 for his weekly conversation into the bye week for the Niners. Every week on Tolbert and Copes, we hit the mail room, and there's a big potato sack with a couple of stenciled words on it, and they read NBA Grab Bag. Why don't we open it on up?
Time now for the
NBA Grab Bag.
NBA Grab Bag.
The NBA Grab Bag on Tuesday, October 29th, 2024, and it starts on the hardwood in the NBA. Shams Charania of ESPN reporting today that sources said the NBA's investigation has showed that the Philadelphia 76ers, as it relates to Joel Embiid, did not violate a player participation policy when Embiid missed games, but in fact, with the public comments that did not properly reflect, they were comments that did not properly reflect his health issues with his knee, and so the Philadelphia 76ers have been fined $100,000 for incorrect public health statements.
Chump change.
Yeah.
Chump change. Really, really what it is.
It's just a little slap on the
I like
wrist.
the fact that they at least did something, though. It's not much, but they did something because it's brutal. You're paying a lot of money for those tickets, and you think Joel Embiid might play, and all of a sudden, no, I'm not playing. I'm good. I'm going to sit out.
Brutal!
Of course, you should have known when he said that I probably will never play back-to-backs again. Oh, wait a minute. That was first game of the season. That shouldn't have mattered. Strike that.
I love the way he phrased it. I can't see a situation or a scenario in which I'll ever play back-to-back again the rest of my career.
I can't see a
scenario.
See a scenario where I ever play opening night again. Just too taxing on me.
Well, there you go.
Brother.
I don't know. I don't have much on this except what your thought is it's chump change, and I don't know what the point of that is. It's just except to say, yeah, you can't do that.
Well, the point is that he didn't play the first game of the season. First game of the season here, home opener against Clippers, Kawhi didn't play. Second game of the season, Steph and Wiggins and DeJounte Murray aren't playing. And look, those are injuries, so there's nothing you can do. But we're getting to the point, Melton. We're getting to the point now where there's just so many guys that aren't playing games for whatever reason. People are going to stop wanting to watch, and people are going to stop wanting to go to the games. And I feel for people who got tickets. This may be their only chance to go to a Warrior game tonight, and they go to the game without Steph. And then they're the poor bastards that could only go to two games. They went to back-to-back games.
We're going to see both Pelicans games.
They flew in, hey, let's stay in the city. We'll get to see two games, back-to-back games.
Kawhi and the Clips, and then we'll get to see Steph.
I mean, that's bad luck. But when you expect them to play and they don't, that's brutal. That shouldn't happen.
Moving on here in the NBA Grab Bag.
Oh, but at least the owners do give you a discounted ticket price if the stars don't play.
Wait, what happens?
No, they don't.
No, I was like, that should be in the grab bag.
They're giving Jack back.
I'm not giving anything back. I built the stadium. I need to pay for it. Anthony Richardson, Colts.
NBA grab bag.
Colts second-year quarterback. He's been benched.
Whoop, whoop.
Joe Flacco taking over. Richardson case completion percentage on the season is at 50%. It's among the worst percentages with the likes of guys like Jamarcus Russell, Tim Tebow, and Ryan Leaf. That's his career completion percentage as it stands right now. He also tapped himself out of the game because he was tired. You'll hear what he had to say about that in Sound Soiree.
That's a rough one.
He left the game due to exhaustion. That was
tired. They tapped my head. I'm not happy that he's getting benched. I'm just happy Josh Downs can be a viable part of my fantasy team again.
Oh, man. I mean, I couldn't imagine. I didn't understand why they went back to him. I know he was the young guy and he was the starting quarterback. They were playing better with Flacco.
Oh, they were, no doubt. Well, they went back to him because the ownership wanted to go back to him, and they're going to build around him, and they drafted him, they drafted him third? I believe it was. So you've invested a lot of money into this guy. I'm sure he's on the posters and all that kind of stuff. So you want to see him play, and if he's going to be a part of your organization going forward, You want to get him out there. Problem is, you actually have to be ready to play football Who is that hobo? Oh, that's Walt.
That's Walter rolling up on a scooter. Yeah, I was flying him the bird. Look at him. Yeah, sorry, I was flying the bird at somebody out the window. It turned out it was Walter. I thought it was a stranger, and it ended up being Walt.
Did you?
No, I knew it was Walt.
I thought it was a gangster. Had the slick back hair and everything.
Look at him, dude. I know. Look at him.
He's like, he's got a man bun? Come
yeah, he
on,
does.
man.
Yeah, just like me. His is tiny, though.
No.
Mine's got some girth.
His isn't really. I don't consider the man bun.
It's dreads.
Part
They're
of the
pulled
dreads.
back. Yeah, they're not.
That's
pulled
a given.
Back. Yeah, Walter,
Yeah.
we're ripping you as you walk in. He's got headphones in. He's not even listening to us, dude. Hey, look, Walter drove here. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag. How about this one?
Grab bag.
This is a bummer for the Houston Texans. Stephon Diggs has a torn ACL and will be out for the remainder of the season. Nico Collins is supposed to be coming back, I think, around week 10 with the hamstring injury. But check this out. During the offseason, Stephon Diggs agreed to void the 3 remaining years of his contract to enter free agency after the season. I'd say more than just the ACL is hurt for Stephon Diggs.
Damn.
Dude, and he was going to enter free agency in the era where receivers are getting more money than they've ever gotten. He wasn't going to be the top-tier receiver and wasn't going to be paid like Tyreek Hill or anything, but he was going to make more money than he was currently making, I believe.
And he's going to make more money than he is now.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, man, that sucks.
That's a real bummer.
Yeah, I feel
for
bad
Stephon
for him.
Diggs.
That's brutal.
Who do you feel worse for, Stephon Diggs or my fantasy team that lost Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs?
What was that again?
Don't worry about it.
Come again?
I've lost the same receivers the Texans have. You know what I mean? Anyway, moving on here.
Are you up Diggs?
Not in a different league. Yeah.
Okay.
In my other league.
Yeah. Well, you're all right in our league.
No,
so.
I'm actually. No, dude, I started 4-0. I think I'm 4-4 now.
Are you really?
Yeah. Dude.
Oh.
I'm just. Well, dude, now that Tyreek. Oh no, I don't have Tyreek.
It's like that song. You're a brick and you're drowning slowly. Ben Folds 5?
Dude, damn, Tim knew it too.
Tim knew it.
As I've said before, I got to get me some black friends. NBA grab bag rolls on. Here we go. How about this? More football news.
What do you mean I played hoops? I'm as black as they get.
We love them, don't we? We love them. Many black friends. Panthers receiver Deontay.
I used to listen to the Daz Band. Come on.
Come on. 2 of Run TMC were black. Come
Rick
on,
James
man.
is awesome.
Yeah, dude, thank you.
NWA for life. He's like straight out of Lakewood.
He goes, yeah, but I am going Fat Joe over Ice Cube, after the performance. That actually was pretty cool at Dodger Stadium this weekend. You see Ice Cube perform?
Yeah, they responded to him way better than Fat Joe.
Fat Joe was I was like, what are they responding? He was like walking around the mound.
They were grooving to Ice Cube.
Yeah.
The Dodger Stadium was digging that, but yeah, Fat Joe wasn't, yeah. Anyway,
what was he doing?
He went over about as well as the Yankees did.
Yeah, pretty flat. NBA grab bag rolls on.
NBA grab bag.
The Carolina Panthers have traded their receiver Deontay Johnson to the Baltimore Ravens for a pick swap. Ravens are going to get Carolina's 6th, and the Panthers get a 5th for Deontay Johnson. Sort of an odd move, I thought, for the Ravens because they already have a receiver like him in Zay Flowers. I don't know how they'll use him.
Did you see Bateman drop that wide open ball against the Browns this weekend?
Yeah.
They're probably like, all right, bro, go get Johnson.
He dropped that ball, and then I dropped him from my fantasy team.
Yeah.
I had him on my bench.
Like before the game ended?
Yeah, I was like, you're gone.
You're out.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
I treated him like he cost me. By the way, I won my game. I treated him like he cost me the game. He didn't even start for him. I was like, you're not dropping balls on my team.
Get out of here.
I don't
Beat
think
it.
so. Yeah, so I mean, maybe that's it. You slide him in where Bateman was?
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, that was pretty brutal. Although, trust me, I was watching the game because Weston's a Ravens fan, so he wasn't the only one that was dropping balls. There were defensive backs that could have won that game. They were dropping balls. That was a mess for the Ravens.
By the way, when your family came out to Almanac Brewing last week when we were there, I was talking to Weston during one of the commercial breaks about the fantasy teams, and I was like, so how come you're a Ravens fan? Like, what makes you a Ravens fan? He goes, you try having a dad, and the only thing he cares about is Angels baseball in Arizona. And he goes, so then when I got old enough to, be a fan, he said, yeah, you can be a fan of whoever you want, but not the Raiders. And I said, how come not the Raiders? He goes, I don't know, they have, some criminals or something on the team. I think he said Charles Woodson got a DUI or something.
No, it wasn't Woodson. It was somebody else. That's what he said. No, but there was somebody else where he had a jersey of somebody. No, I don't know who that was. Oh, no, the Ray.
Rolando McClain?
No, the Russell was the jersey he had that I told him don't wear. It was Ray Lewis. I go, get rid of that thing.
Well, that was it. He said you can be a Ravens fan, but he said, yeah, no Raiders because they had some criminals on it. And I go, but he was okay with Ray Lewis? That was my response to him.
Yeah.
Turns out you weren't.
Yeah, I wasn't.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
He was found not guilty, by the way. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
Grab bag.
Tom, are you a Simpsons guy?
Yes.
Okay, how about this? ESPN announced last night that on the Bengals-Cowboys Monday night game on December 9th, the NFL's getting crazy. It's going to feature Simpsons animation versions between, or like interactions between Homer and Bart.
Feels like I'm wearing nothing at all.
How they've done like the Nickelodeon games and stuff. So in the past, ESPN has used Toy Story and Marvel characters. What demographic are they trying to hit with the Simpsons animation? Who are they trying to get this to?
USA!
I'm a Simpsons guy. I mean, I endorse it. I've loved the Simpsons since I was a kid. But so much of it goes over your head when you're a kid, too.
Yeah, I don't watch it religiously like every Sunday. Usually watching Sunday Night Football, but I like it.
It's
I
funny.
mean, I don't watch it and go, yeah, I don't like it. Like, yeah, every episode I watch, I laugh. I just never really got into watching it every single Sunday. So, yeah, I watched it early, probably the first 5 seasons. How long's it been going on now? About 40 seasons?
I think it's my age. I think it's. I think Tracy Ullman last had it in like 88 or 89, and then the Simpsons started.
Is that what it was?
Because it was a bit on the Tracy Ullman show. It was like a sketch com. It was like a
boring.
It was like TV Funhouse or something like that. You know what I mean? It was like that. And she used to voice, I think, Lisa or some of the characters, something like that. But yeah, I think it's 35 seasons now.
I just love when Homer says, beer. My favorite.
Moving on
bacon.
in the NBA grab bag.
Ooh, bacon.
Thank you. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag. Tim, hit the NBA grab bag sound.
NBA grab bag.
All right, thank you. The Jones family. He says, "Me get to it." I can't move on unless you hit it. The Jones family, that is Jerry Jones' family. Their family vehicle caravan was struck by a rising barricade outside of Levi Stadium on Sunday. They must have been in like Tim's Mustang, because we get hit by that thing every week, dude. It's true. Every week we're like, dude, Tim's like, "I'm messing up my transmission, man." Tim is always upset about it. Anyway, the Jones family caravan got hit by a rising barricade outside of Levi Stadium on Sunday. Charlotte Jones, Jerry Jones Jr., and Shai Anderson Jr. were in the vehicle. Charlotte and Jerry Jr. were both evaluated by team medical staff at the stadium and were then able to move on to the visiting owner's suite for the game. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, did you hear about that? John London, the elevator
really?
with Jerry Jones? I guess Jerry was like, they hold one of the elevators like on the floor, on the ground level, like the field level, before the game for like players families and executives and whatnot. And so I guess Jerry was getting into that elevator with his 2 handlers, and Lund was just waiting. And he turned around and said, "Want to ride up?" Yeah, he didn't offer me. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
You guys are basically the same person.
Yeah.
What are you talking
Want to
about?
ride up? No, you wait for the next one.
You wait for the next one.
Yeah.
You take the other elevator.
You take the one in the back. This is a racially charged NBA grab bag, by the way. Tom's favorite movie, Terrifier 3.
Glory hole.
Are you ready? Glory hole.
Glory hole.
Ready for this? Terrifier 3 is now the highest grossing unrated movie of all time.
Is it really?
It's
Good
unreal.
night.
How about this? It avoided the NC-17 official rating due to an agreement that they were going to limit its marketing. They're like, we won't put it out there, just don't rate it, okay? We'll put it out, but just we won't advertise that it's going to be out there. It had a $2 million budget. It has grossed $55 million.
Those guys struck gold.
Unreal.
Gold, Jerry, gold.
That's pretty incredible.
They're killing it. Because I think the first one was like $35,000 they sunk into it. And then the next one was $2 million, made 15. And now that was $300,000, made 15 million. And this one's like $2 million. It's going to make like 70 or 80 million. Oh. And I just watched 1 and 2 within the last month. Aren't the Clowns like legendary status right now?
Yeah.
It's like Michael Myers and Kruger. No, not Dr. Giggles. But I'll say it for you just so you can play it. But aren't the Clowns wild, man? Messier is dressed up. He's a Golden Knight.
Oh, now he is.
He's got the gold. No. That's not Golden Knight. That is what's his face? Boba Fett. Oh, Mandalorian. He's a Mandalorian. Anyway, I'm like a dog with a ball. I just got distracted by the Mandalorian. But no, Art the Clown. Like I say, if you like scary movies, you'll like this. If you like really sick, gross movies, you'll love this one.
Do we know how it's doing on Rotten Tomatoes?
You're gonna love it. Huh?
Like, how's the fans taking to it? Are they loving it?
Yeah. Like the second one was 84%. It was wild. First one, not as much.
2 hours and 8 minutes.
It was
I don't know if
low.
I don't know if I can go 210 though on a movie like this.
Second one was like 220. Yeah, I know. It's like super long.
It's like
for
Avengers Endgame.
Yeah, it was.
What
was it? 77 on Rotten Tomatoes.
That's
wow.
a tomato meter, though, but like the fan meter at the popcorn.
Is it tomato meter or thermometer?
It says it says thermometer. It's a tomato meter.
Okay.
Thermometer.
I don't know. Thermometer, tomato meter, ketchup, catsup.
Dude, this is I gotta. Now here's the question: can I see 3 without seeing the first 2?
Yes.
Okay, good.
But the two does have the same character. Like 3 does have the same characters as 2. It is definitely a sequel because a few survivors from 2 come over to 3. They just switch holidays. This one goes from Halloween to Christmas.
This one does?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it says after.
So Art's dressing up as Santa Claus. Although you're not going to like what's in his bag.
Yeah.
At all.
You're not going to ask him for a present.
You know what's in his bag?
A blade.
Death.
Yeah. How is he killing people? How's he offing people?
Huh?
How's he offing people?
Oh, he's got a variety of tools, baby. A variety of tools. It's a potpourri of goodies in that bag, I guarantee you.
What do you leave under the tree for you?
Oh,
death. That's when he dropped off. After surviving Art the Clown's...
That's great. That's what I wanted.
After surviving the Halloween massacre, Sienna and her brother are struggling to rebuild their shattered lives. As the holiday season approaches, they truly embrace the Christmas spirit and leave the horrors in the past. But just when they think they're safe, Art the Clown returns, determined to turn their holiday cheer into a new nightmare. The festive season quickly unravels as Art unleashes his twisted brand of terror, proving that no holiday is safe.
Dr. Giggles.
Tolbert and
He was also struggling to rebuild his shattered femur.
Is that what happens?
I don't know. I think maybe.
That's your NBA Grab Bag for Tuesday, October 29th, 2024. We are live at Harmonic Brewing outside of Chase Center. We got a Week 8 NFL recap coming your way, and then Antonio Daniels joins us at 3:50 to talk Warriors and Pelicans. Art the Clown. More to come on the Sports Leader.
Hog fat.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Daniels backing up. He's just going to have to let one fly. Goes to the right side. Steps away from the defenders. Gives himself some time. Now steps up, fires. Heads towards the end zone. It is...
Just like his grand slam in the third inning of a World Series. Yes, go, baby! The ball popped up into the air, right into the arms of Noah Brown! Jaden Daniels extended the play over and over and over! Walk-off touchdown!
That's obviously the final call of the Jaden Daniels Hail Mary into the hands of Noah Brown on Commanders Radio. What a wild ending, especially for someone like me who had Commanders on a pick'em.
No, that's nice.
Watch the Bears go down and take the lead at the end. I was like, you got to be blanking me. Commanders had 4 field goals kicked, did not find the end zone until that play. By the way, he threw it short of the end zone. Everybody's kind of bunched up right at the goal line, and a group of players, it's a Bears player, sort of taps it back into the hands of Noah Brown. Commanders win. That was a pretty fun win to that game, or end of that game. There was some crazy stuff that went on this weekend.
That was incredible. It really was. I mean, Caleb Williams hasn't looked that bad since the Tennessee game, first game of the season. Like, he was awful. I watched the first drive of that, first couple drives. He was missing dudes by a bunch on not very tough throws. And what did he throw for, like 70 yards in the game? Like, it was absurd. And Daniels was solid. Like, they got down the field. They just couldn't score once they got in the red zone. They had to settle for field goal after field goal after field goal. Finally came back to bite them when the Bears scored at the end of the game, but then they come down and hit that one. And those kind of things happen when you're having a special season.
Yeah.
And even though they got a long ways to go, you start looking and going, hey, maybe it's their year. Not to win it all, but to make the playoffs or win the division or just take a big step forward. And it's been so long, but it's actually kind of nice to have the Commanders be part of the NFL again, like in a good way. Like, they have so much history in the NFL. The Super Bowl champions, the Hogs, Riggins, Theismann, the Fun Bunch back in the 80s. That they were really, really good. I think Mark Rippon was with them when they won the Super Bowl. They haven't been that for a long time. So it's actually kind of fun to see them be part of the NFL landscape again.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. I mean, they've played really well to this point. And by the way, Niners are going to see Caleb Williams later this year. They take on the Chicago Bears, so we're going to look at him up close. Cardinals with a big win over Miami. We mentioned this yesterday.
Yep.
As much as I don't like the Cardinals and I don't like Kyler Murray, he made some incredible throws in that game to get them back into it. They come down, they kick a field goal to win the game by a point. Now they're in first place in the West.
Yeah, I mean, Harrison had some really big catches for him. He had one in the corner of the end zone that was a really, really nice throw, really good catch. I mean, McBride's so good. Whenever they need something, they go to that. That's the guy that they go to. But, yeah, I mean, Kyler made it happen, and Connor may be the most underrated running back in the league. He's just solid. Runs his ass off. He's hard to tackle. He can catch the ball out of the backfield. He's just a really good back. He's not going to have big explosive runs, but he just grinds for you, and he's dependable. Like, I really like him a lot. I do like the coach. Again, it's my bias. I don't like Kyler Murray. I've said that. I've said as much over the past couple years. I'll continue to say it, but I give the man the due when he plays. Give him his due when he plays well. He played really well that game. And the Dolphins' offense looked really good. Like, well, I don't know if it looked really good by their standards or really good by the standards they set the month before when they were just awful because they had no quarterback. But we'll see if they can get back into this thing because they've fallen behind and Buffalo's built up a pretty dominant lead in the East.
Seahawks get whooped by the Bills, too. They were like arguing on the sidelines.
That wasn't even close. Yeah, that was bad. I thought they would. I thought they'd put up a fight in that one. You know, Buffalo coming all the way across country. I mean, look, Seattle loses at home, goes to Atlanta and wins, plays really well, and then goes back home and loses. So they're just too inconsistent. Geno's been inconsistent. The defense has been inconsistent, and Buffalo just put it on them. I mean, who knows? Maybe this is Buffalo's year to do something once they get once they get to the playoffs. Buffalo's like Baltimore to me. Like, we've seen it all during the regular season now. Show us something in the playoffs. Do something. You don't got to win the Super Bowl, but it's about time to get to a Super Bowl, or at least get to a championship game and play really well, because they put themselves in position to do it. They just haven't been able to break through.
Who finishes, you think, with a better record, Rams or Seahawks?
What are they tied right now? Or the Rams are half a game?
Rams are 3-4.
And the Seahawks are 3-5. They're 4-4?
Yeah.
Okay.
Seahawks haven't had a bye yet. Neither of the Cardinals. Niners are on theirs now. Rams have already had it.
Well, that's a good question. That's a really good question.
I have to look at the schedules, but when I feel like I feel like the Rams are getting stronger, whereas I feel like the Seahawks started fairly strong and are now just kind of fluttering around.
Yeah. I mean, when you get Kupp and Nakua back, I mean, that's like your offense. I mean, Kyron Williams is great.
Yeah.
He has. He's scored in like every damn game.
With those two guys, though.
Yeah, so that's going to be – I don't know. Man, I don't know who's going to have the best division in the division. I mean, all four teams included. That's how close it is. Because you would think the Niners, I think they're the best team, but they also play the toughest schedule because they have the first-place schedule. So they get the Rams at home, and they get Arizona – in Arizona and Seattle at home.
Seattle at home's in a couple of weeks, too.
Yeah.
It's after is it right after the Tampa game?
So those are big. I don't know. All I know is Tampa, and then after that I have no idea. I think it's Green Bay, Buffalo after that game you're talking about.
I think it's Tampa. Yeah, it's Tampa, then they come home for Seattle, and then it's at Green Bay, at Buffalo.
Okay.
Home for the Bears, home for the Rams after that. So those are your next 6.
It's there. It's there for somebody. It's going to take 10 wins to get it. So who can go 6-3 the rest of the way? And I don't know. Again, I think the Niners are the best team when they're healthy. Are they going to get healthy? Are the guys going to stay healthy? If they do, I really like their chances. But again, at Tampa's not going to be easy. I don't know if Evans will be back by then. Godwin's out for good, or not for good, for this year. And unless they get help, it's kind of the Kate Otten show at receiver right now. They're tight end, so their defense kind of leaked oil the last couple weeks, but that won't be easy. And then you get Seattle at home, division game, and then Green Bay and Buffalo. And who knows if Love will be back. I have no idea if Love will be back.
I think they're anticipating it's not a serious groin injury.
Yeah.
So, I mean, barring
setback. The groin, you never know, man. Yeah. Those things are tough. You come back too soon with a growing injury, you pop that thing again, and you're out for like 2 or 3 more weeks. So who knows?
Nearly 4 weeks from that game. But to your point, it's a soft tissue thing.
So I mean, it's not going to be easy.
Nothing wrong with that groin.
Thank you. Well, kind of there is actually.
It's funny that there was
there
a pause
is something wrong with that groin.
We're both kind of thinking, and then Tim's like, "Me too. I got one for you."
Moving on.
Who's the best team in the NFC? Lions put up 52 despite 61 passing yards.
Yep. 62 points on 220 yards.
52, yeah.
252 yards?
No, 52 points.
52 points. 52 points, 220 yards, whatever it was. I mean, it's almost impossible to do. Yeah, they're the best team in the NFC, without a doubt. Their offense is the most complete offense. What do they call the backfield? Rhythm and Bruise?
Yep.
That's a great nickname.
And David Montgomery threw a touchdown in this game.
Yes, he did.
And by the way, I don't know if are we going to hear it in Swery or coach speak? Gruden?
And that's what's got me feeling really nicey.
Well, dude, the Lions had him feeling nicey. He did a whole one because who they beat last week is when they beat the Vikings last week.
Yep.
They came back and beat the Vikings. Yep. He did a whole video just on the Lions after that game, dude.
Did he?
It's really good. Dude. It's just it's the exact same thing. He's not breaking anything down.
Ric Flair would love you. Wow!
Who is this guy? We got oh man, Tim and I were watching it yesterday.
I love the fact he's sitting in the dark too.
Dude,
who is this guy?
No light, just the computer screen. That's it. That's a light. The computer screen.
If you look closely, you notice he just has a notepad in front of him where he's just written down a bunch of stats of players that he's just peeling off. So
yep, he's they're the best team in the NFC though.
Yeah, without question.
Yeah, without question.
Wavering on the Vikings at all?
Huh?
Wavering on the Vikings?
Not yet. Not yet. I mean, look, they played a Rams team that was healthy.
Yeah.
And they didn't lose by a bunch in that one. Detroit barely beat them. I mean, that was a really, really good game.
It's a field goal.
They're going to lose at some point. So I still think Minnesota's really good. Green Bay, I think, is just below those two. And then Philly, probably. I still think Washington's defense, although Their defense played better the last few weeks, so maybe the defense is improving. And then the West, I don't know. I'd like to say Niners, but the record suggests that they're just kind of in the mix until proven otherwise. So we'll see where they are, let's say 2 weeks, 3 weeks after the bye.
How about the Eagles? Any more on them? I mean, Saquon Barkley's been fantastic.
Yeah,
they've won 3 in a row now. I think they're still one of the legit teams.
Yeah,
they're one of the legit teams in the NFC for sure. I don't know if they're as much of a contender as we'd initially thought. A couple of years ago.
Look, to me, they're behind Detroit, and they're behind. I'd still put them behind Minnesota. After that, I think they're in the Super Bowl with all those other teams. They're just kind of there with those other teams. I don't think there's a dominant team. Like, I still don't think Detroit is as dominant as the Niners going into the playoffs last year. Like, I think they were clearly the number one team in the playoffs. But they are the best team, and home field means something. You don't have to go into that dome during the playoffs, but the way it's looking right now, you may very well have to. I don't know what's worse, going into the elements or going into the dome and playing Goff, who's damn near unbeatable in a dome. I don't know. That'd be a tough choice because the Niners have done well outdoors, too. They played well in cold. They've hung in there in cold. Of course, that's when the defense was dominant, too.
Do you think Commanders are better than the Eagles?
No. Not yet. Not yet. I like them.
I think they're going to be – have they played yet? Not yet. They got 2 matchups
Not yet.
That'll be fun.
I mean, who's the best team the Commanders have beaten? I mean, we used to think it was Cincinnati. Cincinnati stinks, though.
Yeah, they're not good.
Cincinnati's awful. They've beaten the Bears. Whatever. They beat didn't they beat the Giants like 21-18 when the Giants kicked 6 field goals?
They're not playing they're playing a 4th place schedule or a 3rd place schedule from last year at least. So they've beaten.
Yeah, Cardinals. So
they've beaten the they lost to the Bucks. They beat the Giants by 3. They beat the Bengals by 5. They beat the Cardinals. They blew them out 42-14. They beat the Browns, who suck, 34-13. They lost to the Ravens by a touchdown. They hammered the Panthers. So they haven't beaten anybody good.
Yeah. So I'll put the Eagles ahead of them, but not by much. And it wouldn't surprise me. That's gonna be a fun game to watch when they play each other.
We're live at Harmonic Brewing right outside at Chase Center, where the Warriors are taking on the Pelicans later this evening. And the man who's going to help us get ready for that, he'll be on the call today for the Pelicans. And a friend of the show, Antonio Daniels, will join us next. Then Kyle Shanahan, 49ers head coach, at 4:50. Antonio Daniels next from Harmonic Brewing on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The only spot to get instant reaction to tonight's Warriors game is Dubs OT. You can listen to John Dickinson and Greg Silver, who are going to give you the best Warriors coverage in the Bay Area as soon as that buzzer sounds tonight and that game goes final. You can listen and watch on KNBR or on our YouTube and Twitch channels on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We're at Harmonic. If you're in the area, stop on by, grab some food, grab a beer before you head over to the Warrior game. And if you're just going to watch the Warrior game, you can watch it here while having some of their fantastic craft beer. Let's talk a little hoops with a man who calls the Pelican games. He'll be here tonight on the call, Antonio Daniels. Tone, what's going on, man?
Tom Tolbert, what's up, brother? Adam, how you guys doing?
Good, bro.
Doing good. How's the?
I'm not on the call, by the way. I'm not on.
Oh, you're not on the call tonight.
Tomorrow I am. No, today's the TNT game. So today
that's right.
That's right.
Exclusive.
That's right. So when you're not on the, do you? Oh, you come and watch the games live?
Yeah. My wife flew in town because we've been here for a couple of days, so we'll go to the game, watch the game, and I'll do my, kind of my scouting work by eye. And then come back and do the rest of my prep work, and then tomorrow I'll be ready to go.
So give us your scouting report on the Pelicans kind of coming into this season.
Well, coming into the season is different than what they are right now.
Sure.
And this has been an issue with the Pelicans for quite some time. It's coming into the season, you talk about the depth, you talk about them adding DeJounte Murray, a point guard by mindset, all these firepower, star power, all these different kind of things, the ability to play small, be versatile, switchability, all these things. In first game of the season, we'll go back to training camp. Trey Murphy pulls his hamstring, so he's out. And then first game of the season, DeJounte Murray fractures his hand. So now it's kind of the way this team wants to play, the identity that this team wants to have, because remember, Jonas isn't here anymore. Jonas Valanciunas isn't here. Larry Nance isn't here. Cody Zeller isn't here. So this team wants to play smaller. They want to play faster, and it's tough to play that way when you're not healthy.
What is the loss? Does the loss of Marshall mean anything to you guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And one thing I'm not big on. I'm not big on when a particular player plays for your respective team. And you hear this from fans a lot. He's awesome. He's great. He does this well. He does that well. And then he leaves, and it's not a big deal. It's like, oh, well,
of course.
Okay. No. Najee Marshall was a big Najee Marshall fan because I was here when Najee started his career. So to go from where he started to where he is now and to watch the process, to watch the growth, to watch the progression. He was the toughest guy on this team. He plays with a chip on his shoulder, and he's extremely versatile. Excellent defender, does a lot of things really well, handles the ball well, excellent decision maker. You can put the ball in his hand to initiate offense. So, as I've said all summer and all preseason, the Dallas Mavericks, along with Klay Thompson, they got a good one in Najee Marshall.
No doubt. I thought the Mavericks had a good offseason. I thought OKC might have had the best offseason in the NBA. Not a lot of star power, but guys that just fit into what they do, play their ass off.
Issue.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So what's going to be the key, Antonio, for the Pelicans to kind of keep this thing afloat, or more than that, maybe even put themselves in really good position without Murray, kind of waiting for him to get back, because it'll be a few months before he comes back. What's going to be the key for them?
It's tough, man. The key is going to be to find a way to win clutch games. This was the Pelicans' issue all last year. That's why you go out and acquire DeJounte Murray. What you want teams to do is when you see a glaring weakness in the regular season, when it hits the offseason, to now address that weakness. And OKC, I'm with you. I think they addressed that weakness. The Dallas Mavericks, they addressed that weakness. So with the New Orleans Pelicans, one of the weaknesses that the Pelicans had is from minute 1 through minute 45, minute 44, they were awesome. But when you start getting into minutes 46, 47, and 48 is where the struggle came. And that's why you go out and you get a point guard. There are a lot of guys in this league that have a point guard skill set, meaning they can handle the ball, they can pass the ball. But to me, the point guard is not a skill set, it's a mindset. Yeah. So there's a difference between a lead guard and a point guard. So when you go out and you get DeJounte Murray, you're addressing something that's needed. So I feel like for this next 4 to 6 weeks that DeJounte Murray is sidelined, you have to find a way collectively as a team to continue to move the ball, one, but also find a way to close out games. Find a way to win in clutch situations.
Tucker Antonio Daniels, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. Warriors and the Pelicans tonight and tomorrow night here from Chase Center. It's funny you mentioned that about the mindset of a point guard, because we had Steve Kerr on yesterday, and we were talking to him about him missing Steph Curry and DeAnthony Melton for today and tomorrow's game at the very least before they hit the road this weekend. And I asked him what he'd do there. He said, yeah, we'll probably see a lot of Podziemski pick up that. But then the counter to that was, and then Kyle Anderson and Draymond Green, two guys who play point forward. You don't need another point guard, at least for a couple of games, he's thinking.
And that's, again, we've seen, Draymond Green is one of the smartest players to play in this league over the past decade or so. But it's different when who you play with matters. It's different when you're asked to be a point guard with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant and Andrew Wiggins and those kind of guys. When you're playing with those guys. When you're playing without those guys, it's different, because what's missing now is gravity. So what Steph and Klay and KD and those guys, they put you in an unbalanced position. So when you catch the ball out of the pick and roll, now you get an opportunity to attack 4-on-3, or you get an opportunity to attack 3-on-2. When that gravity is gone, now it's a little bit different. So to watch these guys play that point guard position without a Steph Curry, without a Klay Thompson, without a Kevin Durant, with guys that carry gravity, I'm interested to see actually what that looks like, especially when you're not accustomed to doing it without that gravity on the floor.
So I look at the West, Antonio, and it's San Antonio, Utah, Portland at the bottom, in my estimation, and then OKC is clearly the best team in the West. How do you see the rest of it? Because the rest of it, to me, is just like a big bowl of soup. It's like I couldn't tell you. If you told me so-and-so was the 2 seed, I'd go, okay, they're the 8 seed. Okay. It's going to be fascinating to see how this kind of sorts itself out throughout the course of the season.
Unlike the East, the West, to me, has more parity. What I mean, the East has a legitimate top 4 team, right? They have 2 tiers to me. So the East, they have, who is it? Boston. The Knicks, Milwaukee, and Philly. That's 4. And then the next 4, you have Miami and Cleveland and Orlando and Indiana, right? So those are the 8 you have right off the jump. But it's 2 tiers. In the West, right now you have Oklahoma City, and then at the end of the West, you have Portland and you have Utah. Everybody in between, it is what it is. It is. I cannot remember a time where the West was this deep. I can't. Where you realistically are going to have 13 to 14 teams competing for 10 spots.
And doesn't it feel like?
What this looks like.
Yeah, doesn't it feel like? Because when I think of parity, sometimes I think of mediocrity. This, I think of like parity. I think of all these teams, like a lot of them can win 48, 49 games. Like I think it's loaded, and it's a really good conference. Like the battles, nightly battles we're going to have throughout the course of the West are just going to be fascinating viewing. Like I think every night I'm going to look at the TV and go, wow, I want to see that one. Oh, I want to see that one too.
Like if you think about it, the Pelicans won 49 games last year, believe it was. Yep. 49 games last year and finished 8th. Think about that. You're on the verge of a 50-win season, and you finished 8th in your respective conference. Like that's the 7th, I believe. That's tough. That's hard, but it speaks to the parity, the star power in the Western Conference. Because even teams that didn't make the playoffs last year, like if you think about it, Golden State, I don't care how you feel about them. Yes, I feel like their championship window's closed, but as long as you got Steph Curry, you got a chance.
Yeah.
Right? You look at teams like San Antonio. They have who I think will be the best player in the world in 2 years in Victor Wembanyama. You had Chris Paul, you had Harrison Barnes. That Houston Rockets team is one of the deepest teams in the league, right? The Sacramento Kings, they didn't make the playoffs either, but they added DeMar DeRozan. So when you look at what some of these teams have done in the offseason as far as addressing their issues, it only made the West tougher than it already was a year ago.
Yeah. Other than health, what's the biggest key for Zion to take that next step in his game?
I'm going to be honest with you. Health is it.
Okay.
Health is it. Like we can talk about little things. We can talk about extending the range and that sort of stuff. But right now, there's not a player in the league that can guard Zion one-on-one. There's not a player in the league that can guard that man one-on-one. You know, I don't know if you guys watched the Starting Five, that Netflix, the Netflix issue. I mean, the Netflix documentary that's on the 5 NBA players. It's a point where LeBron is talking about Zion, and he speaks pretty accurately, and he talks about the beast that he is, and he's almost impossible to guard. So, yeah, we can talk about, well, you know what, you got to extend your range out to 15 to 17 feet, all that kind of stuff. I get that. The thing is, being available in the most impactful time of the year. Because last year, remember, he played 70 games.
Yeah, he did.
That was his career high. Played 70 games last year. But in the final game of the season, the regular season, which was the playing game versus the Lakers, he wasn't available in the postseason because of that hamstring. So think about it. Willie Green's been here now 3 years. They made the playoffs 2 of those 3 years, and Zion has yet to appear in the postseason. So I think, honestly, it's about health. That's the biggest thing. It's about being available consistently throughout the course of an NBA season.
Antonio Daniels, the voice you hear on the UMA guest line. You mentioned a handful of the teams that didn't make the playoffs last year, and you were making some good cases for what some of these teams did, that even, you know, Wembanyama could be the best player in the world in a couple of years, and some of the depth added to Houston and whatnot. What did you think of the Warriors offseason? Because, you know, they're going with a unique starting lineup that you're not going to see tonight or tomorrow because they're missing both Steph and Andrew Wiggins, at least for tonight's game. But in terms of how they went about this offseason, first couple of games, the Warriors have looked really, really deep. They're injured now, but how do you think they navigated this without landing a big star and losing Klay Thompson?
Well, number one, you can't just replace Klay Thompson, regardless as to what people think and how people feel about how he struggled toward the end of his time here. You don't replace a guy with that sort of resume and that sort of impact in the bag. You can't do it. But one way you can try and do it is to collectively add talent. And when you look at free agency, it's a lot of stars. Like Paul George was the biggest star in free agency. After Paul George, you're talking about a lot of role players that you need to kind of fill out your roster. What I think Golden State did, or what I would say that I like that Golden State did, they got guys whose skill set fits what they need. Golden State is about shooting, and we see that in the first few games. When a team gets up 53, that is the evolution of today's NBA. They are going to let that thing fly. 45 threes, 53, because when you look at the Boston Celtics, That's what they're doing. And everybody's kind of trying to copy what Boston is doing to a certain degree, and they understand the importance of that three-point line. This, I don't know how we talked about this on my Sirius XM show yesterday. I don't know how you can, if it's possible, to play 12 guys for an entire NBA season. I don't know if that's possible.
I don't see it
happening. Play this guy. No. Yeah, to play this guy 12 minutes, and play this guy 4 minutes, and play this guy 11 minutes. I don't know if that's possible or not. So, yes, they do have a deep team. And Steve Kerr has said this is the deepest team that he's felt like he's had. I'm just interested to see how this looks as the season starts to progress. Not in the first week of an NBA season, but in the first few months.
Yeah, I said if you win every game by 35, you can play 12 guys. I mean, no problem. But good luck with that. Please tell me you saw what Joe Mazzulla said regarding rule changes that he'd like to implement.
The part about fighting?
Yeah, fighting and a power play. It's like, what?
Okay, help me. What exactly was said?
He said that, he was talking about entertainment in the NBA, and he said instead of fouls, he'd like to see power plays. On take fouls, you have to stay in the backcourt for 5 seconds or 3 passes before you come across half court. And then he talked about, the entertainment value, how baseball has
benches clearing fights,
bench clearing fights.
Yeah.
There's fights in hockey. And he says, what's wrong with a scuffle or a dust-up in basketball? He goes, it's entertaining.
Okay.
And I thought to my man to say, we want fighting back in basketball?
I am not going to lie to you. The first two parts, maybe he was being tongue-in-cheek.
I hope so.
But the last part, I don't see an issue with that. Come on, Tom.
With what?
You know the era that you played in. You know the era you played in. I'm not saying that we need to go back to where Kurt Rambis is getting ring neck and his goggles are falling off. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you need to go back to the era where guys can swing on each other and fight, and then they're not even ejected. I do agree. There is nothing wrong with a dust-up because I feel like that's how rivalries are created. Like, you do, to a certain degree, want to go back to a time where everybody's not so friendly with each other. Back when AAU wasn't as prevalent as it is now, jersey swaps at the end of games. Like, sometimes you want there to be some dislike in these games. What's the biggest rivalry in today's NBA that's not geographically based?
I couldn't even tell you.
I couldn't tell you because it's about
Sixers,
players.
Celtics? I don't know.
Oh, but that's a rivalry because of Magic and Larry Bird. That's not a rivalry because of LeBron James and Jason Tatum.
No, I said Sixers and Celtics.
Oh, Sixers and
maybe.
Is that a rivalry?
I don't know. That's the best one I could think of. What do you want from me?
Yeah, right. That's my point. Getting a dust up, if you want to call it a dust, I'm not talking about where guys swing on each other. I'm not talking about that. But a dust up every now and again, like, okay, bring some energy to the game. I'm with that.
No, I'm with you. I like chippiness. I like when teams are chippy. Yeah. I like when they get after it. I like when a playoff series starts chippy because then it gives me a little more fuel to keep watching that series. And I'm totally with you. I'm tired of these guys exchanging jerseys at midcourt for the camera. If you want to exchange jerseys, do it in the locker room. You don't need to do it where everybody can see it. No one cares about your damn jerseys. I don't know why you need to be like, I don't need to see Julian Strother and Jet Holmgren exchanging. I know you played at Gonzaga together, right? It's like, bro, you were minus 23 tonight. I don't need to see you exchanging your jersey with somebody. Now, the funny part about it was a coach saying that. Hey, other sports fight. Maybe we should fight too. I'm like, bro.
I see a nerve has been touched here.
Oh, no, I know. Now you got me on the porch, Antonio. You got me on the porch. I'm going back to let me get all this stuff. These young kids are upsetting me. Hey, brother, have a good time in the city. Have a great call tomorrow, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to you down the road, man.
For sure. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Antonio. I
Good deal
appreciate
there,
it,
Antonio
man.
Daniels, friend of the show, and he'll be on the call tomorrow for the Pelicans on the Pelicans TV broadcast when they're here again for a back-to-back against the Warriors. That must be nice if you're like from New Orleans, coming to town, get to spend a few days in San Francisco, get in and hang out. His wife came out, national game tonight, so you get to just
I think Jim Peterson will probably do that when the T-Wolves play. They play back-to-back, but they go like Friday, Sunday, so they get a whole weekend. So his wife Tika sometimes comes out, and they
so
spend
Jim will be in studio with
the
us
weekend.
that week, right?
I could probably ask him. He might be in. He'll probably be staying in the city.
Well, Petey,
I'll ask him. I'll see if Pete wants to come on in. He can regale us with his golf game from Minnesota earlier this year when I was there.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
We played golf together.
You watched that Minnesota game too.
That's
the Vikings.
Yep.
Vikings and the Niners. Tough one. 99 yards from Justin Jefferson.
Yeah.
Tough deal for
we
the
had a
Niners.
great view for it too.
Yeah, right.
Ball was in the air forever.
Was that coming
I'm like, look
towards
at
you,
that.
was it?
No, it was going the other way.
Was it the other way?
Yeah,
So
they
you
were in
watched it
our
again?
end zone, and I go, man, that was a heave. Oh crap, he caught it.
Oh, damn, he's still going.
Oh, that's a bad angle.
That's a touchdown.
Oh, that's a touchdown.
Scored a touchdown. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you from Harmonic Brewing. Warriors and the Pelicans tonight, 7 o'clock tip over on TNT. And we can talk more about this one when we come on back. And Steve Kerr joined us yesterday and did mention to us that he was going to be without DeAnthony Melton and Steph Curry for the next 2 games. Then we found out today also Andrew Wiggins out. Could be back tomorrow, though. We'll talk more about this one next, only here on the Sports Leader. Kyle Shanahan joins Tom and myself today at 4:50. Listen to the last media appearance before the bye week right here on KNBR, your home of 49er football for the last 20 seasons, the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And Steve, we get to your help with a whole lot of tax issues, but one of the most common ones is having unfiled tax returns. How do you deal with that?
It's extremely common, and everybody thinks they're alone. So many times a client will say to me, Steve, did you ever do a case like this before? And the answer is yes. Literally thousands and thousands over the years. A lot of people don't file returns. Most common reason is people just don't have the money to pay them, so they make a mistake and they don't file them. No problem. We'll make a deal for you and get you out of this. Or people don't have their records. No problem. We'll get all the records the IRS has on you. Or their records are in a mess. No problem. Our bookkeeping department can put them together. Or if you say, well, you've done your own bookkeeping, but you're not quite sure of a few things, we can clean it up for you. The bottom line is there's no good reason not to file the return, no matter how much you think you owe. We want to make a deal. Don't wait until one of these newly hired IRS agents comes knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. Let us take over. The only thing you have to do is call for our free consultation. Say, hey, Steve, get me out of this mess.
Steve can help you with all your tax needs. 1-888-TAX-DEAL is the number to call, or you can find him online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
You best be ready, because Mr. T is gonna you up.
Well, if you hear this music, you know that this is the classic NBA on TNT theme.
Thank you.
There you go.
Kind of sounded like college football to me.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah.
Well,
We had talked a little Texas State, Louisiana.
to be fair to Tim, we were going to talk college football, but then I teased Warriors because Derek on my sheet did this.
Oh, okay.
He crossed out with his foot, put that X over the college football, and then said Warriors.
Oh, college football recap to Warriors. Okay.
So we'll do both.
It's funny that Derek hates college football, but he went to Texas. Maybe he didn't go there.
Maybe that's why he hates college
football. Oh, he went to ASU. That's why. He went to ASU. That's why he hates college
Texas
football.
sucks. Yeah. Quinn Ewers. More like Quinn P. Ewers, huh? Am I right? Yeah. Tim, way to be on top of it with the NBA theme, Tim. Thanks for paying attention to my teas.
Just tell me what we're doing.
We're talking Dubs. I'm making an executive decision here, saying we're talking Warriors. Steve Kerr joined us yesterday. He confirmed that both Steph Curry and Anthony Melton are out for the next 2 games. Did add Andrew Wiggins would likely miss tonight's game, and he is ruled out now with a back strain, and he could return tomorrow, so not super serious, especially on a back-to-back. You want to make sure he's all right. A couple of extra days off there before you hit the road trip. So who plays the 1 of the 2 tonight? Steve told us yesterday likely it's going to be Podziemski taking a bulk of the 1 spot, and I did think about this earlier. Maybe they would go Buddy Hield. You mentioned maybe Buddy Hield would be the starter.
Yep.
You do need some more scoring now. Steph's not there, and Hield's supposed to help with that when he comes off the bench, but Steph's not out there. You'd like somebody to be able to fill it up a bit. You can't rely just on Trace Jackson Davis and Podziemski and Draymond, especially without Andrew Wiggins, who had a great game on Sunday in place of Steph in terms of being the lead scorer. Here's what Steve Kerr said yesterday about who handles the point guard with 3 guards out.
Well, I mean, Brandon Podziemski will take over a lot of that, the responsibility there. Kyle Anderson is a great point forward, so he'll handle the ball some. Draymond obviously loves handling the ball. So some combination of those guys. We'll need Buddy shooting, Moses is shooting, given all the what we're going to miss with the 3 guards out. So it's, it'll be be interesting, but I'm excited to play these guys because they can play and they've been waiting for their opportunities, and I'm excited to give them those opportunities.
I was thinking about this when he said that yesterday to us. While he was talking, I was going, can you imagine like 10, 15 years ago, your 3 guards are out and you're going, we'll just play 2 power forwards at the 1.
Yep.
That's our backup. It's just the way it's positionless basketball.
That's the league now.
It is. It's
That's
the way it goes.
league. And I mean, they're lucky to have 2 of those guys that can do that from a 4 position, and in some situations play the 5.
Sure.
That's kind of why I'm leaning toward Moody starting tonight. Is just he wants to get more shooting out there, get Buddy Hield out there, get Moody out there. You're gonna have Trace Jackson and Draymond already out there. And then Podziemski, who hasn't shot the ball well. He can, but he hasn't shot the ball that well early on. So this is exactly where the depth should pay dividends, right? It's not necessarily on a game-to-game basis, although it's nice to have 12 guys that can play, although I still don't know how that's going to work. I still have my doubts about whether they can have a 12-man rotation when they're all healthy. But when guys get hurt, ideally, you want guys to be able to replace them and at least be able to run the offense and play, if not competent basketball, a little bit better than competent basketball. Like, you're not going to have another Steph. You're not going to have another Wiggins. But that's okay. And Moody can get out there and do his thing, and he can be an asset. Podziemski can get out there and do his thing. He can be an asset. And when Steph goes down, other guys got to pick it up a little bit more. Few more minutes for Buddy Hield. And I still love him coming off the bench in that role. I don't know if this is too big a role for him where it could be a volume scoring night for him where he scores 25, but it's on 25, 26 shots. So we'll see. But this is ideally where your depth comes into play. Where let's say you have two of your main guys injured in 15 games this year, just to pick a number. And instead of going 5-10 in those games, you go 10-5 in those games because you have depth. This is where that should come into play.
What do you think of how it plays out tonight? I mean, they're banged up. You mentioned DeJounte Murray being out now.
Yeah, Murray's out. I think Murphy is out.
He had hand surgery after a broken hand. Is that what it was?
Yeah, fractured hand.
So how do you see going tonight and tomorrow? I mean, I don't know what these two games tell you about anything except that what you're saying, you're putting your depth to the test. Warriors come in as a 1.5 underdog. I got to tell you, I kind of like it.
Yep.
I took it.
Did
That's
you?
how much I like it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that. I haven't had a chance. I watched a little bit of the Blazers-Pelicans game last time. They still got McCollum. McCollum's still a very good off guard. He seems to play well against the Warriors. Of course, Ingram and Zion. They got Tice, the center that was for the Celtics for a while. And every time Tice play, I feel obligated to say, Tice is nice, just for the heck of it.
Tice is nice.
Now, they do have Herb Jones, who's a fantastic all-around player.
Yep.
And a guy that people saw maybe a little bit last year, Jordan Hawkins out of UConn. If this guy gets going, man, he can shoot the lights out. I mean, he can flat out shoot it. But really what it's going to be to me is stopping Zion. Do you have someone that can stop Zion and can when Kuminga's in the game? Because Kuminga, to me, is the guy that should match up against Ingram. The length, the athleticism. He's the guy that should be able to match up against him. Can he nullify him to a certain extent? And not that he's going to keep his points completely down, but can he make him inefficient points? Probably have Draymond, I would think, on Zion, unless you want to put Trace Jackson-Davis on him and have Draymond come off and help. Now, I'm looking at the starting lineup right now. Ingram, Williamson, Tice, McCollum, Herb Jones. I guess you could put him on if you wanted to put Draymond on Herb Jones and have him help off Herb Jones, because you can't do it off McCollum, you can't do it off Ingram, and Zion, you can't help off. Tice, maybe, if you want to switch that, I'm not sure. But I would imagine it's going to be up and down. I mean, they're going to be going. And can the Warriors get good shots? Can they get quality shots? Do they have enough shot creators? Even though Wiggins isn't a shot creator for others, he can create a shot for himself.
Did he have 29 on Friday? Or on Sunday?
Yeah, but I mean, he was out of his skull.
Yeah.
He was 11 for 15, I think. He didn't miss shots that game. He was incredible. Yeah. And Steph is one of the great shot creators of his generation. I mean, he's just an incredible shot creator. So this is really where you got to let the offense work. Let the offense work and let that work for you and get you shots, because they really don't have a lot of guys on the team that are going to create shots for themselves. They may be able to create for others. Podziemski can create for others a little bit. Draymond can, but they're going to back off of him and force him to shoot. The same with Kyle Anderson. He can create for others, but no one's really pressing up on him. So get out in transition. Try to score as much as you can in transition, so you don't got to run your half-court offense without Wiggins, Melton, and Steph.
7 o'clock tip tonight from Chase Center, where we are right outside of Live at Harmonic Brewing. Derek's slamming a quesadilla now is what he's getting after, dude. No beer for Derek. Just
that may be good. I'm going to have to look into that.
Let's see what that, dude.
I'm going to have to look into that quesadilla. Why is he hiding it from
I don't know, because I don't know. You hear what Derek did. I mean, I may as well tell the audience. They came over, they offered us food, and he's just like, no, I'm good. I'll take mine, and then that was it. They're like, we can bring out a bunch of food for everybody. He said, no, just me is good. And now he's got a quesadilla, and Tom and I are sitting here empty-handed. We got to go, Derek. Don't worry about picking up the mic. Tolbert and Copes with you live from Harmonic Brewing right outside of Chase Center. Don't touch it, dude. Don't touch anything. You can't stop. You don't get to talk. We got to go. We have to go, dude. You want us to be on the clock, don't you? We got things we have to attend to, like talking about what are the biggest things you want to see from the 49ers as they come off of the bye. We'll talk about that next before Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers, joins us at 4:50.
Yeah, let's get to that. We only got 9 days to get to that one.
Only 9 days to get to that one, yeah. Let's do it now because Derek's got a quesadilla to eat. We'll do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Hey, everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Shut up, Tim. Come down there and punch you in the forehead. We don't even have HR. What are they going to do? Nothing. You're going to be like a little defenseless baby. Anyway, I do have I do have Xfinity, and I do have tons of devices. I got them all. I got the tablet, the phones, the TVs, the computers, and guess what? Someone in the house is always using just about every one of them. They could be streaming, they could be gaming, could be working, could be schooling, whatever they're doing. Everyone wants the same high-quality, blazing fast, reliable Wi-Fi, and they get it because we have Xfinity. Xfinity has engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of devices. So whatever you have, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Now I'll stop there. You can have that many. It won't matter. You don't have enough for it to be a problem. Everyone's going to get blazing fast Wi-Fi, and it's going to be reliable. What I'm saying is everyone will have the same Wi-Fi. And now through December 31st, get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 12 months with Peacock Premium, a $7.99 a month value, or $7.99 monthly value if you prefer. And that's included at no extra cost when you add unlimited mobile. Or lock in your internet price for 2 years for just $5 more a month with a 1-year contract. Early termination fees apply. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it. And then some. Call, click, or visit a store today. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay a stored bank account. Taxes, fees, extra gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet after promo. Regular internet rates apply. Currently $96 a month. Actual speeds vary. You love sports. You love high def. You love blazing fast, reliable Wi-Fi that everyone in the house gets. You will love Xfinity.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Donut.
Is that the college football sound?
If you notice, this is the NBC, the TNT basketball music coming. Did you play the?
Yeah, I don't remember that. Yeah, no, I don't remember that.
No. Biggest things you want to see from the 49ers off of the bye as we get ready for Kyle Shanahan to join us coming up here in about 15 minutes or so. He'll join us at 4:50. Get his thoughts on where they are into the bye week. And by the way, I said this at the top of the show. We should just make note of it again. Really tragically sad stuff that happened that we found out about. Excuse me, which Charvarius Ward, cornerback for the 49ers. His 1-year-old daughter tragically passed away I guess in the last day or so. She was having a procedure, I think, and lost her life. The 49ers put out a statement saying the 49ers family is devastated by the sudden passing of Charvarius Ward's beloved 1-year-old daughter, Amani Joy. Amani truly embodied pure happiness and brought joy to all those around her. With her sweet demeanor and contagious laugh, we'll continue to grieve with Charvarius and Monique while sending them our love and support during this unimaginable time. I've said this before to you, Tom. One of the most unique things to me about getting to work in sports, being the mega sports fanatic I was growing up, is everybody's these big sort of mythological people to you, right? Especially athletes. When you're a kid, they seem bigger. They are bigger. Basketball players, football players. And when you get to be around them and you realize some of these guys are so young, too. I mean, I'm to the age now where if I, like, at my age at 35, that's an old pro athlete or an aging pro athlete, right? You're near the back nine of your career. But getting to know these guys or getting to meet these guys and seeing what normal and cool people they are. I mean, Delaney Walker, getting to spend like 25 minutes with him this weekend doing the 49er pregame. That's a guy I grew up watching and loved Delaney Walker. And again, a normal guy. And I think we forget that just because of the careers these guys have. But this is one of the most tragic human things somebody could ever have to go through. And again, I'm not a father. My sister's got a daughter now, and she's 2 years old. And I just think about how horrible this must be to go through. And I'm imagining that she had health issues or something prior to this. Our thoughts are with them, I think, tremendously. And I'm grateful. I mean, we think about where the Niners are in the bye and trying to get guys healthy, but I'm grateful for him to have some time off to be able to try to mourn and grieve some of this stuff, man.
It's brutal. It really is when you find out about that. I know it's said a lot, but it's true. It does put things in perspective.
Yeah.
Because look, football is really important. It's their jobs. They get paid handsomely to do it and do it well. And our jobs are important. But when life comes up, it's just, I mean, it supersedes it all. It just does. And the first thing I thought of was that. Like, I was heartbroken for him and the family. And then I thought, we were talking a couple of weeks ago about him not playing well. Why wasn't playing well? What's this is the kind of stuff I'm talking about. Not this in particular, but you never know what's going on in somebody's life.
Yeah, man.
What they're dealing with. They're human beings. I mean, they have issues just like we have issues. Just because they're pro athletes doesn't mean they don't have the same issues that we have. Like, everyone could have, whether it be personal issues, monetary issues, health issues, family issues, like something going on with your family and stuff. Like, you don't know what's going on with these guys. And when somebody's playing bad, we can only critique them on how they're playing on the field. But I always wonder that. Just like, I wonder if everything's going okay behind the scenes, because that's just something you never know. And you always kind of have to keep in mind, at least I try to keep in mind, when somebody's playing poorly for no reason. Like, Charvarius Ward was really good last year, and he's really struggled this year. Like, if your mind's not in it, your mind's at home, that kind of stuff can happen. When your focus isn't there. Yeah. You're right. The exhaustion factor is not to be mitigated. So, yeah, that's just tough. And you're right. I'm glad he has a week or so off where he can go and kind of be with his family and mourn and deal with it the best they can, because it breaks your heart when you lose a kid and lose someone that young. That's tough.
Yeah, so he'll, obviously take this time with his family, and we're thinking about him, and
yep.
I don't really care about what the timetable is for when he decides to come back.
Yeah, whenever.
For he and his wife, that's, you take whatever time you need for Charvarius Ward. I don't mean to be insensitive and switching to some on-field stuff here, but we're in the bye week. Kyle Shanahan going to join us. You talked to him earlier today. We'll play it for you in about 15 minutes or so. But as it stands today, we are 1 week exactly away from the NFL trade deadline. Kyle told us a week ago that he doesn't expect the 49ers to enter the wide receiver sweepstakes for a trade. I would even echo that, I think, a little bit louder after what we saw this past weekend. Juwan Jennings are expecting to get back. Deebo Samuel, not with any serious injury, they don't believe, oblique, which is something that can linger, and also the rib injury. But then Ricky Pearsall, too. I'd imagine even after losing Brandon Ayuk, that based on what we saw this past weekend, the reinforcements that they plan to be getting, hope to be getting, and if you get McCaffrey, there's another receiver for you right there, right? A guy who can catch the ball out of the backfield. I would still sort of feel like they're probably not in on any receiver sweepstakes, and I don't know if there's anybody that's a game changer for them anyway right now that they would add.
Yeah, I was thinking Deontay Johnson was maybe a guy who went to the Ravens today, So, yeah, I agree. You get Jennings back and Deebo, and I think you made the point that, Pearsall looked good last night or Sunday night. So that gives you a third guy.
I got to pause real quick again.
Is he going Michael Jackson
We told
now?
you earlier, PK Subban was dressed as a mime.
Dude, now he's just like...
Dude, now he's with Messi.
Who is he? Who is he, Greg Papa?
He's either Eddie Murphy or he's Michael Jackson. I can't tell. Is he Eddie Murphy
or he's
Raw?
Papa.
Or is he...
Changing outfits
He's changing
every
outfits
break.
for the segment, dude. Yeah, he's Michael
Every
Jackson
break.
Thriller, yeah.
That's great.
Hey, Derek, you got some quesadilla on your cheek. There you go.
No, you don't. No, he does.
No, you don't.
Oh, you do. Yeah.
Anyway, back to the trade deadline.
Yeah, let's get back. No, I don't think. I still think if it's anything, it's defensive line help.
Yep.
But really, I mean, I'm hoping.
A D-tackle is really what I'm
Yeah.
looking at. It's interior.
Yeah, and he did mention during the interview Yetur Gross-Matos
coming back.
Yeah, and kind of where he's at. So that's another guy on that defensive line. I again, and I said it yesterday, what I want to see from him, I mean, just tighten things up a little bit, right? Just defensively, tighten things up. Special teams, tighten things up. Like they did it against the Cowboys. Keep doing it. Go from like the 31st unit in the league to like the 25th, 26th. Just make strides. Be better. As Sean Payton says, be better. That was pretty funny. I don't know if you guys heard that. The Panthers
Yes.
that thought he was running up the score told we're getting on Sean Payton at the end of the game, and he said, "Be better."
Because J.C. Horn came after him.
That's
because
hilarious.
They were only up 20. I think they were up 28-7 or 28-14.
Yeah, it wasn't that big a
They were
deal.
not big, but they went for it. And they did like a fake kick, and
Yeah.
they went for it late. And then at one point, by the way, I think after that, the next day, Sean Payton was talking to the media. And they asked him how the defense played. And he goes, "Yeah, they played well. I like the way the offense executed." But he goes, "Truth be told, and these are just the facts. That wasn't a good offense we were playing. They weren't a good offense, just the facts." I was like, "Jeez, all right, dude."
That's rough.
The put down.
He still thinks he's part of the media. Just cracking the Panthers.
For all the coach speak we get from guys, that was the opposite of coach speak.
Yeah. But just be better defensively.
Yeah.
Like, be better stopping the run. And really, if you want to just go two of the biggest stats, one is be better in the red zone. You should be.
I know where your other
if
one is.
McCaffrey's going back, and the other one's third downs.
Defensive third downs.
Get off the field.
Yep.
Get off the damn field. I mean, that just kills your morale when over and over and over and over again they're converting on third downs. And I think a lot of that ties in with stopping the run, too. I haven't broken down far enough to know what it looks like in terms of what are the third downs they're facing. Third and fours, third and threes, or the third and eights, third and nines, I'm not really sure. But obviously you win on first down, it's easier to win on third down. But just those are the two big ones.
Yeah.
Finish in the red zone with touchdowns and get off the field more often on third down.
By the way, Niner fans, and you mentioned like D-tackle or linebacker even, but probably D-tackle somewhere where they need to be going. A lot of fans lately, dude, Niner fans will not let go of DeForest Buckner. It's over. He got traded.
How long's it been?
I mean,
5 years, 4 years?
You figure they went through a whole window of Javon Kinlaw, right, who they got the first-round pick for.
Yep.
So, and they didn't pick up a fifth-year option on him. So was Kinlaw here for 4 seasons, which means this would be year 5 of not having Buckner.
Yep.
Maybe it would make 6, 4, or it makes sense, 4 or 5 years, something like that. He's not a free agent until 2026. You know how expensive that's going to be? You're not like I don't think this is where they're going, considering the price tag on the roster already. That's not a guy that they would be in the running for. That said, the guys that they have gotten in the last couple of years, they swung the last 2 biggest trade line deals. The Niners did. Trade deadline deals are 2 of the biggest. McCaffrey, obviously, and then Chase Young. And I think people forget it because he wasn't majorly impactful last year. Chase Young was a big name. Wasn't he a number 1 pick or number 2 pick at one point in the draft
2.
just a couple of years ago? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this is the other expectation I anticipate John Lynch saying in the next week or so. You know, getting McCaffrey back was like, picking up a player in a trade. You already did that 2 years ago. We expected him to be there.
We're getting him back again.
We're getting him back again. We got another McCaffrey.
That's incredible.
We didn't get a second McCaffrey.
Look
we just
at the
got him
value
back.
we're getting for this guy. We're
but
getting him back at the trade deadline 2 years, 2 out of the last 3 years.
But this is it's also why I think offensively you're like, let's just wait and see what we have. There's no point, I think, in giving up any equity or draft capital to go try to get another offensive player.
Well, I haven't heard this name, and maybe it's for good reason. Maybe he's hurt. Maybe he's not playing well. I have no idea. But if you're going down that road, I don't know how Armstead's playing, but Jacksonville's probably selling off pieces, I would think. At some point, you're probably going to be able to get some of their players.
Somebody brought that up yesterday.
But I have no idea how he's playing or what his health is. Like, it's not like I follow the Jaguars that extensively. unless when I have them +4 against the Packers. Then I did follow them a little bit.
Follow them a little more intently than you normally would, yeah.
See if Trevor Lawrence could punch one in at the end of the game.
Eric Arm said I'll get you some notes on him in just a minute. But again, he signed a contract as well, right? I don't think it was massive, but he signed a contract there, so he's not a pending free agent. The name we keep seeing out there, and it's the one that I know John Dickinson's brought up and a couple other guys the last few days, Matt Mayoko, even DJ Jones.
Oh, yeah.
Former 49er who signed with Denver maybe 3 or 4 years ago, something like that. When he
Isn't
left.
that Leverage McLeverage?
Leverage McLeverage,
yeah. I think so, yeah.
Leverage McLeverage is DJ Jones. Dad's got the barbecue pit or whatever. He's always cooking for the team. But that's a guy who, pending free agent, knows the system, would be an awesome guy to plug right into the middle of the D-line and probably would not cost you as much. That said, the Broncos' defense is spectacular. Like, that's their calling card right now. And they're, like, in the hunt for a playoff spot.
They are.
Broncos are, yeah.
I mean, it's shocking.
They've impressed me.
It really is.
The defense is fun to watch.
Yeah, Payne's done a good job there. And
Bo Nix has been better than I
had
thought.
a heck of a year. Absolutely.
So, yeah, DJ
but that
Jones
wasn't a good defense they played.
No.
A good offense or defense. Panthers are brutal, man.
I saw a note yesterday, by the way. My buddy
Joe Mazzulla's got to be loving this.
Oh, dude, this hockey fight.
They're just showing hockey fights one after the other.
Because the fight just went down in the Rangers
yes, it did.
Caps game. By the way, I saw a note on the Panthers yesterday, and my buddy sent this to me. Did you know the Carolina Panthers have been underdogs? How many games in a row do you think they've been underdogs?
How many games in a row what?
Have the Carolina Panthers been underdogs?
Ooh, 16?
Oh, no. More than double that.
Really?
39 straight.
No way.
39 consecutive games they've been underdogs. I mean, that's got to go back to like when they gave up McCaffrey 2 years ago.
Holy cow.
Literally, that's probably around trade deadline time after they moved Christian McCaffrey 2 years ago. Right? If you figure 16 a season.
2 1/3 years?
Yeah.
Oh, gee.
That's pretty incredible, right?
Wow.
They're bad. Wow. They're really bad.
That wasn't even close.
I was like, how many times you lose on them last year? I just kept taking.
I know, it's brutal,
kept sinking
man.
money into the.
Just brutal.
Into the.
It was a sinkhole.
Yeah.
A Panther sinkhole. God, that was rough. But I'm off.
You're off the Panthers
I went
now.
to the Carolina Panther Betty Ford clinic during the offseason.
What did you say? There's a graveyard somewhere riddled with tickets of your
Browns
LSU.
Although I did have Browns. I did have the Browns against the Ravens this week, plus the 10.5.
Yeah, but you had the Giants.
I couldn't lay up that. I did have the Giants. That one lost. Danny Dimes fumble. But the Panthers, I knew I was cured of Panther fever when I didn't take them against the Raiders, because that was like the greatest spot to take the Panthers. The Raiders were coming off the win in Baltimore, right? Then coming back home. Probably celebrating a little bit. Just beat Baltimore.
Lost to the Panthers, didn't they?
We're playing the Panthers. Of course, we're going to beat the Panthers. We just beat the Ravens, and the number was like 4.5. It wasn't even that big. I was like, this is a perfect spot for the Raiders to Raider and lose to the Panthers. Go 1-1 in these 2 weeks, beat the Ravens, and lose to the Panthers. I go, that's such a Raider thing to do, but I didn't do it. I go, look, I'm sorry. I really want to take the Panthers. I'm not going to take them. I'm done with them. I'm not doing it anymore. They've killed me enough. They're not killing me anymore. So, yeah, I'm done with the Panthers, although I'm still kind of lingering with the Browns. But the only reason I took the Browns was Deshaun Watson was out.
Yeah.
I was like, you know what?
I'm back on.
They're going to get an upgrade with Jameis Winston. And they did. Jameis Winston was way better than Deshaun Watson was. Way better.
By the way, he's going to show up in the Sound Soiree a little bit later, Jameis Winston.
Famous Jameis was actually pretty good. He actually played well. And the team had some life.
Yeah.
That's what I was counting on. That's really the reason why I took them. One, that's a lot of points for a divisional dog. The Raiders covered that game, getting about the same amount of points against the Chiefs. But I took him. If Deshaun Watson would have been playing, I wouldn't have taken it. But I took him because I thought they were getting an upgrade in quarterback, and I thought the team would have some life. Like, oh, my God, look, we have a chance now. We don't got the cloud over our team. And they did, and they absolutely played like it. So they might be a viable dog moving forward. I may get Browns fever. I may be a member of the Dog Pound again. Let's go.
Browns fever, catch it.
Let's go.
They were swirling the toilet bowl is what I was saying.
Yes.
I stopped by just to see if they're still going in circles over there every once in a while.
I'm back in.
They look better.
I'm back in.
Looks like the toilet bowl has risen a little bit.
Live dog.
It's clogged now, and the water's coming back to the top. The Browns are rising to the top. Adam
Let's
Copeland,
go.
Tom Tolbert with you from Harmonic Brewing. Warriors at 7 o'clock tonight here at Chase Center, taking on the Pelicans, a TNT game tonight. And I think the other TNT game just tipped off. Dallas at Minnesota this evening is underway into the first quarter. World Series game 4 is kicking off at about 5:08. You can hear it over on KNBR 1050 if you want to check out what's going on with the dog-ass Dodgers. Yeah, I said it. I know. By the way, Eric Armstead on the season has played all 8 games. He's only got 1 sack on the year. It came back in week 1 of the season. He's only got 2 tackles for losses, so 2 QB hits on the year. One of them was that sack in week 1. So he's not having a huge year. So we'll see what happens.
Okay.
Kyle Shanahan, head coach of the 49ers, joins us every week throughout the season. Tom had a conversation with him earlier, and we'll play it for you next, only here on The Sports Leader. Tobin and Copes are live from Harmonic today. Come by and say what's up. We're at Thrive City before the Warriors take on the Pelicans. We'll be back in 2 weeks ahead of Klay Thompson's return right here on The Sports Leader. Thank you so much. See you. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. That's right, Underdog is the place to play if you're a sports fan looking to win money while watching sports. With over 5 million happy players and $2 billion won, Underdog makes it fun and easy to cash in on all your favorite athletes' performances. You can make a play with only $1, or you can go big. With their pick'em game, you can win up to 1,000 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on player stats like passing yards, touchdowns, three-pointers, double-doubles, and more. Underdog puts the power to cash out in your hands. Now, you can either keep riding with your entry or tap the Win Now button and cash out whenever you want. With Underdog's double flex option, you can even take 2 L's and still have your entry be a victory. You can take home a little bit of money. So lots of ways to play on Underdog Fantasy. This season, Underdog will be running a special promo or bonus almost every single day, like Profit Boost, where you can pump up your winnings with just a tap, and you can apply the boost to eligible entries. There's discounts. You'll get adjusted projections on certain player stats to give you a better shot at a big W, and free picks. They're basically a sure thing. A player has to just get higher or lower than 0.5 rebounds, points, receptions, whatever it may be for that pick to win. Plus, all new users are going to get a free pick. Download the app and sign up with promo code KNBR and deposit now to get $1,000 in bonus cash instantly. Again, that's promo code KNBR. Must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Faithful to him, it's not just a team, it's family.
I appreciate everyone in here. Love you guys.
Yes, sir! Here's the head coach of your 49ers, Kyle Shanahan.
You got a chance to do something this year, man.
With Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Copes and Tolbert with you. It's time for our weekly conversation with the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, as they get ready for their bye week, sitting at 4-4, and the NFC West is kind of sitting there for someone to take, and we talk to the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan now. Kyle, what's going on?
Not much, man. How you doing?
Doing good. I did want to pass along my condolences and the rest of KNBR's condolences for the loss of Mooney Ward and his family. I know they lost their daughter today, 2 years old, and I just, again, it's a cliche, but it really does kind of put everything in perspective when you find out what someone is dealing with, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it's it's kind of anyone who has a kid. It's once you have a kid, you don't realize it till you have one. But the day you have it, it becomes your biggest fear in life. And to watch it happen to someone we're so close to, and I just remember talking to Mooney when he had his daughter Imani 2 years ago, and how excited he was, and to have to talk to him yesterday through this tragic. She was at the game and everything, and he put her to bed Sunday night and woke up Monday morning and it was over. And just to it's everyone's biggest fears, but just to hear it happen to someone is crushing and devastating as it gets, and there really aren't words for it. You got to be there for someone as much as you can be, and just help them as much as you can.
Just heartbreaking. It's just absolutely heartbreaking. All right, I'll make the impossible left turn into sports here because, like I said, it does put everything into perspective, but it is important, and you guys are in a battle right now in the NFC West, 4-4, along with Arizona. How you feeling right now about where the team's at? All the stuff you fought through with the injuries, some games that you should have won that you didn't win, and you've gone through it. Here you are at 4-4, second half of the season kind of staring you in the face. How you feeling about where the team's at health-wise, and kind of where the team's at kind of headspace-wise as you guys head forward?
I think we're in a good spot. We've been battling each week, and that's usually what an NFL season's like. You got to try truly find your identity as the year goes, become whatever that team is that year. We've had lots of guys here from the past, and we've had lots of good seasons here in the last few years. And you want everything to go similar to that and finish it off with the last one. But none of that stuff really pertains to this year. And you got guys who've been through some experiences together, but we're going through it this year with this team. And we sit here at 4-4, which makes me feel a lot better than I did a week ago. Going into this bye week at 3-5, wouldn't have been by any means the end of anything, but going at 4-4 is a lot more positive. Just went into that game and feeling like we're going to get some guys back, but more importantly, feeling like we accomplished some things last week. There were similar issues in some ways, just giving up those big plays at the end, not being able to finish with the ball. Yeah. There were a couple of series before on offense. I thought the special teams, although not perfect, they took a big step in the right direction. And I was kind of talking about the team today that I shared them our record that it's been at the end of the bye week the last 3 years, and when you look at that, I don't have it in front of me, so it could be one off or two, but I think it was 4-4, it was 3-5, or 4-5, and another 4-4 one, and we're sitting here, or 3-4, and we're sitting here at 4-4. So it's really not much different than these past years have been, which I keep trying to tell the guys that has nothing to do with past years. That's not going to affect this year. But knowing that you've gone through stuff like that, or people in this room have been a part of it, you truly understand that it's possible and what it takes to do that, and what changed after those bye weeks. And you looked at our records after those bye weeks, and I think they were like 7-3, 9-0, and then I want to say 7-2. It was something crazy like that. And it's like, was that what happened in those? And it's you go through the beginning of a year and you become a team through the good and the bad, and sometimes going through some adversities is really what builds you. And we've been through a number of that this year, and I feel like we did find a little bit of a different edge last week, and not in terms of playing harder. I don't question our guys and how hard they play, how important it is to them as individuals and stuff, but it's finding that collective energy of how important every little moment is. And I'm talking about Monday all the way up to kickoff, and the preparation and every step and walkthrough, just to be so deliberate in what you do, and to really have that urgency and that desperation on how every single game, no matter what it is, primetime, division, the first game of the year, the last game of the year, but to have that true, to be truly desperate to where you're giving it everything you have and you can't think about anything else. That's what it takes to find an edge in this league. And if you don't find an edge like that, that's truly genuine, it's such a fine line on how you win and lose games. And I think that's something we've found year in and year out. And I thought we did a better job of finding that towards the end of last week in practice. And I think it carried over to the game, and it didn't solve all the issues, but it had a team battle through and overcome some of those issues. And I think that's the step in the right direction, because if we don't find that urgency and have that true passion, not just as individuals, but collectively as a team, then you can't go on runs like we have in the past. And I feel we're getting closer to that, and which will make us a better team. And then hopefully we'll have a little bit better luck in a few guys back here who always make it easier to win.
Yeah, special teams are like officials to me. If I don't notice you, I assume you did a pretty good job. And that's all I care about. Just I don't want to notice you. I just do your job, and let's get on with the game. You mentioned the injuries. Just kind of give us an update on kind of where we are with the guys that may be coming back, may need a few more weeks. I usually don't ask about that stuff because I always think when they're there, they're there. I'll talk about them when they show up. But now that we're going into the bye week halfway through the season, what are some of the injury updates on McCaffrey, Dre Greenlaw, Hufanga, anybody else that you might want to mention?
Yeah, and I think that's a little harder. I wish you and I were just having a drink together and we could just talk through openly all these injuries. But I know they'll be tweeted out as soon as I mention them. That'll be the timetable, and that it is. I don't care about being wrong on it. It's more the pressure it puts on players. This is a huge week for all these guys. They got to rehab hard every day. They don't get away. They got to make sure that they can push it as hard as they can, not have any setbacks the next day, and everything be on track. So then we can open up some windows, and so that's where the big ones with Christian, and we hope it does go that way. And it's been trending that way, and it's been ever since we shut him down and gone through these real slow steps. It's getting there. He hasn't had a setback, and hopefully he has a real good week, and we can get him into practice next week, which obviously would be huge for us. And I think Dre is getting close. I don't want to put a timetable on it. I'd probably be surprised right after the bye week. But I do think after that it'll be close to being week to week, which means if everything goes right, that'll be a sooner week than later week for whatever diagnosis that is. And I don't know if Etor has a chance after the bye week. But I think similar that if he's not ready for that, it'll be week to week after that, and hopefully at least by Seattle. That's what we're hoping for. Same with Huff. We're going to see how that goes. He's, we'll maybe have to play with a cast on and stuff if he came back. But from a medical standpoint, I think it can heal with that. But we got to see. It's asking a player to play with a cast. That can be a very tough situation for the player, and so we'd have to feel how comfortable he was with that to know how it'll go. And you look at guys like Hargrave, who could be a possible playoff guy, which is way down the line. But in Juwan, it was big not having Juwan last week, especially with BA going down. So I'd be very surprised if Juwan wasn't good to go Monday when we come back. So that would be a big one too. So, you got guys like Kevin Givens who are close, missed last week, who could possibly miss this week after the bye. But hopefully these guys have a good bye week and we come back, they're feeling great, and they can join this team.
talking to the head coach of the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan. We do it once a week. Hell, just think if he could wear that club during the 70s and 80s, he could just wreck dudes with that thing.
Oh, there's no issue.
They use those. They use those as weapons back in the 70s and 80s, and nobody cared. I love watching the old tapes, like the Raiders, Steelers. I mean, literally, the Raiders should have been put in jail for what they did to Lynn Swann. It was a totally different game back then. I don't know if you love watching them as much as I do, but I was watching the old playoff game between the Colts and the Raiders, and it's just. I love the old stuff is great. The fields are ridiculously awful. They're not using Scott's Turf Builder, apparently. They have seats right next to the end zone where fans are just standing in the end. I mean, it's just a whole different sport, isn't it?
Oh, it really is. It was so fun. I think it was last year during the playoffs. I started showing our team an early 1980s game. And just the players are just in awe, like guys pulling around the corner, and there's 8 guys going at each other's legs.
Yeah.
I mean, just front side, back side, the most awkward positions ever, and people just can't believe it. Their shoulder pads are bigger than almost anybody's bodies right now.
Yep.
It's just a totally different deal, and it's amazing. You're a product of your environment, and so back then you're kind of just used to it. It's not a big deal, and now you go back and you watch it, and you're like, holy cow, that is different.
Yeah. Now you know why they had issues with the league at some point. It was the helmets they were wearing is it looks like they got that at Toys R Us. Wearing it during an NFL game. I did want to ask you about a couple plays during last game against the Cowboys because people were asking about it. I had my own explanation, but I'm not you, so they were curious about before the first field goal, the 3rd and 11 draw play that people thought was a little conservative. I had my own explanation, but what would you say about that one?
I think people could say it's conservative, so it's throwing a screen there. When you have 3rd or 10 plus, and you're hoping if they do a blitz or something and they want to be aggressive, that's great because then you have a chance to pick up that. If they don't, you're usually doing a lot of stuff to hopefully hit a check down for a 4-yard gain and risk getting a holding call that knocks you out of field goal range. We did it earlier in the game. We were right there on the fringe, and I think it was 3rd and 16 possibly, and I was hoping that they would blitz to get us out of there, and we actually called a sluggo, which is a slant and go double move on their corner, and they're just bailing out of there playing conservative, so you're kind of wasting it down, and we checked it down to George Kittle, and he got I think 6 yards, and we kicked a field goal. I was kind of predicting that they would do that there, which it gives you a good chance running the ball if you can execute a couple blocks. It's not just conceding. It's something that when you play conservative defense, it's tough to stop the run in that situation. But we missed a couple, which didn't give us a chance at the first down, but it guaranteed we got in range for a field goal, and the guy made the field goal, so I was really happy about it.
Yeah. And then the end of the game, the 3rd and 1, I think it was the second to last drive where you called it was a rollout, and I think it might have been Debo that was coming across the formation, and he wasn't open. Brock got it tipped. The guy dropped it. It looked like he was upset that somebody didn't do something, and people were wondering why not run there. And I was like, well, there was a 6-man front, and you guys did it right before that and got stuffed for no gain. So that, to me, was fairly obvious. It's hard to run against a 6-man front when they're going to stick too many guys up there, but was Brock upset at something in particular? Was there somebody that should have stopped or moved sideways or did something that he didn't like?
Yeah, there was a couple of things into it. First of all, I think we scrambled to get it into 2nd and 1. We ran the ball in 2nd and 1, didn't get it.
Mm-hmm.
That was, I want to say, our 4th, 3rd, and short in the game, and we always have 2 calls called on those. Not always, but usually 2 calls in this situation, and trust me, one of them is a run. But when they put not 6 guys, when they put 9 guys up there, they're daring you to run it. Because that's what they're defending. And it's kind of how the game went. We had gone on a quarterback sneak on the 3 previous 3rd downs. We had 3rd and goal on the 2, and they didn't honor the sneak and the run, and we were able to get a quarterback sneak on 3rd and goal from the 2 the series before and get a touchdown out of it on a sneak, which is rare from the 2-yard line. And after we did that, they weren't going to let us do it again. So they played gaps defense. They put everybody in there, which means you can bring a receiver from one side to the other, where every corner's got to go chase him all the way across the field to guard him, which is essentially impossible for him to stop him for a 1-yard gain.
Yeah.
That's what we did. It usually is Debo, but Debo was out in the game at that time. So
that's right.
Ronnie Bell came in backing him up, and he had it, and he was all alone. But the guy guarding George Kittle came off and took him away. And when he did that, Brock turned to run and go. And when Brock turned to run and go, then Ronnie turned to block. And when Brock turned to run and go, the guy who was originally guarding Ronnie, which was Diggs, he had caught up, not to Ronnie, but to Brock. And so Brock couldn't run. So then Brock looked back to Ronnie, who had already started to block because of that's what he saw. And then Brock was wanting him to get open for a pass, but that was just more that he didn't have anywhere to go, and he was the frustration at the end of the play. But I totally get what Ronnie was doing, and I totally get what Brock was doing.
Got it, man. Sometimes the defense wins, as they say. I'm just curious how you felt about that game, because I was saying it's hard to win in sports. Like when you're playing pro sports, it's hard to win any game. So any game you're happy you won, you'd like to finish it out a little cleaner. I said it almost felt like a baseball game where you're up 6-1, but you got to bring in your closer to shut it down. You win 6-4, 6-5. You still won. You're happy, but you're like, it'd be nice to commit an error or something, and you'd like to close it out cleaner. How'd you feel? I mean, obviously, you guys didn't do a good enough job guarding CeeDee Lamb at the end of the game, but you won the game. Do you just say, hey, we won, that's great, that's awesome, or hey, we won the game, but there's still plenty of things we need to clean up if we want to get to where we want to go?
Oh, yeah, that's always. And it's,
sure.
It was fun during the game, and you think you got a chance to win pretty easily there at the end. And then we make a couple mistakes, and the other team gets right back in it, and that's stuff I'm kind of talking about that we got to continue to get better at. I was proud our guys overcame it and were able to finish it. But when we get there in that last situation, it's things that you got to do to win the game. We had a huge jet sweep with Ricky, up 10 points there in the fourth, got us all the way down there. And we got a big third down that had a couple mistakes on that third down, which I thought we would have been able to move the chains. And we didn't get to because of that, which costs about 2 more minutes and gives you no chance of a touchdown. So we kick a field goal to make it 13 points, which you should still feel pretty good with 13 points. And with only 3.5 minutes to go, whatever it was. And but I don't feel good when they score in 4 plays and go 70 yards in 4 plays, and it makes it that fast. So when you look into those 4 plays, it's kind of what happened on those 2. And we played some softer zone, trying to make them work for everything. And we had 2 routes in particular where our linebackers just took the cheese and jumped underneath stuff, so they were able to get explosives behind it. And then the next 2 plays, the ones where CeeDee got totally alone, we had 2 guys running into each other, which picked him and got him open on one. And the other one, when you're going no huddle and half the side makes one call, and then they communicated the wrong to the other. So we got one side playing zone, another playing man, and so it was one huge bust right there that got them all alone. So you got 2 guys jumping, and then you got 2 mistakes, and that's what happens. They got the right deal on when that did, and 2 guys get open uncontested, and just like that, it's a 6-point game with 3 minutes to go. Stuff's real.
That's okay.
And now it's real. Now you got to play football. So there's 3 minutes, and they got 3 timeouts left, which does not mean just run the clock out. It means you better get first downs, or this ball's going right back to them. And we got a scramble on first down, and then on the second down, it's 2nd and 3. We got another run, but they load everyone up, and just very similar to they did in the short yardage. So we go to the pass play to kind of answer, and we got Ricky Pearsall open for a touchdown, big time. But their safety is on the line of scrimmage, does not hesitate, and gets right to Brock before he can get it off. And it was really a hell of a job by Brock just holding on to the ball and not fumbling it. And then but after that, you go into a 3rd and 11 or whatever it is, and we weren't able to convert the first down there. So kicking it back to the defense and having 3 minutes to go in the game, and Dak with the ball only down 6, that's a terrible feeling, especially when you know where it was about 2 minutes before that. But what I was proud of there is there was only 4 plays left, because our defense, even though they definitely cracked for a little bit with a couple mistakes on the drive before, they held them 4 plays in a row, made them go 4 and out. We gave it back to the offense, and the offense ran it all the way down to the 1-yard line and slid and did our favorite formation, which is victory formation. So it got close there with a couple mistakes. We were able to overcome it, so I was very proud of our guys for that. And going into this bye week at 4-4 feels a lot better than 3-5, but it's all about how we come back, and do we get better or worse? And I expect us to get better when we come back.
No doubt. And before I let you run, you anticipate anything happening between now and trade deadline?
I know John and his whole group upstairs are always looking into it. I'd be surprised if it did. But, if we ever find something that we think's going to help us this year and not hurt us for the future, we are always for that. I always hope that we can find something like that. But that's why you don't see it a lot of places, because the answer isn't always a good answer out there. It's just sometimes doing something to just do something, and we won't do that for that reason.
That's why I like beer. It's helpful now and not hurtful in the future. So
exactly.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm sticking with. Anything fun during the break? Does it all work for you, or do you get to go and kind of unplug for a couple days?
No, I spend these first few days hard, like yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and then I really try to unplug, spend some time with my family. When they were younger, we'd maybe go somewhere for a couple days, just to like a hotel to kind of post up in, just relax, do the pool stuff and everything. But they're getting too old now. They all got way too much stuff going on, so I get to see my daughter's volleyball game, get to see my son's football game. I was actually so pumped. It hit me that we have Halloween off, and I love dressing up and going around with the kids and no one knowing who you are and just having a mask on, and I love it. And so I was telling them how excited I was to go with them this year. And then my daughter who's a junior in high school looked at me, my son who's a freshman in high school looked at me, and they're like, Dad, we're not going out on Halloween. What do you think? And I was like, oh, dang. And then I looked to my sixth grader, and I was like, well, I still get to go with you, right? And she's like, Dad, that's kind of dorky for you to come with me. I'm going to be hang out. You can hang off in the distance. And I kind of got a face on me, and my older daughter actually felt bad for me. She's like, I'll go with you. I'm like, I don't need a pity party, guys. But I really would like to dress up and go trick-or-treating, but I guess we're going to have to think about having another one. So.
Yeah. Just for Halloween. Like, we need another one. I want to go out. I want to go out again.
Well, it's just for Halloween and once every 7 years when I have the bye week on that time.
That'll work out perfect. That's definitely a good enough reason. You just do what I do. Just get dressed up and hand out candy. That's
probably what I'll do.
Yeah, that's the extent of it. Now, I dress up in a scary costume. I sit in a chair, and I try to be as still as possible, and then I jump at kids when they come up to the door. So, that's about all I get out of it anymore. So, I got to get something out of it, though, because I'm like you. I love Halloween. I love dressing up, doing all that stuff. But my kids, although I do got the granddaughter now, so I may do that with the granddaughter, although she doesn't like me dressing up super scary. So, we'll see how it goes. Well, enjoy the bye week. Enjoy Halloween. Enjoy going to it'd be awesome just being able to experience and go to all the kids' sporting events, something coaches a lot of times miss out on. So that's the fun part about the bye week when it happens. So enjoy the bye week, and we'll look forward to talking to you again, Coach, at the on the other side.
All right, Tom. Appreciate it, dude. Talk to you later.
Thanks, Coach. Yep, absolutely. Appreciate it. All right, coming up more, Copes and Tolbert here on The Sports Leader.
Dominic Pooney, the Punisher. He joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss how he's adjusting to being an NFL pro. You can listen to that podcast, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
2-1. Here comes. Swing and a ball drilled. Right field. Curling back. Gone! Over the wall. Freddie Freeman. One more time. He's homered in 4 consecutive games in this World Series, and it is 2-0. You can't stop him.
Ugh. Yeah, you thought that was yesterday? It wasn't. That was like 5 minutes ago. Freddie Freeman, first at bat of Game 4. Dodgers already up 2-0. Who was on base? Did Ohtani walk to lead off again? It was a 2-run shot.
No, Betts doubled.
Betts doubled. So Betts doubles, then Freddie hits a 2-run shot. Dodgers up 2-0 now in the, what are we going, bottom 1 there? Off of Luis Gil, he hit
Same
that
as it was yesterday.
Same as it was yesterday. Dodgers going with a
Same
bullpen
as it
game.
ever was.
I almost feel like it's going to be more dangerous for the Yankees going against a Dodger bullpen game. How about that? Dodgers going to win a World Series with a bullpen game? If I,
just to make it better for you.
Just to stomp my beans into a paste.
Yep.
Into a
fine powder.
into a bean dip, maybe.
I thought it'd be funny to play I Love L.A. Tim decided not to.
Tim's upset
He didn't
about
think
it,
it'd be
too.
as funny. That's what happened. You're surrounded by diehard Giant fans.
We'll play it tomorrow,
They don't want to.
Once the Dodgers
Tim's like, no.
Yeah, we'll play it tomorrow, Tim.
Tim said no. No.
Ska Friday, I Love L.A. Wednesdays on Tolbert and Coast.
No. We don't need to go overboard. We don't need to go overboard.
No.
6 games in a row.
Going back to the last 2 with Atlanta.
Freaking games in a row. He's hit a home run in the World Series. I mean, that's lunacy is what it is. Well, at least they won't have a hard time voting for the MVP. That's pretty unanimous.
What's pretty incredible, too, is how much World Series experience they have on the roster, not just from the Dodgers, but it's like Mookie Betts has been to the World Series with the Dodgers. He also won one with the Red Sox, right? Back in 2013 or whatever.
Beat the Dodgers.
Beat the Dodgers. Was that No, that was 18. 2018, he wins one, and then he gets traded over to the Dodgers.
Yep.
Freddie Freeman won one with Atlanta and then signs with the Dodgers.
Yep.
Teoscar, no World Series experience.
Ohtani won one with the Angels.
That's right, Ohtani.
My mind's not even that fertile.
Ohtani, the
You kidding me?
WBC, yeah.
If I dreamt that they won a World Series with him, someone would wake up and slap me.
Yeah, I mean, this is 3 hits by the Dodgers in the top of the first.
Yep.
One of them's a 2-run homer by Freddie Freeman. So, again, he's having one of the hottest stretches and streaks in World Series history, 6 consecutive games. I said earlier, I think Daniel Murphy, of the Mets, one-time homered in 7 consecutive postseason games, and I think it carried into the LCS, but that wasn't World Series play. That was just maybe it was World Series play against the Royals in 15, but it wasn't.
Didn't Beltran do that too?
Beltran went nuts like that too.
7 was it? I don't know if it was 7 straight or 7 home runs.
I might have been 7
in the World Series or in the playoffs.
Because Bonds had like 6 or 7 in the playoffs.
Yep.
His World Series numbers in 2002 were incredible.
Insane.
And he hit a handful of home runs in that World Series in that postseason. But yeah, Beltran was nuts that year. Was it with the Astros?
I think so.
It was 2005. Beltran, Biggio, Berkman, Bagwell. Oh, Mookie Betts. Mookie Betts might have just got. Oh, dude, they're calling it an out. Sorry, incredible. It was a foul ball up the right field line. Mookie Betts goes over and jumps into the stands to try to make a play. Looks like he caught the ball. The Yankee fans grab Mookie's arm and glove and rip the ball out of it. The umpire came running up the foul line, calling it an out. It's pretty incredible. And Mookie it's funny too because the fans are arguing with the umpires, going, "No, dude, he reached into the stands. Look at this guy's trying to rip the glove off Mookie's hand. Look at, he pulls the glove out." It's one of the most incredible things I've ever seen. That's one of the most incredible. The fans here at Harmonic Brewing are cheering for the Yankee fan. Dude, at one point he's grabbing Mookie's glove, he pries it open, he pulls the ball out of it. It's pretty incredible. That's pretty incredible. This guy may have got himself ejected.
I mean, it's funny, but they could have hurt him. Could have hurt his shoulder.
Everybody's all right. Everybody's okay. I don't want Mookie to get hurt. I don't want anybody to get injured. But when Ohtani did
they how much did they pay for those tickets? They're gone.
Dude, those guys are ejected.
They're gone. I mean, they're going to be on TikTok, so they'll probably be happy. Or Instagram or whatever. They'll be happy, but they're gone. See ya. Thanks for coming. You get the last, 4 outs. You saw a home run. Get out of here. Beat it.
They're going to feel real good about that when the Yankees lose this game, though, and the Dodgers are celebrating. I said my only saving grace now is that the Dodgers are going to win the World Series and they don't get to celebrate it in LA.
That was funny, though. One guy held him up. The other guy reached in his glove and knocked the ball out.
Those are 2 wise guys right there, dude.
Well, you could be right.
I'd love to hear
love to hear
the Sterling call on that.
What security came
the ball
in?
popped out.
Security comes up and goes, "You're out of here." They go, "You think we are?"
They go, "No, have a nice
No, you're
enjoy the
good.
game."
Have a nice night. You want a cannoli?
Security brings them back some food, yeah. Leave the ball, take the cannoli.
Exactly.
Tolbert comes with it from Harmonic Brewing, where things still suck out in New York. Dodgers up 2-0 in the top of the first, in the bottom of the first inning. Aaron Judge at the plate. He'll likely strike out. We'll come on back. We'll get you the sound soiree. Anthony Richardson on why he signaled that he wanted to be taken out of the game for the Colts. He was exhausted. And now he's benched. Now they're going to go to Joe Flacco. Also, you got to hear what Jameis Winston had to say after the Browns beat the Ravens this weekend. And Trayvon Diggs checked in on Micah Parsons' podcast about whether or not they were out-coached by the 49ers.
And we have the Joe Mazzulla.
And we have the Joe Mazzulla sound about the changes he wants to see made to the rules in the NBA. The Warriors take on the Pelicans tonight at 7 on TNT. And we've got the sound soiree for you from Harmonic Brewing next, only here on the Sports Leader.
This is Tolbert & Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert & Cope's with you from Harmonic Brewing in San Francisco, right outside of Chase Center. We're just keep watching this replay of Mookie Betts having the ball ripped out of his glove by these two Yankee fans up the right field line. If you haven't had a chance to see it, some of the most unbelievable things I've seen a fan do in a baseball game or any sporting event. Two guys were trying to rip Mookie's glove off as the ball's like in his glove going over the fence. Then they argued with the umpires too.
That's wild. That is absolutely wild.
Mookie's trying to bring his right hand, his non-glove hand up to try to like pry the glove back, and the other fan grabs Mookie's wrist, like doesn't allow him to do it. Oh, it's unbelievable.
Oh man!
Let's get you the sound soiree. Some of the best sounds from across the sports world that you might have missed. As by the way, Luka Doncic just came down hard in that game against Minnesota over on TNT on a layup or jump shot attempt or pass attempt, I guess, and he's limping off the court at least momentarily. Let's get into a little bit of sound here. So the Colts this weekend, they move off, or I guess today, move off of Anthony Richardson, their second-year quarterback who got hurt last year and missed the remainder of the season. He's got a 50% career completion percentage. He's been awful. He's been really awful this year. You could probably go back to week 1, find a text from me to Derek going like, dude, Anthony Richardson looked kind of sick after he threw that deep ball, that bomb. And Derek was like, no, I don't know about that. I won't say Derek was right. I'll just get to the sound here with Anthony Richardson, where at the end of this game, or near the end of the game, he was signaling that he wanted to tap out of the game this past weekend. Here's what he had to say about that.
Man, tired. I ain't gonna lie. That was a lot of running right there, what I did, and I don't think I was gonna be able to go that next play. So I just, just told Sam I just needed a break right there.
By the way, it was third down. It was like in the middle of a drive.
I'm not gonna lie. I was tired,
man. I just need a break right there. Well, if you don't pick up this third down, you're going to get a break. Yeah. And now you got plenty of break time because you are the number 2 quarterback.
I thought the sound was going to be Philip Seymour Hoffman. Let it rain.
Let it rain.
That's basically what his passes have been like. Man, this guy's just a flat-out clank. I mean, he throws some of the worst passes. I mean, he can get some yards for you because if he hits someone deep occasionally, he can do that. But anything within 15 yards, no touch on the ball. And accuracy is non-existent. Accuracy for him isn't a priority. It's more of a suggestion.
Yeah.
It'd be nice for you to have it, but, whatever. We're good. There's no doubt in my mind that his play was enough to get him benched, but the pulling himself out of the game was the one that they said, all right, that's enough. That's enough.
Because they There we go. They want him to go through the growing pains. What they don't want is for him to mentally be like, nah, I'm not in this. I can't really do this one anymore.
That's an important drive, too. They're inside the red zone. I ran a lot, man. Not going to lie. I was
You're not a running back, dude, where you go on a big 60-yard run and they pull you for a minute, so they get one guy in and then get you right back out there. It's not how quarterback works.
It's a quarterback.
I'm going to tap out of this one.
Yeah.
I know it's third down in the red zone, but I'm going to need a blow, Coach. Oh, man. Tough deal for Anthony Richardson. How about Jameis Winston? So we last heard Jameis Winston praising Deshaun Watson and being upset about how fans were treating him after he was carted off the field, to which I say, bummer, Jameis. And here's what Jameis said, though. Tell me if any of these words resonate with you at all, Tom, as Jameis doing his walk-off interview with CBS after they beat the Baltimore Ravens.
Man, it's a white boy from Detroit that I really admire named Eminem. He said, you only get one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity lasts once in a lifetime. And I know I got to quote, Eminem, he from Detroit, he right up the road, but man, I'm just grateful. I'm grateful that the Lord provided me with this opportunity. I'm grateful for my teammates, my coaches, and these amazing fans.
It's wild to quote Eminem.
I love it. A white boy. There's a white boy up the road.
And his name is Eminem.
I mean, he could have just said Eminem.
Yeah,
everybody would have known.
We know who he is.
Everybody's like, Eminem.
The
white boy.
The black one or the white one?
The white one. The white one. Oh, my God.
Dude, it's so funny to quote the most obvious line, too. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. And I was like, really? This is your third team, Doug? Yeah. I was like, what do you mean, once in a lifetime?
Oh, man.
Isn't his third team? He was with
New Orleans?
Tampa. New Orleans, that's right. I can't remember who he was with in between. New Orleans. This opportunity comes. This is my third team once in my lifetime.
Opportunity comes once in a third lifetime.
You only get one chance.
Don't miss it.
You only get one chance.
You might only get one other one.
To get some crab legs. Opportunity comes once in a lifetime.
Thank you.
There we go. Moving on from Jameis Winston.
Do we have sound of that?
Him jacking the crab legs. Here's Trayvon Diggs, Dallas Cowboy. This is after a reporter. I don't know if you heard about this, dude. This is right outside of the Cowboy locker room, and it probably got overshadowed because of all the Nick Bosa stuff with the MAGA hat that he threw on at the end of the game the other day. But Trayvon Diggs, sort of simultaneous. He's standing outside of the Dallas Cowboy locker room. There's a huddle of reporters around him. He's still in his uniform. He's just come off, and he hasn't gone back and changed yet. Reporter asked him if he was hustling on a play, or asked him about his hustle on a play. Here's the interaction.
How that whole play, that's what you took from that? You don't know football. You can't do nothing that I do. You can't go out there and do nothing. Stay in your lane, buddy. Stop playing me, bro.
Just asking a question, Trayvon. I mean, I'm happy to have you answer the question.
How that whole play, that's what you took for that? That's what you got from that? That whole play, that's what you got from that?
I'm asking. We can talk about it more. What were you doing there?
Did you hear what he said?
No.
He said, talk about D's nuts.
Is that what he said? He went Gronk on it?
Yeah, he did.
D's nuts.
He said, we could talk about it more. He goes, you can talk about D's nuts.
Dropped the D's nuts
I was
on
like,
him?
yeah, that was my highlight of
I
the
do
postgame.
endorse that.
That was my highlight for the postgame for about 5 minutes.
I do endorse that.
Yeah, I was like,
It's so. I mean, it's so like fourth grade.
It's so good,
but it's so classic.
Yeah, it is really good.
And it's succinct to the point. You know what they mean. I like it. I like
nuts!
it. Gronk.
It's as good as I'm partial myself to not saying it, but just grabbing crotch and just looking somebody in the eye and grabbing them, giving them the shake. I'm good with the D's nuts though. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, well, especially when it comes from Gronk. Gronk's like, I mean, that is there like a saying that better fits him?
D's
like it
nuts!
Yeah, he's like a perpetual 8th grader, right? Like it's just perfect for Gronk.
So stupid.
Like Gronk, yeah, he should trademark it. He should trademark D's nuts, dem nuts,
I'm
whatever.
sure it's trademarked already.
All of them.
Somebody's got
He
to
should
own
do
that.
it.
Somebody's got to own it. How many E's and D's?
And then
nuts
it's fascination for the number 69, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, nobody knows what you're saying.
69.
That's a real sneaky one. Oh, that's when they both do the. Oh, yeah, I get it now. Oh, good one, Gronk. Good one.
By the way, in my softball league, there's got to be at least one guy on every team who rocks 69. Every
Really?
team that has their own jersey. Guy on our team. Shout out Brody, who's rocking number 7. Yeah, been rocking it for years. Dude.
So we used to do all the different numbers when I played softball. Like we had, what was it, Adam 12. So they had Adam 12.
Okay.
We had Pi 3.14.
Nice.
We had that one.
You do Steve Austin, $6 Million Man or anything like that?
I don't know if anybody had $6 million. We had Hawaii 5-0.
Nice.
I was 666. I was just the beast.
Make me say it.
The number of the beast. Most of ours were TVs.
That's so dumb.
But we did not have a 69.
That's funny.
We did not have a 69 on our team. So I always enjoyed Adam 12. That was a good one. Because you could put the name Adam and then 12.
And then 12, yeah.
You get a name and a number.
Same with Hawaii 5-0.
Yeah, Hawaii was 5-0. That was a good one too. But yeah, no 69s. But Gronk definitely. Softball guy, definitely 69 guy.
You know what I mean.
You know what I mean.
Yes, we know what
yeah,
you
we know what you mean. We got it.
Here's another one from Trayvon Diggs. He was on Micah Parsons' podcast. Parsons can't play, but he can record. His new media podcast. Does it sound like here that Trayvon Diggs is saying that the Dallas Cowboys got out-coached? Check it out.
Yeah, that Shanahan offense. What just makes it so challenging? Obviously, missing McCaffrey, Ayuk. Debo was able to play a little bit, and obviously the running back situation. Both teams facing injuries, but what makes the offense able to adjust and make it so unique?
I feel like it was their coach. They had great coaching. Just adjusting to the things that we were running. Like it felt like everything that they called was just a counter to what we were in, and it was just like we was SOL. So, they got good players. Debo had a great game. Kittle, Hall of Fame wide receiver. Purdy's over here doing his thing as well. So, they got pieces. They got the right pieces. So they was executing.
I don't know if out-coach would be what I said.
Yeah, I don't know if out-coached, but I think he's mostly giving props to Shanahan for the adjustments that they were making. Now, I mean, you could infer they made the adjustments we didn't.
Yeah.
They were put in a better position than we were. I don't really know how to read that, but I don't think it's like a direct look, without saying we got out-coached. Yeah, I didn't look at it that way, but I could see where you could. He could have been saying that. I don't really know.
Yeah, I kind of read that as like, one, he's talking about the talent they're missing, and he's going, both teams are banged up, but what they were able to do with the running game, how the guys came out to play, Kittle, a Hall of Fame receiver. To me, it was like they definitely had he said that was the difference in the game was their coach. And what's funny is he's talking just play calling, I guess, from Kyle against their defense. But they've seen this team now. Trayvon Diggs has 4 consecutive times they've lost to him, right? Brock's 3-0 against them. I don't know that I would say out-coached. I would say clearly they were prepared for what Dallas's defense was going to give them.
Yeah.
And Dallas's defense got blown out until the end of the game when they made a little bit more of a run offensively.
Sure. I mean, he would know.
Yeah.
He's out there trying to do it, and look, the third quarter was really the deal for the Niner offense. So fourth quarter, probably a little bit of a different tact because you're up so much. They had the one drive for the field goal, and then the other 2 drives couldn't get anything going off of. So, yeah, I mean, I could see where you look at it that way. I mean, it's not that big of a stretch.
How about one more here in the Sound Soiree as we are out here at Harmonic Brewing. The Warriors get going at 7 o'clock tonight out here at Chase Center against the New Orleans Pelicans, and then same thing tomorrow. Take on the Pellies again for a back-to-back. Last one here. This is world champion or NBA champion head coach Joe Mazzulla.
Yep.
And you brought this to my attention earlier. We only read the comments. I haven't heard him yet. Mazzulla, I guess, was asked about changes to the rules in the NBA. What's that, Tim? Okay, it's about a 2-minute cut here, and he elaborates on what it is that he wants to see happen in the NBA to create a more entertaining product. Here's Boston Celtics head coach Joe Mazzulla.
Yeah, like basketball is one of the only sports that doesn't have a power play. And I think soccer just put in the blue card where a guy has to go off and it's 10-on-9. And so, like, we should have a power play where, like, you know, because let's say you get a technical or let's say you get a take foul. You get the one shot, but you're not really rewarded for that because if you miss it, you don't get the reward for the take foul. You know what I mean? So there should be like a power play where on a take foul, on a technical, you have to play 5-on-4 for 5 seconds or 3 passes.
Or charge. Or what about for an entire possession? You know, what if for the entire possession it's 5-on-4?
Yeah. I mean, that might be a little extreme, but I think we should institute power plays where instead of taking the ball out on the side, you commit a foul, the guy goes to the other side of half court, and he can't leave the half court circle until like 3 seconds.
Oh, I love this.
The biggest thing that we rob people of from an entertainment standpoint is you can't fight anymore. We should just bring back like fighting.
I mean, I'm not against that. I'm not against those days in the NBA.
What's more, yeah, I mean, you want to talk about robbing the league of entertainment. What's more entertaining than a little scuffle?
I agree.
How come in baseball they're allowed to throw the benches? How come in hockey they're allowed to I don't understand. Like,
hockey,
don't tell me
actually let them go for a while. How much is hard fouls in the sport? I mean, even if it doesn't rise to the level of fighting, you don't have the hard fouls anymore. You don't have the fear of going inside. You don't have the fear of some of the other of the opponents. Yeah.
I just don't get why some sports are allowed to clear the benches. They have bats and weapons. We don't. We just have a ball.
It's fair.
Like,
it's fair.
Joe,
yeah. I mean,
the other sport has like one of the hardest surface playing instruments and a puck and sticks, and yet we're not allowed to throw it down a little bit.
Okay, my first take here is how little Joe Mazzulla has any idea what happens in any other sport ever. He said, in soccer they have a blue card now where you get sent off and that's 10-on-9.
Yeah, when did that happen?
That would mean, by the way, that 3 players were already tossed because it's 11-on-11 in soccer. That's number one. He goes, we're one of the only sports without a power play. I was like, there's 2 sports that have a power play. Hockey, and now if soccer has adopted some sort of power play.
I didn't know about the blue card.
This. I don't know anything
Never
about the
heard
blue
about
card.
the blue card.
It sounds like some gimmicky thing to me, but I was like, how little is it? He goes, in baseball, you're allowed to clear the benches, and if you do and you fight, you get ejected. I don't understand. Like, you're not just allowed to do stuff.
Yeah. No, I mean, look, one of the reasons the Dodgers have a 3-0 lead is their power play's been sick in the World Series.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you can't give them a man advantage.
Well, they're playing 9-8.
You can, absolutely. You can't do that with the Dodgers.
Dodgers don't have a center
Football
fielder.
power plays are incredible, too. I really like those.
One of the only sports.
What are we talking about? Like, literally, what are we talking about? And then they have the harder, like, what? And then when he said, I love the host, you're like, yeah. Like, they have weapons. When are guys out there jousting with hockey sticks?
We just watched guys go toe-to-toe in the New York Rangers and Capitals game.
Yes.
Like 5 minutes into the game, both guys throw gloves off, and there was blood drawn, actually.
Yeah.
They were throwing punches at each other. The refs just let them go until somebody goes down, but nobody is swinging it like a... If they do, the refs are going to get involved early, dude.
It's not medieval times.
What the hell's he talking
Guys
about?
aren't out there with sticks cracking people over the head with them. They don't. I mean, you try to do that, you're going to be suspended half the season. You try to pull that one off. So, we have a ball. They have a puck and a stick. Yeah, they don't use them for fighting. Again, I brought this up earlier. Fighting on skates isn't as detrimental to your health as fighting in sneakers on footing where you can get traction. Yeah, that's what we want. God, I miss the old days when Kermit Washington smashed Rudy Tomjanovich's face and kind of basically ended his career with that one punch. Like, I really miss those days. Now, I do miss the physicality. I do miss some chippiness. I do miss that kind of stuff. But it's in the middle there somewhere. It's not, hey, let's go back to 1950, where we're just like going all-out fights on the court. Or even in baseball, they don't fight as much. Hockey, we saw a fight tonight, they don't fight as much. But they certainly don't use damn sticks and pucks. They don't pick up a puck and wing it at people because this is a hard object. Let's crush somebody. And it just, like, you can feel the way you want to feel, and it's entertaining. And the power play I'd take into consideration just because, hey, you want to try something new? Try in the G League, see how it works. I'd be all for that. The fighting, that's a bridge too far.
Makes zero sense. Doesn't make any. I just love his comparisons.
Yeah, they all have power plays.
His comparisons to that are that we're one of the only teams that or leagues that doesn't do it anymore.
Everybody else doesn't.
We do have some breaking news as it relates to the Warriors. The Warriors have announced that Jonathan Kuminga has been relegated to the bench tonight. Interesting development for a guy, as Shams Charania put it on Twitter, who does not have a contract, and the Warriors said they were going to put him in position to take the next step and find some success. That said, they are banged up right now, and so they were going to have to get creative with the starting lineup. You projected maybe Buddy Hield would be in there tonight alongside Brandon Podziemski. Means now you'd also need a third starter. So we'll see what happens. Maybe it is Moses Moody.
I said that because just more shooting.
Yeah.
And because you're not going to have shooting with Draymond, you're not going to have shooting with Trace Jackson-Davis, and then Kuminga's not a shooter. So basically you'd have two shooters. If you bring Moody into the lineup, at least that gives you the third shooter in the starting lineup. I mean, look, it doesn't matter. Like, to me, and some of these young guys may be a little bit different. You get taken out of the starting lineup, it's a big deal. If you get your 25, 28 minutes, you get your 25, 28 minutes. Just do something with it while you're out there. That's what's important, not who gets to run out there for the light show and handshakes. And I know you can't do your cool handshake. Bop, 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 bop. You know, do your spin, do your pirouette.
It's actual sound effect.
Oh, I don't get to do that. Oh, man, bummer me. I've been working on that all week. So, not a huge surprise to me.
Jonathan Kuminga to the bench. We'll find out who the rest of the starters are. John Dickinson will be here for Dubs OT live from Harmonic Brewing right as the game hits zeros tonight from Chase Center. Warriors and the Pelicans. We'll see what he's got going on and what he can tell us about the starting lineup for tonight and where the Warriors are going to go with Jonathan Kuminga going to the bench. More to come from Harmonic Brewing, only here on the Sports Leader. The only spot to get instant reaction to tonight's Warriors game is Dubs OT. You can listen to John Dickinson and Greg Silver, who are going to give you the best Warriors coverage in the Bay Area as soon as that buzzer sounds tonight and that game goes final. You can listen and watch on KNBR or on our YouTube and Twitch channels on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here, reminding you that if you want to play a role in deciding the future of your country and your city, you have a very powerful tool to do that. It's your vote. But remember, you can't vote if you aren't registered. Now is the time to take action, and it could not be any easier. Simply visit sfelections.gov/register. Only takes a few minutes to complete that registration application, and the election goes down next week. Again, sfelections.gov/register to participate in the upcoming November 5th election and encourage your friends and family to do the same.
It's the Dodgers. F them.
Oh, the Yankees cracked the seal 2-1 at the end of, is that 2?
That's the end of 2.
Or 3?
2.
End of 2?
End of 2.
I can't see.
2.
End of 2, okay. Thank you. I could hear you. If these things worked, it'd be fantastic.
Yeah, by the way, Tom hasn't had headphones at work where he could hear me all day.
I know.
He hasn't heard anything at
Just making it work.
Somebody
Thanks,
laughs,
Stern.
pretending, yeah.
Appreciate that.
Appreciate you, Andrew.
JD, what's going on?